Shabo, do not worry about home, there's no need to send all that money. Take good care of yourself, and I will look after your father. Yes, Mom, please persuade Dad to seek treatment at the hospital. After exchanging a few words with his mother, Yongbo hung up the phone, tears streaming down his face like a broken dam. His father had been diagnosed with liver cancer, and the family could not bear the exorbitant medical expenses, leaving them to endure the illness at home. Yongbo inquired about the treatment costs for liver cancer. The first year would require 500,000 yuan, and the second year 35,000, meaning a minimum of 850,000 yuan would be necessary to cure his father's affliction, a staggering sum for him. Yet, for the sake of his father, he was determined to raise this amount. Yongbo. What are you doing? Slacking off again? Hurry and serve the guest some tea. The shout pulled Yongbo from his thoughts. He quickly replied, coming. Wiping away his tears and forcing a smile, he dashed out, exclaiming, here I come. Yongbo poured a cup of tea for the guest. The tea was Mingqian Longjing, a tradition at Gudazai. The boss would announce different codes based on the guest's status, and Yongbo had to pour tea accordingly. Pour tea indicated a common status, suitable for Bai Luo Chan. Serve good tea represented a higher status, requiring Xa in Yong Mao Jian if the boss proclaimed serve the finest tea. Then Mingqian Longjing was necessary. It was rare for Mingqian Longjing to be served, so after pouring the tea, Yongbo took a moment to observe. The guest, appearing to be in his 50s, was engaged in lively conversation with the boss, while on the table rested a blue and white hammer vase. The blue and white hammer vase had a deep, subdued porcelain hue, the glaze slightly darkened, yet it was considered quite good. Nevertheless, the boss using Mingqian Longjing to serve was clearly a generous gesture. Yongbo quickly assessed the situation. Having graduated high school without entering university, he became an apprentice at the antique shop, now in his second year. Despite the boss's reluctance to teach him, Yongbo had diligently studied and acquired a fair amount of knowledge about antiques. However, this knowledge was of little use. He could not simply swoop in to purchase the porcelain piece and resell it. Such actions would violate the rules and provoke the resentment of all antique shops, not to mention he lacked the capital. With a monthly salary of 1,800 yuan, he saved money to fund his father's treatment by residing at the shop and sending home 1,500 yuan each month, but this was still far from sufficient. 850,000 yuan felt like a boulder pressing against Yongbo's chest. After a brief negotiation, the guest quickly purchased the hammer vase. Thanks to the boss's persuasive charm, the two parties exchanged money and signed a contract. Once the guest departed, the boss, Guobopi, walked around the hammer vase with a satisfied smile, seemingly reveling in his triumph alone, and could not resist boasting to Yongbo. This hammer vase was crafted during the Guangxu period of the Qin dynasty, though it pales in comparison to its predecessors. I acquired it for 50,000 yuan, and with a quick sale, it could double in value. Haha. Guobopi cradled the hammer vase as he retreated to the back room, intending to place it in the safe. Yongbo mustered a feeble smile towards his boss, yet his thoughts were consumed by the sum of 50,000 yuan, such a significant amount that could facilitate his father's immediate hospitalization. As he endured the agonizing wait until noon, Yongbo stepped out to purchase a boxed meal. His miserly employer, Gue, typically allotted him a mere 20 yuan, just enough for a 10 yuan portion. In a bid to save, Yongbo opted for a 5 yuan fried rice, thereby conserving enough for his dinner. Under the blazing midday sun, with few pedestrians gracing the streets, Yongbo ambled along, his mind preoccupied with his father's illness. A nagging thought crossed his mind: should he resign from his job and seek work at a construction site? Though the labor would be arduous, the financial rewards would undoubtedly be greater. Glancing down at his somewhat gaunt frame, Yongbo found himself in a state of indecision. "Kind sir, please help. I haven't eaten in 3 days," the voice from the roadside jolted him. He turned to see an elderly man, tattered and weary, leaning against the steps, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. Momentarily wavering, Yongbo chose not to look back, continuing on his way. He was barely managing to sustain himself. How could he possibly find the strength to assist another? If one were to perform acts of kindness and earnestly pray, might his father's ailment improve? This thought stirred within him. 95,000 seemed an insurmountable distance, leaving him devoid of any concrete ideas, and thus his hopes were cast upon the heavens. Yearning for divine intervention, upon returning, Yongbo held a container of food in his hand, gently placing a box of fried rice before the old beggar, choosing silence over words. The beggar lifted his gaze, gratitude evident in his eyes. "Thank you, kind sir. You possess a truly benevolent heart." Yongbo nodded slightly, preparing to turn back, now contemplating whether he should even consider dinner. "Wait a moment, kind sir," the beggar's voice rang out, prompting Yongbo to turn once more. The old man extended a green glass bead towards him. "Here, take this. Young Bo glanced at the irregularly shaped bead, which, under the sunlight, exhibited a certain luster, yet he understood well that such a trinket held little monetary value, likely worth more than his fried rice. He quickly shook his head. "I cannot accept this, please accept it," urged the beggar, one hand clutching the fried rice, the other pressing the bead into Young Bo's palm. "I stumbled upon it by chance. It is of no use to me. It is better given to a kind-hearted young man like yourself." With that, the beggar turned and walked away. Young Bo stood momentarily in astonishment, shaking his head in bewilderment. From the moment the bead touched his hand, he felt a refreshing coolness wash over his eyes, and soon every cell in his body felt as though it was submerged in icy water. Invigorating and refreshing, time slipped away before Young Bo regained his senses. Hastily grabbing his boxed meal and sprinting back upon his return to the shop, Go immediately berated him. "What on earth happened today? Why did you take so long? Do you understand that time is life? You are squandering my time. Do you realize that?" Young Bo nodded slightly. "The boxed meal shop was exceptionally busy today. I had to wait in line. Were you off helping some lovely lady? Have you taken a liking to the shopkeeper's daughter?" Young Bo remained silent. Indeed, he had previously lent a hand over there, merely to save on a meal, with no ulterior motives, yet Go Boppy had persistently misconstrued his intentions, and he chose not to clarify. With a soft huff, Go Boppy accepted the boxed meal and hurried inside the shop to eat. Young Bo retrieved his portion of fried rice and disposable chopsticks, suddenly pondering a question: where had the glass bead gone? The old beggar had placed the bead in his possession, and he had always kept it close. He glanced at the time. It was already 1 in the afternoon. He had returned a half hour later than usual, meaning he had stood there for an astonishing 30 minutes. Yet, why was it that he did not feel excessively sweaty? Young Bo could not fathom the reason and chose not to dwell further on it, instead picking up his chopsticks and digging into the fried rice. The afternoon was stifling, and the shop was devoid of customers. After a profitable morning, Go Boppy's face radiated excitement as he instructed a few matters before driving away. Meanwhile, Young Bo was troubled by his father's situation, pacing back and forth inside Gudazai, ultimately unable to devise a profitable plan. Many of his ideas required investment. Yet he was devoid of capital. Had he possessed funds, he would have already used them to seek medical treatment for his father. In an effort to calm his mind, Young Bo, as was his custom, took a cloth to dust the items in the shop. Generally, ancient porcelain should not be carelessly wiped with a cloth, yet Gudazai, being a small establishment, lacked the expertise for proper handling. Furthermore, the porcelain on display was predominantly counterfeit. As he casually picked up a piece, he expertly brushed away the dust, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the vase exhibited some peculiar difference. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the vase seemed to emit a faint glow, a gentle luminescence that appeared concentrated in a small circle on its surface. Young Bo widened his eyes in an attempt to see more clearly, but the glow abruptly vanished, leaving no trace behind. Puzzled, he attributed it to his recent fatigue and dismissed it. After resting for a while, he picked up a vase again. For some inexplicable reason, a surge of excitement coursed through him. Focusing on the vase, he observed that it was adorned with a magpie perched on a plum blossom branch, its surface gleaming with a luster that could reflect one's silhouette. At last, he discerned the glow converging gradually at the neck of the vase, forming a faint and fragile halo. This halo was so delicate that a mere gesture could shatter it, yet for Young Bo, it was a thrilling discovery. He felt a sense of distinction. His mind raced with thoughts, but what could this halo signify? He harbored a vague suspicion but dared not confirm it. The 2 pieces of porcelain he had handled were both forgeries, contemporary art pieces lacking any research value, while the genuine antiques were secured in the boss's safe, leaving him no opportunity to examine them. After a moment of contemplation, Young Bo realized that with the boss absent, he could slip out without being noticed. Securing the door behind him, he walked over 100 meters down the street to another antique shop, Bogutang. The 2 shops were competitors, and Go Boppy had a strained relationship with the owner of Bogutang, Jia Huairang. However, this did not hinder the camaraderie among the apprentices, and Young Bo had developed a good rapport with Li Ling, an apprentice at Bogutang. Upon entering the shop, a wave of coolness greeted him. Li Ling was seated in a corner of the lounge, idly observing his surroundings. Upon spotting Young Bo, a smile immediately brightened his face. "Dabo, what brings you here today?" Young Bo felt a hint of exasperation at the nickname, his slender frame hardly suited to such an appellation. Nevertheless, he chose not to engage in banter. Is Boss Joe not here? Yes, he stepped out. It's too hot today, and there aren't any customers, Li Ling replied. Young Bo nodded gently, satisfied. Oh, by the way, didn't your boss acquire a Qing Dynasty Daogong period formule rose cup with the 7 treasures motif a couple of days ago? Might I have the privilege of gazing upon it? Li Ling's expression faltered, for the cup was regarded as the lifeblood of his employer beyond his authority to showcase. Young Bo quickly understood, reassuring him, rest assured, I shall not handle it, merely behold it from a distance. It is not every day that one encounters an authentic piece. And my curiosity is piqued. Li Ling, relieved by Young Bo's promise to refrain from touching, replied, very well, but do not go meddling with it. I shall fetch it. With that, he proceeded into the inner room. As a relative of the shop owner, his trust was unwavering, allowing such treasures to be safely housed within the establishment. Before long, the famille rose cup was presented. Its exterior was adorned with golden lines, intricately sectioned into 3 decorative bands. While the middle band depicted the 7 treasures resting upon lotus blossoms, a composition both exquisite and complex, truly a rare gem. However, Young Bo's intent was not merely to admire but to validate his hypothesis. His gaze fixated on the cup. His heart raced as he perceived glimmers of light emanating from its surface, gradually coalescing into a halo that thickened considerably, surpassing the density of the previous 2 halos. Suddenly, a beam of light detached itself, darting towards Young Bo's eye. He closed his eyes, feeling a cool sensation ripple across the edges of his vision, only to vanish moments later. Upon reopening his eyes, he observed the halo still intact, with no further alterations. He noted that his vision appeared to have improved. Could the previous light have enhanced his sight? Young Bo shut his eyes again, overwhelmed by an impulse to laugh joyously skyward. For he sensed he might have stumbled upon a treasure. The thickness of the halo was evidently linked to the age of the porcelain. If this were indeed the case, could he possibly authenticate antiques directly in the future? Would he not surpass those experts? He could even determine the age of artifacts without the need for carbon dating. Dabo, what is the matter with you? Li Ling queried, noticing Young Bo's prolonged silence as he gazed at the porcelain. Now with his eyes shut and seemingly lost in thought, Young Bo snapped back to reality. Oh, it's nothing. By the way, don't you have a Ming Dynasty only period folk kiln imitation Junware fish basket vase? Might I see that as well? Li Ling regarded him with curiosity but, noting Young Bo's adherence to his promise not to touch, he refrained from further inquiry. All right, just a moment. Once again, the halo formed gradually, and another beam of light entered his eye. Comparing the sizes of the halos from both pieces of porcelain, Young Bo's understanding solidified. He could likely gauge the age of artifacts based on the halo's dimensions, a significant development for him. This could lead to fortunate discoveries. Most importantly, his father's medical expenses would finally find resolution. Li Ling sensed something amiss with Young Bo today and couldn't help but remark, Dabo, you aren't feeling unwell, are you? Young Bo shook his head. No, not at all. Oh, I have some matters to attend to, I must take my leave. Oh, you truly are. Li Ling observed Young Bo's retreating figure, left speechless. 850,000 has finally become a beacon of hope. Young Bo felt an overwhelming excitement within. He had finally glimpsed a flicker of hope, the hope of curing his father. His father still lay at home, reluctant to seek treatment, merely to save money. If only he had sufficient funds, he could provide his father with the finest medical care. The thought of his mother's weary and hoarse voice during their phone call made Young Bo's heart ache, and tears welled up in his eyes. The following day, Young Bo rose early, folded up his makeshift bed, performed a brief morning wash, locked the door, and stepped outside. The sky remained dim, as it was merely 3 o'clock in the morning. Young Bo crushed the moonlight beneath his feet, a flashlight in hand, then turned left into a narrow alley. After walking several paces, he began to hear the bustling sounds from within, beams of light darting about. The antique street where Gudetsa was located was in close proximity to the Chaotian Palace Antique Market, merely 200 or 300 meters apart. Young Bo had often wandered through the ghost market before, but at that time, he had no money to spend, thus he had never purchased anything. This time, he brought along the remaining 200 or so yuan from this month's budget. Success or failure hinged on this moment, if his eyes had truly deceived him. There would be nothing more to say. For the sake of his father, he was determined to give it his all. Despite his resolute decision, Yongbo remained cautious as he surveyed his surroundings. The ghost market was teeming with an array of items: porcelain, paintings, gold and silver artifacts, jade, chin bricks, horn tiles. And even the long-band spring and autumn period bronze vessels could be found here. Thus, for authenticity, it was up to the buyer's discernment. Yongbo was acutely aware of his limited knowledge, unable to ascertain the value of many items, which only heightened his caution. He strolled past one stall after another, picking up items one by one. He refrained from using his supernatural abilities, uncertain of how long they would last, but he presumed it wouldn't be too long. If he failed to find a genuine item, it would be a considerable loss. Thus, he resolved to alter his strategy. Yongbo stood up and began to search the area, soon identifying a target: Curator Chu. Chu Yuanyang was the deputy curator of the Jinling Museum and had visited Gudet's High a few times, so Yongbo recognized him to some extent. With his gaze fixed on Curator Chu, he moved swiftly to follow, employing a tactical approach of close observation to glean insights into potential genuine artifacts through Chu's actions, thus conserving his supernatural energy for authentication. This was Yongbo's first experience in following someone, and he felt somewhat clumsy. While keeping an eye on Curator Chu, he pretended to browse small items, careful not to miss any movements. Curator Chu examined a snuff bottle for a long time before setting it down and then inspected a brush washer, occasionally glancing at a couple of paintings. The seemingly chaotic and erratic selection process left Yongbo feeling somewhat disoriented. Fortunately, he possessed ample patience. With so little money at hand, if he wasted this opportunity, he would have to wait until next month, and he could not afford to wait. Early treatment for liver cancer still held a glimmer of hope, and every day he delayed extinguished that faint possibility. Before long, Yongbo noticed Curator Chu lifting a porcelain piece resembling a fish basket, inspecting it for an extended period, seemingly hesitant. As Yongbo's heart stirred, he approached with cautious steps, narrowing his eyes. Delicate strands of luminescence seeped from around the porcelain, standing out vividly against the night. This ethereal glow gradually coalesced at the neck of the fish basket vase, becoming increasingly concentrated until it formed a radiant halo. Yongbo focused intently, his heart racing. This halo was even more substantial than that of the Daoguang era's polychrome cup he had previously encountered, indicating that this fish basket vase predated the Daoguang period. After the initial joy, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He feared that Director Chu would immediately seek to acquire it. Standing beside Director Chu, Yongbo dared not turn his head, fixating instead on the small jade artifact before him. It was not until Director Chu fell silent and turned to leave that Yongbo let out a sigh of relief and hastily picked up the porcelain piece. The porcelain was shaped like a fish basket, featuring a pale lavender glaze that appeared uneven, suggesting it was a flawed specimen. However, Yongbo, having honed his knowledge over the past 2 years, recognized it as an imitation of Song Dynasty Jun Kiln porcelain. The Qing Dynasty's Jun Kiln replicas, particularly from the Yongzheng and Qianlong eras, were the most renowned. Given its pre-Daoguang provenance, even if it were made during the Zheqing period, it would still be a worthwhile acquisition. After inspecting it thoroughly and finding no additional damage, he felt reassured. Yongbo turned to the vendor, inquiring, "How much for this piece?" The vendor, a man in his 30s with a small beard and sharp eyes, responded, "Young man, do you know who was inspecting the porcelain before you?" Yongbo shook his head. "Who was it?" The vendor chuckled. "You don't recognize him? That was Director Chu from the Jinling Museum." Feigning ignorance, Yongbo replied, "Oh, really? How much for this porcelain?" The vendor scrutinized Yongbo, seemingly searching for a hint of his intentions, knowing that with Director Chu's interest, the price would naturally rise. Originally priced at 20,000, it is now worth 40,000. Yongbo furrowed his brow. Although he had anticipated a high cost, he was taken aback by the exorbitance. $50. He countered. The vendor retorted, "That price is rather harsh, don't you think?" Yongbo shook his head, responding nonchalantly, "I'm not new to this place, my home has just been renovated. And my father sent me to find a couple of decorative items. Just give me a fair price." The vendor hesitated slightly, then said, 800. Yongbo felt a surge of hope, realizing a deal was within reach. 100, it can't be more than that. The vendor lamented, "It's a small business. There is not much profit to be made. Today is our opening day, 500. Feeling his pockets, the young boy realized he lacked such funds and turned to leave, saying, "That is still too expensive, I'll check elsewhere." As he turned to walk away, his heart raced. He was determined to secure the fish basket vase and feared he might have overplayed his hand. Silently counting to 3 before he could speak, he heard the vendor call out, "Young man, give me a fair price. 150. That is not acceptable. Too low." The vendor protested. Reluctant to prolong the negotiation out of fear of complications, Yongbo decisively stated 200. "That is the price." "All right." The vendor contemplated briefly before agreeing, adding, "Young man, this is our grand opening, so I'll give you a discount for good luck." "Thank you, kind sir. I am in the vicinity and shall certainly frequent this place in the future." Yongbo retrieved his money, grasped the fish basket with great care, and responded affirmatively. Though his heart raced with anticipation. Cautiously cradling the fish basket, Yongbo contemplated his next course of action. This prized possession must be swiftly sold, for he had but a day or two's worth of funds remaining. If he failed to act promptly, hunger would soon be his companion. And the significance of this fish basket was paramount to his future plans. "But young man, hold on a moment." While traversing the path homeward, Yongbo heard a voice calling out. He looked up in astonishment, only to find Director Chu standing directly before him. A smile gracing his face as he fixated on the fish basket in Yongbo's arms. Instinctively, Yongbo tightened his grip around the basket. "Greetings. How may I assist you?" Yongbo feigned ignorance, adopting a somewhat foolish demeanor. "Hello, young man. Were you not the one who squatted beside me earlier?" Director Chu squinted slightly. Yongbo faltered, a sense of dread enveloping him, yet he verbally denied it, saying, "Is that so? I did not take notice." Director Chu chuckled, remarking, "You possess quite the discerning eye. This fish basket was initially of my interest. The vendor is quite the shrewd character. Had he known of my desire, he would have undoubtedly raised the price. Thus, I intended to take a detour before returning to purchase it, never anticipating that it would fall into your hands." Yongbo's mind swirled with uncertainty, unsure of how to respond, for he recognized the dubious nature of his actions. Nevertheless, he could no longer dwell on such matters. Despite having made up his mind, he was still youthful and felt a twinge of shame. "Oh, I truly apologize for this." Director Chu waved his hand with a smile, saying, "My young friend, since you two have an eye for it, it seems we share some common ground. How about we discuss it further?" After a moment of hesitation, Yongbo contemplated refusal. However, he realized that engaging with Director Chu might provide valuable insights into the fish basket, ensuring he would not be deceived when the time came to sell it. "Very well, I would be grateful for your guidance." Director Chu smiled, stating, "It is too noisy here. Come, I shall take you to a quieter place." Yongbo nodded, embracing the fish basket as he followed. Upon exiting the narrow alley of the ghost market and turning a corner, Director Chu led Yongbo to a bright establishment. Yongbo was taken aback, gazing up to see the words "Antique Hall" emblazoned above the entrance. Standing before the door, Yongbo hesitated for a moment, then steeling himself, he stepped inside. At that moment, Mr. Jia, the proprietor of Antique Hall, approached them. Director Chu greeted him courteously, saying, "I have unearthed a treasure at the ghost market and have come to disturb Mr. Jia once more." Mr. Jia clasped his hands in greeting, stating, "It is an honor for Antique Hall to host Director Chu. There is no disturbance in your presence." After exchanging pleasantries, Mr. Jia finally noticed Yongbo standing beside them. Yang, what brings you here?" "Oh, how curious." Mr. Jia recognizes Yang. Director Chu seemed intrigued. "Yongbo, he is an apprentice at Gudajai, Mr. Jia replied, turning to Director Chu. "What brings you to accompany him?" Director Chu smiled at Yongbo, explaining, "Yang has just purchased a fish basket and requested my assistance in appraising it. Upon discovering Mr. Jia was present, we decided to pay a visit." Yongbo was instantly filled with gratitude as he glanced at Director Chu, fully aware that the director had chosen to withhold certain details to safeguard him. He took a couple of steps forward to place the fish basket vase on the table, then retreated. Boss just scanned the scene with a smile and remarked, "Yang has merely dabbled in antiques for a year or two and has managed to catch Director Chu's discerning eye with just a single request, truly a stroke of good fortune." Director Chu waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Let us not linger on words, let us first examine this fish basket vase." With that, he retrieved a magnifying glass he always carried and leaned in to inspect the vase. The fish basket vase, resembling a fisherman's fish basket, derived its name from its shape. However, it offered little practical utility aside from serving as a decorative piece. Boss Jia looked at young Bo with a hint of curiosity, pondering how this young man had stumbled upon such luck, suspecting that the vase was likely a replica. After examining it closely, Director Chu soon settled down and subtly gestured to Boss Jia, who, without hesitation, took out his own magnifying glass to take a closer look. Before long, as Boss Jia stood up, Director Chu inquired, "What do you think, Boss Jia?" After a moment of contemplation, Boss Jia shook his head. "I cannot comprehend." Young Bo was filled with uncertainty. The implication of not understanding suggested that the fish basket vase was a counterfeit, yet he perceived something genuine within it. Boss Jia hesitated, stating, "This replica June-kill fish basket vase appears full, but in reality, it is overly bloated, distorting its overall aesthetic appeal." Director Chu, wearing a contemplative expression, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the previous observation was hindered by poor lighting. Now I see your point clearly." Young Bo gazed intently at the fish basket vase. Convinced of its smooth fullness and exquisite overall form, how could it possibly be described as bloated? Nevertheless, hearing two esteemed individuals he respected dismiss it left him shaken, his vision blurring as dizziness washed over him. What had begun as a hopeful venture now felt like a financial loss, jeopardizing the 85,000 he needed for his father's medical treatment. The burden of that amount weighed heavily upon his chest, alleviated slightly before but now suffocating once more. Young, this market is not so easily navigated. You may have had many tales of success, but bear in mind that such victories are rare. The majority of individuals suffer losses, some even losing their entire fortunes. Jia Huairan interjected, exchanging a glance with Director Chu before continuing, "Young, life is challenging for you. How about this? I will take the fish basket vase off your hands. In my possession, it still has a chance to find a buyer, but in yours, it would be a complete loss." Young Bo's gaze remained fixed on the fish basket vase as the light around him coalesced, forming a thick and somewhat ethereal halo that rendered him momentarily dazed. He could hear Boss Jia's voice and felt compelled to look up. Boss Jia continued, "Young. See here, I offer 50 for the vase. What do you say?" Young Bo furrowed his brow, at a loss for what to do. Was he truly prepared to relinquish it? If this porcelain were indeed a counterfeit, what avenues would remain for him? If one is deceived by their own eyes, and yet their occurrences continue in succession, could it be that one has developed an affliction of the eyes? No, one must not yield so easily. Young Bo recalled his mother, her eyes brimming with tears, and his father, groaning in pain. He resolved to persevere. "Thank you, Boss Jia, but I shall take another look." Young Bo approached and embraced the fish basket. Boss Jia, taken aback and enraged, exclaimed, Young, what do you mean by this?" "I merely wish to step outside for a moment," Young Bo replied, shaking his head with a determined expression. Young, if you find my offer unsatisfactory, you may speak plainly. A slight increase is no trouble. However, should you take that fish basket out of this door, do not expect to return." Boss Jia rose, his voice stern and commanding. Holding the fish basket, Young Bo noticed the uncertainty in Director Chu's expression, and a flicker of hope surged within him. The tricks of this trade are not trivial. Perhaps he had indeed been duped by the two. With this thought, Young Bo became even less concerned about Boss Jia's demeanor. Turning to leave. "If you don't come back, then so be it." Boss Jia's lips trembled with anger. "Young Bo, you think you've become quite clever, don't you? If you are so capable, then don't return here." Young Bo strode out without looking back, fully aware that there was no turning back for him. He had reached a point of no return. As he stepped outside, a gust of warm wind enveloped him, and he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. With a cost of 200, Boss Jia had reduced it to a mere 50 at the outset. Should he truly proceed, he would surely find himself hungry in the days to come. But what was he to do now? Seek another shop to sell it? Young Bo chuckled softly to himself. To outsiders, this trade is fraught with the allure of overnight riches, yet only those within comprehend that many suffer the misfortune of sudden poverty due to a single misjudgment. Furthermore, countless deceitful shopkeepers engage in unscrupulous practices, exploiting ordinary sellers with mega offers. However, should he return to the night market, the prices would be no better, leaving young Bo in a quandary. After walking for a moment, he came upon yet another antique shop, brightly lit inside. With a firm resolve, he entered, preferring to take a chance within this establishment rather than return to the night market for a pittance. Perhaps he could trick someone into offering a higher price. Inside, two middle-aged men were engaged in conversation. Upon noticing young Bo's entrance, they halted their dialogue and turned to him. "Hello," greeted the man with a bushy beard, casting a glance at his companion. They exchanged knowing smiles, evidently intrigued by the object young Bo cradled in his arms, surmising his intentions. Young Bo nodded. "Boss, I have here a Qing Dynasty Yongsheng imitation June glaze fish basket. Would you care to examine it?" He understood well the nature of these shopkeepers. If one lacks confidence in their possession, they will undoubtedly respond with indifference, even striving to diminish the price. Only by exuding an air of confidence can one earn their respect. The bearded man was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, observing young Bo's youthful visage and wondering if this demeanor was feigned or genuine. "Laolu, a business has arrived. You handle the negotiation, and we shall converse later." Another individual appeared gaunt, his figure slender as a bamboo pole, clad in loose garments. Upon encountering the bearded proprietor, he hesitated for a moment, suspecting the other might be wary of him. The bearded man smiled slightly. "Very well, let me take a look." He then turned to young Bo. "Young brother, judging by your appearance, you must have just come from the ghost market at this hour. I must forewarn you, we all know the nature of that place. While I have seen many counterfeit items, genuine treasures are quite rare. If this fish basket vessel proves to be flawed, are you prepared for the possibility?" Young Bo nodded. "Please, Mr. Lu, examine it thoroughly. If you find it unsatisfactory, I will not contest your judgment." "Or a forthright young man," the bearded man exclaimed. He procured a magnifying glass and a flashlight, setting to work with diligence. After a considerable time, the bearded man wore a pensive expression and turned to the slender man. "Would you care to take a look as well?" The slender man, perceiving the bearded man's demeanor, sensed that something was amiss. Upon young Bo's arrival, they had both assumed he had procured a counterfeit from the ghost market, but seeing the seriousness on the bearded man's face, perhaps their assumptions were misguided. Taking the tools from the bearded man's hands, the slender man began his examination. Meanwhile, the bearded man glanced at young Bo, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. "What is your surname, young brother?" "I am surnamed Young," young Bo replied, maintaining his composure despite his inner anxiety. "Brother Young, given your ability to accurately name this item, you must possess considerable knowledge about this Yongsheng imitation June glaze fish basket vessel," the bearded man inquired. Young Bo did not feign modesty nor display trepidation. The fish basket vessel is a type of decorative porcelain commonly seen during the early Ming and Qing dynasties, particularly renowned in the Yongsheng and Qianlong eras. Its elegant design is imbued with a sense of daily life. The imitation June porcelain of the Qing dynasty, especially during Yongzheng's reign, achieved remarkable excellence. The official Tang Ying, who oversaw kill operations, even dispatched individuals to Hunan to investigate the methods of creating Song June glaze. After numerous trials, they succeeded in producing imitations that were indistinguishable from the genuine articles in terms of shape and glaze color. Thus, the Yongzheng fish basket vessel, with its exquisite glaze and harmonious lines, embodies the essence of high-quality Song dynasty craftsmanship, showcasing the regal aura of the prosperous Yongzheng era. The bearded man and the slender man exchanged astonished glances, both recognizing the depth of young Bo's insights. Despite his youth, his ability to articulate the merits and flaws of the treasure he had unearthed from the ghost market was indeed remarkable. However, the bearded man, being an antique shop owner rather than a charitable figure, would not simply raise the price based on young Bo's eloquence. "Brother Young speaks well. Yet this object's lines differ slightly from typical fish basket vessels, and there is a minor crack at the rim, which may render it somewhat questionable." Young Bo felt a surge of joy, for he had naturally comprehended the underlying meaning of the other party's words. They were indeed willing to make an offer. Being youthful and unable to restrain his curiosity, he impulsively inquired how much Lu, the proprietor, was prepared to bid. The man with the scruffy beard smiled. Recognizing that Young Bo was still inexperienced, otherwise, the seasoned negotiator would have engaged in a verbal duel, exchanging words back and forth to elevate the price. Brother Young, I am not one to procrastinate, I offer 20,000. Young Bo's heart soared at this proposition, as it signified a 100-fold increase in value. However, he quickly came to his senses, having become accustomed to the guileful demeanor of antique shop owners who, regardless of their moral standing, invariably sought to reap substantial profits in business dealings. He knew that the fish basket was worth far more than 20,000 in his estimation. It should fetch between 100,000 to 150,000. Yet, time was of the essence. If he were to take it to an auction house, it would undoubtedly reach that valuation, but within the confines of the antique shop, he would have to endure being at the mercy of the seller. Nevertheless, he resolved to negotiate further. Each additional penny would bring him closer to his goal of 850,000. Lou, my father initially had no intention of parting with this fish basket, but we recently acquired a new house and require funds to furnish it, which is why we are reluctantly letting it go. If it's merely 20,000, that would be insufficient. Luke, of course, understood the implications of Young Bo's words, recognizing them as a mere pretext. Yet, since there was an opportunity for profit, he was willing to continue negotiations. Brother Young, why not propose a figure? After a moment of contemplation, the Young Bo solemnly stated 60,000. The lanky man glanced at Luke, observing his hesitation, and added, Brother Young has pressing matters at home. Let us consider this a gesture of goodwill, old Lou. 60,000 is a bit steep, but how about 50,000? Let us finalize it. Young Bo hesitated briefly, locking eyes with Lou. They both nodded in agreement. Very well. With his bank card in hand, Young Bo was overwhelmed with excitement. 50,000 was merely 1/17 of 850,000, yet it represented his first significant step. With this sum, he could explore further opportunities for doubling his investment and accelerate his accumulation of wealth. Moving forward, he had to utilize this 50,000 wisely to seize advantageous deals, as an increased capital would undoubtedly expedite his profit-making endeavors. Furthermore, he could arrange for his father to receive prompt medical treatment. However, explaining the source of these funds posed a challenge. Using the pretext of a lottery win might suffice temporarily, but with more income expected in the future, it would be difficult to justify. It was still early, and Young Bo hesitated to call home. After folding his bed, he lost himself in thought for quite some time before finally drifting into a deep sleep. He was awakened by a loud and urgent shout, the daylight streaming through the window. A rotund face abruptly appeared before him, startling Young Bo. He quickly regained his composure. Good morning, boss. Go, the irate supervisor was fuming. Having celebrated too enthusiastically the previous night, he had indulged in a couple of drinks and consequently arrived late. Little did he expect that his employer would not have opened shop by 9 o'clock. Unable to contain his frustration, he reprimanded Young Bo. What were you up to last night? Why did you wake up so late today? Do you not wish to work anymore? Many aspire to this job. Yet if you wish to refrain, you must rise early each day, ensuring the shop is spotless, the water is boiled, and the front is swept. Young Bo swiftly tidied his bedding, a scene he had repeated countless times. Were it not for his desire to placate his parents, he would have long since resigned. He remained silent, waiting until Gobopi himself grew weary and paused. All right, I shan't say more. Please fetch me a bowl of porridge, just plain porridge will suffice. Gobopi finally halted, tossing 10 yuan to Young Bo for breakfast. Taking the money, Young Bo turned and stepped outside. Upon his return, he bought 2 portions of breakfast. He handed the plain porridge to Gobopi, who couldn't help but glance over, only to discover that Young Bo had also purchased a bowl of porridge, accompanied by a fried dough stick, an indulgence that was utterly uncharacteristic of him, prompting a moment of hesitation. Xiaoyang, what has prompted you to treat yourself to breakfast today? Young Bo looked up, responding, for the sake of my health, I ought to eat something. Gobopi observed as Young Bo savored his porridge and dough stick, urging, "Oh, eat quickly, for we still have cleaning to attend to." Young Bo acknowledged with a hum and began to eat, pondering what reason he might employ for calling home. Gobopi scrutinized Young Bo, beginning to sense something amiss, as it appeared there was something unusual in Young Bo's plain porridge. Unable to restrain himself, he finally inquired, "Xiaoyang, that I sent you just plain porridge, is it?" Lost in thought, young Bo was momentarily startled by the question, replying, "This is century egg and lean meat porridge." Guabopi's eyes widened in surprise. Realizing his tone may have been inappropriate, he quickly added, "Xiao Yang, you've mentioned your father's frail health. It would be wise for you to save more money for his treatment." Young Bo nodded in understanding. Guabopi glanced at young Bo's porridge, then down at his own, suddenly feeling a sense of disillusionment, as the superiority he typically felt was diminished, leaving him disinterested in his meal. After finishing his breakfast, young Bo promptly tidied the shop, at which point customers began to trickle in. Known as the fire furnace, Jinling was particularly sweltering in August. Yet due to its proximity to the Chaotian Palace, there were always tourists passing by the shop after visiting the Jinling Museum, some of whom would come in to take a look. Young Bo, seated on a small stool with a book in hand at the entrance, did not exert much effort to greet the customers, fully aware that most were merely browsing without intent to purchase. Previously, young Bo had spent his days studying antique knowledge, purely as a pastime. Now, possessing newfound abilities, he felt an intensified urgency to acquire this knowledge. Though Guabopi was rather stingy, he had nonetheless accumulated a wealth of professional books within the shop. Young Bo had read most of them but could only recall about a third. Now, with his remarkably enhanced memory, he could retain information after just 2 readings, eliminating the need to revisit the text repeatedly. Time slipped away unnoticed as young Bo immersed himself in his studies. Before he realized it, noon had arrived. It was only when he heard Guabopi calling out from the inner room that he became aware of the time, reminding him it was time to buy lunch. Taking the money, he made his way to the fast food restaurant with ease. Passing by the spot he had seen yesterday, young Bo couldn't help but glance over. The old beggar was no longer there, and the glass beads had vanished. Yet, it seemed that fortune had come in their stead. Perhaps this was a testament to the adage that good deeds are rewarded. He thought of his father's ailment, which remained untreated, and once entertained the fanciful notion of a divine being descending from the heavens to bestow a fortune of 850,000 or grant a miraculous medicine capable of curing all ailments. Realizing the folly of such thoughts, he understood that a gentleman must strive unceasingly, for only through self-reliance can one forge a future and alter one's destiny. Even if he were to acquire extraordinary abilities, he would still need to diligently apply himself, otherwise, he would squander the treasures he might possess without even realizing their worth. Upon returning with his lunch, young Bo found that the good agent had received a visitor. A middle-aged man, disheveled and seemingly destitute, stood inside holding a long box. "Boss," he implored, "this painting is a family heirloom, crafted by the monk Quan Kan. If it weren't for my child's battle with leukemia, I would never part with it. You must understand, this painting is meant to be passed down through generations, its value will only increase over time." The man's voice was filled with a deep melancholy, stirring young Bo's thoughts towards his own circumstances. Was his own father not in a similar plight? Yet he felt powerless to fulfill his filial duties. If he could not save his father, what good would it do to amass wealth? Setting his boxed meal aside, young Bo approached to examine the painting that Guabopi was scrutinizing. It depicted pavilions and terraces, a serene body of water, with a solitary figure fishing from a boat. The foreground featured swirling white clouds and layered peaks, leading to winding paths that whispered of tranquility. In the background, the distant mountains loomed, capturing the purity and serenity of the landscape after rain. The inscription read, "Rain washed mountain roots," accompanied by a 5-character poem, "Rain washes mountain roots white, pure as the river in a cold night. In the midst of clear mist, the peaks stand before me." The seal bore the characters Falling Stone Creek. The entire composition exuded an air of refined elegance, inviting one to transcend the mundane. Young Bo silently praised the artwork, yet he dared not let his guard down. Suddenly, a glimmer caught his eye. Threads of light seeped from the painting, coalescing at its center and forming a radiant halo. A beam of light shot forth, entering his eyes, and young Bo felt a surge of joy. This halo appeared even denser than that of the prized fish basket. However, after his initial elation, doubts crept in. For he knew that this painting might never be his. Guabopi had been staring at the painting for some time before finally lifting his gaze to the middle-aged man. "I'm afraid I cannot appreciate this piece. You might want to try elsewhere," he said apologetically. The man was taken aback. "How can this be? Boss, please take another look, this is a treasured family possession." Guabopi waved his hand dismissively. "It's lunchtime now, you need to hurry." Otherwise, other shopkeepers may step out for their meals, and it will only delay you further. With a heavy sigh, the middle-aged man gathered his painting and turned to leave. As young Bo was about to speak up to retain him, he overheard Gobopi sighing, "Oh, what a far-fetched tale. In this line of work, one cannot tolerate such fabricated stories. A son with leukemia, a father with heart disease, utter nonsense. Did you notice that man's tattered and filthy clothes? Yet, the skin exposed on his neck and arms is fair and unblemished. Clearly, he lives a life of comfort, devoid of labor. Those garments must have been props prepared long ago. It lacks professionalism." Young Bo's face was etched with astonishment. "Is your judgment that the artwork is fake based on this observation as well?" "Indeed. Just now, I couldn't discern any issues with the painting in his hands. Does he think that acquiring a painting by a renowned artist like Kuan Kan is a simple task? After all, he is one of the 4 monks of the early Qing dynasty, and a single piece is worth hundreds of thousands. What sort of person could possess such a work?" While Guobopi lamented, he pulled out a boxed meal and exclaimed, "Young Bo, you actually bought a 10-1 lunch today. Have you stopped being frugal?" At that moment, young Bo had no time to ponder such matters and swiftly turned to leave. "Boss, to enjoy your meal, I need to step out for a bit. I might return late." Guobopi called out loudly, "Where are you going? Don't forget to come back to work this afternoon, I still have things to attend to." "Understood. I shall be back shortly." Standing at the entrance, young Bo surveyed his surroundings, uncertain of the direction the man had taken. However, he reasoned that it was likely towards the antique shop. With a clear purpose, young Bo proceeded to the next antique store. The nearest establishment was the Bogutang. As young Bo rushed over, he spotted the man engaged in conversation with Jia Huairan from a distance. He hesitated, refraining from entering. His intention was to intercept, and it would be inappropriate to intrude upon their business. Thus, he decided to bide his time at the entrance. Before long, the middle-aged man exited, visibly dejected. Upon stepping outside, he spat disdainfully, cursing at a bunch of fools. "How could my belongings be deemed worthless? They all put on airs, but when I become wealthy, they'll be begging me to purchase their worthless trinkets." The man trudged forward, only to suddenly notice young Bo standing in his path. He felt a flicker of recognition, recalling that this was the assistant from the previous shop, which made him feel somewhat awkward given his earlier remarks. Young Bo feigned ignorance and approached, asking, "Has your painting sold?" "No," the middle-aged man replied, momentarily taken aback, but then hope rekindled within him. After all, young Bo had pursued him, possibly indicating that the previous shop regretted their decision and wished to acquire his painting, which filled him with a sense of pride. Young Bo could easily surmise the man's thoughts. He smiled and inquired, "Could you show me the painting?" "You can see it at my shop, it's the same thing." The man replied, "No, you misunderstand my intent. I wish to purchase the painting myself, not through the shop. Do you comprehend?" Young Bo clarified. The middle-aged man paused, then chuckled, finding the situation amusing. "You're merely an assistant, how could you possibly have hundreds of thousands at your disposal?" Young Bo shook his head. "The true value of your painting remains to be determined, we can discuss the price afterward." The middle-aged man had visited numerous shops, only to be unceremoniously turned away. Now encountering an inexperienced youth, he felt a flicker of excitement. Although young Bo had not explicitly stated how much he could offer, it was evident that he possessed some wealth, and the man was eager to engage in conversation with him. "Very well. Let us find a tea house to discuss this matter thoroughly." However, young Bo was reluctant to go to a nearby tea house, fearing he might run into acquaintances. He shook his head and replied, "There's no need for a tea house. First, show me the painting, then we can negotiate the price afterward. I believe we are both straightforward individuals." The middle-aged man ceased his chatter and produced the painting, handing it over. Young Bo glanced at it, noting that the aura quickly formed without a hint of error. He accepted the painting, understanding the unspoken terms. Having mingled in this circle since childhood due to family circumstances, he could discern many things at a glance. There was no need for the man to embellish any narrative. This painting was not as valuable as he presumed, otherwise it would not have been rejected by so many shops. Weighing his words carefully, young Bo spoke slowly, "Name your price, we can negotiate." The middle-aged man hesitated, having faced repeated rejections that had eroded his confidence. Yet, he could not fully trust young Bo, a mere youth whose perception of value had already diminished. Awakening from his panic, he realized that opportunities were dwindling, thus he could not afford to give up easily. "You may propose a price," he responded. Young Bo smiled. 500. The middle-aged man placed the painting into a red rectangular box, stating, "Safe travels, but I shan't see you off." Young Bo remained unperturbed, watching him with a smile. The middle-aged man took a couple of steps away, then turned back, declaring, 500 is insufficient to cover my costs. It must be at least 200,000. Young Bo, unwilling to forgo this opportunity, could not acquiesce to such an exorbitant figure and raised his offer slightly, 1,000. "Young man, since you've pursued me, it indicates your interest. Should we remain at this price, I truly shall walk away," the middle-aged man threatened. Young Bo felt a flicker of doubt. "I can offer you a fair price, yet you cannot demand excessively. Both of us must exhibit some sincerity for this transaction to succeed." "Very well, I demand 50,000. Not a penny less," the middle-aged man insisted. Young Bo was taken aback. He had only 50,000 in his account, untouched. Could the man somehow discern the extent of his finances? "No. I can only offer 30,000. 50,000, not a cent less. Do not forget, I could seek your employer for a deal," the middle-aged man retorted with a threatening tone. Young Bo frowned slightly. The two had been negotiating outside the antiquities shop when suddenly, Li Ling emerged and, spotting the two figures, inquired, "Young Bo, or what brings you here?" Young Bo looked up. "Nothing much, I'll come see you later," not wishing for the matter to escalate. He lowered his voice. "All right, 50,000 it is. You follow me, we shall go to the bank for the transfer. Li Ling, I must take my leave now. But I shall return," he called out loudly as he turned to depart, feeling a twinge of regret for not choosing a different venue. However, going to a tea house would have incurred the cost of several dozen for a pot of tea, the prospect he was unwilling to entertain. Li Ling splashed the remaining water from his cup onto the street, watching Young Bo's retreating figure with confusion. What could possibly connect Young Bo with a seller of antiques? Upon returning to the shop, Jia Huairan observed Li Ling's contemplative demeanor and inquired with a smile, "What troubles you? Who were you speaking with just now?" "Oh. It was Young Bo," Li Ling explained, unable to suppress an additional comment. "Uncle, isn't it peculiar? I actually saw Young Bo conversing with that fraudster who just left our store after selling ancient paintings." Jia Huairan chuckled. "What of it?" However, his expression suddenly shifted, and he exclaimed, "What did you just say? Young Bo, is it the Young Bo from Gudajai? He was indeed with that con artist." Li Ling's heart skipped a beat. It was indeed Young Bo from Gudajai with whom they were speaking. Jia Huairan's face grew grave as he muttered with frustration, "What an audacious trickster! To deceive me so brazenly. Does he truly believe that I would fall for such a transparent ruse? Humph. Guebapi, I shall have my reckoning." After a few moments of self-reflection, Jia Huairan turned to Li Ling and cautioned, "Do not mention this to Young Bo. Keep your distance from him. Do not allow yourself to be swindled without awareness." Li Ling, reflecting on the situation, felt a surge of anger. How could Young Bo, whom he regarded as a brother, conspire against his uncle? Unbeknownst to Young Bo, who remained blissfully ignorant of the unfolding turmoil, he escorted a middle-aged man to the bank to draft and sign a transfer contract, subsequently transferring 50,000 yuan to the other party, thus finalizing the transaction. Cradling a red rectangular box, Young Bo felt a wave of relief wash over him, though it was swiftly accompanied by the weight of new pressures. The recently acquired 50,000 yuan had vanished in an instant, yet he was relieved he hadn't contacted his family. The brocade box in his arms provided a sense of comfort. He could only hope that this painting would bring him fortune. With the ancient painting now in his possession, the next concern was how to sell it. Gudajai and Bogujai were the first establishments to eliminate from consideration, though there were numerous antique shops nearby. Few were truly trustworthy. Earlier that morning, he had nearly fallen victim to Jia Huairan and his two old associates while accompanying Vice Curator Chu to Bogujai. If he could be deceived by acquaintances, how much more so by those ravenous for profit? After pondering for a while, Young Bo resolved to revisit the shop where he had previously sold the fish basket. After all, he had established a professional reputation there. and he presumed that Boss Lu would not dare to take advantage of him. Upon entering Jia Tang, where the characters danced elegantly, Yongbo found the shop empty. Boss Lu was seated in the hall, sipping tea, while a clerk was dozing at the table. Upon seeing Yongbo enter, Boss Lu was momentarily startled. Then broke into a smile, recognizing that any potential customer was akin to the god of wealth. Xiaoyang, do you have something valuable? Yongbo nodded and placed the box down. Please take a look first, and then we can discuss. Excellent. Boss Lu replied cheerfully, instructing the clerk. The tea in the pot is too weak, brew a pot of good tea. The clerk cast a curious glance at Yongbo, puzzled as to why the boss regarded this young man with such esteem. Yongbo simply smiled, realizing that the customs in each shop were quite similar, with distinctions made between common tea and fine tea. Despite having acquired a genuine artifact from Yongbo, Boss Lu was evidently not inclined to be careless this time. He opened the box, retrieved the scroll, and laid a cloth upon the table before placing the scroll on it. As he gradually unfurled the artwork, a wave of serene and pure Zen essence enveloped him, prompting an involuntary exclamation of admiration. Yongbo sat nearby, savoring tea. When he arrived in the early hours, anxiety had rendered him restless, leaving no room for enjoyment of the beverage. Now, with a sense of assurance, he glanced around the shop, experiencing a profound shift in his state of mind. Previously, Yongbo had observed the various customers who came to sell antiques, each distinct in identity and demeanor. Farmers, when presenting their items, often appeared apprehensive, glancing around with unfocused eyes. In contrast, the shrewd conmen entered with composure, maintaining a facade of joviality during conversations, masking their deceitful nature with a merchant's slickness. Lastly, there were the collectors, the most charismatic of all, whose words could leave even the most seasoned of negotiators speechless. Though they were but a minority, Yongbo had once entertained fantasies of being a collector himself, envisioning himself as a connoisseur of bronze, jade, and exquisite artworks, capable of uttering words that would inspire awe. Yet, reflecting on it now, he found such aspiration somewhat ludicrous without diligent study. How could one ever hope to attain such heights? In the midst of his reverie, Boss Lu returned, remarking, "Little Yong, your efficiency is impressive. You didn't happen to acquire this ancient painting at noon, did you?" It was clear that Boss Lu regarded Yongbo as just another second-hand dealer. Yongbo smiled, not denying the implication. The painting, by the monk Kankan, one of the 4 monks of the Qin dynasty, exhibited a balanced composition, intricate yet tight, with a depth found in the ordinary rather than in novelty, showcasing remarkable brushwork. Seeing Yongbo focus solely on the painting, neglecting other matters, Boss Lu hesitated to elaborate, harboring a sense of intrigue about who had nurtured such an unusual talent. Indeed, Kankan emulated the styles of Huang Gongwang and Wang Meng, leaning particularly towards the latter. His paintings were characterized by meticulous composition and vigorous brushwork, often employing a dry brush technique to create layers of texture that were rich yet not cumbersome, revealing profound beauty in the mundane. Yongbo chuckled softly, sipping his tea, the clear liquid gliding down his throat, leaving a fragrant trail upon his palate. Boss Lu's demeanor shifted to one of caution. "Little Yong, you must understand, this painting is not to be compared with the previous fish basket vase. We cannot afford to stray into dubious dealings. This street is lined with shops, many of which are well known, and everyone is somewhat aware of one another's dealings." Initially, Yongbo did not grasp the implication of these words, but after a moment's contemplation, he realized that Boss Lu suspected him of theft. His failure to disclose his identity had inadvertently led to such wild assumptions, leaving Yongbo feeling quite helpless. However, revealing his true status as merely a shop assistant in an antique store was not an option. Doing so would shatter the carefully cultivated air of mystery surrounding his persona, significantly diminishing his negotiating power, as the other party would be hesitant to offer a reasonable price without understanding his true identity. "Rest assured, Boss Lu, I have never engaged in illicit dealings. The items in my possession are acquired through legitimate means. It is solely because of the fair price you offer that I have visited you multiple times," Yongbo explained. His intention was unmistakable. He was not involved in any underhanded activities and had come solely due to your reasonable pricing. Should he elaborate further, he might very well seek alternatives elsewhere. Boss Lu understood Yongbo's implication well and chose not to prolong the discussion, instead stating, "Xiaoyang, please name your price." Yongbo felt a tumult within. It was once again time to propose a figure. Before entering, he had diligently researched the market values of the four monks' paintings. The works of Borda Shonren Judah commanded the highest prices, while Kuan Kan's lesser renown meant his works were valued considerably lower. However, in the past 2 years, there had been notable appreciation, compelling Yang Bo to tread carefully in his valuation. 85,000. As Yang Bo uttered this figure, he could not suppress a shudder. 85,000 was a number he had yearned for, and though he was fully aware it was unlikely, he could not refrain from voicing it. Boss Lu chuckled in disbelief, taken aback by Yang Bo's audacity. Xiaoyang, you truly dare to ask for such a sum? He stroked his beard, contemplating for a moment before responding, this price disparity is excessive. According to the market for Kuan Kan's works, their representative piece typically exceeds $1 million. For this particular painting, I could offer at most 200,000. Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief. It would have been remarkable if the other party had acquiesced outright. Given the current market trends, it was evident that Kuan Kan's works would continue to appreciate. A fact that Boss Lu must also acknowledge. You yourself understand that this is merely a future trend, Lu remarked with a smile. Yang Bo chuckled in return, Boss Lu. This is our second collaboration, and I am confident there will soon be a third, fourth, or even fifth. For this rain-washed mountain roots piece, I am not seeking an excessive price, 35,000. Boss Lu hesitated, surprised by the rapid succession of their dealings. Yang Bo presented a sound argument, leaving the decision entirely in Lu's hands. Very well, 35,000 it is. I only hope that next time, Brother Yang will bring me more fine items for our continued collaboration. Yang Bo nodded, agreed. Though he appeared composed outwardly, internally, Yang Bo was a tempest of emotions. To him, the figure of 35,000 was already a tangible gain, yet the agonizing journey to reach this point had been nearly maddening. Since receiving the call, he had been burdened by an immense weight, and now he felt a modicum of relief. The difference between 35,000 and 85,000 was 50,000. Yet he had taken a significant step toward that goal. With the successful transfer, Yang Bo tightly clutched his bank card, retrieved his phone, and dialed his mother's number. As he listened to the ringing, he struggled to contain his excitement, his nose tinged with the bitterness of impending tears. He had endured tremendous pressure lately, and the figure of 85,000 had become a life goal, all in the hope of securing his father's timely admission to the hospital. Xiaobo. His mother's somewhat hoarse voice came through the receiver. Mom, I just transferred 200,000 to your card. Please take that to Jinling and arrange for his hospitalization. Yang Bo wiped away his tears, though his voice remained choked with emotion. Xiaobo, where did you acquire such a substantial sum of money? Even if we are unable to cure the illness, we must not earn ill-gotten gains, we must neither steal nor rob from others. Yang's mother's voice suddenly sharpened, reflecting her decades of simple life experience, which could not fathom the possibility of earning 200,000 out of thin air. Mother, rest assured, this money is entirely legitimate. Yang Bo quickly quelled his emotions, raising his voice slightly. Am I not working at an antique shop? Over the past 2 years, I have learned quite a bit about antiques. Last night, I visited the Ghost Market, which is a night market. There, I spent 200 yuan on a painting. Do you know? That painting turned out to be an authentic piece, as verified by an expert here. In the blink of an eye, that 200 yuan painting sold for 200,000. You should take this 200,000 first to help further with his treatment. Bring him to Jinling. The medical facilities here are excellent. At merely 20 years of age, and having not yet celebrated his 20th birthday, the thought of bringing his father for treatment made Yang Bo unable to contain his excitement. Yang's mother listened intently, and after a long pause, she sighed heavily. Xiaobo, I have consulted with the doctors. Your father's illness requires at least 800,000 to 900,000. If it is severe, it could even exceed $1 million. Such a burden is beyond our family's capacity. I will save this 200,000 for you. Mother. Yang Bo could not help but cry out. If father were to pass away, what use would this 200,000 be? Xiaobo, your father and I do not possess great capabilities. We cannot provide you with the best conditions. Our family lacks a solid foundation and cannot leave you with such a heavy burden. This 200,000 should be reserved for you to marry. If your father could hold a grandchild before he departs, I believe he would have no regrets. Mother. Yongbo covered the phone, sitting on the steps of the bank, tears blurring his vision. The reason he transferred the money was to convey to his parents that he had the ability to earn significant wealth, but he never anticipated they had already made plans, which filled him with profound pain, guilt, and injustice, overwhelming him with a tidal wave of emotions. All his feigned composure and steadiness crumbled in that moment. Clutching his bank card, Yongbo struck his chest fiercely, questioning whether he would allow himself to be defeated by such minor setbacks. His original intention was to swiftly gather 850,000 for the medical expenses and then bring his father over for treatment. He still had the capability. He was certain he could prepare the remaining 500,000 in the shortest time possible. I will succeed. By the time he returned to the shop, it was already 3 in the afternoon. He heard Guebopi complaining, "Xiaoyang, I'm not trying to criticize you, but what time is it? I already told you I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Where is your sense of time?" "Boss, I was busy," Yongbo interrupted Guebopi's complaints, marking the first time he had done so. Guebopi was taken aback. He did not expect Yongbo to respond in such a manner. However, upon seeing Yongbo's swollen eyes, he swallowed his words. "Xiaoyang, focus on your work. I have to leave for now." Yongbo sat in the hall, sipping tea, lost in thought for a considerable time. Although Guebopi was known for his miserly ways and incessant chatter, he was still a decent person, however. That alone was insufficient to justify his continued presence. Ever since he received his first sum of 50,000, Yongbo had begun contemplating his departure. But the full amount of 850,000 had not yet materialized. Furthermore, upon leaving, he would need a place to settle, which posed quite a challenge. Nonetheless, having resolved to leave, he felt it necessary to inform Guebopi at an appropriate time. In the afternoon, with fewer customers, Yongbo took the opportunity to read, enjoying a moment of respite. Having risen early that morning, using his abilities had drained some of his energy, and the emotional ups and downs of the day had left him feeling fatigued. As he read, he gradually drifted off to sleep, awakening to find the sky dark and the shop empty. Fortunately, no customers had arrived, and after a brief inspection, he discovered nothing amiss. He ventured out to procure dinner and soon retired for the night. In the early hours, the night was pitch black as Yongbo rose once more, for the ghost market had commenced. In truth, the ghost market did not occur daily, it was only held on the 6th day of each lunar month, meaning it transpired just 3 days each month. Nonetheless, being a business, a small number of second-hand vendors would spontaneously establish mini ghost markets to evade the daytime city management, which occurred every day. These mini ghost markets were modest in scale and rife with counterfeit goods. Yongbo was well aware of this. Yet he could not let this opportunity slip away. As he strolled past the various stalls, he recalled his experience following Director Chu the previous day, which had yielded some success. However, it was challenging to encounter notable figures at the mini ghost market, and given the rather unpleasant events of the previous day, Yongbo decided against continuing his pursuit. The items at the mini ghost market were predominantly trivial trinkets, and he even spotted someone selling a snakeskin bag filled with a half bag of rainflower stones, which were typically sold at tourist sites and held little value. One could easily gather a handful for 5 or 10 yuan. Nevertheless, considering the production cost of just a few yuan per pound, such a selling method was indeed profitable. Even Ming City wall bricks were brazenly displayed at the stalls. But Yongbo quickly discerned that these bricks were counterfeit. Had they been genuine, the police would have undoubtedly intervened. After searching for quite some time and sifting through numerous items, he began to feel a slight dizziness, yet he still found nothing of value, which left him feeling anxious. He was more eager than ever to secure the 850,000, as it represented his hope. However, things did not unfold as Yongbo had envisioned. By the time he finished inspecting the last stall, he still had not discovered anything worthwhile, which left him utterly disheartened. On his way back, his head felt heavy, and as he passed by Jia Hall, he noticed it was closed. He had not paid attention before. Perhaps Jia Hall only opened on ghost market days. Having resided in Jinling for 2 years now, and due to a meager salary, perhaps also owing to Yongbo's inherently sedentary nature, he had not ventured out to explore. Now, in search of another ghost market, he felt a wave of perplexity wash over him. After much contemplation, he finally recalled a location known for its antique market, the Confucius Temple. Not far from Chaotian Palace, Yongbo turned around and casually approached a vendor, addressing him as brother. Inquiring, is there an antique market at the Confucius Temple? Yes, indeed, there is. They have a flower and bird market over there, the vendor replied listlessly. As business was slow. And what about a ghost market? Yongbo's interest piqued. A ghost market? Of course, there is. That market is significantly larger than this one. The vendor's tone brightened slightly. Brother, how do I get there? Yongbo, oblivious to the vendor's demeanor, pressed eagerly for directions. Oh, you head east at the next intersection. Then turn left at the third traffic light. Following the vendor's directions, Yongbo began to run. Having lived above an antique shop, he possessed no means of transportation and was reluctant to spend half a day's meal money on a taxi, relying solely on his legs. Fortunately, as per the vendor's indications, the distance was not far. Yongbo exercised every morning, but recently, due to a disruption in his routine, he had neglected his workouts. Nevertheless, running felt effortless. After over 20 minutes of running without sighting the Confucius Temple, Yongbo grew anxious. It was night time, and the streets were devoid of pedestrians. He reassured himself that he was nearing his destination and continued to run. Another 10 minutes passed, and after inquiring with a passerby, he finally located the Confucius Temple. Now shrouded in darkness. Circling the temple, he stumbled upon a stall selling jianbingguozi and hurried over to ask, hello, isn't there a ghost market nearby? Why can't I find it? A ghost market? What is that? Where are the ghosts? The vendor appeared bewildered. Yongbo paused for a moment, clarifying. The place where antiques are sold at night. Oh, it seems there isn't one, but this night market is quite lively. And there's an antique street inside that operates until 1 or 2 in the morning. That could be considered a ghost market, right? Feeling both hungry and thirsty, Yongbo purchased a jianbingguozi and some soy milk, munching as he wandered through the Confucius Temple. In the early morning, only breakfast shops were open. The commercial atmosphere within the temple was far from the antiquated charm he had once imagined. Modern clothing brands crowded the area, extinguishing Yongbo's interest. At last, he found the antique city on Zhonyuan Road, but it was too early and the market had yet to open. Fearing he would run out of time, he prepared to leave. Just as he was about to depart, he spotted a stall. Squatting in front of the display, Yongbo examined the few items before him, a Tian Hong stone seal, which was a new piece he opted to forgo. Feeling that his energy was limited after previously expending too much, he sensed that he could only afford to use his supernatural ability once more. The bright yellow, overglossed porcelain bowl radiated too much luster, indicating it lacked age, prompting Yongbo to abandon that as well. Amidst a collection of assorted items, Yongbo's attention was finally drawn to a humble bronze Ju, an ancient wine vessel. Despite its ordinary appearance, he felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. A luminous aura materialized before him, coalescing into a thick, unprecedented halo that left him astonished. Pointing towards the Ju, he inquired about its price. The vendor, clad in a grey overcoat, glanced up and replied, 50. Without haggling, Yongbo paid and acquired the Ju, feeling a sense of accomplishment after a long night. The vessel, though enveloped in a layer of green patina, remained largely intact. Based on Yongbo's estimation, it likely dated back to the Shang or Zhou dynasty, though precise dating proved elusive. Yet, even with the acquisition of this Ju, Yongbo did not succumb to overwhelming excitement. The domestic bronze artifact market was relatively small, and stringent regulations surrounding the trade of ancient bronze items deterred many from collecting them, thus keeping prices stagnant. Nonetheless, owning this Ju filled Yongbo with a sense of exhilaration, providing him the motivation to persevere. On his way home, he hailed a taxi, his fatigue rendering him unable to walk any further. Upon returning to Gudajai, he found the shop already open, which did not surprise him, or rather, it brought him a sense of tranquility. Yongbo, where have you been? Guobaopai, seated regally in the center of the hall, inquired, cradling a cup of tea. Oh, just out for a stroll. It gets rather stifling to remain indoors all day, Yongbo explained. Guobaopai paused, taken aback. Typically, Yongbo's responses were somewhat subdued, but today he exuded an air of calm confidence. Yongbo ascended the stairs, intending to place the Ju in a safe spot. However, Guobo Pai, ever observant, noticed the object in Young Bo's hand, quickly interjecting, "Wait a moment. What rare item have you got there? May I take a look?" After a moment's hesitation, Young Bo set the jewel on the table. Guobo Pai, grinning broadly, remarked, "It seems this is your first acquisition in the 2 years I've known you." Young Bo remained non-committal, choosing silence. Guobo Pai, undeterred, rolled up his sleeves and produced a magnifying glass, scrutinizing the jewel intently. The jewel, a vessel for consuming wine, resembled a more refined modern cup. The one Young Bo had acquired featured an ovate body, a spout for pouring, a pointed tail, a handle on the side, dual pillars beside the spout, and 3 triangular feet beneath. After a prolonged examination of the green patina, Guobo Pai finally looked up, stating, "I don't have extensive knowledge of bronze artifacts, but this one appears quite genuine." Having spent 2 years with Guobo Pai, Young Bo could discern the implications behind his actions. The slight arch of his left eyebrow during his earlier statement hinted at insincerity. However, Young Bo was reluctant to engage in further conversation with Guobo Pai. His sole focus was on quickly earning 850,000 yuan to facilitate his father's swift recovery. Thus, upon hearing Guobo Pai's words, Young Bo picked up the string pattern vessel, nodded gently, then turned to ascend the stairs. Observing Young Bo's disregard for him, Guobo Pai grew anxious. "I may not be certain, but I have friends who can provide insight. Why not entrust this item to me? I can assist you in selling it." At this moment, Young Bo had already placed his foot on the staircase. Hearing Guobo Pai's proposition, he turned around and replied, "No thanks, I will consider it further." Guobo Pai hastily added, "Oh, come on, my boy. To be frank, I believe this string pattern vessel has a considerable chance of being genuine, which is why I wish to have my friends take a look. You are in need of funds, and if it truly is authentic, I can help you sell it." Young Bo regarded Guobo Pai but remained silent, harboring disbelief in his apparent goodwill. As anticipated, Guobo Pai continued, "You know I have extensive connections. A trivial matter like this can be resolved with a friend in no time. If the sale goes through, a mere 10% as a reward would suffice." Young Bo's eyes widened. If the string pattern vessel was indeed what he believed it to be, it should date back to the early Shang dynasty. Even though the market for bronze artifacts was currently poor, it could still fetch 10 to 20,000 yuan. A 10% commission would translate to 1 or 2,000 yuan, which was utterly unacceptable to him, after all. He had endured half a year of eating fried rice just to save 5 yuan. Shaking his head, Young Bo insisted, "No thank you, I will handle it myself." After being rebuffed multiple times, Guobo Pai grew impatient. "What is the matter with you? I am merely trying to assist you in selling this item, and you refuse to part with a small fee. Whether this string pattern vessel is genuine or not remains uncertain, and even if it is authentic, it's not certain that I, Guo, would be willing to take it on." Young Bo smiled at Guobo Pai, saying, "In any case, since you are not inclined, let it be." Guobo Pai was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend Young Bo's reluctance. Just then, a slender man, resembling a walking bamboo pole, entered the room. Upon encountering the tense standoff between the two, he paused momentarily. Guobo Pai reacted swiftly, calling out to Young Bo, "Young Bo, bring the tea, the finest tea." With that, Guobo Pai approached the newcomer with a broad smile. "Professor Chow, what brings you here today?" The lanky man glanced in Young Bo's direction, smiled, and was about to greet him when he noticed Young Bo shaking his head. Surprised, he turned back to Guobo Pai and said, "Boss Guo, I just have some free time this weekend and thought I would take a stroll, hoping to find some small treasures along the way." "Professor Chow, if what you find are merely small trinkets, then what we uncover must be of little value," Guobo Pai quipped, attempting a jest that fell flat. Though he felt a sense of pride, realizing that his modest shop had attracted the attention of Professor Chow Yuenda. Young Bo, however, was overwhelmed with emotions. For he had not anticipated that the bamboo poleman he encountered that night at Jia Hall would resurface. With the ambitious plan of 850,000 still incomplete, he was reluctant to expose himself, even to let Guobo Pai become aware of these developments. After 2 years of close companionship, just as Young Bo understood Guobo Pai, the latter was equally familiar with Young Bo's habits. Sudden wealth and a series of fortunate discoveries could easily arouse suspicion, which he fervently wished to avoid. Carrying a pot of Longjing tea, Guobo Pai gestured to Young Bo. urging him to tidy up, stating that Professor Chow had traveled from afar and it was imperative to leave a good impression. Yongbo, unwilling to linger, seized this opportunity to withdraw. To his surprise, Chow Yuenda interjected, "There is no need for such formality, cleanliness can wait until later. I believe young people should engage more and familiarize themselves with cultural relics." Guo Poppy quickly concurred, "Indeed. Professor Chow is right, the youth should learn more." He then sternly directed Yongbo, "Shouldn't you express your gratitude to Professor Chow?" The stark contrast in Guo Poppy's demeanor, oscillating between civility and arrogance, prompted Chow Yuenda to furrow his brow, glancing at Yongbo with curiosity about their true relationship. Yongbo remained unwilling to leave, and could only glare at Chow Yuenda in frustration. This made Chow Yuenda somewhat embarrassed, as he remarked, "Mr. Guo, education is paramount for the young." Without waiting for Guo Poppy to respond, he continued, "I happened to overhear your conversation outside regarding the Xianwenju. Is it the bronze Xianwenju?" Guo Poppy was momentarily taken aback, feeling a surge of displeasure. He had assumed that Professor Chow was drawn to his antique shop, not realizing it was merely due to a chance remark about the Xianwenju. Yongbo was equally astonished and helpless. He had intended to bring the Xianwenju to Jia Hall, and not expecting that the bamboo pole man would enter the shop for that very reason. Noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces, Chow Yuenda could not help but inquire, "Is there something amiss?" Guo Poppy looked towards Yongbo. The Xianwenju was merely a trinket he had purchased for a few dozen yuan from a street stall, lacking any significant value. And Yongbo was merely an employee at the shop. Chow Yuenda's expression also turned peculiar. He had yet to grasp the relationship between Yongbo and Guo Poppy, initially assuming they were relatives or business partners. The astounding performance of Yongbo that early morning had made it difficult for him to reconcile the fact that he was but a mere assistant. Guo Poppy's implication was clear. Yongbo was merely a small employee at Gudizi, and as a distinguished professor, there was no need to elevate him too highly. After a brief pause, Chow Yuenda chuckled, "I see now." Guo Poppy, relieved, felt gratitude that the other party had finally understood the hierarchy. Unexpectedly, Chow Yuenda continued, "It doesn't matter, after all, young people will inevitably make mistakes. Everyone starts somewhere, then with enough experience, their skills will naturally improve. Young man, would you agree with this reasoning? Could you perhaps present it for my admiration?" Yongbo, unable to fathom Chow Yuenda's peculiar taste, recognized that he had exhausted all pleasantries, compelling him to unveil the patterned wine vessel. Guo Poppy wore a strained and awkward smile. "Yongbo, look, Professor Chow is so intrigued. Why not bring it out for him to appreciate? If it turns out to be genuine, it could fetch a handsome price, wouldn't it?" Yongbo, feeling helpless, replied to Chow Yuenda, "As the boss just mentioned, that patterned wine vessel was indeed found at a street market. Since Professor Chow is willing to lend his discerning eye, that would be splendid." With that, Yongbo ascended the stairs to retrieve the vessel, handing it over to Chow Yuenda while winking subtly. Chow Yuenda, a gaunt figure with a sharp physique, thick glasses patched on his nose, managed a slight smile in response to Yongbo's gesture, furrowing his brows in acknowledgement. Guo Poppy signaled Yongbo to step aside, whispering, "Yongbo, tell me honestly, did you know Professor Chow before this?" Guo Poppy, astute as he was, could discern that since entering the shop, Chow Yuenda had been consistently supportive of Yongbo, which puzzled him. What merit did a mere antique shop assistant possess to earn such favor from a professor of a prestigious university? Yongbo feigned surprise, asking, "Which university is Professor Chow from? I have never attended college, how could I possibly know a professor?" Guo Poppy nodded, considering this plausible, and added, "He is a professor in the archaeology department at Jinlin University, also a leading expert in cultural relic appraisal. You should maintain a respectful demeanor." With that, Guo Poppy returned, as if the conversation had never transpired. Once seated, Chow Yuenda glanced at them, seemingly oblivious to the undercurrents, and solemnly placed the patterned wine vessel on the table. Addressing Yongbo, "You are young, correct? Congratulations. This is an early Shang Dynasty patterned wine vessel." Guo Poppy, having just settled down, leapt up as if scalded, exclaiming, "What? Is this the real deal?" Chow Yuenda nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is genuine." Despite having anticipated this revelation, Yongbo felt exhilarated upon hearing Chow Yuenda's confirmation, as it provided a basis for negotiation, potentially increasing its selling price significantly. The handle of this vessel bears 3 inscriptions, which enhance its value. Chow Yuenda elaborated. Guobopi. Struggling to believe his ears, exclaimed Professor Chow, this is truly a genuine artifact. That means it should be worth quite a sum. Yongbo is indeed fortunate. Oh. By the way, Yongbo, you have yet to reveal where you stumbled upon this treasure. I would like to visit and see if I can find a matching piece. Guobopi suddenly inquired eagerly. Boss Guo. Chow Yuenda sighed, even if you were to learn the location, do you truly believe you could procure it? That is uncertain. Guobopi felt a strong intuition that he could indeed find a bargain. After all, if Yongbo could, surely his own expertise would yield even greater success. Chow Yuenda regarded Guobopi and chuckled inwardly, realizing that he had been contemplating dissuading him. Was he truly to obstruct another's opportunity for prosperity? It appears that Guobopi has not quite grasped his own intentions. What he seems to want to convey is that, given Yongbo's capabilities, how could he possibly overlook an item for you to collect? Yet, Guobopi evidently did not comprehend this, though perhaps he simply did not consider it at all. Observing Chow Yuenda's impatient demeanor, Yongbo felt a tinge of annoyance and wished to hasten the conclusion of their interaction. Thus he remarked. I discovered it at a street stall on Zhong Garden Road in the Confucius Temple area. I am uncertain whether that stall is still operational at this hour. No matter. I shall manage to locate it. Without waiting for Yongbo to continue, Guobopi rushed outside, calling out to keep a close watch over the shop. With Guobopi's departure, the room was left with only the two of them seated across from each other, enveloped in a moment of silence. Chow Yuenda gazed at Yongbo with a bemused smile, clearly taken aback. Yongbo felt a sense of resignation, pondering what could possibly be so surprising. Was it the revelation that he was merely a humble assistant in an antique shop? Chow Yuenda chuckled and nodded, acknowledging that was indeed one aspect. Upon hearing Guobopi refer to Yongbo as a shop assistant, he had initially assumed that the sale of the fish basket vase at Jiatang was orchestrated by Guobopi behind the scenes. In the past, he had dealings with Guobopi and had not perceived him as such a person. Judging by his eagerness, it appears that the initiative truly lay with you that day. Yongbo smiled but remained silent. No explanation was necessary. Brother Yong, you truly are a promising talent. Achieving such proficiency in the appraisal of cultural relics at such a young age. Chow Yuenda praised him. Yongbo had never been fond of empty compliments. So he merely nodded, you flatter me. Chow Yuenda laughed and suggested, now that Guobopi is absent, let us discuss the price of this Xianwonju. Since you managed to part with the fish basket vase the other day, I trust you will not hesitate to let this Xianwonju go as well. Yongbo's heart leaped with joy. He had been pondering how to part with it, and this was indeed a timely opportunity. However, he had also suspected that given the modest value of the Xianwonju, Chow Yuenda would not invest considerable effort without good reason. Professor Chow, you are a straightforward man. Please propose a price, Yongbo cleverly replied. Chow Yuenda smiled, pointing at Yongbo, you are quite astute. However, this purchase is not for my own benefit but rather a commission from a friend. This piece is perfect for him, and I assure you, I will not let you suffer a loss. I am grateful, Professor Chow, Yongbo responded. By the time Guobopi returned, Chow Yuenda had already departed. Prior to leaving, they had visited a nearby bank, where Chow Yuenda transferred 25,000 yuan to Yongbo. This sum was exceptionally generous, considering that the market price for such Xianwonju pieces typically ranges from 10 to 15,000 yuan. Even with 3 additional inscriptions, 20,000 would be the utmost. Yet Chow Yuenda had directly transferred 25,000. He was indeed magnanimous, asserting that he was merely procuring a gift for someone who was not lacking in finances. This item was perfectly suitable, and the extra amount was inconsequential. After bidding farewell to Chow Yuenda, Yongbo clenched his fist, feeling that he had taken another step closer to his goal. Upon Guobopi's return, he found Yongbo resting on the table and could not help but slap the table playfully, exclaiming, hey, Yongbo, don't sleep. Hurry and tidy up the place. Yongbo raised his head, his eyes weary and strained. Although he had ostensibly tidied up, in truth, the antique shop was cleaned daily. Yet the flow of customers was sparse, making it difficult to discern whether any cleaning had been done. Guobopi was evidently not one to let him off so easily. Even after finishing the chores, he could still stand outside to welcome patrons. Yongbo couldn't help but frown, fully aware that every boss detested having their employees idle. However, the nature of the antique business did not rely on attracting customers from outside. Such actions were merely a needless burden. Not wishing to engage in a quarrel with his employer, he cautiously inquired, "Boss, did you visit your Nguyen Road earlier? Is that store still there?" Upon mentioning this, Guo Papai's temper flared. "Don't even get me started. When I arrived, the proprietor was already packing up. I asked to take a look, but he completely ignored me and dashed off with his bundle." He continued, "Guess what? When I turned around, 2 city inspectors were approaching. That vendor was clearly frightened away." Alas! Yongbo chuckled softly, "Boss, do not lose heart. Consider what time it was then. It must have been around 9 o'clock, right? The city inspectors were already on duty, so naturally, the vendor had to flee. If you go a bit earlier tomorrow, you might catch him." Guo Papai paused. Then his spirits lifted. "You are quite clever. Since he was there today, he should be there tomorrow as well." He then lamented, "But truly, these street vendors are infuriating. We toil to rent our shop, paying upwards of 200,000 to 300,000 annually in rent and utilities, while they can simply set up anywhere. It's downright unfair." Determined to head over early the next day, the Guo Papai began to complain further. Yongbo remained silent. Instead of standing at the door, he shifted to a small stool and began perusing a book. After their brief exchange, both seemed to forget the earlier admonition, and neither mentioned it again. As another day drew to a close, Yongbo remained in the shop, engrossed in his reading, though an undercurrent of anxiety coursed through him. He even contemplated rushing home to persuade his father to seek hospital treatment, yet he recognized that such an approach held a higher likelihood of failure. If only he had over 500,000 on hand, he could ensure his father's admission. Before 5 in the afternoon, Guo Papai departed in his dilapidated vehicle. Yongbo hesitated for a considerable time but ultimately succumbed to temptation. He locked the door and made his way towards the Chaotian Palace Antique Market. The Chaotian Palace Antique Market stands as a beacon in the realm of collectibles, both in Jinling and nationwide, akin to the esteemed Panjiayuan. Its illustrious history can be traced back to the late Qing dynasty, boasting over a century of legacy. While the market remains open, Yongbo knew that it was only on weekends, amidst the throngs of visitors, that vendors would display their finest wares. For the past few days, he had yearned to visit but had been hindered by his responsibilities at the shop and other trivial matters. This time, however, he had resolved to go. Determined that even if Guo Papai discovered he had closed the shop early, he would not delay any longer. Time was of the essence. As I approached the antique market, a cacophony of sounds enveloped me, revealing a bustling square filled with hundreds of stalls, a vibrant hub of activity. Yongbo felt a surge of excitement. With such an abundance of items, surely there would be considerable treasures to uncover. As he meandered through the throng, the array of objects before him shifted continuously. And soon he felt his eyes beginning to blur. The variety of wares was vast, yet many were trivial trinkets, more akin to souvenirs for tourists than genuine collectibles, which explained the myriad accents echoing around him. After wandering for a while without any significant finds, Yongbo sensed a growing fatigue in his eyes. Even though he had only examined a handful of antiques, his vision could no longer endure for long. "Dabo!" A voice called from behind, and Yongbo needed no turn to recognize the speaker. "Dabo, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be watching the shop?" Liling patted Yongbo on the shoulder, a playful grin on his face. "I snuck out," Yongbo confessed candidly. Liling appeared skeptical, shaking his head. "Come on. Don't fool me. How could you possibly have the nerve to sneak out? Did you really lock up Gudejai?" "I locked the door before coming," Yongbo replied tersely. Liling paused, genuinely surprised. "Wow, Dabo, you are quite bold." Yongbo offered a resigned smile. "I've been cooped up for too long. I just wanted to take a stroll and clear my mind." Liling, misinterpreting Yongbo's desire for a break as stress from his father's affairs, urged him. "You shouldn't put too much pressure on yourself. Such matters can't be resolved merely by wishing them away. Let fate take its course." Yongbo managed a wry smile, choosing silence. Although Liling was of similar age and they had grown close over the past 2 years, Yongbo hesitated to confide in him, feeling the need to guard certain truths until he was more prepared. "Oh, by the way, weren't you supposed to come find me later yesterday? I waited for you quite late, but you never showed." Li Ling suddenly inquired, fixing his gaze on Young Bo. Young Bo felt a flicker of unease but explained. I got caught up with some things I'm truly sorry for forgetting. Li Ling's smile faded, and without pressing further, he remarked, I see. Business at Gudaja is thriving, isn't it? Unlike Bo Gutang, which has been dreadfully slow, we haven't made a sale in days. Young Bo inwardly cursed Jia Huairan for being a shrewd businessman, yet he responded, in this trade, who doesn't experience 3 years of silence before a flurry of sales? As they exchanged pleasantries, both sensed an increasing distance between them. After a few more exchanges, Young Bo, realizing he had not made any significant discoveries, turned to leave. Li Ling watched his retreating figure, deep in thought. Their similar ages had drawn them together, and Young Bo's sincerity had endeared him to Li Ling, but recently. Young Bo had grown increasingly enigmatic, leaving Li Ling perplexed. Upon returning to the Bogu Hall, Li Ling recounted his encounter with Young Bo to Jia Huairan, ultimately concluding. I find myself increasingly unable to fathom the Bo. Jia Huairan cast a glance at Li Ling, recalling the stubborn youth from days gone by. Unwilling for his nephew to associate with Young Bo, he inquired. Has your friend ever mentioned that he purchased an authentic Qing Dynasty Yongshan imitation June Blaze fish basket vase a few days ago? Li Ling was taken aback. Shaking his head with a smile, his level is merely mediocre, not significantly superior to mine, it is likely a counterfeit. No, it is indeed a genuine piece. I have seen it with my own eyes at the last ghost market. Jia Huairan observed Li Ling's expression, noticing a flicker of emotion. He then remarked with a smile. You see, you hold him in high regard, yet he does not consider you a true friend, otherwise, why would he not share such a fortunate find with you? Li Ling sat silently, his countenance shifting as he grappled with the realization that their friendship seemed to have rapidly diminished during this time. Yet, he had not anticipated the swiftness of this decline. Li Ling, do not be easily deceived by others, nor should you readily trust any outsider. Remember, the quality of jade is tested over 3 days, and discerning materials requires 7 years. The strength of a horse is known through distance. And the heart of a person is revealed over time, Jia Huairan advised with a chuckle. You may be reluctant to believe my words now. But they are the wisdom gleaned from decades of experience. Li Ling remained lost in thought, unsure how to process this. After a moment, Jia Huairan casually asked. I recall you mentioned that someone in Young Bo's family is ill and in dire need of money, correct? Li Ling nodded absent-mindedly, yes. His father has liver cancer and requires a substantial sum for treatment. Oh, I see, Jia Huairan nodded thoughtfully. This brings to mind that a few days ago, he appeared at our doorstep with that money swindler. I pondered whether this matter might not have been orchestrated by Go Bopi, but perhaps it was entirely his own scheme. Surely not, he would not resort to such actions. Li Ling retorted defensively. Do not be too hasty in your defense, after all, the human heart is inscrutable. Jia Huairan mused. You must be weary, return home early to rest tonight. I have matters to discuss with others here. Li Ling, his mind clouded with questions, was uncertain if he had absorbed Jia Huairan's words. He nodded and departed. Jia Huairan watched him leave, sighing softly, this cannot be blamed on me. That lad simply lacks discernment. Upon returning to his shop, Young Bo tidied up a bit before having dinner, his eyelids growing heavy. After reading for a while, he succumbed to fatigue and retired early. When he awoke in the early hours, he hesitated, while there were many items at the small ghost market. Truly valuable pieces were scarce. His extensive search the previous day had yielded no genuine artifacts, leaving him somewhat discontented. However, motivated by the prospect of 850,000, he quickly rose, recognizing this as an opportunity, perhaps seizing it would enable him to gather the necessary funds sooner than expected. The last time he sold the rain-washed mountain route painting, he garnered 350,000, transferring 200,000 back home, leaving him with 150,000. Yesterday, he further sold an early Shang Dynasty bronze vessel for 25,000, bringing his total to nearly 1,750,000. However, the gap still loomed large. Re-entering the ghost market, the atmosphere buzzed with commotion, vendors crowded the space, and an array of items lay scattered. Having learned from yesterday's experience, Young Bo approached the objects with a lack of the previous day's meticulous patience. In this small ghost market, most traders were local vendors from Jinling. whose standards for items were not particularly high, often tolerating poorly crafted replicas. As a result, the genuine artifacts were exceedingly rare, perhaps even non-existent. After wandering for some time without discovering anything of interest, Liang Bo furrowed his brows and continued to observe patiently. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Hey, brother. Would you care to take a look over here?" Turning to see a man in his 30s, with shifty eyes and a sly demeanor. Liang Bo listened as he leaned in and whispered, "Brother, I have some fine items here. Interested?" Liang Bo hesitated, recognizing this as a common scenario he had heard of before. The man was likely a middleman, attempting to draw in customers for a commission. As some items were shrouded in secrecy, potentially troublesome even when displayed on a street stall. "Where are you?" Liang Bo inquired. "Not far at all, you needn't worry. I have been around these alleys for quite some time now, my reputation is solid and I would never deceive you," the man assured with a grin. "While you may not deceive, you are known to overcharge," interjected a nearby vendor, having overheard their exchange. "You've crossed a line, this is my stall. And you're poaching customers right in front of me, this is quite disrespectful." "Zhonggu, I truly apologize. It's not intentional, have a smoke." "Have a smoke." maintained a smile, dismissing the situation and tossing a cigarette toward the vendor. Observing this interaction, Liang Bo couldn't help but frown, the two seemed overly conspiring. It felt like a trap. He realized that even if Xiong Bo's appeared magnanimous, he could not be pleased at being undermined. And Li's brazen approach suggested he wanted Zhong to vouch for him. Furthermore, if this business became widely known, it would only invite trouble. Despite his suspicions, Liang Bo contemplated the situation. The ghost market had proven fruitless, making it seem wiser to investigate further, even if it led him into danger. After all, with only 5,000 in his pocket, he figured there was little to lose. "Very well, lead the way, Boss Li," Liang Bo declared. "Splendid. Let us go." Li beamed, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. As the two traversed the nameless alley, Liang Bo felt a surge of weariness. If the destination were too distant, there would be no necessity to proceed. Not far, just a little ahead," Li explained, adding, "Rest assured. I would never lead you to an excessively obscure and deserted alley. After all, I must consider the customers." Liang Bo nodded. "What made you suddenly choose me?" Li paused momentarily, then replied, "Did you not notice? Many within the venue are meticulously selecting items, yet most possess their acquisitions, with some even requiring snakeskin bags for carrying. It is rare to find someone as carefree as you, unencumbered by any possessions. This indicates a significant truth: you must not be interested in the items over there. Such individuals are precisely our clientele. I do not have much money on hand," Liang Bo continued. Li remained unfazed. "Having little cash implies that your funds reside in your bank account. There is no need for concern. Even if you lack money this time, it is merely an opportunity to observe and familiarize yourself with our operations. Next time, prepare more, and it will suffice." Liang Bo was taken aback, deducing that Li was not engaged in simple fencing, as many were directly involved in the antique market, exchanging items. The tone of Li suggested that this was a long-term business arrangement. Before long, Li halted, pointing towards a small courtyard. "This is the place." Liang Bo lifted his gaze, observing the ancient-style blue bricks and tiles of the courtyard. He had passed by here before but was unaware of its renovation. Li knocked rhythmically on the door, and the person who opened it called out to him. Liang Bo followed him inside. The interior was low, illuminated by a dimly glowing incandescent bulb. A few individuals were already seated, composedly sipping tea and engaging in conversation, with the aroma of tea wafting throughout the room. As Liang Bo entered, the others turned their heads momentarily to glance at him, but quickly resumed their conversations, regarding him as an unfamiliar presence due to his youth and solitary arrival, which did not draw excessive attention. However, Liang Bo sensed a gaze fixed upon him. He looked up to find a man dressed in black, his sparse hair slicked back in a neat pompadour. It was Deputy Director Chu. Chu observed him for a moment before turning away, leaving Liang Bo in a state of perplexity. He had not anticipated encountering him so soon. Previously, he had nearly fallen victim to Chu's deceit. Yet, having followed him earlier, he felt somewhat culpable. With his current focus on swiftly earning money, he wished to avoid trouble. Though he certainly did not fear it. Yongbo surveyed the room once more. It was divided into 7 or 8 groups, with some individuals attending alone while a few had companions. After taking a seat, he examined the setup. The space resembled a small tea house, with a table positioned to the north, around which everyone seemed to gather. Yongbo chose the most secluded spot, hoping to observe discreetly on his first visit. Upon encountering such a scenario, Yongbo had largely surmised the nature of the transactions taking place. It could only be an underground auction. However, with the sparse attendance, it was likely that the bidding would not be overly fierce, though he remained uncertain about the quality of the goods on offer. A hint of regret crept into Yongbo's mind. Had he anticipated this situation, he would have brought more funds with him. Soon, as the sound of footsteps echoed, a hush fell over the gathering, as if everyone was bracing for what was to come. A man strode in confidently from outside, cheerfully bowing to the crowd, expressing gratitude for their support and attendance, while humbly asking for their understanding of the modest conditions. Luli turned to observe the newcomer, noting his square face, large ears, and a countenance that bore the marks of determination. The crowd chuckled politely but did not respond, as the man seemed accustomed to such indifference. He stepped to the center and declared, "Let us dispense with the niceties and adhere to our customary practices." As he surveyed the room, his gaze landed on Yongbo, and he paused momentarily, exclaiming, "Oh, we have a new friend in our midst today. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Mei, and I am known as Mei Lao-san. While our transactions are rather informal, certain rules must be upheld, particularly the prohibition of photography and recording. Should anyone be caught, I shall not hesitate to enforce this warning." His expression turned serious as he scanned the crowd, reminiscent of a lion surveying its territory. Yongbo exhibited no outward reaction. These were merely standard protocols, and he had no intention of contravening them. "Mei Lao-san, please commence. We have had enough of your preambles. I wonder if you have procured any worthy items this time." An elderly gentleman in his 60s interjected, displaying a hint of impatience. Beaming, Mei Lao-san replied, "Rest assured. This time's offerings will surely please you, Yui." "Very well, let us begin," he announced. At that moment, a tray was brought forth and placed on the central table, revealing a stunning blue and white poetic vase. "Those interested may approach for a closer look," Mei Lao-san invited with a smile. From a distance, the vase appeared elegant, with a slender neck and ample shoulders, its pristine white glaze reminiscent of a young maiden standing before one, while the poetry inscribed upon it was complete and exuded a refined aura, drawing the crowd to step forward in admiration. Yongbo, however, noted the customary decorum, with the elderly being given precedence. He waited patiently until most had approached before he too joined the throng, recognizing this as a rare opportunity for learning, which he was keen not to bypass. Upon closer inspection, a gleam of light reflected from the vase, and Yongbo nodded slightly. He discerned that this blue and white polychrome vase was likely from the Shunji period, making it an exceptionally rare find. Returning to his seat, he contemplated his financial constraints and realized that acquiring the vase was beyond his reach. Even if he were to exhaust the entirety of his funds, amounting to a total of 170,000, it would still be insufficient. As anticipated, Mei Lao-san declared that the starting price is set at 100,000, with increments of no less than 1,000. In this venue, only those of discernment and means were present, and the bids began to rise. 105,000, 110,000, 130,000, 180,000. Yongbo surveyed the unfolding scene within the auction house, feeling a sense of relief wash over him as his mindset gradually shifted to one of tranquility. He recognized that not every antique needed to be a hidden treasure meant for him. He would be content if he could merely cover his medical expenses without yearning for more. Consequently, the bidding became less fervent, eventually settling down. 230,000. Proclaimed an elderly gentleman with the surname Yu. Silence enveloped the room, prompting Mei Lao-san to smile and declare, "Master Yu, this piece is yours." Yongbo calculated that the actual value of this vase was several thousand higher, making this acquisition a fortunate find, especially considering the taxes and fees associated with auction houses. With the first item secured, the atmosphere in the room began to tense as all eyes fixated on the table, eager to seize any valuable items. After all, many antiques here were attractively priced and securing one meant profit. The second item was the painting Fishing by the Lake and Mountain by the contemporary artist Qigong. Yongbo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the presence of contemporary art, as he believed many items here might be problematic, possibly even looted treasures. It seemed, however, that there were indeed other legitimate channels. Due to its nature as a painting, significantly fewer bidders approached this time. With only Master Yu and another elderly gentleman stepping forward, Yongbo refrained from joining them, well aware of his limited expertise in art appreciation. He felt it wiser to remain seated and observe from a distance, though he noted the painting's faint aura, making it difficult to assess. After the two gentlemen finished their examination, Mei Laosan waited briefly before noting the lack of response with a hint of disappointment, yet he maintained his cheerful demeanor. Master Qi is a renowned scholar and master of traditional Chinese painting, but I trust you are all familiar with his name. The starting bid for Fishing by the Lake and Mountain is 200,000. A profound silence fell over the room, with no bids offered, leaving Yongbo momentarily astonished. Unable to appraise the piece himself, he wished to gauge the reactions of others. The stillness was palpable, punctuated only by the sound of breathing, underscoring the underlying tension. Mei Laosan appeared somewhat awkward. Mei Laosan, I have always conducted my business with integrity. Enough, Laosan, there is no point in pressing further if no one is interested. Master Yu interjected. Mei Laoban, we are here to purchase items, not to witness your displeasure, remarked a young man lounging in his chair, adopting a relaxed posture as if reclined on his own sofa. Rather than responding with anger, Mei Laosan's expression shifted to one of seriousness. I apologize, everyone. I lost my composure. Let us proceed. Yongbo observed this peculiar auction interaction with intrigue, surprised that his first visit to such an establishment would reveal such an enthralling spectacle. The third item was a Ming Dynasty statue of Guanyin holding the scripture. Yongbo approached to inspect it closely. Adorned with a golden crown, possessing delicate features, and draped in a flowing robe, the figure exuded grace and benevolence. A ray of light caught his eye, indicating that this was indeed a remarkable piece. The starting bid is 30,000. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 1,000. Mei Laosan attentively observed the expressions of those present, yet, being seasoned participants, they concealed their emotions well. Even Yongbo, a novice stepping into this arena for the first time, maintained an impassive demeanor. 50,000, a young man's voice resonated softly in his ear. My elderly relative at home is a devout Buddhist and wishes to acquire a statue for her collection. This one seems quite suitable. Yongbo, intrigued, turned his head to steal a glance. Was there truly a need to mention such a rationale during the auction? He could effortlessly elaborate on such a topic for over 10 minutes without repeating himself. To Yongbo's surprise, the moment the young man uttered his words, an immediate silence enveloped the room. Remarkably, Mei Laosan exhibited no sign of displeasure. Instead, he smiled and remarked, since young Master Luo is interested, simply express your desire. Young Master Luo waved his hand with a chuckle. Business is business, and friendship is friendship. Let us keep them distinct. Indeed, indeed. What young Master Luo says is quite right. Mei Laosan's face radiated with delight, seemingly overjoyed. Now, does anyone wish to raise the bid? Mei Laosan inquired of the crowd. Yongbo, however, scoffed internally, realizing that young Master Luo held considerable influence. All present seemed to yield to him. The statue of Guanyin should fetch at least 200,000 to 300,000, yet out of deference to young Master Luo's status, no one dared to increase their bids. Mei Laosan's inquiry appeared to be mere formality. As expected, after only one question, he eagerly declared, this Ming Dynasty statue of Guanyin will be acquired by young Master Luo. With no response from the audience, Mei Laosan proceeded to present the next item. This incident piqued Yongbo's interest in young Master Luo further. He noticed that each time, young Master Luo would speak first, followed by his appraiser stepping forward. However, they were astute enough to know when to withdraw, thus after acquiring the Guanyin statue, they hardly placed any further bids. After a few more items were auctioned, a jade figure of a dancer was introduced. Crafted from white jade, certain areas had developed a red hue, indicating potential issues regarding its provenance. Yongbo, well aware of the suspicions surrounding this jade dancer, surmised it might have recently been unearthed from a tomb. Approaching the jade dancer, Yongbo's interest was piqued as he observed it closely. The figure was poised gracefully. One arm raised with flowing sleeves, while the other hand rested delicately on its slender waist. The long sleeves cascaded to one side, accentuating the elegance of its form. Despite being a small object, it exuded considerable charm. A radiant glow emanated from the figure, with wisps of light coiling around its waist, thickening into a luminous halo, far more substantial than many items Yongbo had encountered before, though not as impressive as the Shang dynasty's string-patterned goblet. Gazing at the intricate, flowing lines, Yongbo was suddenly struck by a thought. After the crowd had finished examining the piece, Mei Laosan decisively announced, "This Han Dynasty jade dancer starts at a base price of 20,000, with increments of no less than 1,000. The dancer's exquisite design ignited a competitive bidding spirit among the attendees. Aware of his limited financial means, Yongbo did not wait for others to make their bids and promptly called out to 21,000. Being relatively young, this marked the first time he had spoken during the auction, drawing the attention of those around him. 25,000. Mr. Yu interjected. 27,000. Yongbo glanced towards Mr. Yu, nodding in acknowledgement. The young man displayed remarkable politeness, and as it was his first time speaking up, I chose not to raise the price. Within the venue, only Yongbo and Master Yu had made their voices heard, and to everyone's surprise, Master Yu withdrew after scarcely 2 exchanges, leaving Yongbo astonished. Master Yu extended a gesture of goodwill, which Yongbo acknowledged with a nod in his direction. Mei Laosan, however, paid little mind to the matter. The jade figurine was merely an ordinary piece, likely to fetch a slightly higher price, and if Master Yu wished to act kindly, he was more than willing to comply. Observing that no one else was willing to respond, Mei Laosan prepared to conclude the auction. 28,000. This sudden declaration startled the crowd, leaving them in stunned silence. And Yongbo gaped in disbelief, turning to see that the speaker was none other than Director Chu. A surge of unexpressed anger welled up within Yongbo. Indeed, he had seized the treasure from Deputy Director Chu, but according to the customs of the trade, once Deputy Director Chu had departed, he held no authority to prevent others from purchasing it. Yet, here was Deputy Director Chu, having orchestrated a scheme with Boss Jia against him, and now audaciously raising the price. Did he truly believe Yongbo was a mere fool? 30,000. Yongbo shot a glance at Deputy Director Chu. 40,000. Director Chu wore a smile, yet raised the price without mercy. Yongbo hesitated in his response, pondering the other's intentions. 30,000 was already the market price for the jade figurine. But Deputy Director Chu's relentless bidding suggested he had discerned something. It was indeed plausible that if he could see it, others might as well. After a moment of contemplation, he declared 45,000. 48,000. Deputy Director Chu continued to escalate the bidding, seemingly relentless in his pursuit. Yongbo furrowed his brow and countered with 50,000. Since the young man is so fond of this jade figurine, let it be yours. Deputy Director Chu suddenly withdrew, catching Yongbo off guard. Yet, he recalled that he had sold his fish basket vessel for precisely 50,000. Director Chu's statement seemed intended to impart a lesson, but his tactics were undeniably severe. Yongbo successfully acquired the jade figurine for 50,000, and the audience exhibited little reaction as the auction proceeded. After securing the Han Dynasty jade figurine, Yongbo clutched it tightly, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. He no longer paid attention to the items at the front and was solely focused on selling the jade figurine. He was determined to return home, as his father's illness could no longer be postponed. Even without the full 850,000, he could at least admit his father for preliminary examinations, thereby affording him more time to gather the necessary medical funds. Lost in thought, Yongbo did not notice as the trading event neared its conclusion. He was disappointed to realize that Deputy Director Chu had not purchased any items throughout the entire process. The final piece was claimed by a low-key elderly gentleman. Marking the conclusion of the auction, Mei Laosan stood at the forefront, clapping his hands to capture everyone's attention. This auction has now come to a close. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all for your presence. As for the next event, it shall adhere to the same schedule and rules. For any new friends wishing to learn, be prepared to showcase your prowess next time. As Mei Laosan spoke, he did not explicitly direct his gaze towards any particular individual. However, it was evident to all that his final words were intended for Yongbo. Yongbo remained silent, for he currently harbored no clear plans for the future and, In fact, he felt an instinctual desire to distance himself from the other party. After all, these clandestine dealings were not only illegal but had also emboldened the audacity of tomb raiders. After negotiating with the other party, Yongbo ultimately paid by card and acquired the Han Dynasty jade dancer. Elated yet wary, he concealed his joy, fearing the scrutiny of others. As he clutched the jade dancer and prepared to depart, he heard the bold, tattooed man handling the transaction inquire, "Mr. Young, will you be returning next time?" Yongbo hesitated. Despite his reluctance to return, he was uncertain whether he could secure sufficient funds for his father's medical expenses later on. This was an opportunity, just this once. He resolved he would not return again after this. Finally convincing himself, Yongbo nodded in affirmation, indicating he would indeed return. "Very well, Mr. Young. Please provide your contact information, and you shall receive notification in due course," the robust man replied, his demeanor surprisingly courteous despite his rough exterior. Meanwhile, Yongbo contemplated selling the jade dancer that very morning, intending to inform Guebopi that he must return home to transfer funds, as he believed it would be more effective to take his father to the hospital himself rather than allowing him to remain at home without medical attention. Selling the jade dancer should suffice to cover a significant portion of the medical expenses. Exiting the establishment, Yongbo encountered Luo Shao and his appraiser, both waiting outside. Although he had only a vague understanding of Luo Shao's identity, he inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement and attempted to pass by. Suddenly, he heard Luo Shao call out, "Young brother Yong, please hold on." Yongbo halted, looking back with curiosity, uncertain of Luo Shao's intentions. Luo Shao smiled, stating, "Master Feng has a question for you." "Young brother Yong." Following Luo Shao's gesture, Yongbo saw the elderly appraiser, whose face bore a kind smile. "There's no need to be anxious. I merely wish to inquire about the provenance of the Han Dynasty jade dancer and why you seem so determined to acquire it." Yongbo paused momentarily, recalling that Master Feng had also examined the jade dancer. "Whatever you perceive in it is precisely what it is," he replied. At that moment, the Deputy Director Chu, having exchanged pleasantries with several acquaintances, stepped outside and overheard their final exchange. He chuckled and remarked, "Feng, though I press for details. Those unaware of the specifics might easily be deceived by this young man. I, however, am quite aware Yongbo is merely an assistant at Gudajai." Gudajai was a modest antique shop situated near Chaotian Palace, where he had worked for merely 2 years. This fellow had managed to infiltrate such circles with nothing more than a modicum of eloquence. Deputy Director Chu cast a disparaging glance at Yongbo, who nodded in acknowledgement. "I am indeed an assistant at the antique shop, there is no disputing that, and I have never presented myself under any other guise." Deputy Director Chu let out a cold smile, acknowledging my revelation with unexpected candor. However, his moral character was undeniably corrupt and his conduct reprehensible. He had once stood behind me, only to seize a coveted artifact I had set my eyes upon, truly a display of ignoble behavior. His words were evidently intended to inform the two young gentlemen, but upon hearing them, Luo Shao exhibited little reaction, while Lord Feng furrowed his brow, questioning, "How should we interpret this?" Yongbo glanced at him without offering an explanation, instead inquiring, "May I ask why Lord Feng summoned me? If it pertains to such personal matters, that I fear I cannot provide answers." Lord Feng merely gestured towards the jade dancer in Yongbo's hand, seeking to ascertain its condition. Meanwhile, Deputy Director Chu chuckled, saying, "Brother Feng, we have known each other for quite some time now, can you truly doubt my integrity? This young man merely stumbled upon good fortune. Today, he likely acquired this jade dancer with the hope of finding a bargain. Yet he remains unaware that the value of a Han Dynasty jade dancer is merely around 20 to 30,000. Spending 50,000 on it would indeed be a monumental loss." Standing nearby, Yongbo cast a glance at Deputy Director Chu, his heart filled with disdain. He had not anticipated such venomous pettiness from his adversary. Lord Feng's impression of Yongbo was not favorable. Upon hearing Chu's exaggerated tone, he felt a mix of skepticism. As Yongbo had consistently displayed a calm demeanor, which seemed incongruous with Chu's numerous claims. Luo Shao, growing impatient, interjected, "Lord Feng, let us not dwell on trivial matters. Today, we are solely concerned with the jade dancer." With a derisive glance, Deputy Director Chu remarked, however, treating the jade dancer as a treasure. Yongbo, who typically preferred to remain low profile and seldom revealed himself, felt a surge of frustration at Chu's repeated provocations and decided to disregard his usual restraint. He recalled a phrase he had once encountered regarding the art of horn carving, noting its finesse and fluidity, which bore an exquisite delicacy akin to the finest threads. Without hesitation, he voiced this thought. Deputy Director Chu responded with a scoff, quoting literary references. Do you think that will elevate this jade dancer to the status of fine thread carving? Chu had not closely examined the jade dancer earlier, believing that the present experts would surely surpass this young man's insights. However, Lord Feng's expression shifted to one of sudden gravity. Initially indifferent, he now recalled the details he had overlooked as he observed Yongbo continuously raising the bead. Realizing he could no longer examine it in detail at that moment, he was compelled to ask, young brother Yong, may I take a closer look? Yongbo handed over the jade dancer without excessive formality. Lord Feng received it with care, producing a high-powered magnifying glass. The fine line carving technique, known as thread carving, had been passed down from the Warring States to the Han dynasty. Such intricate work produced lines so delicate they resembled threads, requiring a magnification of 60 times or more for clarity. At that moment, the four stood not far from the auction site. Beneath the dim street lights, the illumination still murky, yet significantly improved from the previous conditions. Upon encountering Master Feng after witnessing the jade dancer, Vice Director Chu fell into a profound silence. Having observed for an extended period, he was filled with astonishment, vaguely suspecting that perhaps everyone had overlooked the jade dancer's true origins. With Master Feng remaining taciturn, Vice Director Chu chose not to speak, daunted by the prospect of further discourse. Mr. Luo, finding the scene uninteresting, stepped aside to take a call. After some time, Master Feng lifted his head, letting out a long sigh, lamenting his advancing age and deteriorating eyesight, which had caused him to miss the exquisite jade carving. Vice Director Chu's expression shifted. Unable to suppress a glance towards Yongbo, noticing his calm demeanor, Chu understood that this was no mere coincidence. He initially believed himself to have gained an advantage, only to realize he had inadvertently handed it over to another. With a cold snort, Vice Director Chu departed, though his forlorn figure could not be concealed. Yongbo shook his head and smiled, unperturbed, secretly contemplating whether this incident would lead to further trouble from the other party. It was merely that the lighting was dim, and most of the magnifying glasses brought by the attendees were of low magnification. I just happened to have a high-powered one, Yongbo clarified. Master Feng chuckled, opting not to verify the truth of this statement with Yang's magnifier. Young friend, you are quite accomplished. Upon hearing the shift in address from little brother to young friend, Yongbo felt a sense of pride. You flatter me. Before their pleasantries could extend further, Mr. Luo returned with his phone in hand. Master Feng, a friend of mine spent 5 million in the suburbs on an item but feels uneasy, suspecting there may be a problem. Are you available today? The underground auction was set to begin at midnight. Yongbo then glanced up, noting that the eastern sky was beginning to brighten, and nodded slightly at Mr. Luo, who turned to head back along the route. Master Feng hesitated slightly before shaking his head. Shaoluo, I fear I cannot make it today. I must travel to the capital this afternoon for a meeting. Moreover, at my age, I doubt my energy can keep up. Master Feng, I truly apologize for troubling you and disturbing your rest. Your journey to the capital will be arduous. Allow me to book you a first-class ticket so you can rest on the plane, Mr. Luo said, his face filled with remorse. Master Feng did not decline, agreeing that this was indeed a good idea. Mr. Luo quickly made the call but appeared somewhat anxious. Master Feng, the ticket has been booked. My friend's status is quite significant, I must assist him. Do you have any old friends of similar standing you could recommend? Master Feng chuckled, everyone is likely quite busy. Since your friend is so important, I believe I may know someone who would be quite suitable. Who? Mr. Luo inquired, his anxiety palpable. Look, he has wandered far. Master Feng gestured with his chin towards the direction of young Bo, who had just stepped away. Mr. Luo glanced over, noticing the young man, and couldn't he help but frown, questioning whether someone of such youth could be capable. Everyone in the room failed to notice anything unusual about the jade dancer. Yet he alone did. What do you think of him? Master Feng remarked. Mr. Luo was taken aback, having been unaware of the earlier events while he was on the phone. The exquisite jade dancer, a remarkable artifact from the Han dynasty, exemplifies the rare and nearly lost art of fine silk carving, rendering it of immense value. Among the numerous participants in the auction, it was he who possessed the most discerning eye, having acquired the item for 50,000. Its worth is estimated to be no less than 200,000, quadrupling its value. Fearing that Luo Shao might not comprehend the significance, Feng Yi took the liberty to elucidate. Luo Shao frowned, pondering the matter. Isn't it still quite trivial? Haven't we made a considerable profit? As he spoke, he turned to observe the peculiar expression on Feng Yi's face, which caused his cheeks to flush. It was evident to all how he profited. Each time he raised the bid, there was no competition, all due to the influential figure behind him. Very well. Then let us seek him out. Luo Shao replied with an awkward smile. Yongbo, clutching the jade dancer, made his way directly toward the Jia Hall, eager to expedite the transaction and return home. The sound of a car horn resonated from behind, followed by a voice calling out, "Brother Yong, wait a moment." Turning around, Yongbo saw Luo Shao and Feng Yi approaching, having disembarked from their vehicle. With a broad smile, Luo Shao inquired, "Brother Yong, do you have a moment today?" Yongbo was momentarily taken aback. "Luo Shao, what brings you here?" Feng Yi stepped forward, explaining, "My friend Luo has someone in need of assistance. I am heading to the capital for a meeting today and cannot attend. I thought of you, as you possess considerable knowledge, and thus recommended you." Yongbo was taken aback. The request for assistance was undoubtedly related to appraisal matters. "Feng Yi, you have heard from Deputy Director Chu that I am merely a shop assistant. Even a monk sweeping the ground can be a master of martial arts. Why should a mere antiquities shop assistant be any less?" Luo Shao interjected, attempting to bolster Yongbo's confidence. Nevertheless, Yongbo remained reluctant. "Luo Shao, I truly apologize. But there are pressing matters at home. I must sell the jade dancer and return promptly." "Oh, where is your home?" Luo Shao asked. "Li Shui," came the reply. "What a coincidence, I am also heading to Li Shui. Let us travel together." Luo Shao exclaimed with delight. Eager to return home, Yongbo was hesitant to acquiesce. Continuing to decline, "Luo Shao, I have far too many responsibilities. It may consume considerable time to resolve them." Exchanging glances with Feng Yi, Luo Shao chuckled. "Surely you refer to selling the jade dancer. How fortuitous. I have a keen interest in fine silk carving as well. Allow me to take it off your hands." Noticing Yongbo's hesitation, Luo Shao felt a twinge of frustration, understanding that his previous domineering behavior at the auction had sown seeds of doubt in Yongbo. However, he could not clarify that it was merely a strategic maneuver. "For the Han Dynasty jade dancer, I offer 250,000. Let us finalize this transaction." This time, Yongbo did not deliberate for long, swayed by the allure of the substantial sum. 250,000 was indeed well above market value. And since it was merely an appraisal matter, there should be no complications. "Very well, I appreciate your generosity, Luo Shao. However, I must clarify that my knowledge of contemporary calligraphy and painting is rather limited." "That is of no concern," Luo Shao replied with a smile. The two proceeded to the bank to transfer funds, signing a simple agreement and affixing their seals before bidding farewell to Feng Yi. After a long night, Luo Shao was exhausted, and since Yongbo did not drive, he had to place a call for a driver, who arrived shortly thereafter. Yongbo sat in the passenger seat, turning to ask Luo Shao, "Could you please provide an overview of the situation?" Luo Shao appeared somewhat impatient, lying alone in the back seat, unable to sleep. Upon hearing Yongbo's inquiry, he shook his head. "I am not very clear on the specifics. Let's discuss it when we arrive." Yongbo chose not to press further and closed his eyes to rest, his curiosity about Luo Shao's identity growing. Upon reaching Lishui County, it was already past 9 in the morning. After a simple breakfast, they drove into a hotel. Luo Shao exited the vehicle, adjusted his attire, and then turned to Yongbo with a cautionary remark, "Be mindful of your words later." In that moment, Luo Shao's demeanor had shifted from the earlier refined politeness to a tone that felt more like a command. Yongbo couldn't help but frown. Yet he understood that he had embarked on a treacherous journey, attributing it to his own greed. Luo Shao retrieved his phone, scrolled through it for a moment, and, appearing to contemplate his words, finally dialed a number. "Hey, Brother Yi, are you awake? Oh, you're having breakfast. Brother Yi, didn't you instruct me to bring someone to assist you?" "Yes, I've brought him along, he's right here. I'm currently with him." Yongbo, maintaining a neutral expression, couldn't suppress a smirk within. Luo Shao's excessively respectful demeanor was indeed intriguing. Let's go, follow me. After hanging up, Luo Shao led the way, with the driver summoned by the call trailing behind Yongbo, giving off an impression of surveillance. Yongbo remained composed, resolute in his decision to leave as soon as the appraisal was completed. The hotel was lavishly decorated, resplendent in gold and brilliance. It was Yongbo's first visit to such an upscale establishment. Yet he felt no inclination to appreciate it as he followed Luo Shao to a room on the 18th floor. Upon entering, they encountered a man nearly 40 years of age, sitting confidently in a chair. Luo Shao hurried forward, greeting him with enthusiasm. Brother Yi, you've come to Jinling. Just a quick hello from your little brother. I may not boast, but as a free tour guide, I am quite competent. Brother Yi's face lit up with a smile. Yao Hua, I truly apologize for calling you so late. I came to Jinling for a vacation and didn't expect to find such good fortune here. After purchasing, I felt a bit uncertain, which is why I reached out to you. Despite Brother Ye's exceedingly polite tone, it was notable that he did not rise to greet them upon their arrival, and even Luo Shao remained standing. This clearly indicated that the other party held an immensely prestigious status and was rather proud. Luo Yahua quickly replied, Brother Yi, you flatter me. It is my honor that you called. Yue Lin, not one to mince words, glanced curiously at Luo Yahua. Little Luo, did the appraiser you found for me not arrive? Luo Yahua shuddered, sensing the discontent in his tone, and pointed towards Yongbo. Brother Yi, the appraiser I invited is indeed here. It is this gentleman. Yue Lin's expression darkened, his voice taking on a chilling edge. Little Luo, you found me such a young fellow. Luo Yahua hastily tried to clarify. Brother Yi, it's not what you think. Luo Yahua grew anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Brother Yi, that's not what I meant. I intended to convey that Yongbo is an expert, introduced by a renowned authority. An expert? Yue Lin glanced skeptically at Yongbo, his face betraying disbelief. He is rather young. Such youth does not align with the objective norms of this profession. Is it not a given that experience comes with age? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Luo Yahua replied, Brother Yi, it may not necessarily be so. Why not allow him to take a look? Yue Lin raised a hand, his eyes slightly closed, remaining silent. The room fell into a harsh stillness, and Luo Yahua, perspiring profusely, found himself at a loss. Yongbo, however, maintained a composed demeanor, observing silently. Moments later, a knock echoed from outside the door, prompting Luo Yahua to hastily exit and open it. I am here to see Yue Lin, the visitor announced before even stepping inside. Yongbo recognized the voice, compelling him to glance over. Please, Professor Chow, come in. Yue Lin opened his eyes and stood, moving towards the entrance. A lean figure, as slender as a bamboo shoot, entered the room. Yue Lin grasped the visitor's hand, exclaiming, Professor Chow, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Chow Yuenda, maintaining a demeanor of respectful equality, replied, Mr. Yi, you are too kind. Yongbo's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated that the visitor would be Professor Chow Yuenda, the very same individual who had observed him selling the fish basket at Jiatang and had acquired the ribbed cup from him. Yue Lin continued, I apologize for troubling you, Professor Chow, but your assistance brings me great relief. Chow Yuenda remained modest, stating, Mr. Yi, your courtesy is excessive. I merely possess a smattering of knowledge. Professor Chow, you are overly humble, Yue Lin remarked, gesturing for him to proceed into the inner chamber. As Chow Yuenda lifted his gaze, he suddenly noticed Yongbo, exclaiming, Mr. Yi, who are these two? In accordance with industry customs, it is customary to invite only one individual to appraise an item as a sign of respect, and Yue Lin had clearly breached this protocol. Yet, he maintained an impassive facade, stating, these two are inconsequential, they are merely here to assist me in moving a few items. Luo Yahua forced a sheepish smile, feeling a simmering frustration at being mistaken for a laborer, his dignity feeling compromised. However, he dared not unleash his ire upon Yue Lin and could only glare at Yongbo. Yongbo regarded Chow Yuenda, pondering whether the latter truly wished to feign ignorance. Chow Yuenda shook his head with a smile, pointing at Yongbo. I recognize this young man. Upon witnessing Yue Lin's expression shift, Chow Yuenda continued. Yang Yong is a dear friend of mine. He possesses considerable skill in appraisal. I had not anticipated that Mr. Yi would extend an invitation to him. Perfect. We can exchange insights and validate each other's findings. Yi Weilin was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared to learn that the individual he had overlooked was, in fact, an expert. The commendation from Chao Yuanda suggested that young Bo's abilities were indeed formidable. At such a young age, he had already achieved notable success. And it was clear he would likely emerge as a master in the future. However, due to his position, Yi Weilin could only graciously nod towards young Bo. Then, Mr. Young, please join us. Roya Hua widened his eyes, his initial anger gradually subsiding, only to be replaced by astonishment. When Master Fong had recommended him in the early hours, he had no time to seek out other appraisers and thus resorted to bringing young Bo along as a last-ditch effort, harboring some doubts in his heart. After Yi Weilin had kept them waiting for quite some time, he found himself filled with regret, never anticipating such a turn of events. At this moment, upon hearing that Yi Weilin intended for young Bo to enter as well, Roya Hua felt a wave of delight, believing that he had indeed gained something from this encounter. He promptly exclaimed, very well, very well. I did not intend to keep you out. Yi Weilin shot him a glare. Roya Hua paused his steps, a sheepish smile crossing his face. Young Bo, sensing the awkwardness of the situation, although unaware of the identities of the two men, clearly recognized that Yi Weilin held a far superior status, and that Roya Hua might offer greater assistance. Mr. Yi, Ro is somewhat of an insider. Perhaps he could provide valuable insights as well. Yi Weilin hesitated momentarily, turning to observe Professor Chao Yuanda, and upon seeing no opposition from him, he commanded, come over together. Refrain from speaking too freely, and observe attentively. Yes, yes. Roya Hua exclaimed, a hint of excitement on his face as he cast a grateful glance at young Bo before following him inside. Yi Weilin resided in a suite which contained another room. Upon entering, they beheld a colorful, intricately designed vase at the center of the tea table. How much did you acquire it for? Chao Yuanda, though slender in stature, spoke with considerable authority. 3,500,000. Yi Weilin replied. Chao Yuanda nodded and then turned to young Bo, saying, let me take a look first. Young Bo hurriedly gestured, please, after you. Chao Yuanda was not overly polite, he donned gloves and began examining the vase with a magnifying glass. Young Bo glanced over and chanced upon the 4 prominent characters at the vase's base, signifying its creation during the Yongzheng period. He surmised that 3,500,000 was significantly below market value, as the famille Rose porcelain had reached its zenith during the Yongzheng reign. Particularly in light of the recent auction successes of Qing dynasty ceramics, the prices for official kiln pieces had soared to exorbitant heights. Young Bo cast a glance in Roya Hua's direction, contemplating how well suited they were in their mutual pursuit of undervalued treasures. Roya Hua, somewhat puzzled by young Bo's gaze, nevertheless habitually remarked to Yi Weilin, Brother Yi, Professor Chao's reputation is indeed formidable. Had I known you could secure his presence, I would not have dared to embarrass myself. Yi Weilin shot him a warning glare, silence, do not disturb Professor Chao. After this, he glanced again at young Bo, thinking that since he had received Professor Chao's recommendation, he must indeed possess merit. Chao Yuanda scrutinized the vase closely, but the more he examined it, the more anxious Yi Weilin became. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, Yi Weilin began to pace back and forth. Young Bo sensed a restless energy in the air and could not help but gaze at the vase. Before his eyes, a faint radiance emanated from the vase, coalescing into a more intense glow at its base, which struck young Bo as particularly unusual, as he discovered the luminosity to be unusually rich and profound. In previous gatherings, the radiance would converge at the center of the object, however. This time it astonishingly congregated near the bottom of the vase. The luminosity along the body of the vase was faint and sparse, rendering the overall thickness of the aura insufficient, akin merely to the luminescence found on Republic Canara porcelain. A slender beam of light penetrated young Bo's eyes, eliciting a look of astonishment upon his face. At this juncture, Professor Chao Yuanda had completed his observations and summoned his vital energy. Yi Weilin hurriedly approached, eager to inquire. Professor Chao, what are your thoughts? Chao Yuanda gestured towards young Bo, suggesting he also take a look, stating, let us deliberate on this further. Yi Weilin was nearly beside himself with anxiety, yet refrained from speaking out of turn, simply saying, Professor Chao, please take a moment to rest. Young Bo stepped forward. donned his gloves, and grasped the magnifying glass, scrutinizing the vase meticulously. The earlier scene had been exceedingly bizarre as he gazed at the mapping vase. His mind began to analyze. The thick luminosity at the base appeared reminiscent of the Yongsheng period, while the body of the vase exhibited a thin radiance, akin to modern creations. Could this vase be composed of disparate parts? Yongbo ventured a bold hypothesis, continuing his detailed observation. The four-character inscription at the vase's base, the colors of the famille rose and blue floral designs on the body, and even the overall shape and size of the vase provided substantial clues. After a considerable time, Yongbo finally set the vase down. Yuelin swiftly turned to Professor Chao. "Professor, may we speak freely now?" With an unperturbed expression, Chao Yuenda replied, "I cannot ascertain the authenticity of this mapping vase." Yuelin was rendered speechless, and after a moment, he managed to articulate, "Professor Chao, please speak plainly. The vase has not yet been paid for. If there is indeed an issue, I could still have some leeway." Chao Yuenda looked towards Yongbo. "I trust that you, my young friend, have discerned quite a bit as well." Yongbo offered a wry smile. "To be honest, I too cannot make a definitive judgment on this vase." In contrast, Yuelin was more inclined to believe Chao Yuenda's opinion, but the esteemed scholar's unwavering admiration for Yongbo led to a shared dissent, causing Yuelin to feel a surge of self-doubt. Yong, what is your perspective?" Yuelin, sensing the difficulty in extracting a clear response from Professor Chao, turned to Yongbo. Yongbo, without much reservation, expressed a peculiar sensation in its entirety. "This porcelain piece is aesthetically pleasing. However, upon closer inspection of each component, one might perceive an excessive degree of precision, an almost obsessive uniformity." "Precision? Shouldn't that be quite ordinary?" Yuelin questioned, perplexed. "Ordinary, indeed, yet when precision reaches a certain threshold, it begins to resemble deliberate imitation," Chao Yuenda interjected. Following this, he turned to Yongbo. "What have you discovered? Speak candidly." Yongbo paused momentarily, not overly surprised, as he anticipated that Chao Yuenda would elevate his input. "I believe this mapping vase may be a composite creation." "And how might it be assembled?" Chao Yuenda queried further. "New body, old base," Yongbo replied succinctly. "Composite?" Yuelin interjected, astonished, as he had never anticipated such a scenario. Chao Yuenda nodded, sharing the same judgment. There was undoubtedly nothing amiss with the inscription at the base of this mapping vase. However, the vibrant hues of the famille rose and blue decoration seemed rather too garish, not in keeping with the aesthetic preferences of the Yongsheng era. Earlier, as I scrutinized the base, I found myself greatly perplexed, unable to reconcile my thoughts, until Yongbo provided a timely reminder. Chao Yuenda, being quite candid, spoke directly, even openly acknowledging Yongbo's assistance. Yuelin, though somewhat convinced, pressed on with another inquiry. "Are there any other indications?" "I intend to return this mapping vase. Surely I cannot do so without any evidence." "Fetch a flashlight," Yongbo instructed. "Hurry," Yuelin exclaimed, giving Luo Yahua a nudge with his foot, his eyes wide with urgency. "All right, I'll be quick." Luo Yahua dashed towards the living room. Chao Yuenda looked at Yongbo, uncertain of his intentions. Before long, Luo Yahua returned, breathless, handing the flashlight to Yongbo without uttering a word. With the small flashlight, Yongbo illuminated the interior of the vase, which had been shrouded in darkness. Under the beam of light, the white glaze gleamed with a crystalline clarity. As Chao Yuenda leaned in to observe, he noted a ring of white glaze accumulated at the juncture of the vase's body and base, resembling traces of welding. He turned his gaze to Yongbo, astonished. He had initially perceived Yongbo as somewhat talented, possessing considerable knowledge in appraisals, yet thought him lacking in experience. To his surprise, Yongbo had swiftly overturned that notion. Yuelin, peering into the vase, was momentarily taken aback, then blushed with realization. Viewed from the outside, the craftsmanship was indeed seamless. Without further ado, he embraced the mapping vase and made for the exit, declaring, "Professor Chao, Brother Yong, please wait a moment, I must first settle the outstanding accounts. Luo Yaohua, please look after these two gentlemen." Yuelin's tone had shifted, losing its previous amiability. Luo Yaohua acknowledged him and seated himself beside the two. After Yuelin had departed for a short while, Yongbo seemed to recall something and turned to Luo Yaohua, saying, "Young Master Luo, I need to return home for a moment." Return home. Luo Yahua echoed, recognizing this was a prior arrangement. Chow Yuenda chuckled. Since young friend Yong has matters to attend to, I shall not delay and will await news at my own abode. With that, Chow Yuenda took his leave. And Yong Bo gestured to Luo Yahua, following suit. Brother Yong, take your time, I will accompany you. Luo Yahua called out, trailing behind. The closer he got to home, the more trepidation he felt, hesitant to inquire about the arrival of visitors. Yong Bo had not returned for quite some time, and his heart was heavy with anxiety. Soon, the vehicle halted outside the small town, finding a suitable spot to stop. Luo Yahua inquired, do you need my assistance? Yong Bo believed that persuading his family would not be a challenging endeavor, so he dismissed the offer. Luo Yahua initially intended to leave, but recalling Yueline's instructions and considering the potential need for Yong Bo's assistance in the future, locked the car door and followed him inside. As Yong Bo approached, he began to hear a cacophony of voices, a blend of weeping and scolding, gradually clarifying into the unmistakable sound of his mother's voice. Yong Bo hurriedly rushed to the front door, only to find it surrounded by several burly men. The hallway was filled with these muscular figures, their bodies adorned with tattoos, exuding an air of fierce intimidation. The voices of his parents scolding echoed in his ears. Are you here to rob us? You cannot enter my home. It's Yong Lang who has caused this trouble. Go demand your money from him, like he hasn't given us a cent. I'm an old man nearing my end. If you force your way in and something happens to me, I'd like to see how many mouths you have to explain yourselves. Repaying debts is a matter of principle. If you must place blame, then blame your son for being useless. Having incurred a debt of 300,000 at the gambling den. We are merely the advance party, more will come for the money. Hearing the insults and quarrels outside, Yong Bo felt a sudden pang of unease. Step aside, let me through, he urged as he maneuvered past the burly men. As he stepped outside, his mother was momentarily taken aback, then burst into tears of joy. Shobo, you've returned. The lead thug exclaimed, this is Yong Lang's brother. I've heard he has made a fortune, we cannot let him slip away. Yong Bo was momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the situation before his mother pulled him inside. Her face was alight with joy as she scrutinized him, but soon her eyes reddened. You've lost weight. Mom, what is going on? Yong Bo couldn't help but inquire. His mother's expression darkened. What else could it be? It's that good for nothing. He was gambling, and when he returned home recently, he told us he had squandered the 200,000 we saved for your father's treatment and now owes 300,000 to the casino. Yong Bo's face turned ashen. Mom, what did you just say? He lost the 200,000 I sent home for Dad's treatment. And now he is in debt for 300,000. His mother hesitated, her voice filled with anger. He deserves this. I was foolish to entrust him with the money. Yong Bo's expression hardened. Where is Yong Lang? He hasn't been seen since he returned that day. His mother seemed to have found her resolve, her voice tinged with tears. Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. Yong father banged on the security door, his anger palpable. Yong Bo understood that Yong Lang's reckless actions had incited fury, yet seeing his frail, aging father, he knew he needed to maintain composure. Dad, please don't be angry. I will handle this matter. The burly man behind him, sporting a small patch of facial hair, chuckled upon hearing Yong Bo's words. Oh. Since you are willing to take responsibility, that is much better. At least you are far superior to your useless brother. Yong Bo ignored the comment and pointed to Luo Yahua, who stood at the far end of the staircase. This is my friend, Luo Yahua. Leaning against the staircase railing. Luo Yahua smiled and waved. Hello, uncle and aunt. He then turned to the burly men, inquiring with a grin. Would you like me to call someone to escort the onlookers away? No need, if this matter isn't resolved, it will certainly recur. Yong Bo was evidently unwilling to rely on their assistance. Luo Yahua nodded, indicating that he was willing to assist should any issues arise. He was keen to befriend someone as promising as Yong Bo. However, several burly men glared at Luo Yahua, clearly displeased with his tone. Luo Yahua raised an eyebrow. Unfazed by their hostility, his unique status afforded him immunity from their threats. At that moment, a man in his mid-20s with a buzz cut entered. his eyes darting suspiciously around the room. Upon spotting young Bo, he smirked and said, "Oh, a little Bo has returned. That's splendid. I told you long ago that the antique shop over there is not worth your time. They pay poorly and expect you to do the heaviest labor. I wouldn't accept such a job myself. It's fortunate you can endure such hardship. Oh, by the way, Mother mentioned that you sent back 200,000. Could I borrow that for a while? I promise to return it once I stabilize my finances, so you need not worry." "Dad, Mom, where is the property deed?" Young Lang inquired of his parents. Yang's father, his face flushed with anger, retorted, "Wretched child. What do you need the property deed for?" "Father, please don't misunderstand me. I am preparing the funds for your treatment. Consider this, treating liver cancer costs at least several $100,000. Our house is not worth much. And it's already a challenge to find someone willing to take it off our hands. We should sell it soon to expedite your hospital admission and spare you from reproaching me." Young Lang exhibited a shamelessness that left everyone present incredulous. His father raised his cane to strike him, declaring that, "I do not have a son like you. From now on, you are no longer part of this family." Young Lang rushed to embrace his father's legs, pleading, "Oh father, please believe in me. I will repay these debts. You know my ambition. I have always followed the path you laid out for me. Just think, if my business succeeds, wealth will surely flow in. You must give me this one chance. You know that little boy is shy and likely won't venture into business, thus, the responsibility falls solely on me. I am the pillar of this family." "You are shameless. How can you utter such words?" Young Bo could no longer contain himself, and he struck out in anger. His fist collided with flesh, sending pain coursing through him, yet he persisted, delivering blow after blow, determined to teach this dishonorable man a lesson. "Why are you hitting me? Rest assured, I will repay you," Young Lang exclaimed, but Young Bo had no interest in his empty promises. After a flurry of strikes, he finally paused. Observing Young Lang's bruised face and blood trickling from his nose and mouth. "About the house?" Young Bo turned to inquire again. "The house cannot be sold. It is our last inheritance," Yang's father insisted, pounding on the security door, his agitation palpable. Young Bo contemplated the wealth he possessed. If he were to repay his debts, he would be left with no funds for medical treatment. How could Young Lang be so despicable? "Xiaobo, my illness is of little consequence, do not fret. In due time, opportunities will arise. It is merely liver cancer, and it is still in its early stages. Even if I were to pass away at home, I would not wish to impose any burden upon you brothers." Yang's father reassured him, casting a glance at Young Bo. "Father, I will think of another way." Young Bo felt a pang of sorrow, unwilling to concede defeat, yet his financial resources were woefully insufficient. He turned to Luo Yahua, who appeared utterly bored, and said, "Young Master Luo, could you assist me in postponing the debt collection?" Luo Yahua chuckled. "If you had mentioned this earlier, it would have been much simpler." He then gestured towards several burly men. "Gentlemen, shall I arrange for you to be escorted away, or will you depart on your own?" The men, already simmering with anger, were accustomed to being merciless in their collections. Had it not been for the presence of a critically ill patient, they would have acted sooner. "Kid, mind your own business." As they spoke, the group divided, with some moving upstairs and others advancing towards Luo Yahua. Alone and unarmed, Luo Yahua quickly raised his hands. "Do not make a move. You will surely regret it." He fumbled for his phone, trembling as he dialed a number, but it seemed the other party did not answer. This prompted 3 men to encircle him. "You cannot touch me," Luo Yahua exclaimed, panic evident in his voice. Young Bo was startled, since Luo Yahua had accompanied him. Any trouble that befell him would implicate Young Bo as well. By tomorrow, if 30,000 isn't produced, Young Lang's safety may very well be in jeopardy, growled the burly man with a goatee, before turning to leave. Young Bo descended the stairs and witnessed Luo Yahua being shoved to the ground. The assailant scoffed and uttered a cruel remark, prompting laughter from the crowd as they departed. Young Bo helped Luo Yahua to his feet, only to be brusquely shrugged off. Luo Yahua coldly remarked, "Do not concern yourself with this, I shall handle it." "You have already been a great help to young Master Luo," Young Bo began, but was interrupted. "Do not meddle." Luo Yahua's insistence left Young Bo feeling helpless. Even now, he remained oblivious to the identities of these men. fearing their impulsiveness might ensnare him in the conflict. Suddenly, Luo Yahua's phone rang, and his expression shifted dramatically as he answered. "Brother Yi, what is the situation?" "What? They intend to sell forcibly." "Brother Yi, hold on a moment, I will be there shortly." After ending the call, Luo Yahua beckoned to young Bo Xiaoyang. "We must leave at once." Upon arriving at the hotel room, they found shards of porcelain scattered across the floor. Yuelin sat in a chair, his face ashen and silent. Luo Yahua, taken aback by the sight of the white fragments, could not help but exclaim, "Brother Yi, did you break the vase?" Young Bo discreetly tugged at Luo Yahua's sleeve, nodding towards a tea table in the corner of the room. Luo Yahua then spotted the shattered vase and quickly adjusted his tone. "Brother Yi, who would dare to bully you in such a manner? Speak freely, and I shall avenge you." Yuelin cast a glance at Luo Yahua and scoffed, "Truly, the impoverished countryside breeds unscrupulous individuals. Just yesterday, while I was rummaging through an old ancestral home, I encountered a guide who took me to a place run by someone claiming to be Master Yuan. There were indeed numerous porcelain and paintings, along with several commendable artifacts. At that moment, I immediately set my sights on this exquisite Yungshan pastel and blue and white plum vase." Upon hearing Yuelin's account, an odd expression flickered across Luo Yahua's face. "Brother Yi, did you not pay a deposit of 350,000? How did you know?" Yuelin exclaimed, astonished, as he raised his head. "Master Yuan possesses a certain reputation within the industry. Although I have never purchased anything from him, I am well aware of the customary 10% deposit," Luo Yahua explained. Yuelin scrutinized Luo Yahua and noticed a hint of softness in his demeanor. Suppressing his anger, he remarked, "Fortunately, he was not on my turf. Had he been, I would have ensured he learned how to write the word regret." Luo Yahua, sensing Yuelin's displeasure, awkwardly added, "Brother Yi, allow me to handle this matter. I will make a call to ascertain the specifics. You can rest assured that I will not let you suffer any losses and will seek to rectify this situation." With that, Luo Yahua stepped aside to make a phone call. Yuelin turned to young Bo, who had remained silent and composed throughout, feeling a pang of displeasure. "Brother Yang, have you returned home to resolve matters? Is everything settled?" Young Bo shook his head. "I have only partially resolved it. Upon hearing that Mr. Yi encountered an issue, I hurried here." Yuelin nodded slightly. "I truly appreciate Brother Yang's loyalty. However, being a local of Jinling, do you happen to know this Master Yuan?" Having recently entered the field and only mingling within the small circle of antique shops in Jinling, young Bo was unaware of the so-called Master Yuan. Thus, he could only shake his head. "I do not know him." Yuelin elongated the sound, falling into silence. Before long, Luo Yahua returned, "Brother Yi, I have gathered the information. This Master Yuan is somewhat of a local kingpin, running gambling houses, selling antiques, and generally considered a man of honor. He possesses a vast collection of antiques, with a small portion being exceptional pieces. Furthermore, he is a brother of Mei Lao-san, who runs an underground antique auction house in Jinling. I have a good rapport with Mei Lao-san. Would you like me to facilitate a meeting?" "Facilitate? How would that work?" With an apology. Yuelin's face turned ashen, his hands gripping the armrest of his chair tightly, veins bulging, clearly on the brink of fury. "Indeed, Brother Yi, rest assured. A banquet to apologize, and let him compensate you with even finer items. Certainly, you shall not suffer any loss," Luo Yahua continued, his gaze downcast, entirely oblivious to Yuelin's rising rage. Young Bo, standing nearby, chose not to interject, having sensed something amiss upon hearing the introduction of Master Yuan. Growing up in this area, he had never encountered the name Master Yuan, but was well aware of another moniker, Yuan the Annihilator. Yonglan lost nearly 500,000 in gambling, and Young Bo did not even need to ask. He was already aware that the loss occurred in Yuan Miemen's casino. Yuan Miemen earned his moniker due to the numerous instances of ruin and devastation that transpired within his underground gambling den, where countless lives have been shattered. Had the Young family not retained the prospect of repayment, the debt collectors would certainly not have relented so easily today. Yuelin was filled with seething rage. What audacity! Running an underground casino and peddling counterfeit antiques, and yet he dares to claim a sense of righteousness. Treating outsiders as mere lambs to be slaughtered is also considered honorable. If this is righteousness, then what remains of virtue in the world? With a resounding clap, Llewellyn's palm struck the tea table, causing the exquisite Yongjong formula rose vase to crash to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. Luo Yahua trembled in fear, finally noticing Llewellyn's towering fury. He quickly exclaimed, "Brother Yi, there is no need for apologies. I will gather my men and take down Yuan Laosan right away." Upon hearing this, Llewellyn remained unamused and responded with a cold smile, "Take whom with you? Who will you bring along?" "Of course, I will bring my brothers. We will smash his casino and help you vent your anger, Brother Yi," Luo Yahua replied. "Not so fast," Llewellyn interjected, raising his chin and glancing at Yongbo. "Brother Yang is a sensible man. How about you offer some advice on how we should proceed with this matter?" Yongbo had not anticipated being burdened with such a question. He understood clearly that Luo Yahua intended to play clever games to spare Yuan Laosan, while Llewellyn appeared unwilling to let him off easily. Whether Luo Yahua genuinely did not know Yuan Laosan before this moment was irrelevant. What mattered was his current stance. Reluctant to take on this hot potato, Yangbo replied, "Mr. Yi, you jest. This matter should be in your hands." "No. I am quite eager to hear Brother Yang's opinion," Llewellyn insisted. Yongbo raised his head and noticed the glare from Luo Yahua, hesitating slightly before relenting. "Mr. Yi is a man of integrity. Having been deceived, one should pursue a proper course of action." Llewellyn smiled, affirming, "Indeed, Brother Yang is consistent in his principles. Yes. We must tread the righteous path. What fear do we have of the petty?" Ultimately, the Luo Yahua could not withstand Llewellyn's pressure. "Brother Yi, please wait a moment. I will make a call. Just keep an eye on the news tomorrow morning." With that, Luo Yahua left without further ado. Yongbo exited alongside Luo Yahua, who shook his head in exasperation. "You've really given me a formidable challenge." "This is not a challenge at all. I find Mr. Ye's words quite reasonable. The righteous path is indeed the true way," Yongbo remarked, casting a glance at Luo Yahua. Luo Yahua remained silent, deep in thought, until he finally produced his phone. The next morning, Yongbo was awakened by a call from Luo Yahua. The two met up, with Luo Yahua driving through the night. "Where are we headed?" Yongbo inquired, a sense of curiosity peaking within him. He had his suspicions but felt they were unlikely. "Do not ask too many questions. You will know once we arrive," Luo Yahua replied, focused on the road and offering no further explanation. In the depths of night, the moonlight cascaded like water, casting a serene glow that imbued the August evening with a hint of chill. The vehicle finally came to a halt before a hotel in the county town. Perfectly situated at a bustling intersection in the city center, a locale frequented by throngs of people and ceaseless traffic, thriving with business. Yongbo had long been aware that this very hotel was the clandestine abode of Yuan Ye's underground casino. Luo Yahua, seated in the driver's seat, rolled down the window and retrieved a cigarette, gesturing towards Yongbo. Accepting the cigarette, Yongbo too opened his window, allowing the cool night breeze to sweep in, provoking an involuntary shiver. The flick of a lighter echoed with a sharp snap as Luo Yahua inhaled deeply, exhaling a cloud of smoke before passing the lighter to Yongbo. "You've lived here for quite some time. You must have heard whispers of what this place is," Luo Yahua remarked, with the flickering glow of the cigarette illuminating his stern visage. Yongbo nodded slightly, igniting the cigarette. The smoke was acrid and harsh, a sensation unfamiliar to him, for this was his first encounter with tobacco. "Yes, I've heard," he replied. After this exchange, Luo Yahua lapsed into silence, and the car was enveloped in quietude. After a long pause, he let out a cold chuckle. "Perhaps in your eyes, I hold some stature, but to certain individuals, I am nothing more than a mere shadow, incapable of safeguarding even a dog." Yongbo refrained from responding, having suspected as much. Yet he had not anticipated Luo Yahua's candid admission. The silence returned, permeated only by the acrid smoke that lingered in the air. Despite the hour being 3 in the morning, the hotel continued to bustle with comings and goings. Soon, a multitude of vehicles converged upon the hotel. Trained officers disembarked and charged inside, their authoritative voices echoing within. Luo Yahua remained still, and Yongbo, understanding the gravity of the scene, chose not to exit the vehicle. He pondered why he was being shown such a spectacle. Was it entertaining to witness the demise of one's own loyal companion? As he observed the chaos outside, Young Bo's thoughts drifted to young Lang, his elder brother by 6 years, who had always mingled with unsavory characters during their school days. After completing his vocational education, he had vanished from sight, inciting their father's ire, who often threatened to break his legs. Yet, their parents harbored considerable hope for their eldest son, ultimately entrusting him with 200,000 yuan. Young Bo had yet to inquire how young Lang had acquired such a sum, but the question no longer held his interest. The 30,000 yuan of gambling debt had been wiped clean overnight, and with the remaining funds still in his possession, he could take their father to Jinling for treatment. As for young Lang, he had yet to devise a plan for him, but it was imperative to extricate him from the familiar soil of his reckless lifestyle. The hotel erupted into screams and pleas for mercy, the scene descending into chaos, illuminated by the flickering neon lights, a moment where prosperity faded. Watching the grand halls crumble and the guests disperse, Luo Yahua, breathing heavily and agitated, fixed his gaze on the gamblers being escorted out and inquired, "Are you aware of my identity?" Young Bo shook his head, uncertain. Luo Yahua smiled faintly, pondering that sometimes it is better not to see things too clearly. This time, it seemed yet another tremor was on the horizon. The two sat in the vehicle, observing the commotion outside, listening to the cacophony of noise and cries, until the dawn broke and the sun ascended in the east. With a gentle sigh, Luo Yahua remarked, "Let us go for breakfast. I fear we may need to report something." Young Bo felt perplexed, uncertain as to why he was being drawn into this affair. Yuelin had mentioned his name, suggesting he observed the spectacle, believing him to be a trustworthy and honest individual. Luo Yahua offered a brief explanation, accompanied by a dismissive snort. Young Bo chose silence. After their meal, they returned to the hotel, where the room had been tidied up. The voice of the news anchor resonated in the air, announcing that earlier that morning, the police had raided a local hotel, dismantling a significant gambling operation. Yuelin fixed his gaze on the television, chuckling, then turned to the two men, inquiring, "That was swift. Truly gratifying." Luo Yahua maintained the same suave demeanor from the previous day, affirming, "Indeed, it is quite satisfying." The police had acted on tips from vigilant citizens, deploying a considerable force, and the main perpetrator, Yuan Lao Er, had been apprehended. "Excellent," Yuelin exclaimed. Then turned to Young Bo, asking, "What do you think, Xiaoyang? I sent you this a delightful turn of events." "Yes," Young Bo nodded in agreement. Upon finally exiting the hotel, Young Bo exhaled deeply. Being in the company of Yi and Luo often instilled a sense of pressure. The issues he found insurmountable seemed merely a phone call away for them. This stark contrast compelled him to reflect on the long road ahead. Young Bo understood he occupied a somewhat awkward position, while he possessed certain skills in appraisal. His youth and lack of renown rendered him less than trustworthy in the eyes of others. Moreover, he realized he was merely being utilized, for once his appraisal was complete, he would return whence he came. Upon returning home, Young Bo did not rest but urged his mother to gather their belongings. His father glared at him, questioning, "Where are you going?" "I am not going anywhere." Young Bo looked at his father and reassured him, "Dad, you probably haven't seen the news this morning. Yuan Lao Er's establishment has been shut down, the Yuan family has met their end." His father was taken aback, while his mother's eyes glistened with tears. "What? Bo are you saying that the scoundrel Yuan has been captured?" Upon seeing her son nod, she inquired eagerly, "Does that mean the 300,000 yuan that Lang owes is no longer a concern?" Young Bo nodded once more. His mother, overwhelmed with joy, asked, "What about the 200,000 that was lost? Can we retrieve it? It will help your father's treatment." "Mom, that was ill-gotten money, and it cannot be reclaimed. Rest assured about finances, I have brought back over 300,000. That should suffice for the initial treatment costs," Young Bo explained, refraining from giving the money to his parents, as their decision to hand over the 200,000 to young Lang still troubled him. "Mom, please pack your things. We should head over this morning and complete the hospitalization procedures as soon as possible." Noticing his mother's resistance waning, Young Bo urged her to get busy, hoping to quell any further objections. With a heavy heart, Father Young sighed, "Xiao Bo, earning money is no easy feat. These funds should be reserved for your future home and marriage. My illness can be overlooked. Father, the money for a house and wedding can be earned again. But the chance to treat your illness is fleeting. I can delay my marriage for 2 years, but if I fail to cure your ailment, I shall regret it for a lifetime. Do you wish for me to live forever in remorse and suffering? Young Bo exclaimed, his emotions surging. He had scrimped and saved at the antique shop solely for the purpose of funding his father's treatment. Your brother hasn't even married yet. Father Young pointed toward Young Lang. Young Bo was exasperated. If his brother had taken his life more seriously over the years, they wouldn't be in this predicament. He felt a mix of pity and anger towards Young Lang. After graduating from vocational school, it had been nearly 8 years. Yet Young Lang had never held a proper job, instead relying on the family for his living expenses. Young Bo vividly recalled that during his senior year, Young Lang had stolen 200 yuan from home to entertain his friends, despite being 24 at the time. In an era where even menial jobs could earn 2,000 yuan a month, Young Lang had resorted to theft when he couldn't secure funds from the family. Young Bo held disdain for Young Lang. Despite being his brother, he couldn't simply hand over money without justification, as it would only encourage his laziness. Furthermore, Young Lang's decision to gamble away the funds meant for their father's treatment was utterly unacceptable. Upon hearing Young Bo's words, Father Young was momentarily taken aback. Then waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. From now on, I cannot concern myself with these matters. You reap what you sow. Your achievements as brothers will depend entirely on your own efforts. Young Lang stood silently, absorbing his brother's reproach, until their father spoke. He shook his head and declared, I don't need your interference. Where are you going? Young Bo shouted. None of your business. Young Lang retorted. You cannot leave. You must stay and care for father at the hospital. Young Bo stepped forward, attempting to block his brother's path. Young Lang hesitated, then turned and walked away, saying nothing further. Young Lang, if you walk out that door, do not expect to return. Father Young shouted, realizing that his younger son, who had earned such a considerable sum in a short time, was destined for success. Perhaps if Young Lang followed him, he might find a path to redemption. Young Lang did not pause. His footsteps faded as he disappeared down the hallway. Hearing the commotion, Mother Young rushed out and, upon seeing Young Lang's departure, could not help but voice her grievances to Father Young. Why did you shout at him? You've spoiled him with your indulgence. Father Young scoffed. This time, Young Bo did not skimp. The three of them took a taxi to the provincial hospital, costing 500 yuan, a choice he would have never made before. As Mother Young settled into the car, she continued to grumble about the expense. It's far too costly, an utter waste. There will be many more expenses in the future. Xiao Bo, you must be frugal. With no choice but to comply, Young Bo nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the provincial people's hospital, it was already noon. Young Bo took his parents to a restaurant to order their meal, and neglecting his own hunger as he said, you two eat fast. I'll head to the hospital and check things out. I fear I won't make it in time for registration, so I'll investigate the situation. Xiao Bo, have something to eat before you go. There is no rush, it's not like they're working right now, Liang's father advised. There's no need. I had a hearty breakfast this morning. I'm not hungry at the moment. I'll just scout ahead, and if I can't register today, we won't bother queuing this afternoon, Young Bo responded hastily as he left. As he passed a nearby supermarket, he hesitated briefly before entering to buy a loaf of bread and a bottle of water, then anxiously made his way to the hospital. Upon arrival, he found the hospital staff on break, and the registration desk was unattended. After searching for a while, he finally encountered a doctor in a white coat and hurried over. Excuse me, could you tell me when registration starts this afternoon? It begins at 1:30. What seems to be the issue? Has it been diagnosed yet? The doctor replied warmly. It's early-stage liver cancer, Young Bo stated. The doctor pondered for a moment. This requires prompt hospitalization. However, the specialist appointments are likely booked out for a day or two in advance. You can only register for tomorrow or the day after. What? Young Bo exclaimed in astonishment, not anticipating such a lengthy wait for a specialist. Thank you. The doctor nodded and departed, leaving Young Bo momentarily at a loss. After some contemplation, he decided to call Luo Yahua to explain his situation. Understanding Young Bo's predicament, Luo Yahua immediately agreed to assist. In the afternoon, Luo Yahua arranged for a nurse at the hospital to help Yongbo with the necessary procedures, ensuring that Yong's father was seen by a specialist. After a flurry of examinations and the completion of hospitalization formalities, it was already past 5 o'clock. Grateful to the nurse for her assistance, Yongbo offered to treat her to a meal, but she politely declined. In the end, he pressed a red envelope into her hands as a token of appreciation. Considering the necessity for long-term caregiving, Yongbo realized it would be impractical to find a rental at that moment. Therefore, he booked a standard room at a nearby small hotel, allowing his parents to take turns resting. Upon learning of the hotel accommodation, Yang's mother began to express her discontent. "I could manage sleeping on the floor here, didn't you have a place to sleep before?" Yongbo had never disclosed the reality of his living situation in Jinling to his parents, and they were oblivious to the fact that he had endured 2 years on a folding bed. He explained that I might be resigning soon, and staying there wouldn't be convenient. Tomorrow, I'll find a rental so I can cook meals, it will be more convenient. "What? You are going to resign?" Yang's mother gasped in shock. "If you resign, how will your father's medical expenses be covered?" "Mom, don't worry, I'll manage to earn enough," Yongbo reassured her. Yang's father, lying on the hospital bed, remarked, "The child has grown up, let him be." Yang's mother sighed, falling silent thereafter. Despite having slept little the previous night and feeling exhausted after a long day, Yongbo insisted that his mother rest at the hotel while he remained at the hospital to provide care. After a night of silence, Yongbo dozed off beside the hospital bed. When his mother brought breakfast, she urged him to leave and return to the hotel for some rest. Back in his hotel room, Yongbo washed up and lay on the bed, but sleep eluded him. Thoughts of the missed calls on his phone and his failure to resign from Gudezai weighed heavily on his mind. He rose again, dressed, and boarded a bus heading to Gudezai. Having already been absent from work for nearly 2 days, he imagined Guobopi must be anxious by now. At that moment, Guobopi was indeed in the shop, observing Liling lurking outside the door. He scolded, "Liling, what are you doing?" Liling, standing timidly outside, replied, "Nothing. I just wanted to see if the boy has returned." Guobopi scoffed, "That ungrateful brat hasn't shown his face in 2 days. When he does come back, he can expect to be fired." Liling interjected, "Boss Guo, you know the boss family situation, he hasn't been home in 2 years. Perhaps he has gone back out of homesickness. Back home. And yet, he can't be reached by phone. His family lives in the mountains." Guobopi retorted in frustration. Yongbo alighted from the bus and strolled along the familiar streets, reflecting on how far he had come. He had never imagined he would achieve this much so soon. According to his former plans, it would have taken him until his 40s to reach this point, yet he had accomplished it much earlier than expected. As he approached a narrow alley near Gudezai, Yongbo noticed a man in his 30s, with a bulging cloth bag at his waist, behaving suspiciously. Yongbo merely glanced at him and chose to ignore it. He had encountered such vendors before, those who did not set up stores openly but roamed the streets, attracting buyers with an air of mystery, often offering overpriced items. Yongbo was disinclined to engage. "Hey, would you like to buy an inkstone?" the man called out as Yongbo attempted to walk past. The man blocked his path, holding out an inkstone while shielding it with the edge of his garment. "No. Thank you." Yongbo took a quick look, noting the inkstone was as dark as ink, its surface caked with dirt. A mere glance sufficed for him to realize it was a blatant counterfeit, showing clear signs of artificial aging. "Brother, take a look, I have plenty more," the vendor persisted, quickly pulling out another item from his pocket and presenting it to Yongbo. Without even looking, Yongbo shook his head. "It's fine. I don't have the money to buy anything." The vendor scrutinized Yongbo, as if trying to confirm something, and then casually remarked, "Come on, in this antique street, who could possibly be without money?" Yongbo cast a glance at the object in the vendor's hand, recognizing it as a peach-shaped Duan inkstone, one of the 4 renowned inkstones produced in Zhaoqing, Guangdong. "Let me see that inkstone," he requested. Seeing Yongbo finally relent, the vendor's face brightened, and he eagerly handed over the Duan inkstone. Yongbo examined it closely. The overall shape was peach-like, delicately crafted, with several carved peach leaves adorning the top. The ink pool formed elegantly with the leaves, and the ink slab was shallow and smooth, the entire piece appearing as if it had been created in a single breath. Yongbo had never previously had the opportunity to encounter an inkstone, and although he possessed a modest understanding of its characteristics, he found himself ill-equipped to authenticate contemporary examples. As he opened the inkstone, he noticed an inscription at the bottom reading Master of Qingxue Zhuang with 5 delicate characters etched upon it. "How much is this inkstone?" Yongbo inquired, squinting at the piece intently. 100,000, Feng Yuan replied, providing an explanation. Genuine Duan inkstones have become exceedingly rare due to the depletion of stone mines, resulting in a significantly diminished output. Many contemporary inkstones lack authenticity. And even the finest examples are inaccessible to the common people. This particular inkstone dates back to the mid-Qing dynasty and is quite a treasure. A shimmer of light flashed before Yongbo's eyes, a halo slowly coalescing at the center of the inkstone. Even before the faint light took form, he sensed the inevitable end. Upon witnessing the shape of the halo, he resolved to withdraw. He returned the peach-shaped inkstone, stating, "It is far too expensive. I cannot afford it." Feng Yuan, momentarily taken aback by Yongbo's unexpected reaction, initially assumed that a businessman would be familiar with the art of negotiation. However, after a brief, awkward smile, he retrieved another inkstone and offered it to Yongbo, saying, "Here, perhaps you might find this one more appealing." Yongbo glanced at it and gently shook his head. "No, it's all right, I'm not interested, as I cannot afford it anyway." "Oh, do not rush. There is bound to be one that suits you." Feng Yuan chuckled, producing 3 additional inkstones from his bag, 2 of which were Duan inkstones. Yongbo remarked, "It seems you specialize in Duan inkstones." "Indeed, to some extent, I have a particular fondness for them among the 4 great inkstones," Feng Yuan replied. Yongbo examined the offerings but soon returned them, saying, "I think I will pass." Feng Yuan appeared anxious, seemingly distressed at his inability to sell an inkstone to Yongbo. He pressed his hands together in a gesture of persuasion. "Please wait a moment. I will fetch a few more inkstones. I refuse to believe I do not have one that you desire." Yongbo shook his head in refusal. "There is no need for that, your inkstones are simply too costly. I have other matters to attend to, let us converse another time." Feng Yuan grasped Yongbo's arm, insisting, "Do not be hasty, it will only take a few minutes. I live nearby, just wait for me." Without waiting for Yongbo's response, he turned and dashed away. Yongbo stood in stunned silence for a moment, unable to comprehend the intentions behind Feng Yuan's insistence. Did he truly believe he must sell an inkstone to him? As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a sudden jolt. Being a naturally suspicious individual, his 2 years of frugality had rendered him as cautious as a miser. His previous experience at the ghost market with Li Er had instilled a lingering wariness regarding financial matters, but fortunately, the outcome had turned out favorably. This time, he decided to wait, for he possessed the confidence of a discerning eye. Even if Feng Yuan intended to deceive him, he could simply choose not to purchase. Feng Yuan glanced around before hurriedly entering a small courtyard, which was shaded by a trellis of grapes and exuded a tranquil ambience. There a figure awaited him. Gazing in his direction, "Well, did he make a purchase?" Feng Yuan panted heavily. "Boss Jia, the individual you wish to deal with is not so easily swayed. He has examined these inkstones, and none have pleased him." "None have pleased him?" Jia Huairan furrowed his brow. Indeed, he had contacted Feng Yuan, a streetwise middleman, to scheme for the tens of thousands in Yongbo's possession. Although he was uncertain of the exact sale price of the fish basket, he knew Yongbo had undoubtedly profited. Jia Huairan recalled that fateful dawn when Yongbo, after his firm words, resolutely exited the shop, subsequently acting as Guobopi's lackey in an attempt to swindle him. Such actions were intolerable. "None," Feng Yuan hesitated, then ventured. "Do you think it could be that our price is simply too high?" "What did you quote?" Jia Huairan inquired. "I quoted 100,000. It may sound exorbitant, but the crucial point is he did not negotiate." "He did not negotiate?" Jia Huairan's voice sharpened. "Could it be he saw through us?" "Surely not. I believe he remains oblivious. I barely said anything. I must return quickly. If he departs, it will be disastrous." Feng Yuan was unaware of the animosity between the 2 men and wisely refrained from probing further. "Aren't you prepared some items? Bring them forth." Feng Yuan moved towards the inner room. There are a Buddha statue, an ivory board tablet, and a rather unsatisfactory inkstone, Jia Huairan called out, advising. Ensure the price remains reasonable, but don't set it too low. A price between 30,000 and 50,000 should be within his means. Understood. As Yong Bo waited, growing increasingly anxious, he suddenly spotted Feng Yuan rushing back, a cloth bag in hand. Mr. Yong, I apologize for the wait, Feng Yuan gasped, his speech fragmented. Yong Bo paused momentarily, then smiled. It's all right, it hasn't been long. You live quite nearby, I see. Feng Yuan's heart sank. He realized he had made a critical mistake. During their previous exchanges, they had not shared names. Given the one-time nature of their transaction, a second meeting was improbable. Even if names were exchanged, they would likely be aliases, so it was understood that inquiries about names were unnecessary. He could only manage an awkward smile, studying Yong Bo's expression. Noticing only a hint of confusion without further questioning, he felt a twinge of anxiety but replied, "Oh, yes, I brought a few items, please take a look." Yong Bo chuckled lightly, yet he became increasingly certain. The absence of a self-introduction suggested that Feng Yuan was indeed aware of his name, indicating a level of preparation. Who had orchestrated this trap? Resolving to remain composed, Yong Bo cautiously accepted the Buddha statue, examining it before setting it aside without a word. Next, he picked up the ivory board tablet, known as a zhaoban, which ancient ministers used to jot down matters for presentation in court. Akin to a modern-day notepad but crafted with greater artistry. He scrutinized it for a moment before placing it back down. In the end, what remained was a stone ink slab, which, compared to its predecessors, was significantly inferior. Its design was exceedingly simplistic, resembling nothing more than a slab of brick. Devoid of any intricate patterns, save for a rudimentary character inscribed at the bottom. Disappointment welled up within Yong Bo as he perceived that the individual attempting to frame him was remarkably inept. Although the selected objects appeared commendable, they were merely superficial. A glimmer of light formed in his eyes, and though he had not harbored high expectations, the thickness of this light circle surprised him. This ink slab, astonishingly, dated back to the Yongzheng period, a revelation he had not anticipated. However, upon closer inspection, Yong Bo noted the peculiarities of the light circles. It bore two distinct rings. Overlapping yet differing in thickness, one was substantial while the other was frail, seemingly from the Republic of China era. Yong Bo found himself momentarily bewildered. Unable to comprehend the situation. Was this ink slab truly acceptable? Feng Yuan, noticing Yong Bo's stunned expression while holding the slab, felt a surge of astonishment himself. For he believed this particular item would be the least likely to sell among the collection. Yet, Yong Bo had chosen it, an utterly perplexing turn of events. Yong Bo set the ink slab down, expressing a lukewarm opinion, clearly inferior to the previous pieces he had encountered. Since entering this line of work, he had become quite adept at fabricating tales. Though he intended to acquire the ink slab, he was aware that the other party was prepared and would not be easily trifled with. A strategy of misdirection would yield little effect. Feng Yuan chuckled, realizing that Yong Bo's disparagement indicated potential for negotiation. Each item has its merits, he countered. This ink slab is ancient and dignified, embodying the essence of nature. Yong Bo, reassuring any preamble, inquired directly, how much? Seizing the opportunity, Feng Yuan, wary of scaring Yong Bo into silence, replied. This ink slab is priced modestly at 50,000. Yong Bo glanced at it, shook his head, and retorted, 200. What? 200? Surely you jest. My cost is 100 times that. Feng Yuan exclaimed, his excitement betraying him as he inadvertently revealed his bottom line. Yong Bo remained skeptical. Observing Feng Yuan's stunned silence, he surmised that the other party was quite experienced. Let us speak plainly. If you truly believe this ink slab is worth 4 or 5,000, you might as well seek another buyer, he stated, turning to leave, counting down in his mind. Anticipating an attempt to stop him if it were indeed a trap. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 5 steps wait. Feng Yuan, after a moment of deliberation, called out. The lowest I can go is 20,000. Yong Bo turned back, all right. The two swiftly made their way to a nearby bank to transfer funds. Drafting a simple contract to sign. Holding the brick-like ink slab, Yong Bo pondered whether ancient artisans had other purposes in mind when crafting such slabs, perhaps as tools for striking someone. Feng Yuan chuckled. Soon returning to the courtyard where he encountered Jia Huairan, a smile spreading across his face. Did it work? How much? Jia Huairan inquired eagerly. His eyes fixed on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled, feigning an air of mystery as he paused for a moment before declaring 40,000. Naturally. Jia Huairan was unaware that this figure had been doubled. He could not help but chuckle, exclaiming, "Excellent. Excellent. You have done well. I shall offer you an additional 10,000, hoping that Boss Feng can keep his lips sealed." Feng Yuan nodded gravely, though inwardly he was overjoyed. The two had previously agreed that all these items would be provided by Jia Huairan. The higher the selling price, the more not only would the money belong to him, but also Jia would grant him a confidentiality fee. This was precisely why Feng Yuan had intentionally inflated the transaction price. It had become evident to him that these two harbored animosity. Could Jia Huairan truly confront him face to face? After a bout of laughter, Jia Huairan finally inquired, "Which item did you sell, Boss Feng?" Instead of responding, Feng Yuan retrieved the remaining items from his pocket. Upon unveiling the Buddha statue, Jia Huairan thought to himself that young Bo must have procured the ivory tablet. While others might be unaware, he certainly was not. This was no ivory creation, merely bleached bovine bone. However, when Feng Yuan produced the ivory tablet from his pocket, Jia Huairan was taken aback, staring in astonishment for quite some time before regaining his composure. "Young Bo, he acquired an inkstone." "Indeed, Boss Jia," Feng Yuan replied with a smile, brimming with pride. "I believe I have helped you earn quite a bit. That inkstone has likely gone unsold for ages." Jia Huairan nodded thoughtfully, yet confusion lingered in his mind. He turned to Feng Yuan and asked, "That inkstone appears to be from the Republic era, devoid of any embellishments. I never expected that lad would dare to spend so much on it." Feng Yuan nodded in agreement. "I am quite curious as well. However, the purchase is a purchase, and I have no desire to dwell on it. Where have you been these past few days? It is good to see you back." Guobapi glared at Young Bo, his anger boiling over. Young Bo understood the sentiment, explaining that there was a matter at home that required my attention. "Do you not possess a mobile phone? Could you not have called in advance?" Guobapi, still fuming, retorted, "Do you not realize how valuable the items in this shop are? If something were to have been stolen while you were away, could you afford to compensate for it?" Young Bo gazed calmly at Guobapi, remaining silent. He understood Guobapi's character, knowing that he was likely upset over having paid for work that had not been completed, lamenting the wages for these 2 days. Furthermore, he had hidden away all the valuable items in the shop. What could possibly have been stolen? Observing Young Bo's demeanor only fueled Guobapi's ire. "What is this attitude? When one heirs, acknowledgement is required. Your silence speaks volumes. Wages will be deducted. For the 2 days you were absent, your pay will be withheld. And there will be an additional penalty. It must be doubled. Your actions clearly indicate a desire to resign." Guobapi appeared somewhat hysterical. As Young Bo prepared to acquiesce and tender his resignation, a light laugh echoed from outside the door. Then came the sound of someone clapping, followed by a hearty laugh. "Boss Guo, do you truly possess a commanding presence? If you genuinely wish to part ways with this assistant, why not pass him on to me?" Guobapi raised his eyes and saw that the visitor was none other than his old rival, Jia Huairan from Bogutang. He shot a glare at Young Bo and coldly remarked, "This is a matter for Gudezai. Does the owner of Bogutang intend to meddle?" Jia Huairan responded with a radiant smile, "Oh, Guo boss, you jest. Who doesn't know your protective nature? How could I dare to encroach upon your plate?" Guobapi nodded in response, "At least you, Jia boss, are perceptive." Jia Huairan glanced at Young Bo and noticed the slate-like inkstone resting on the tea table beside him. A smile flickered in his heart, though he casually remarked, "Though indeed, I wouldn't dare to intrude upon your feast. But one must wonder whether the food within is still wholesome." Before Guobapi could react, Young Bo was suddenly taken aback, turning to Jia Huairan with astonishment, unsure of the true intent behind his visit. Jia Huairan rarely frequented Gudezai, and whenever he did, it was usually for a specific purpose. Young Bo vividly recalled the last time Jia Huairan came, resulting in Guobapi incurring a loss of over 100,000. Surely, this visit was not without ulterior motives. Guobapi, too, was puzzled by Jia Huairan's cryptic words. Jia Huairan chuckled heartily and turned his gaze towards Young Bo, the little young. "You've been at Gudezai for 2 years now, haven't you? Young Bo stiffened under the scrutiny, realizing that Jia Huairan's visit was solely for him. Guo Papi nodded. Indeed, it has been 2 years. I remember you arrived around the same time as Liling from your shop. You were just a greenhorn then. And now you've matured. Jia Huairan smiled. 2 years is neither long nor short. Some remain unchanged, while others can undergo a metamorphosis in such a brief span, transforming from a mere lad into an appraiser. Listening to Jia Huairan's words, Guo Papi quickly grasped the underlying meaning, despite their vagueness. What does Jia Boss imply? Jia Huairan wore a playful smile. It seems Guo Boss is still unaware of the situation. Little Young, have you not informed Guo Boss about this matter? Guo Papi turned to Young Bo. What is going on? Young Bo fixed his gaze on Jia Huairan, uncertain of his true intentions. If the aim was to have Guo Papi dismiss him, surely it wouldn't require such a convoluted approach. After a brief pause, sensing Guo Papi's impatience, he finally spoke. It's nothing significant. I merely purchased an item recently that Jia Boss happened to see. He must have thought it was quite valuable. Though Guo Papi was dissatisfied with Young Bo's reticence, he chose to believe him, as it aligned with his understanding of the situation. After all, Young Bo had only been an apprentice for 2 years. If he could easily procure treasures in the antique market, it would indeed be remarkable. Jia Boss, you can't truly believe that Young Bo could unearth anything of worth, can you? Guo Papi inquired. Jia Huairan was taken aback, not anticipating such a response from Guo Papi. He widened his eyes. Guo Boss, you are quite gullible. Do you know who was with me that day? Director Chu. At that moment, Xiaoyang brought a Qing Dynasty Yongsheng imitation June-glazed fish basket vase to my shop, the treasure he had procured from the ghost market. Curator Chu was present and praised Xiaoyang's remarkable skill, proclaiming that his future was limitless. Guo Papi was momentarily stunned, unable to believe it. He had never witnessed Xiaoyang purchasing items from the ghost market before. Had he truly stumbled upon a hidden gem? Guo Papi's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Akin to a diligent student who, despite consistently average performance, suddenly announces their admission to a prestigious university, such astonishment is indeed understandable. Jia Huairan, observing Guo Papi's reaction, chuckled. Boss Guo, your guidance is commendable. Even your shop assistant has managed to unearth treasures. Truly impressive. Guo Papi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, could only smile and retort, Jia Boss, you're jesting. I believe Li Ling's talent surpasses that. Though his words were polite, Guo Papi could not shake the feeling of embarrassment. Young Bo, an assistant in his shop, had made such a significant discovery, yet he was likely the last to know. This was unbearable. Moreover, the fact that Young Bo had left without notice further fueled Guo Papi's discontent, making him feel incapable of managing the young assistant. Xiaoyang, I wonder where that fish basket vase is now? Jia Huairan inquired with a smile. It's sold. Young Bo glanced at him, sensing that Jia Boss was particularly lively today, as if he were targeting him. Sold? To whom? For how much? Jia Huairan laughed. Young Bo shook his head. I merely strolled around the outskirts of the ghost market. It didn't fetch much. Noticing Young Bo's reluctance to elaborate, Jia Huairan's curiosity intensified. Oh. Just mingling at the outskirts. That should be rather good. Rather good? Guo Papi was taken aback. Everyone knew that items from the ghost market were generally low in value. Even at the outskirts, one could hardly sell for a high price. How could that be deemed rather good? Jia Huairan chuckled. Boss Guo, you're being overly serious. When he says he sold it at the outskirts, is he not implying he sold it at the ghost market? Consider this, what have our shops relied on for sustenance over the years? Aren't the antique shops in this vicinity all dependent on the antique market? Thus, we too could be considered as being on the outskirts. Guo Papi managed a forced smile, still finding it hard to accept that Young Bo had made a fortunate find. Jia Huairan turned to Young Bo. Ever since you made that discovery, you haven't visited our shop to see Li Ling. He has been mentioning you quite a bit these days. Young Bo frowned, forcing a smile. He understood that it was merely polite conversation. Yet he felt a twinge of impatience. He had been preoccupied with family matters lately and simply hadn't had the time to visit. Oh. What is happening in your family? If there's anything, feel free to mention it. We may not have much ability, but we can certainly lend a helping hand. Jia Huairan excelled at feigned concern. Yongbo could not help but scoff inwardly that if he truly needed to borrow money, would they be willing to lend it to him? If they did, would it be 300, 500, or even 6 or 700? Ultimately, it wouldn't be much. Yongbo, so you are here. Just then, a middle-aged man with a beard entered, his face lighting up with surprise. Without waiting for others to speak, the newcomer chuckled and said, "You haven't visited my place in quite a while. If you've acquired something valuable, don't keep it to yourself." Guopapi was momentarily taken aback. Standing up as he wondered what wind had blown Lu, the owner of Jia Hall, to him. Lu was beaming and declared, "I've come to find Yongbo." Guopapi was filled with uncertainty. Just moments ago, Yongbo had surprised him, and now Lu had come looking for him. It was important to note that while both were antique shop owners, their statuses differed significantly. Individuals like himself and Jia Huairen were merely scraping by, occasionally resorting to minor tricks for extra cash, all rather peripheral. In contrast, Lu was well versed in the classics, possessing profound skills in artifact appraisal, and could amass a fortune simply through his keen eye. Over the years, many stories of his prowess had circulated among industry insiders, clearly placing him at a much higher echelon than they occupied. However, Lu's visit to Guodetsai specifically to seek out Yongbo, seemingly disregarding Guo as the shop owner, left Guo feeling somewhat slighted. "Oh, you're looking for Yongbo? It seems a curious wind has blown today, bringing everyone to seek him out," Guopapi remarked with a hint of envy, casting a glance in Jia Huairen's direction. He had already sensed that Jia's reason for being there was also to see Yongbo. Yongbo nodded slightly to Lu but remained seated. "Is there something you need, Lu?" Lu pointed at Yongbo and replied, "Is it wrong for me to visit if there's nothing urgent? I heard there were some issues at your home and learned of your identity from Chao Yuenda. I was simply curious to see for myself. I truly did not expect this." This piqued Jia Huairen's interest. "Lu, if I understand correctly, does that mean Yongbo frequently visited your shop before?" Lu smiled and nodded, his beard lifting slightly. "He has come by several times." "Did that Yangzhen imitation June porcelain fish basket vase come into your possession?" Jia Huairen immediately inquired. "Indeed." "What of it?" Lu responded. Guopapi interjected, "What was the selling price for that fish basket vase?" The moment Lu was asked this question, he paused, a bemused smile on his face. "That is not a question you should be directing at me." With that, he turned his gaze towards Yongbo. It was clear that everyone in the room was more familiar with Yongbo than with either Guo or Jia, and thus, both Guo and Jia were unaware of the vessel's selling price, evidently because Yongbo was reluctant to disclose it. With a calm demeanor, Yongbo stated 50,000. 50,000? Guopapi was astonished, rising from his seat. The fact that Yongbo was the one to speak left him even more incredulous. Having made this declaration, Yongbo felt no need to conceal anything further, as he had already resolved to resign, intending to sever ties with both of them. He was also aware that he needed someone to publicize his fortunate finds. The appraisal of industry insiders and their reputations would undoubtedly enhance the credibility of his evaluations. Recently, someone in the capital had fabricated a set of gold and silk jade garments, relying on the appraisal certificate from a renowned expert to secure a loan of 10 billion from the bank. If Yongbo wished to navigate the industry more comfortably in the future, it was clear that he needed to cultivate his reputation. "It is of no consequence. Later, I sold a painting to Boss Lu." Yongbo spoke again. "What painting?" Jia Huairen inquired hastily, stretching his neck while seated. Yongbo picked up a nearby teacup and took a sip, displaying an air of calmness and choosing to remain silent. Guopapi was equally anxious, wishing he could rush forward and knock Yongbo down, but suddenly he realized that Yongbo was no longer the same person he once was. Could he still command him as before? Upon noticing Yongbo looking his way, Boss Lu understood that Yongbo's words would carry little weight, and it was he who should articulate the matter most appropriately. Cursing inwardly at the clever fox, he spoke up. "That was the rain-washed mountain roots painted by Kuan Kan, one of the 4 monks of the Qing dynasty." Kuan Kan. Jia Huairen, in sheer astonishment, leapt to his feet. "The stone man Kuan Kan. The 4 monks of the Qing dynasty's Kuan Kan." Guopapi, initially unresponsive, was unaware of Kuan Kan's identity or the value of this painting. However, Upon witnessing Jia Huairan's astonished expression, he feigned surprise, knowing he could not afford to lose face at such a moment. Boss Lu. Could it be the painting that Jia Yitong invited experts from the painting academy to authenticate a couple of days ago? Jia Huairan recalled the rumors and posed the question. Boss Lu, having grasped Yongbo's stance, decided to be forthright on this matter, chuckling, indeed, that is the very painting. Jia Huairan, overwhelmed, struggled to find his words. And after a pause, cautiously inquired, the paintings by the four monks of the Qing dynasty are quite valuable and have been appreciating over the past 2 years. May I ask what the transaction amount was at that time? 350,000, Yongbo replied. Jia Huairan, suppressing his inner turmoil, forced a smile. That seems about right. Guo Puppy suddenly sprang to his feet. 350,000. You first sold it for 50,000 and then for 350,000. Jia Huairan had to pull Guo Puppy back. Old Guo, sit down, don't be so agitated. Guo Puppy, unable to hide his shock, marveled at the astonishing sum. Jia Huairan was equally taken aback and never imagining such a result. After a brief pause, he turned to Yongbo. Oh, Yongbo, is that an inkstone beside you? Did you acquire it recently? How much did it cost you? Yongbo's heart stirred as he looked over. The reason he had placed the inkstone in a prominent position was to test Jia Huairan. If anyone on this street held a grudge against him, it would be Jia Huairan, especially since his visit today bore ill intentions. Hearing the question only confirmed Yongbo's suspicions. Is this what Boss Jia is referring to? Yongbo lifted the inkstone and asked. Indeed, how much did you pay for it? It looks quite nice, it should be worth around 40 to 50,000, right? Jia Huairan inquired deliberately. 40 to 50,000? How could this inkstone be worth that much? Guo Puppy glanced at it and finally emerged from his stupor. Jia Huairan frowned. Why is that impossible? Perhaps Yongbo simply had a discerning eye. Yongbo closely observed Jia Huairan's expression, revealing that he had not spent nearly that much. Only 2,000. Jia Huairan was taken aback. Feng Yuan had informed him that it was a staggering 40,000. He opened his mouth to voice his disbelief but ultimately restrained himself, merely exclaiming in awe, indeed, such is the life of the affluent. 2,000 seems but a trifling matter. Boss Lu reached out to take the inkstone, examining it briefly before turning his gaze to Yongbo. This inkstone, with its rustic and natural craftsmanship, appeared to have originated from the Republic of China era, then its price seemed unjustifiable. Yongbo nodded in agreement. I too find this inkstone not worth the price. Are you foolish? If you believe it unworthy, why purchase it? Guo Puppy inquired. Yongbo did not respond. Instead, he lifted the inkstone and pointed to the underside, stating, because there is a character Gu inscribed here. With that, Yongbo carried the inkstone and strode towards the staircase. The sound of his footsteps echoing soon after. What do you mean by that? Guo Puppy called out towards the upper level, but the wooden stairs only returned silence. The three exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Yongbo's intentions. Jia Huairan turned to Guo Puppy. Is there something up there? There is his possession, Guo Puppy replied. Moments later, the sound of footsteps descended the staircase, drawing the trio's attention to Yongbo, who emerged with a hammer in hand. What are you planning to do? Jia Huairan felt a wave of anxiety, realizing that his earlier demeanor had been too conspicuous. Yongbo must have noticed. He had not anticipated that Yongbo would bring down a hammer. Was he seeking violent retribution? Yongbo remained silent, placing the inkstone down and gazing intently at it for a moment before gently tapping the left corner with the small hammer. Ding! Ding! The hammer met the inkstone, producing a crisp sound. However, this scene left the three in stunned silence. None expected that Yongbo, having incurred a loss, would choose to smash the inkstone himself. Yongbo, what are you doing? Boss Lu stepped forward, grasping Yongbo's shoulder. Since you purchased it for 20,000, consider it a lesson learned. Everyone has their misjudgments. This Republic era inkstone could still fetch 1 or 2,000. The loss is not insurmountable, Boss Lu reassured him. Yongbo raised the hammer slightly, looking up at Boss Lu. Rest assured, I have my own plans, you shall see shortly. With that, Yongbo offered no further explanation, lifting the hammer once more to resume his rhythmic tapping. His actions were gentle, entirely devoid of intent to shatter the inkstone. After a brief period, just as the three could no longer contain their impatience to rise, A flicker of a smile crossed young Bo's face. Subsequently, he retrieved a thin-bladed pencil knife from his pocket and inserted the blade into the inkstone. Can a blade really penetrate stone? How is that possible? Guobopai watched in disbelief, about to urge young Bo to stop, when he witnessed the blade indeed embedding itself into the inkstone. How can this be? Guobopai exclaimed, astonished that the blade could penetrate the stone. It appears there are fissures. Boss Lu observed as young Bo inserted the blade partially and delicately prodded with the tip, seemingly attempting to pry the stone apart. Soon, the inkstone in young Bo's hand began to separate, a small piece of the brick resembling a cap being peeled away layer by him. As the inkstone detached, young Bo grasped it firmly and pulled with vigor, producing a pop akin to that of a wine bottle being uncorked, and the inkstone was completely liberated. The three onlookers were astonished at this spectacle, witnessing young Bo gently tilt it downward, and soon, an exquisite inkstone slid out from within the brick. This was truly beyond belief. Boss Lu exclaimed in wonder. Jia Huairan was equally taken aback by the scene, soon engulfed by a wave of fury. For this inkstone had been entrusted to young Bo by him. Although its origins remained unclear, the meticulous protective measures clearly indicated its exceptional value. Young Bo, how have you stumbled upon yet another treasure? If there had been any lingering doubt in Guobopai's mind before, it was now completely dispelled. Witnessing young Bo's serendipitous discovery brought him to submission. Young Bo lifted the inkstone with a smile, noting the seal at the bottom right corner inscribed with the name Wu Men Gu Eanyong. The aura before him was substantial, a beam of brilliance striking his eyes, and he couldn't help but smile. Gu Eanyong was a renowned female inkstone craftsman from the Qing dynasty, hailing from Suzhou, active during the reigns of Yongzheng to Qianlong, and was well acquainted with the famous inkstone collector Huang Ren, who held her in high esteem. Huang Ren, a contemporary artist with a passion for inkstones, upon returning to his hometown after his official duties, spent his modest fortune of 2,000 taels to acquire 10 ancient inkstones, subsequently building a house for their preservation, naming it Shayan Xian, then adopting the title of Shayan Lauren. While serving in Duanzhou, he came across a fine piece of inkstone material and, in search of a master craftsman to carve it into an inkstone, concealed the stone for over a decade. Upon learning of the skilled Gu Eanyong in Suzhou, he traveled over 1,000 miles from Yongfu, Fujian, with the raw material in hand. Seeing Huang Ren's sincerity and recognizing the quality of the stone, Gu Eanyong happily crafted a beautiful inkstone for him. Grateful, Huang Ren immediately penned a poem titled in tribute to Gu Eanyong, which he engraved on the back of the inkstone, which read, 1 inch of Gonjong cuts through purple clay, the sun sets in the alleys of Duanzhou. How can one surpass the skilled artisans, carving through the 10-mile stream of Duanzhou? From then on, a profound friendship blossomed between the two, and Gu Eanyong later crafted several renowned inkstones for Huang Ren, including imitations of Ming Dynasty blue and white inkstones. Moreover, the Palace Museum still houses exquisite works attributed to Gu Eanyong. Let me take a look, Boss Lu urged. Upon receiving the inkstone, he scrutinized it closely. This square inkstone was crafted from Duan stone, retaining its natural form without any carving or polishing. The surface featured a horizontally oriented rectangular pool, adorned with entwined Kuei dragon motifs, while the bottom right bore the seal inscribed Wu Men Gu Eanyong. The top and back of the inkstone were inscribed with various characters in regular script, yet Boss Lu's mind was too overwhelmed to continue examining. The mere name Gu Eanyong was sufficient to astonish him. The Gu Eanyong inkstone stood as a monument in her legacy, and after her passing, her admirers composed verses in her honor, proclaiming, "The pale pear blossoms carry a subtle fragrance, who shall immortalize her name in verse?" The 7-character history of the Ming Pearl at Danxi, the songs of joy echo through the ages for Gu Eanyong, with the Palace Museum proudly displaying her masterpieces. Jia Huairan rose to his feet, his gaze fixated on the inkstone before him, a tempest of resentment swirling within. He had heard of Gu Eanyong's esteemed reputation and was acutely aware of the inkstone's worth. Regret surged through him, intensifying his animosity towards young Bo. Gu Eanyong's renown was substantial, yet history bore witness to numerous imitations. Guobopai, for reasons unknown, blurted out his thoughts. Lu Bo cast a sympathetic glance at Guobopai, understanding the weight of pressure young Bo had exerted on him. The disparity in their social standings was glaring, yet young Bo was undeniably gifted, consistently stumbling upon hidden treasures, thus jeopardizing the dignity of their employer. Go boss, this inkstone bears the inscription of the early Qing scholar Yu Dian, Lu boss pointed out, indicating a section beneath the inkstone. Guo Puppy flushed with embarrassment, realizing the significance. He had noticed the inscription, but with his limited knowledge, he could not ascertain who Yu Dian was or from which era he hailed, rendering him the subject of ridicule and humiliation. The atmosphere in the room shifted awkwardly. A profound silence enveloped them as they exchanged glances, each recognizing that young Bo had been remarkably fortunate in recent days, his finds growing in value, creating an immense pressure among them. Suddenly, young Bo's phone rang, prompting him to retrieve it swiftly. Ever since his father was hospitalized, anxiety had gripped him, fearing it might be a call from the hospital. Upon seeing that the caller was Luo Yahua, relief washed over him, and he answered the call. Young Bo. Where are you now? I'm at the antique shop near Chaotian Palace. Good, I'm in the vicinity. Stay put, I'll be there shortly. I need to discuss something with you. Uncertain of the reason for the meeting, Young Bo nonetheless provided his exact location. As he returned to the shop and took a seat, he sensed a renewed vibrancy in the atmosphere. He intended to broach the subject of his resignation. But before he could speak, Jia Huairan interjected. Young Bo, if I recall correctly, your father has been gravely ill. You must have brought him back to Nanjing for treatment recently, right? I know you've made quite a bit of money lately, but with a serious illness, expenses can be substantial. Those funds may not suffice. He paused, then continued, have you considered parting with the Gu Anyong Panlong inkstone? Young Bo turned to Jia Huairan. His expression a mixture of disdain and disbelief, he felt an urge to slap him. I have not considered that, Young Bo replied with a faint smile. Jia Huairan's smile faltered, growing increasingly awkward before fading entirely. Lu Boss attempted to mediate, stating, Gu Anyong's reputation is formidable. This Panlong inkstone holds considerable value and is highly collectible. It is entirely reasonable for Young Bo to wish to retain it. Silence ensued, the tension palpable. Young Bo, understanding Jia Huairan's ulterior motives, realized he aimed to exploit the situation, seeking to acquire the inkstone at a bargain before Young Bo could fully comprehend its significance. To his surprise, Young Bo flatly refused. Young Bo's desire to collect was not particularly intense, as he only had the initial medical expenses at hand and remained uncertain about future circumstances. Naturally, he would welcome having more cash at his disposal. Yet he would never part with his belongings at a loss, nor would he willingly give away money to others. Young Bo, I never imagined you were actually working as an assistant in an antique shop. When you introduced yourself that day, I thought you were pulling my leg. Luo Yaohua, who was still outside the shop, called out as he stepped inside, making a beeline for Young Bo. I need your help with something today, do you have a moment? Jia Huairan, upon seeing Luo Yahua enter and noticing the familiar tone of conversation between him and Young Bo, was taken aback. He recognized Luo Yahua and felt it inappropriate to feign ignorance, so he stood up and said, Luo Shao, what brings you here? Luo Yahua glanced at him and replied, Oh, Boss Jia is here as well. I came to find Young Bo. With that, he ceased further conversation and focused his attention on Young Bo. Young Bo had not anticipated Luo Yahua's prompt arrival, but he felt obliged to assist him, especially considering the help he had received regarding his father's hospitalization. Furthermore, he would likely need to consult experts soon, thus he responded without hesitation, sure. You're not even going to hesitate. Aren't you afraid I might sell you out? Luo Yahua chuckled. Young Bo smiled and shook his head, understanding full well that his skills lay primarily in appraisal. He was not particularly adept in physical confrontations. So he knew that Luo Yahua's inquiry would not pertain to anything else. Luo Yahua's gaze fell upon the inkstone beside Young Bo, and he jokingly remarked, You didn't happen to score a hidden gem, did you? Is that why so many people are gathered to discuss it? Young Bo nodded with a grin, indeed. Luo Yahua's smile faltered momentarily. You must be jesting, how could that be possible? Quite the contrary. Young Bo insisted. Luo Yahua could not contain his exclamation, What? How is that even feasible? Just a couple of days ago, you sold me a Han Dynasty jade dancer, how could you possibly find another treasure so soon? Young Bo chuckled and replied, It's merely a stroke of good fortune, someone set a trap for me, and instead, gifted me a rare item. As he spoke, he glanced knowingly towards Jia Huairan, who had refrained from commenting until now, eager to gauge his reaction. Luo Yahua, oblivious to the subtle gestures, exclaimed, "Your luck is astonishing. When will such fortune come my way?" "Your turn. If someone sets a trap for you, can you even escape?" Yongbo retorted. Luo Yahua's expression darkened as he considered. Indeed, it requires a certain level of skill. However, the one who plotted against you must be feeling quite regretful. Yongbo turned his gaze back to Jia Huairan, only to find him wearing a sullen expression, silent and brooding. "Boss, I wish to resign," Yongbo declared. The room fell silent as everyone processed his words. Guobopi looked up, anticipating Yongbo's departure, but he hadn't expected it to come so swiftly. "Could you delay it for a few days?" Guopapi hesitated momentarily before inquiring, uncertain of his own thoughts, feeling that if he were to let this go, he would incur significant losses. Yongbo shook his head, saying, "Boss, I brought my father to the hospital yesterday, and I will likely need to stay overnight to care for him. It will be quite challenging for me to find the time and energy to return to work. This is the reason I resigned." "That's all right. I can grant you a few months' leave. Once your father recovers, you can return to work," Guopopi replied, taking Yongbo's polite words at face value, clearly intending to keep him on. Yongbo felt somewhat awkward, realizing he needed to be less courteous in his speech. Luo Yahua, unable to remain silent, interjected. Though he was unaware of Yongbo's previous salary, he understood that a worker typically wouldn't earn much. The fact that Yongbo's boss was not discussing compensation but merely wishing to retain him was, in his view, a fanciful notion. "Yongbo, since you have resigned, why not come work for me as a consultant in the future?" Luo Yahua proposed suddenly. Yongbo was taken aback. "Is that really appropriate?" he responded. "What could possibly be wrong with that? If you become my consultant, I might even enter this field myself. And I would gladly pay you $1 million a year for your services." Luo Yahua chuckled. The moment his words left his mouth, the crowd was taken aback. Guopopi's face flashed with surprise. He had briefly considered the matter of compensation but quickly dismissed it, viewing Yongbo merely as the shop's young assistant. Now, with Luo Yahua proposing a salary of $1 million, he was utterly stunned. Jia Huairan was momentarily speechless before laughing. "Oh, Luo Shao knows how to joke." "Joke? Just the other day, I spent 50,000 on a beautifully carved jade dancer, and it's worth 250,000 now. It has such value that I am more than willing to offer $1 million annual salary." Luo Yahua exclaimed, his voice rising. Jia Huairan, feeling awkward, had little to say in response. Boss Lu chuckled, rather pleased to witness this exchange, as he suspected that the fish trap Yongbo sold might have been a fortunate find. Observing Yongbo's gradual growth was indeed an interesting affair. "Luo Shao, I appreciate your generous offer of $1 million annual salary, but let's refrain from discussing it further. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I will assist you as best I can," Yongbo stated. Luo Yahua regarded him for a moment, noticing his unwavering stance. He wished to persuade him but ultimately remained silent. Yongbo ascended to gather his belongings, while Luo Yahua leaned against the wall, offering no assistance but commenting, "Your quilt is looking quite worn. Having earned so much money, why not purchase a new set?" Yongbo glanced down at the quilt, which he had been using since high school, nearly 5 years ago. Yet, his frugal habits cultivated over the past 2 years prompted him to decline the suggestion, deciding to keep it. With a helpless sigh, Luo Yahua assisted Yongbo in loading his belongings into the car. As he took his place in the driver's seat, he rolled down the window and lit a cigarette, gesturing towards Yongbo. However, Yongbo waved his hand in refusal. Given their previous lack of familiarity, he felt it unnecessary to indulge in smoking out of politeness now. Mei Laosan seemingly sensed the shifting winds and altered his usual habits over the past 2 days. He has consecutively held auctions, with another set for tonight. Luo Yahua took a deep breath and explained. Yongbo paused briefly, only to realize that Mei Laosan intended to flee. His relationship with Yuan Laodi was indeed quite close. Luo Yahua nodded, affirming their bond as sworn brothers, suggesting that many matters were not as simple as they appeared. Mei Laosan had managed to operate in the bustling city for 2 years without any issues on the surface. It seemed I was protecting him, but in reality, I was merely a runner. Luo Yahua exhaled, turning his gaze to the window. Noting that the Yi family's fierce dragon was on the rise, someone could no longer shield Mei Lao-san, who likely sensed the urgency of the situation and was hastily preparing to escape. What can I do? Yongbo was disinterested in the intricacies of this situation, preferring to remain oblivious. Accompany me to the auction tonight. The current auctions have stringent checks and familiar faces are not allowed. Since you attended the last one, you should have no problem entering again. We must be present to stall the auction, as action is likely to be taken tonight. Luo Yahua extinguished his cigarette and inquired, "Do you need to go to the hospital first?" Yongbo nodded. "I need to arrange a few things first." He returned to the hospital, updating his mother about the situation and requesting her presence for the night. He also handed her some cash and had a brief conversation with his father before stepping outside. "Have you not considered moving into a VIP ward?" Luo Yahua awaited Yongbo outside the room. Yongbo glanced at him. "Do you have connections?" "I can attempt to arrange it," Luo Yahua replied, striding toward the exit. After a few steps, he suddenly turned back, noticing Yongbo had not moved. He inquired, "Aren't you renting a place anymore? Call now to switch words, I'm not at ease." Yongbo insisted. Luo Yahua rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "You have so many concerns. It's truly bothersome." Yongbo chuckled but did not respond. Luo Yahua, full of energy, made a call. And soon a nurse arrived with a list to assist in rearranging the ward, even streamlining the paperwork, much to Yongbo's astonishment. Luo Yahua laughed. "How about that? Are you envious?" "Huh? My grandfather is the vice president of this hospital." Yongbo nodded. "I have a piece by Gu Anyang, a dragon-patterned inkstone. Are you interested?" "Are you ready to sell?" Luo Yahua seemed uncertain. "Yes, but the VIP ward costs more, and with the future still ahead, I fear I might run short on funds." The experiences of the past 2 years had made Yongbo frugal. Despite having no concerns about exhausting his money, he felt secure only when cash was in hand. "You needn't worry at all, it might just be a fortuitous find," Luo Yahua suggested, suspecting Yongbo's offer was a gesture of reciprocity. After a brief pause, he added, "All right, then let me have it, but I'll need to have someone appraise it." "Sure, no rush," Yongbo replied. After settling his father into the VIP ward, he noticed a bed for accompanying staff in the room, which eased his mind. Subsequently, the two individuals proceeded directly to the agency and rented a 2-bedroom apartment. Without concern for the price, the leasing formalities were swiftly completed and they moved in his belongings. After hastily tidying up the space and having dinner, Yongbo specifically requested the restaurant to prepare a meal consisting of steamed mandarin fish with poria, chicken eggs with green fruit, meat stewed with kiwi roots, and soup made from gourd and crucian carp, all of which were in accordance with medical advice. Upon returning to the hospital, Yongbo noticed through the glass door of the ward that his parents were having their meal. It was around 5:30 in the afternoon, and he had intentionally arrived a bit early, fearing they would dine too early, only to find that he was still a step late. As Yongbo entered, his parents turned to look, both instinctively hiding their bowls. He approached them, feigning ignorance of their meal, and cheerfully remarked, "Patients with liver ailments have numerous dietary restrictions. I consulted the doctor and compiled a list. I will give it to Mom later so that you can pay attention to your meals." "Oh, certainly." Yang's mother promptly nodded. He placed the dishes he had brought on the table while discreetly observing his parents' bowls. Despite their efforts to conceal them, the small room made it nearly impossible to hide the simple dinner of plain rice adorned with pickled radish. A wave of emotion washed over Yongbo, and tears welled in his eyes. At times, he preferred to endure hardship himself, wishing to present a dignified image to his parents. Yet, witnessing them consuming such meager fare made him feel inadequate. "I had a meal outside and brought some food." Yongbo managed to suppress his emotions, speaking slowly. His mother responded with a surprised "oh," while his father straightened up and inquired, "Why have you changed words? This one looks more like a hotel. Is it significantly more expensive than the last one?" "It is a bit pricier, but not excessively so. I have a friend, the one I brought home that day, who has connections, so the hospitalization won't cost too much. You just focus on your recovery. I will handle the finances." Yongbo explained, while at that moment, Luo Yahua was waiting outside, making it inconvenient to invite him in. Suddenly, Yang's mother, busy clearing the table, exclaimed in astonishment, "Xiaobo, why did you buy so much food?" We won't finish it. It's not that much. Dad needs to maintain his nutrition while in the hospital, and Mom, you should also eat well. Youngbo clarified, assuring them that they need not worry about medical or living expenses, as he would take care of everything. Young's father fell silent, looking at Youngbo. Earning money is not easy. Do not deprive yourself just to provide for the family. Take good care of yourself. Youngbo nodded, rest assured. As he exited the ward, he spotted Luo Yahua leaning against the corridor wall, who nodded slightly in his direction before walking out. Luo Yahua followed him, his eyes slightly red. Oh, is that so? Youngbo replied, then asked, isn't Mei Lao San's auction taking place in the middle of the night? Do you have an invitation or anything? Luo Yahua chuckled, what invitation? If I decide to go, do you think Mei Lao San would dare to keep me out? Youngbo suddenly fell silent. Luo Yahua glanced at him and asked, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Do you think I am abusing my privileges? Youngbo shook his head, saying, but that is not the issue. When I first entered this field, it was purely by chance. I was merely pondering, given the circumstances, shouldn't Mei Lao San consider changing the venue for the transaction? Luo Yahua was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, why didn't you say so earlier? He is quite cautious. It is very likely he has already made changes. With a sense of urgency, Luo Yahua continued, this matter has been entrusted to me, and I must ascertain the time and place. What should we do now? Youngbo suggested, do you have acquaintances who frequently participate in underground auctions? They might have received a notification regarding the changes. Of course. It is also possible that there may be no alterations. Not a chance. There will definitely be changes, Luo Yahua asserted with conviction. He then pulled out his phone, declaring, I will call Master Yu. He is a long-time patron and certainly knows the details. Luo Yahua dialed the number and, after a brief pause, the call connected. After exchanging pleasantries, he inquired, Master Yu, I received a notice last night to head to the alley, but there was no one there. What is going on with Lao San? Didn't he ensure the notifications were properly sent out? There was a moment of silence on the other end before Master Yu replied, a new address has been established. Lao San didn't he inform you? Those under Lao San are incredibly careless. I must reprimand him later, Luo Yahua expressed his irritation. He felt compelled to mention that last night's transaction appeared somewhat chaotic and the subordinates were not as diligent as before. Master Fong added with a touch of humor, tonight we shall witness you, Luo Shao, in all your glory. Luo Yahua chuckled, Master Yu, please do not belittle me. I am merely a novice in this field, surviving on the goodwill of gentlemen like yourself. I owe you my gratitude for your support. His flattering words put Master Yu in high spirits. After ending the call, Luo Yahua snapped his fingers, exclaiming, all set. Youngbo let out a sigh of relief. He had rarely interacted with figures like Mei Lao San and Yuan Lao San in the past, and he felt little concern for their rise or fall. He merely believed it sufficed to focus on doing his own tasks well, as he had no desire to become entangled in such affairs. Should we report this? Youngbo inquired again. Rest assured, I will send a message right away, Luo Yahua replied. Having slept little the night before, Youngbo collapsed onto his pillow and fell asleep instantly. When Luo Yahua roused him, it was already the early hours of the morning. Is it this early? Youngbo asked, surprised, as auctions typically commenced close to 3 in the morning. Luo Yahua, clearly having remained awake, wore an excited expression. It is getting late. The time has been moved forward. We need to start by 1 o'clock since we are dealing with a large quantity of surplus goods. Mei Lao San needs to begin early. Youngbo nodded, understanding the rationale. He quickly dressed and freshened up, and the two of them hurried towards the new location. In a bustling urban area, the residence was situated even closer to the city center than before, a revelation that astonished Youngbo. Upon their arrival at the entrance, they were confronted by a security guard who barred their entry, declaring it a private club, strictly prohibiting outsiders. Luo Yahua glared at the two and demanded, Do you dare to stop me? Bring Mei Lao San out. With a fierce kick, he sent a guard sprawling to the ground, exuding an air of arrogance and defiance. Youngbo, witnessing Luo Yahua's audacity, was initially taken aback but soon realized that in such a moment, It was imperative to maintain a FA or day of bravado to avoid drawing suspicion. Another guard stood frozen, his voice tinged with desperation. Young Master Luo. You know we are just lowly workers, we have no choice. With a disdainful snort, Luo Yahua commanded, step aside. As the guard reluctantly moved aside, Luo Yahua strode in with a cold demeanor. Yongbo followed silently, his mind racing with insights. Everyone possesses their own philosophy of survival. Having been born into humble beginnings, he preferred to adopt a low-key approach, while Luo Yahua thrived in his flamboyant arrogance. The courtyard, adorned with grey walls, appeared significantly larger than the previous one, with several individuals hastily moving about. Ignoring them, Luo Yahua proceeded directly into the hall where the lighting was dim. Mei Laosan stood in the center, a table before him as he made introductions. The hall was more spacious than before, accommodating over 20 people seated on benches, yet despite the modest conditions, no one displayed any sign of impatience. All were intently focused on the front. Mei Laosan, absorbed in his task, seemed oblivious to Yongbo and Luo Yahua's entrance, which went unnoticed for some time. Yongbo scanned the room and spotted familiar faces. Huey was present, and surprisingly, Jia Huairan and Deputy Director Chu were seated together, engaged in quiet conversation, unaware of the newcomers. After observing the scene, Luo Yahua raised his voice. Master. You've opened a new venue and didn't even inform me. I would have brought a floral arrangement to show my support. Upon hearing this, Mei Laosan's expression shifted subtly. He paused momentarily before offering an awkward smile. I was wondering who it was. Welcome, young Master Luo. Luo Yahua was not easily deterred. Master, let us not change the subject. Not notifying me about your new venue is rather inconsiderate, don't you think? Although Mei Laosan's demeanor darkened, he ultimately refrained from displaying anger. My apologies, young Master Luo. A new shipment is soon arriving, and we plan to clear out the remaining stock in the meantime. I intended to invite you once the new goods arrived. Luo Yahua smiled. That would be splendid. Luo Yahua posed a couple of pointed questions but chose not to pursue the matter further, which afforded Mei Laosan a moment of relief. The news of the second brother's arrest left him utterly astounded. While others may have been oblivious, he was acutely aware of the situation. The second brother had maintained a peaceful existence in Lishui for many years, garnering respect both in the official realm and among the underworld, always being afforded a measure of dignity. Yet, despite this, the second brother's influence had been abruptly dismantled overnight, dragging Mei Laosan down with him. This revelation heightened Mei Laosan's alertness. His collaboration with the second brother was exceedingly close, with at least half of his goods sourced from him. Consequently, not only was the supply from the second brother now severed, but it was also highly probable that the repercussions of this incident would ensnare him as well. Following the arrest, he felt as though an invisible net had been cast over him, leaving him uncertain of who his adversaries were or who harbored intentions against him, what their ultimate aim might be. Fearful, he began to liquidate his remaining stock of goods the very night after the second brother's capture. These remnants varied in value, but his urgency compelled him to concoct tales of a substantial new shipment arriving, all while relocating to a different venue. Notifying only a select few of his long-standing patrons, Luo Yahua was notably excluded from this list. Mei Laosan recognized that he and Luo Yahua were of entirely different ilk. As a representative of the authorities, should Luo choose to pursue him, he would undoubtedly not extend any protection, and there was a distinct possibility that, in pursuit of his father's political achievements, he might even betray him. What he had not anticipated was the swiftness of Luo Yahua's information network. It was only the following day that Luo had already uncovered his new location, a testament to formidable power. At that moment, all he desired was to expedite the sale of his goods, unwilling to prolong matters and afford Luo Shao any advantage. Mei Laosan called out his instructions, gesturing towards the items before him as he began his presentation. Serendipitously, the hall was filled to capacity. With only a small space remaining beside Jia Huairan and Deputy Director Chu, Yongbo took a seat on the bench, nodding towards the two. Boss Jia, Deputy Director Chu. I didn't expect to see you both so soon. Jia Huairan glanced over at Yongbo, his expression unchanged. I didn't think you could wrangle your way in here too. Deputy Director Chu, evidently more aloof, dismissed him without a glance, his gaze fixated on the front stage. Luo Yahua, seated nearby, stole a glance in their direction. Aware of the underlying animosity between Yongbo and the two men, He whispered, "It appears we have not arrived too late, the proceedings have only just commenced. As for those two, best not to engage, the more they buy, the harsher the penalties." A chill ran through young Bo at the recollection of a previous underground auction he had attended, where many had witnessed the events unfold. Luo Yahua seemed to perceive his apprehension and reassured him in a harsh tone, "Rest assured, we are in the clear. I have already registered with the Municipal Bureau. We are effectively undercover." Young Bo nodded, a flicker of joy igniting within him. He vividly remembered how, during the last auction, Deputy Director Chu had maliciously inflated the prices, causing the cost of the Han Dynasty silk thread jade dancer he purchased to soar by more than double. Today, he vowed not to let him off easily. The thoughts of those present varied greatly, yet the continuous presentation of items and the refreshingly low prices incited a frenzy among the crowd. A Ming Dynasty mare adorned with a pair of Mandarin ducks was offered, starting at a base price of 20,000. A Qing Dynasty Chen Longara brooch depicting a pavilion and figures commenced bidding at 15,000. The items showcased were priced at half of their market value. Thus securing one meant profiting from the other half. Consequently, the bidding was conducted in turns, rarely resulting in a chaotic scramble. It seemed that Mei Lao-san, in an effort to avoid excessive competition, ensured each item was quickly sold once it appeared on stage. A jade buckle inlaid with pink tourmaline was presented, beginning at a mere 12,000. Deputy Director Chu was the first to place a bid, declaring 12,000. Young Bo smiled inwardly, aware that an opportunity had arisen. Their purpose was to delay the auction's progress while gathering some evidence from the proceedings, if they could simultaneously give Deputy Director Chu a taste of his own medicine. It would be a bonus. 13,000. Young Bo countered. Deputy Director Chu paused, glancing over at Young Bo. The pink tourmaline jade buckle was valued between 20 and 30,000, anything below 20,000 would yield a profit. He had not anticipated Young Bo's interference at this moment. Oblivious to the fact that just days prior, he had raised Young Bo's bid. 14,000. Chu replied, frowning. He was not particularly intent on acquiring this jade buckle. Yet he could not afford to lose face before such a subordinate. 15,000. Young Bo replied with a slight smile, unhurried and unperturbed. Even if he were to win the bid, it mattered little to him, as he would ultimately not be able to claim it. 16,000. Chu's irritation began to surface as his gaze fixed upon young Bo. Luo Yahua tugged at young Bo, advising him to play along without taking it too seriously. However, young Bo had dug a pit for Deputy Director Chu and was unwilling to relent easily. 18,000. Deputy Director Chu hesitated. He had managed to obtain an entry ticket through some inside information, and due to insufficient funds, he had enlisted Jia Huiron's assistance, hoping for a substantial gain. Clearly, young Bo was obstructing his path to fortune, and he could not afford to yield, otherwise, young Bo might push further. 20,000. Young Bo chuckled. Refraining from raising his bid further, this was merely a test. Mei Lao-san swiftly announced the outcome. He had once relished in the excitement of bidding wars. Yet now he exhibited signs of impatience. Engaging in disputes over a few thousand would waste too much of his time. At this moment, securing a sale was paramount. Regardless of the amount, he was eager to gather his earnings and flee this place. After successfully acquiring the jade buckle, Deputy Director Chu could not help but cast a disdainful glance towards young Bo, his chin slightly raised. Young Bo merely smiled in response, choosing silence. Luo Yahua, an exceptional actor, donned the guise of a wealthy dilettante, making it difficult to discern reality from pretense. Particularly during the auction, when a stunning red agate pendant was presented. He shamelessly began to play the rogue. My mother's 50th birthday is approaching this September, and I have been pondering whether I could procure a suitable pendant. This red agate pendant is exquisite and just perfect. I shall raise the bid by 1,000 to 51,000. Young Bo sat beside Luo Yahua, unable to suppress his admiration for the latter's shamelessness. This was not the first time he had encountered such a pretext. And the other attendees in the hall were visibly twitching at the corners of their mouths. However, given the nature of this clandestine gathering and its underground dealings, no one dared to offend this scion of the righteous path. With no bids forthcoming, Luo Yahua's unscrupulous scheme succeeded. By market standards, the crimson jade pendant should fetch at least over 100,000, yet all Mei wore a smile, seemingly relieved by Luo Yahua's involvement. As if his participation ensured the auction's safety. As the auction progressed, Liang Bo participated sparingly, yet whenever Jia Huairan and Deputy Director Chu entered the fray, he would seize the opportunity to intervene. Each time he raised the bid, he did so judiciously, ensuring that the price remained reasonable enough for a profit, yet not exorbitant, skillfully eliciting frustration from both Jia Huairan and Chu. The crowd, initially drawn in by the spectacle, gradually discerned the underlying strategy. Secretly amused by Liang Bo's intentions while mockingly deriding Jia and Chu for their lack of insight, are now facing the consequences of their actions. Another item emerged. Amid Qing Dynasty silver inlaid jade, a treasure Qi dragon teapot starting at 70,000. Jia Huairan, simmering with frustration, provocatively glanced at Liang Bo and declared 90,000. Liang Bo chuckled. His aim merely to vex his opponent, while his ultimate objective extended beyond this moment, thus he chose to ignore the taunt and refrained from responding. Jia Huairan glared at Liang Bo, finally unable to contain himself. Liang Bo, you are merely a clerk at an antique shop. Do you truly believe that having snagged a couple of bargains puts you on par with me? You are still far from it. Liang Bo shook his head, replying, Boss Jia, indeed we are worlds apart, but you have misphrased your assertion. Jia Huairan scoffed, ask everyone here who has misphrased anything. All Mei quickly intervened. Please refrain from discussing topics unrelated to the auction. Very well, Boss Jia bids 90,000, is there anyone willing to go higher? After 3 counts, Jia Huairan successfully secured the item, casting a condescending glance at Liang Bo. As the clock struck 3 in the morning, the pace of the auction noticeably quickened. Attendees no longer cared to raise bids, resulting in many items being sold at their starting prices. The customary practice of prior authentication was also disregarded, as everyone focused solely on seizing items, the authenticity of which became secondary. Liang Bo exchanged a glance with Luo Yahua, both chuckling. It seemed All Mei was making a final desperate push, perhaps sensing something amiss and wishing to conclude the proceedings before departing. Had they arrived a day later, All Mei might have absconded with the funds. At 5 in the morning, as dawn broke, exhaustion enveloped everyone in the hall. The sheer volume of items auctioned was staggering. Liang Bo estimated that over 200 pieces had been sold in a single night, with genuine articles exceeding half that number, a remarkably high probability indeed. Sweat beads cascaded down Mei Laoson's cheeks, rendering him akin to a figure freshly emerged from the depths of water, his garments thoroughly drenched. His voice had taken on a hoarse timbre, culminating in a small pouch of coins. Due to their overwhelming quantity, they were not auctioned off individually, rather. Anyone interested was invited to make an offer, and the deal would be struck. Liang Bo cast a glance and noted that the so-called pouch was a common shopping bag, typically found in supermarkets, filled to the brim with coins, their gleaming surfaces overlapping in a dazzling array. It is worth noting that the value of these coins cannot be assessed solely by their age. The currency from the Yen state during the Warring States period, known as the Mingdao, boasts a remarkable lineage spanning over 200-300 years. Despite its antiquity, its market value hovers around a mere 100 yuan. In stark contrast, the Han Dynasty's Wuzhou coins from 2000 years ago, along with the Tang Dynasty's Kaiyuan Tongbao and the Northern Song Dynasty's Shuanha Tongbao from over a millennium ago, command prices that defy belief, often obtainable for just a few yuan. Furthermore, coins minted over a century ago, like the Tianguo Tongbao and Qing Dynasty currencies such as the Qishong Zhongbao, soared to astronomical figures during the Taiping Rebellion, reaching over 10,000 yuan. After the Xinhai Revolution, the Guanyuan coins issued by Yuan Shakai, colloquially known as the Yuan Datu, also became exceedingly valuable, fetching prices in the thousands. Liang Bo merely observed, devoid of any inclination to purchase, for he had already discerned the eventual fate of these items. Ultimately, the pouch of coins was acquired by an antiquities shop owner for a mere 20,000 yuan, a paltry sum, indeed, but one predicated on the potential existence of rare coins within. The transaction was swiftly concluded, and individuals took turns to count their belongings, readying to settle their accounts. Liang Bo lingered at the periphery of the crowd, observing the cacophony of voices. Noting Luo Yaho's hurried dash to pay and catching a glimpse of Jia Huairan's resentful glare as he settled his bill, he pondered when the operation would commence. Freeze. Police. Just as Liang Bo was lost in thought, the sharp, commanding voice pierced the air. He turned to see the main door of the living room violently kicked open, a swarm of police officers surging inside. Liang Bo swiftly shifted, crouching in the corner, hands clasped over his head, witnessing the ensuing chaos unfold before him. In the center of the hall, Mei Laosan stood frozen, his countenance ashen at the sudden outcry. By the time he regained his composure and sought to escape through the back door, the sheer number of attendees rendered any attempt futile. As the crowd pressed tightly against one another. The crux of the matter was that many participants in the transaction were antiquities shop owners or prominent collectors. Accustomed to a life of privilege. Faced with such an alarming situation, they were paralyzed by fear, instinctively crouching down rather than fleeing. The proprietor, who had purchased a pouch of ancient coins, clutching it tightly, was so frightened by the shout that the bag slipped from his grasp. Coins scattering across the floor like a shower of glimmering stars. Yongbo, still crouched in the corner, observed the tumult. Catching sight of several coins that rolled into his line of vision. Among them were two inconsequential Kongshi Tongbao coins, a yuan datu, and one obscured by that, rendering its design indecipherable. After a moment's hesitation, Yongbo seized the last coin and tucked it beneath his insole, casting not even a glance at the valuable yuan datu. At that moment, the crowd had been fully encircled, with each individual assigned a dedicated officer to oversee them. Yui stood in the hall, reluctantly crouching when compelled. His demeanor stern yet ultimately submitting to the demand. A young, portly businessman who pointed at and ordered to squat raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. His voice tinged with desperation, pleading, "Do not strike me, I implore you, I am Director Young." The chubby businessman was momentarily released, only to be met with a question. "Which director are you?" "I am from the Collectors Association." A sharp slap echoed through the air, as one of the onlookers, incensed, retorted, "The director of the Collectors Association. There are so many, who knows which one you are? There are multiple directors in a single association, the opposition likely holds no authority at all." Yongbo observed this scene and couldn't help but chuckle. The officer assigned to watch him, seeing his compliance, refrained from twisting his arm. Opting instead to give him a light pat and admonish, "Do not look around aimlessly, behave yourself." Everyone was restrained and escorted from the scene. While Luo Yahua managed to communicate successfully and secure his freedom, enabling Yongbo to escape as well. The authorities commenced the inventory of the seized items. Luo Yahua leaned casually against a pillar, casting a glance inside, astonished that it would ultimately be him who dismantled this den. Isn't it somewhat gratifying to play the role of a harbinger of justice? Yongbo smiled, only to express regret. "Alas, this marks my second visit to such a place. And I never anticipated it would be dismantled so swiftly. During my first visit, I consoled myself, believing I would not return after a couple of times due to safety concerns. Little did I know that this thought would manifest so soon." Luo Yahua jested. "You might very well be the reason for its downfall." "How could that possibly be related to me?" Yongbo inquired. "Because you are a harbinger of calamity. And the catalyst for this incident was that porcelain piece worth 350,000. Dare you claim that it was not you who appraised it?" Luo Yahua chuckled. Yongbo found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, this matter was significantly linked to him, as the chain of events seemed to bear his mark throughout. The cleanup continued, and someone hurried over to Luo Yahua, saying, "Director Luo, do you know any experts in artifact appraisal? The cleanup process is rather complex. And our team lacks the expertise. I fear they may inadvertently damage the items. It would be best to conduct a preliminary assessment before proceeding with detailed appraisals." Luo Yahua glanced at Yongbo. "Captain Leong, here is the expert you are seeking. You must have overlooked him." Captain Leong, in his 40s. With considerable gray in his hair, scrutinized Yongbo with skepticism. Is he still a university student? He should possess some level of competence, at the very least. He should manage the initial assessment. Yongbo did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he grasped Luo Yahua's wrist. Aligning it with the sunlight to check the time, it was nearly 6 o'clock. With a hint of hesitation, he looked at Luo Yahua. "I fear I may not have much time." Luo Yahua patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Aren't you concerned for your parents? Rest assured, I will handle this matter. I will call them to arrange breakfast. The expert consultations are already being organized, and they are likely to take place soon, facilitating an earlier surgery." Yongbo looked at Luo Yahua with gratitude, surprised that the young man he had always perceived as a frivolous playboy possessed such a delicate sensibility. "Captain Leong, could you arrange for an assistant for me?" Yongbo said, feeling relieved as he turned to Captain Leong. Captain Leong smiled. "Sure. Since you come recommended by Section Chief Luo, who has a keen eye for cultural relics, I trust his judgment." He called out, Xiao Yuan. Yes. A young female officer rushed over and stood before Captain Leong. Captain, is there something you need? Xiao Yuan accompanied this gentleman as his assistant, primarily responsible for organizing and recording the results of the relic evaluations. Captain Leong introduced, suddenly realizing he hadn't yet learned Yongbo's name. Yongbo glanced up, noticing that Xiao Yuan was a strikingly attractive officer with fair skin, appearing to be around his age. However, he understood that all current police officers must pass civil service exams and hold at least a college degree, suggesting she might be a few years his senior. Yuan Yezi looked at Yongbo and, noticing the boyishness of his features, remarked with a smile, is he really skilled in relic appraisal? I haven't heard of any prodigies emerging in our country lately. While Yongbo was unfazed by comments from others, being teased by a beautiful woman made his cheeks flush slightly. We'll see, he replied. Despite Captain Liang's skepticism about Yongbo, believing him to be another example of a youth all talk and no action, he reprimanded Yuan Yezi, just do what you're told without asking so many questions. Yuan Yezi pouted but followed Yongbo, who glanced back at her and noted her somewhat lackadaisical demeanor. Prepare some paper and pens, preferably sticky notes, then a camera, he instructed. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yuan Yezi asked, what do we need this for? Yongbo frowned, some things are better left unasked, you'll find out soon enough. Yuan Yezi paused, feeling taken aback, but chose not to press further. Nevertheless, she hurried off to gather the tools and quickly returned. Yongbo's tone was somewhat aloof. Since he had stopped attending school, he rarely interacted with girls. Go Puppy often teased him about pursuing the daughter of a fast food restaurant owner. Though he was uncertain of his own feelings, he simply found the girl's beauty quite pleasing and it eased his mood significantly. Confronted by the elegant young officer, her hair elegantly tied back, revealing her long, fair neck, he felt a flutter of interest despite her being a few years older. Thus, he opted to maintain an air of indifference. However, when his attention shifted back to the cultural relics, Yongbo felt a surge of confidence. Since the emergence of the peculiar aura, he had gained newfound assurance. All the relics had been collected and placed in the courtyard, and to prevent any opportunistic theft, the police needed to swiftly document these items. Yongbo's task was to accurately name each artifact. Yuan Yezi stood behind Yongbo, casting him a fleeting glance before rolling her eyes at Captain Leong, clearly expressing her dissatisfaction. It was primarily due to Yongbo's youth. He had yet to shave off the furs of adolescence. At such a tender age, how could one expect him to be capable of authenticating antiques? Captain Leong, feeling uneasy, trailed behind Yongbo, feigning ignorance of Yuan Yezi's gestures, yet his heart weighed heavily with regret for hastily acquiescing to Luo Yahua's recommendation. However, he quickly reminded himself that Luo Yahua was the son of the director, and preserving face was paramount. He could only hope that the authentication experts contacted by the bureau would arrive soon. As dawn broke, the clamor in the courtyard gradually subsided. Yongbo stood before the artifact, cradling the first piece in his hands. After a brief inspection, he declared, "This is a Qing Dynasty Daoguang period Celadon and white jade dragon pattern vase." Yuan Yezi, still in a daze with her notebook in hand, failed to comprehend his words, exclaiming, "What did you just say?" Yongbo frowned and reiterated, "Note this down. It is indeed a Celadon and white jade dragon pattern vase from the Daoguang era of the Qing Dynasty." Yuan Yezi's lips parted in disbelief, her almond-shaped eyes wide with astonishment. "You only glanced at it for a moment. This is no jest. We are conducting a significant statistical record which could potentially serve as crucial evidence for sentencing. Please, do not take this lightly. I am not jesting, write it down." Yongbo was taken aback that this was merely the beginning of their doubts. Captain Leong, standing behind, shared her frustration. Yongbo had merely made a quick assertion about the small vase being from the Daoguang era, and Leong felt displeased. Although this record might not directly influence sentencing as Yuan Yezi suggested, it was still a preliminary assessment. If the discrepancies proved too vast, he would find himself in a difficult position. Moreover, he was certain that a throng of reporters would soon descend upon them. How would he report these findings? Captain Leong, Yongbo's expertise in authentication is commendable. If you do not trust him, do you not trust me either? Luo Yahua, sensing the tension in the room, realized that without his intervention, progress might come to a standstill. Captain Leong paused, glancing at Luo Yahua in surprise, not anticipating such fervent support for Yongbo. Turning his gaze back to the ordinary-looking yet resolute young man amidst the crowd, Captain Leong finally addressed Yuan Yezi. Director Luo is also a collector and a seasoned insider. His words carry weight. Record Yongbo's assertions as he states them. But Yuan Yezi began to retort, only to be interrupted by Captain Leong. No buts. Follow orders. With no alternative. Yuan Yezi reluctantly noted down the information, yet she couldn't help but scrutinize Yongbo, hoping to unearth a hint of expertise beneath his unremarkable facade. Unfortunately, a disappointment soon followed. An imitation of the Qing dynasty Qianlong period's three friends of Winterfamil rose porcelain. Yongbo announced as he picked up the next item, glancing at it briefly before declaring. Yuan Yezi, instead of recording this, inquired, an imitation. Yongbo nodded. Indeed, it is an imitation, likely produced by Jing Dajan a few years ago. As Yuan Yezi prepared to write, she hesitated, asking, how do you know that? I perceive that this porcelain lacks any radiance and appears rather antiquated. Yongbo, already somewhat anxious to return to the hospital, found his fleeting affection for Yuan Yezi utterly depleted as she continued her incessant inquiries. He impatiently declared, I assert it is a replica, and there is no room for alternative possibilities. With that, Yongbo turned to Captain Leong, requesting, Captain Leong, I kindly ask you to assign another individual for documentation, preferably two, and prepare small tags to hang on the artifacts or place slips of paper directly beneath them. Adhesive labels would cause excessive damage to the items. Captain Leong was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a request from Yongbo. In his view, given the skepticism surrounding Yongbo, he should have remained modest and reserved. Wasn't this request for a change of personnel overly conspicuous? Yuan Yezi stood there, frozen. Her eyes suddenly glistening with tears. What do you mean by that? To enhance efficiency. Yongbo replied with determination, not caring about his involvement in the matter. His only motive was to repay a favor to Luo Yahua, while also grappling with his pride. Yet, the constant questioning from others had become unbearable. Yongbo began to realize that the root of his predicament lay in his lack of renown, if he had the title of a distinguished appraiser or a renowned collector. Who would dare to cast doubt? Luo Yahua, feeling somewhat helpless, had not foreseen this turn of events. Nor could he have anticipated that the typically mild-mannered Yongbo would make such a bold request. Having already elevated Yongbo's status, he knew he could not retract now and thus stated, Captain Leong, there are quite a few artifacts here and dawn will soon break. Once work hours commence, the municipal government will likely require a report on the situation. Upon hearing Luo Yahua's reminder, Captain Leong realized he had underestimated the gravity of the situation. This substantial political achievement needed to be secured swiftly. Even if mistakes were made, he could easily deflect responsibility. Yezi, return. With newfound resolve, Captain Leong commanded, Shaolu, Lao Yu, come here. Follow Yongbo's instructions. The two promptly approached, and Yongbo could distinctly sense the hostility in the eyes of the younger one. Likely fueled by his feelings for Yuan Yezi. He nodded slightly, exhaling in relief, knowing that the forthcoming tasks would not be overly simple. Imitation Qing Dynasty white jade inlaid with treasures, inscribed with poetry and imagery of longevity. Republic-era imitation Qing Dynasty white jade 8 treasures armrests, the pair. As Yongbo's emotionless proclamations echoed throughout the courtyard, everyone fell momentarily silent. Even the officers gathering clues slowed their pace, wary of disturbing the ongoing inventory. Yongbo's speed was astonishing. Within half a minute of acquiring the artifacts, he announced their names. While many could accomplish such a feat, his ability to specify the respective dynasties of the artifacts was truly remarkable. Television shows dedicated to appraising antiques often appear to present experts who swiftly determine the age of artifacts, yet this is merely the result of post-production editing. It should be known that the authentication of cultural relics demands profound expertise and experience. Yongbo's actions seemed to challenge this common perception. Captain Leong, witnessing this situation, grew increasingly solemn. The contrast between Yongbo's youth and the professional acumen he exhibited was striking. Most individuals present were colleagues from the police force, capable in their investigations but entirely at a loss when it came to the appraisal of antiquities. Consequently, they found themselves unable to discern whether Yongbo's judgments were accurate, which left him in a state of distress. Yuan Yezi, standing nearby, remained irate, cursing Yongbo for being entirely wrong. due to Yang Bo's rapid pace. An additional recorder was necessitated, along with several others to assist in organizing the information. After picking up a piece of porcelain, Yang Bo abruptly paused, astonishing many of the observing officers. It was noteworthy that since Yang Bo first began speaking, he had not ceased until this moment, where he lingered in silence, awaiting the recorders. Qing Dynasty Qianlong Family Rose Lantern Vase. A Class II cultural relic. The vase in Yang Bo's hand resembled a long, circular lantern. Its outer surface adorned with vividly painted scenes of children at play in a courtyard, a rare masterpiece from the Qianlong era. The recorder, Shao Lu, was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he had heard Yang Bo utter such terminology, a Class II cultural relic. Yang Bo nodded affirmatively, indicating that it was indeed a precious Class II artifact that required special handling. Shao Lu lowered his head to document this, evidently lacking an understanding of what a Class II cultural relic entailed. In China, artifacts are categorized into general and precious relics, with the latter further divided into 3 tiers based on historical and artistic value. To facilitate better comprehension of these classifications, professionals in the field often utilize market value as a criterion. General relics are valued at under 10,000 yuan. Class 3 relics range from 10,000 to 100,000, Class 2 relics can be worth hundreds of thousands to millions, while Class 1 relics may reach tens of millions. In recent years, certain paintings and porcelain pieces have surpassed a valuation of 100 million, thus being designated as special-level relics. Above this, there exist national treasures, yet transactions involving such treasures have never been observed in the market. Yang Bo held a distinct impression of this porcelain piece, as it had fetched a staggering auction price of 3,700,000 yuan, a rarity in underground auctions. Luo Yahua closely monitored the developments within the room, only he could truly grasp the significance of a Class II relic's value. Unable to contain himself, he rose and peered into the hall, murmuring to himself. Subsequently, Yang Bo quickened his pace once more. Around 7 o'clock, Captain Leong received a phone call and promptly stepped outside. Shortly thereafter, he returned, accompanied by an elderly gentleman with graying hair. Upon seeing him, Luo Yahua hurried over, exclaiming, "Mr. Fong, what brings you here?" The individual who approached was none other than Master Fong, who had assisted Luo Yahua during the auction appraisal that evening. Master Fong glanced at Luo Yahua and nodded slightly, stating, "I received the call and came over promptly, eager to see if any remarkable items might be present here." Captain Leong explained Master Fong had just returned from a meeting in the capital at dawn. When we contacted him, he had just arrived at Jinling Airport and hurried over. "We are truly grateful to Master Fong. I apologize for the trouble you have endured." Master Fong waved his hand dismissively, suggesting that excessive politeness was unnecessary. "You have your own troubles, just treat me to a meal later, then let us proceed with our examination." A replica of a Qing Dynasty Yongzheng bronze incense burner with silver inlay featuring beast face patterns. A clear voice rang out, causing Master Fong to pause momentarily. Following the sound, he saw a young man holding the small burner. After his declaration, the young man picked up another object, while someone nearby quickly jotted down notes. This scene momentarily stunned Master Fong as he turned to Luo Yahua. Luo Yahua smiled gently. "Master Fong, do take a closer look. Have you forgotten so soon?" Master Fong focused his gaze and, upon further inspection, recognized the young man with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. "Isn't this the young fellow I recommended to you? Didn't he claim to merely be an assistant at an antique shop? Have you truly engaged him for an appraisal?" Luo Yahua nodded, expressing gratitude for Master Feng's discerning eye. "We were fortunate to encounter Professor Chao later, and their appraisal results coincided with Professor Chao singing his praises." Master Fong chuckled softly, though internally he was taken aback. He certainly could not disclose to Luo Yahua that he had initially coerced Yang Bo into this situation to extricate himself from Luo's persistent inquiries. Yet, he genuinely held a favorable opinion of Yang Bo and had not anticipated the latter would garner Professor Chao's esteem. "Oh, is that so? That's splendid." Master Feng's wrinkled face broke into a smile. Captain Leong interjected, "Master Fong, prior to your arrival, Liang Yong had already appraised numerous items. Would you care to review them again?" Understanding Liang's implication, Master Fong chuckled and replied, "Very well, let us take a look." With that, he followed Captain Liang's lead towards the artifacts. Just then, Yuan Yizi returned from outside and rushed over to Master Fong. Grandfather Fong, you must observe closely. This young man tends to boast and think too highly of himself. He should be taught a lesson. Master Fong laughed heartily and glanced toward Yongbo, who remained focused and seemingly oblivious to the commotion. However, it was evident that everyone was harboring doubts. All right, Yezi, let me examine it first. Master Fong smiled and approached the first item. A note was pressed beneath it, revealing a small vase with a Qi dragon motif from the Qin Daogong period. He smiled faintly, withholding judgment as he carefully examined the white jade vessel. The Qi dragon appeared formidable, its claws bared, yet it lacked a certain vitality, suggesting it was crafted during the mid to late Qing dynasty. Master Feng's demeanor grew serious as he meticulously compared several details, scrutinizing areas that were typically prone to forgery. After a lengthy examination, he finally set the white jade vase down. All eyes were fixated upon him. Even Shaolu, who was assisting Yongbo in taking notes, found himself momentarily distracted. At this moment, Shaolu's thoughts were in turmoil. Yuan Yezi was one of the few girls in the group and undeniably the most beautiful flower among them. Her vivacious personality endeared her to everyone. For Shaolu, however, this affection ran deeper, and despite knowing it was merely a fantasy, he often found himself irresistibly compelled to protect her. When Captain Leong assigned him the task of recording, he was quite reluctant, for the young man before him was exceedingly capricious, having even caused Yezi to cry. Nevertheless, he ultimately succumbed to the captain's authority and began his notes, though he had not anticipated that this recording would stretch on for so long. For nearly 2 hours without respite, his pen scarcely halted as he swiftly transcribed the succinct descriptions that poured forth from the other party. Although he harbored a dislike for this individual, he could not deny that, even if a counterfeit, this young man was far superior to the average collector. As they approached the latter half of the session, an elderly expert arrived, stirring Shaolu's previously subdued heart once more. Perhaps another possibility awaited. Perhaps the true identity of the young man before them was about to be unveiled, rendering further proceedings unnecessary. Repeatedly, Yongbo's voice echoed in his ears, snapping Shaolu back to reality as his pen continued to glide across the paper. His gaze, however, drifted toward the expert's location. He glanced back at Yongbo, noticing that the latter had been intently observing a bronze artifact for quite some time. He must be feeling quite anxious at this moment. Mr. Fong was momentarily taken aback before he regained his composure and smiled, nodding toward the crowd, acknowledging the young man's considerable skill. Putting down the white jade vial in his hand, Mr. Fong did not elaborate further, but his singular remark struck like a sword, causing a flutter in the hearts of the listeners. The praise of being quite impressive raised questions in Yuan Yesi's mind. Could it be that Yongbo truly possessed remarkable abilities? She shook her head vigorously, dismissing such thoughts and reaffirming her stance. It must be mere coincidence. Surely, a young man like him could not possess such high proficiency. Hearing Mr. Feng's response, Captain Leong felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he was uncertain of how to feel. If Yongbo was indeed quite impressive, that would certainly be good news, as it meant after his appraisal, the group would only need to tally the results. However, if there were errors, they would have to conduct a re-evaluation. How would he report this to the leaders? How could he explain it to the media? As Mr. Fong examined a piece reminiscent of the Qing dynasty's Qianlong era, he remarked on its authenticity. He placed down a second porcelain piece and continued. This piece appears to have lost its original vigor. However, it employs an uncommon aging technique that could easily mislead the unwary. This should have been crafted in Jingdajian a few years ago. As the second porcelain piece was set aside, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Yuan Yezi felt her mind whirl in confusion, echoes of previous conversations resonating within her thoughts. Imitating the Qianlong period's 3 Friends of Winter in Guangcai porcelain. A replica? Indeed. It is likely a product from Jingdajian in recent years. How can you be so certain? I perceive that this piece of porcelain lacks any brilliance. It appears rather antiquated. Shaolu, upon overhearing the conversation, was momentarily taken aback, realizing that such dialogue seemed familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. However, he had no time to ponder further, for Yongbo's pace quickened once more. He swiftly identified 2 more items, seemingly emboldened, his actions becoming even swifter. Luo Yahua stood by with a smile, remaining silent, exuding evident delight. Indeed, the continuous identical answers from Master Fong prompted everyone to pay closer attention. It appeared that Yongbo was not significantly inferior to Master Fong after all. Moreover, Yongbo's speed in identification seemed to surpass that of Feng. A mid-Shang dynasty bronze gu adorned with 2 sets of beast face patterns and featuring cloud and thunder motifs on its foot. This is classified as a level 2 cultural relic. Yongbo, unusually verbose, shared a few more words. Yet, Shaolu was caught off guard. How is gu written? Yongbo patiently explained, suggesting that one could add the character for watermelon to the left corner. Master Feng, noticing Yongbo's description, was instantly astonished. He set down the item in his hand and approached. Xiaoyong, can this piece be classified as a level 2 relic? He inquired, pointing at the bronze gu in Yongbo's possession. Yongbo nodded and handed it over without elaboration, though his appraisal had momentarily ceased throughout the journey. He had only encountered 2 level 2 relics. Master Feng examined the bronze gu, observing the puzzled expressions of those around him, and began to elucidate. Domestic law categorizes cultural relics into several grades, with level 3 being the highest, followed by level 2. To classify a relic as level 2 indicates its market value is at least in the hundreds of thousands to millions, placing it among rare artifacts. Although Master Feng's explanation was not entirely accurate, it was clear and widely accepted within the industry, leaving everyone astonished. They recalled that Yongbo had previously identified another level 2 relic, yet why had he not graded the other items? Was it due to insufficient skill? Holding the bronze gu, Master Feng retrieved a magnifying glass from his pocket and began to scrutinize it closely. The age of this bronze piece was considerable. With a thick layer of verdigris accumulated on its surface, this, in fact, exemplifies the allure of cultural relics. If a modern machine-crafted artifact gleamed before them, no one would spare it a second glance. Observing the cloud patterns, green rust, and cross-casting holes, Master Feng examined with meticulous care, moving much slower than Yongbo. It became apparent to everyone that Yongbo's speed was remarkable. If he could maintain such rapidity in identification while upholding a high accuracy rate, was he not extraordinary? Indeed, it was a level 2 relic, a mid-Shang dynasty bronze gu. Master Feng lowered the magnifying glass, his face alight with joy. Yet the crowd remained pensive, their applause sparse, as astonishment and skepticism intertwined within their hearts, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. However, someone was the first to react, and gradually, the scattered applause converged into a resounding ovation. Everyone turned their gaze towards Yongbo, their eyes brimming with astonishment and curiosity. The earlier skepticism began to dissipate with Master Feng's endorsement, leaving only admiration for a 20-year-old youth. Surrounded by the crowd, Yongbo glanced around. Observing the myriad expressions of complexity on their faces, a gentle smile graced his lips, for the sense of recognition was indeed a wondrous phenomenon. Yuan Yezi looked towards Yongbo, her heart filled with confusion. How was this even possible? After a moment of astonishment, Captain Leong inquired of Yongbo, why aren't the other artifacts classified into grades? Yongbo, engrossed in examining an object, replied, this is an anonymous landscape painting from the early Qing dynasty. Only then did he turn to face Captain Leong. To Yongbo, this artifact seemed quite similar, rendering classification unnecessary. Was it truly required? Captain Leong paused, then chuckled. If we had a more detailed classification, our reports might be more effective. Yongbo nodded lightly and gestured to Shaolu, please hand me the notebook. Shaolu, puzzled, hastily completed the remaining characters and passed the notebook over. Yongbo took it, glancing at the pages. Though Shaolu's appearance was somewhat rugged, his handwriting was elegant and neat, which explained why Captain Leong had entrusted him with this recording task. Cradling the notebook in one hand and wielding a pen in the other, Yongbo sketched swiftly. In no time, he returned the notebook, having marked all the grade 3 artifacts, while the rest were deemed ordinary. Shaolu stood there, dumbfounded, eyes fixed on the densely packed names. In just 2 hours, they had identified over 100 items, unless Yongbo had memorized the specifics of each artifact. Such rapid judgment seemed utterly implausible. Master Feng, standing nearby, smiled, equally astonished, for he understood that even in a different setting, he might not reach Yongbo's level. Moreover, he had observed that Yongbo's speed was remarkable, yet he consistently made accurate assessments, a feat not easily accomplished. The crucial aspect of this final sketch appeared simple, yet it required a profound understanding of the previously evaluated objects, coupled with an exceptional memory. Thus, Yongbo's prowess was truly impressive. Master Feng refrained from reassessing the artifacts Yongbo had evaluated. The young man's capabilities had been thoroughly validated. Continuing would be disrespectful to young Bo. Despite his youth, even Master Fong was reluctant to offend him in such official matters. At that moment, I couldn't help but boast a little. Young Bo's appraisal skills were on par with mine, affirming that my recommendation of him to Xiao Luo was entirely justified. I may be aging, and my vision may fail when examining these objects, yet I never anticipated that my ability to discern talent in others would flourish so remarkably. Master Fong pointed at young Bo and remarked with a smile. As the crowd listened to his words, laughter erupted, dispelling the somewhat oppressive atmosphere within the room. Young Bo had indeed delivered a profound shock to everyone, and this laughter alleviated the awkwardness that had arisen from the earlier doubts expressed by Yuan Yezi, Captain Leong, and Xiao Lu. At this moment, their gazes towards young Bo were imbued with respect. Young Bo waved his hand, humbly stating, "You flatter me, Mr. Fong." Luo Yahua stepped forward, expressing, "Mr. Fong, I am once again grateful for your recommendation. Yang Yang is truly remarkable, I have already stated this more than once." After the laughter subsided, Mr. Fong gestured for silence, remarking that time was of the essence. He proposed Yang Yang work swiftly, yet there remain numerous items to appraise. I wonder if you would mind my assistance. Young Bo replied with a smile, "Mr. Fong, as a senior, it is only fitting that I invite you to partake in the appraisal. I should be the one apologizing for overstepping." Mr. Fong chuckled. "Let us not push each other aside, we shall do this together." With Mr. Feng's involvement, the appraisal process accelerated significantly as both began examining different items. Young Bo no longer needed to announce the names of the objects allowed, for his capabilities had been substantiated, and no one dared to question him further. While meticulously observing an item, he caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance and turned to find Yuan Yezi standing beside him, armed with paper and pen, acting as his assistant. A subtle smile graced her lips, and young Bo chose not to comment, recognizing her intention for reconciliation. He was unwilling to hold grudges, perhaps only lamenting his youth. By 8 o'clock in the morning, the appraisal of all items was finally complete, each categorized and neatly arranged, with a comprehensive catalogue printed. Young Bo's task had reached its conclusion. Initially, it was anticipated that the appraisal would take an entire day, yielding results only by evening, however. Young Bo's swift pace and high standards had significantly expedited the process. Once the appraisal was concluded, Captain Leong approached Young Bo, expressing, "Brother Young, you have truly worked hard. It is getting late, let us go have breakfast together." Young Bo waved his hand, stating, "We have just finished, Captain Leong. You are far too busy to leave the site." Captain Leong, with a hint of embarrassment, replied, "Brother Young, I sincerely apologize for my earlier doubts regarding your abilities. Now, I realize your appraisal skills are indeed exceptional. Regardless of how busy one is, there is always time for breakfast. Please, do not refuse." Young Bo hesitated slightly when Luo Yahua stepped in, gently tugging at him and whispering, "Are you foolish? Joining them for a meal won't cost you anything. If you wish to stay in Jinling, it is always beneficial to meet more people." Young Bo was taken aback but soon understood, replying, "Well then, let us go together." Captain Liang's face lit up with joy. "Excellent. Brother Young, please wash your hands first, I will make the arrangements." Luo Yahua stood nearby with a smile, adding, "To be honest, I must thank you as well. Not only have you assisted me with the character of Yi Weilin, but you have also helped me uncover a significant case of cultural relic smuggling. This time, there are no fewer than 5 level 2 cultural relics involved, which is indeed a remarkable achievement. Currently, I am serving in the municipal bureau, albeit in an administrative capacity. After this, her promotion may very well be on the horizon." Young Bo was previously unaware of Luo Yahua's family background, however. He recently conducted some online research and discovered that the director of the Jinling Public Security Bureau also bears the surname Luo, which must mean he is Luo Yahua's father. "Congratulations are in order for Brother Luo, and I shall rely on his guidance in the future," Young Bo remarked casually. Luo Yahua waved his hand dismissively, assuring him not to worry. The group arrived at Chue Seonggu, a Cantonese restaurant renowned for its distinctive morning tea. Young Bo ordered crab roe buns, char siu buns, along with century egg and lean pork congee, then they settled in for a leisurely chat. Team leader Leong, despite being busy, had removed his uniform but was still inundated with calls. Just as he was about to make a quip, he suddenly heard his own phone ringing. Upon checking, he was startled to see it was a call from his mother. Xiaobo, you must come quickly. Your father is not well. His mother's voice, tinged with tears, echoed through the phone. Yongbo felt his legs weaken, momentarily stunned before he regained his composure. Mom, call the doctor. Don't panic, I will be there right away. He then shouted urgently to Luo Yahua, Brother Luo, take me to the hospital. Luo Yahua, caught mid-bite of Chasiu, rose swiftly. What happened? Though his words were inquiring, his actions were swift as he grabbed the car keys from the table and dashed out. Team leader Leong quickly stood up, saying, where are you going? I'll drive you in the police car. The police vehicle sped through the streets with sirens blaring, reaching the hospital in no time. Team leader Leong turned to ask, do you need my assistance? As Yongbo opened the car door, he replied, no need, you should return to your duties. Luo Yahua exited the car, tossing the keys to team leader Leong. Have someone bring the car back for me. Upon arriving at the hospital room, Yongbo was taken aback to find the bed empty, and a wave of panic surged within him. As he rushed out, he fortuitously encountered a nurse. Grabbing her arm, he inquired, where is the patient from this room? The nurse, startled, shook off his grip and complained, you are quite rude. That patient has been taken to the emergency room. Yongbo was taken aback, for he distinctly recalled that his father had been diagnosed with early-stage liver cancer just the day before. How could he have suddenly been moved to the emergency room? Just as he was about to ask further, the nurse had already walked away. Anxiety flooded his mind as he sprinted toward the emergency room. His mother sat despondently on a bench outside the emergency room, her head bowed. Yongbo hurried over to support her, noticing tears streaming down her face. Upon seeing him, his mother cried out, Xiaobo, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. I didn't take care of your father. Yongbo embraced her, gently reassuring her, Mom, it's not your fault, not at all. While comforting her, turmoil raged within him as he fixated on the bright light of the emergency room. Once his mother's emotions had settled somewhat, he finally asked, Mom, during the checkup the day before, didn't they say it was early-stage liver cancer? How could it have suddenly worsened? Upon hearing the inquiry, Yang's mother instinctively lowered her head even further, burdened by guilt. It is my fault. I gave your father something he should not have eaten, leading to his distress. Initially, he merely experienced stomach discomfort. Yet who could have foreseen that it would subsequently affect his liver? Yongbo, taken aback, urgently inquired, what did you give him? After a prolonged pause that nearly made Yongbo leap in anxiety, she finally spoke, I reheated the leftover food from last night for your father this morning. Unaware that some of it had already spoiled, Yongbo fell into silence. Upon hearing this, he did not chastise his mother, for he understood that this was simply a reflection of his parents' frugal lifestyle. They had painstakingly raised two sons, navigating through life's trials and tribulations. Although their journey had not been fraught with significant storms, the essence of their thriftiness had long been woven into the fabric of their existence. Mother, you are not to blame, Yongbo softly reassured her. Standing nearby, Luo Yahua listened to their exchange, feeling a sense of frustration. He found it challenging to comprehend this mentality. Having grown up in a life of comfort, he had never needed to worry about finances. And thus he struggled to understand why Yongbo's parents would consume spoiled food. He opened his mouth to question them but hesitated upon witnessing Yongbo's demeanor. Realizing that his mother was already filled with remorse and further admonishment would serve no purpose. As the lights dimmed, the doctor emerged, and Yongbo and his mother hurried toward him. Doctor, how did the surgery go? The doctor appeared weary, his expression turning serious upon seeing them. You are the patient's family, correct? Please refrain from giving the patient any unsuitable food in the future. Liver cancer is already spreading, and our efforts are focused on suppressing the progression. However, you must understand that improper eating can significantly accelerate the spread of the cancer. Young mother turned pale, frozen in shock. Yongbo quickly apologized, Doctor, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. The doctor reassured them, the surgery was relatively successful, but caution is imperative moving forward. Noticing young mother's distressed state, he refrained from further reprimand, offering a final piece of advice before departing. Yongbo supported his mother, gently saying, "No, it's all right, mother. We just need to be more cautious in the future. Do not heed the doctor's words too much, they often exaggerate out of concern for complications." Luo Gu's family has a doctor, they will surely understand. Luo Yahua, noticing the look in young Bo's eyes, quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, auntie, the boy is right. Much of what doctors say can be exaggerated, we cannot take everything at face value. Young mother's expression softened slightly, yet she remained riddled with guilt. After escorting his father back to his hospital room and ensuring his mother was settled, the young Bo and Luo Yahua stepped into the corridor, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Regarding the Gu and Yong's Panlong inkstone, were you planning to take it over? Young Bo sighed deeply before suddenly posing the question. Luo Yahua was momentarily taken aback. Despite their previous discussions on the matter, he had assumed Young Bo's silence indicated regret. Thus, he was pleasantly surprised when Young Bo broached the topic, exclaiming with delight. That sounds wonderful. Luo Yahua chuckled. In fact, I inquired about the price of the Duan inkstone long ago. A carved dragon pattern purple Duan inkstone fetched 4,200,000, while the one inscribed by Wu Chongshu and collected by Shonshi was auctioned for nearly 3 million. These are among the highest price ranges. The Duan inkstone made by Gu Anyang is the pinnacle of Duan inkstones. I can offer you a price of 3,500,000, what do you think? Young Bo remained silent, for he understood that Luo Yahua's offer was quite generous. The private transaction between the two would incur no taxes, and the actual amount received would likely be comparable to what he would have earned from an auction. Originally, he had no intention of selling, but the recent events had made him realize the necessity of providing a better life for his parents. A premium hospital room could not offer much in terms of security, only by preparing sufficient cash could he grant his parents a greater sense of safety, ensuring they would have food to eat and would no longer have to consume spoiled provisions. All right, Young Bo declared without much hesitation. Since he had resolved to sell, he saw no reason to delay. I will prepare, and I will give you the money this afternoon. Luo Yahua laughed. No rush. First accompany me to buy a refrigerator for the hospital room. Upon returning with a small refrigerator, Young Bo found his parents watching television. His father's complexion was pale, yet he appeared to be in good spirits. Upon seeing Young Bo's purchase, his father immediately grew anxious. Why did you spend this unnecessary money? A refrigerator can store some fruits and fresh milk. It's far too hot, Young Bo explained. What's so hot? It's already September, the temperature will drop soon. And it won't be needed, his father countered. Young Bo smiled. It's already bought, can I still return it? With that, he plugged in the refrigerator before approaching his parents. He took out a card and handed it to his mother. Mom, this card contains some money, please use it for Dad's treatment expenses. His mother waved her hand. You keep the money, I might lose it. Mom, please take it, Young Bo insisted, pressing the card into her hands. His mother asked, Xiao Bo, how much is on this card? 1 million, Young Bo replied. How much? His parents were taken aback by the figure. His mother fixed her gaze on him. Xiao Bo, we must not engage in illegal activities. His father also stared at him anxiously. Despite Young Bo having previously given them tens of thousands, this time it was 1 million, an amount he had never earned in his lifetime. Young Bo shook his head and smiled. Mom, you needn't worry. How could I possibly do anything illegal? Just the other day, I bought an inkstone and sold it for over 100,000. With this, Young Bo presented another card. This one is for medical expenses, while this one can be used for living expenses. Buy some supplements. His father refused. I cannot accept this card. You should keep your earnings for yourself. Your mother and I are aging, and we have not been able to provide you with much wealth from now on. You must rely on yourself. Young Bo still handed the card to his mother, smiling. Since I can earn money now, I will surely be able to do so in the future, you can rest assured. His mother weighed the card in her hand, seemingly trying to gauge the balance within. How much is on this card? 100,000, Young Bo replied. Young's mother clutched the card, momentarily lost in thought, before finally speaking. Xiao Bo, you have the ability to earn money, even more so than your brother. He is already 26 this year, so let us not mention him again. Young's father interjected, cutting off Young's mother. Young Bo fell into silence, fully aware of his mother's intentions. She wished to provide Young Lang with financial support. However, Young Bo harbored no resentment towards Young Lang. Previously, when there were no funds to offer, he had desired to bring Young Lang to the city to care for their parents. Yet young Lang's resolute departure left him feeling helpless, extinguishing any thoughts of giving money directly. If a person is unfilial, then emotional ties inevitably weaken. Even with money, it is unlikely that he would do anything commendable. Mother, I understand your intentions. It is not that I wish to neglect him, but given his current state, do you truly believe that granting him this 1 million will compel him to marry and start a family? Yongbo replied. His mother fell silent for a moment before responding. In that case, there must be hope, right? Yongbo did not elaborate further, yet his sentiment was clear. Yang's mother appeared somewhat disheartened. Her palms were calloused, but she had always paid more attention to her eldest son, who had been mischievous since childhood. The atmosphere in the hospital room was somber, with the television broadcasting news from Jinling. Early this morning, the Jinling police, acting on intelligence, searched a residential property and uncovered an underground antique auction site, apprehending over 30 criminal suspects on the spot. Experts in cultural relics were summoned for immediate appraisal, resulting in the seizure of 5 second-grade relics, 133 third-grade relics, and dozens of ordinary artifacts. Reportedly, this was the largest case ever uncovered in Jinling. As the camera shifted, it captured Yongbo appraising the artifacts. Yang's mother, casually glancing at the screen, suddenly exclaimed, "Old man, look. That is Xiaobo. He is on television." Yang's father looked up just in time to see a line of identification text on the screen, but his vision was blurred, and he could not make it out, so he inquired, "What does that text say?" The text read, "Expert in cultural relics from Jinling." Someone responded to Yang's father's question. Yongbo turned to see a beautiful young nurse entering, although she was not one of the nurses assigned to this ward. Curiosity prompted him to glance at his parents. Yang's mother smiled and said, "Xiao Xian, are you here to see Xiao Yu?" "She is not here right now." Xiao Xian appeared to be merely 18 or 19 years old, her smile sweet and charming. "Auntie, I heard that uncle was taken to the emergency room, so I came to see if you needed any assistance." Yang's mother seemed fond of her, walking over to take the girl's hand. "Xiao Xian is such a good child. She is about the same age as our Xiaobo, yet she is already so understanding and kind. Any family that marries a daughter-in-law like her would be truly fortunate." Xiao Xian blushed at the compliment, replying, "Auntie, it's too early for that." Yongbo glanced over but said nothing, his thoughts occupied with what he should do next. Having received a substantial transfer of 3,500,000. He had given his mother 110,000, leaving him with a significant 260,000, which is the burden of accumulating sufficient medical expenses. Once the long-accumulated burdens were set aside, Yongbo found himself at a loss. With over 200,000, he could acquire a decent property, but what would follow? Marriage and children. Yongbo was engulfed in confusion. As his phone rang, he picked it up and noticed that the nurse had already departed. "Yongbo, have you ever participated in an auction?" Captain Leong inquired eagerly. Taken aback, Yongbo did not conceal the truth that there was indeed an occasion. "Deputy Director Chu has already implicated you during the interrogation. This situation is somewhat troublesome. He does not seem to mind escalating matters and is making unfounded accusations." Captain Leong expressed his frustration. Yongbo was astonished, fully aware that involvement in underground antiquities trading was not a grave offense. Those who engaged in it typically had connections. In such circumstances, silence was often the best course of action, and with sufficient maneuvering, one could eventually extricate themselves. Deputy Director Chu's actions clearly indicated a desire for the situation to escalate. What is he trying to achieve? Does he wish to court disaster? Yongbo asked. His own affairs are not clean. His current predicament has exposed his activities at the museum. Do you know what he has done? He replaced genuine artifacts with forgeries and then auctioned them off at Mei Laoson's place. Captain Leong explained. Yongbo was taken aback. He stepped out of the ward and paced the corridor, the shocking news weighing heavily on him. He had interacted with Deputy Director Chu several times, always sensing his petty nature. He would never have imagined that Chu could be so deranged as to commit such acts. He mentioned that Chu purchased a Han Dynasty jade dancer at an underground auction, but in truth, it was stolen from the museum. Captain Liang's next statement left Yongbo rooted in the corridor, his mind racing through various memories. The chance finds at the night market were perhaps mere coincidences, and the deception by the partners at the antique shop stemmed from their inherent natures. The bidding at the underground auction was clearly orchestrated by Deputy Director Chu to inflate the price. How could a deputy director possibly conspire against a mere young man like him? Everything began to make sense, and Young Bo was drenched in cold sweat. Captain Leong, how do we resolve this? The artifacts in the museum will undoubtedly be scrutinized, but some matters can be clarified. You must remember one thing, you are my informant. Your participation in the auction was to gather intelligence. Captain Leong stated solemnly. After ending the call, Young Bo returned to his room, informed his parents that he had matters to attend to, and then exited the hospital to hail a taxi. Meanwhile, Xiao Xian returned to the nurse's lounge and happened upon Feng Yu seated inside, greeting her with a smile. Sister Yu, are you finished with your tasks? Feng Yu, engrossed in her phone, looked up and said, Uncle Yang has been rushed into the emergency room due to food poisoning. I just came back from there. I truly cannot comprehend how this family manages to secure a place in the VIP ward. Xiao Xian chuckled, well acquainted with Feng Yu's sentiments. It was evident that anyone fortunate enough to be admitted here aspired to ascend socially. However, this was not merely about seeking connections, the benefits were substantial. For instance, esteemed patients often bestowed gifts, and any excess would be shared with nurses like them. Clearly, Uncle Yang's situation lacked such privileges. Moreover, Xiao Xian was aware that Feng Yu's brother had been at home for quite some time after graduating. Feng Yu was hoping to secure a job for her brother by caring for patients, a task that, evidently, Uncle Yang could not accomplish. After some contemplation, Xiao Xian refrained from sharing what she had previously overheard. She had happened to stand outside the door and unwittingly listened as the young man presented his mother with a card containing 1 million. This revelation astounded her, particularly since Feng Yu often lamented the family's dire financial situation, complaining about their parsimony and noting that no relatives had come to visit during her hospitalization, expressing her despair over any prospects. Furthermore, she overheard the young man offering Uncle Yang a card worth 100,000 for expenses. Such a substantial sum was so readily available. Resembled the conduct of the affluent. When she caught wind of the words on television, her curiosity compelled her to enter, only to be met with yet another astonishing sight, an introduction on the screen revealing that the young man was a cultural relic appraisal expert. Xiao Xian's perception of antique collectors was that they were typically wealthy individuals, and given the recent surge in the antique trading market and numerous appraisal shows she had watched, she was intrigued. She marveled at how a seemingly inconspicuous porcelain bowl could fetch hundreds of thousands or even millions, alongside other peculiar items of great value. Her impression of cultural relic appraisal experts was that they were often elderly university professors. She certainly did not expect to encounter one standing before her. She assessed him, initially believing him to be in his mid-20s, but was surprised to find he was merely in his early 20s, around her age. His appearance could be deemed ordinary, marked by a gentle, slightly refined southern charm and a slender frame. Yet this young man had just casually produced over 1 million. He kept his head bowed, seemingly shy. And Xiao Xian could not steal another glance. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she excused herself. Sister Yu, do you know what Uncle Yang's son does? Xiao Xian inquired of Feng Yu. Feng Yu, with her head down and a hint of impatience, replied, how could I possibly know? That boy is thin and rarely speaks. Sighed, I just want to know when his family's money will run out. When will they move out? Xiao Xian smiled softly, understanding that Feng Yu bore no ill intentions. Her concern for her brother's employment was palpable. Sister Yu, Uncle Yang is still recuperating and will likely be here for a month or two. He must regain his strength before undergoing surgery, and you will need to endure a little longer. After this, upon hearing Feng Yu's lament, Xiao Xian turned to leave. She had intended to propose a job change, offering to care for Uncle Yang in hopes of uncovering more about that young man. It was rare to encounter a peer in such circumstances. Even if one did, they were often of a more frivolous nature. Of course, there were also numerous elite individuals. But Xiao Xian was acutely aware that those elites seldom regarded nurses like her with respect. Yongbo was oblivious to the fact that a young girl was thinking of him. Upon entering the city bureau, Captain Leong arranged for someone to assist him in taking his statement, while Luo Yaohua, dressed in full police uniform, hurried over to check on him. The record was meticulously detailed. Yongbo never rushed to respond. Instead, he mentally rehearsed his answers repeatedly until he was certain there were no discrepancies before he replied. The officer taking the notes did not put him in a difficult position, as this was personally arranged by Captain Leong. And Young Bo had been present during the appraisal of the antiques that day, naturally understanding that this young man was cooperating with the police. With such endorsement, Young Bo finally breathed a sigh of relief, as he had not anticipated becoming entangled in this case. After completing the record, Young Bo inquired about directions and found his way to Luo Yahua's office. Luo Yahua, clad in police uniform and reclining with one leg crossed over the other, was engrossed in a book. The air conditioning was set low, and a steaming teacup sat on the desk. As Young Bo approached, he noticed that it was a Sherlock Holmes novel, but he observed that Luo Yahua had merely flipped through a few pages before breaking into laughter. Seemingly unable to continue reading, Luo Yahua closed the book, glanced at Young Bo, and shook his head, saying, "Alas, one must strive to enhance their professional acumen." Young Bo chuckled softly. "Does reading novels truly contribute to that? After you closed the book, do you even remember which page you were on?" Luo Yahua was taken aback and then laughed. "You've seen right through me. How did the record go? They didn't give you a hard time, did they?" "Not at all. Our police officers are quite amiable and courteous," Young Bo replied, taking a seat and teasing him. Luo Yahua said nothing further, well aware that the image of the police was not particularly favorable. Departments within the government that interacted with grassroots entities often lacked a commendable reputation, and, of course, internal corruption was not uncommon. Suddenly, Young Bo asked, "May Lausan and Yuan La have already been apprehended? I wonder if the boss and the fourth one have also been caught." Luo Yahua was momentarily taken aback, admitting that he had not heard anything about that. After a brief pause, he added, "By the way, during the auction, 2 individuals were consistently bidding against you. Both of them are heading for incarceration." Young Bo was surprised. Did Captain Leong not say that only Deputy Director Chu would be implicated? "I'm not entirely sure. It seems the museum has covertly swapped some of its items, and the other provided him with replicas. They worked in tandem quite seamlessly," Luo Yahua explained. Young Bo was astonished that the two had colluded. It was no wonder he often saw them together. Previously, when he visited the antique hall to find Li Ling, he was not well acquainted with Jia Huairan. Merely hearing Li Ling mention that the business at the antique hall was not thriving, yet Jia Huairan seemed to be living quite prosperously. It turned out the issue lay here. Young Bo, taken aback once more, said, "Brother Luo, the jade dancer I sold you a few days ago is still with you, isn't it?" "Indeed," Luo Yahua replied. "Deputy Director Chu has accounted for the events of that day. This jade dancer can only be considered stolen property. I will return the money to you. Please give me back the jade dancer," Young Bo explained. "Is that necessary?" Luo Yahua replied, seemingly reluctant to part with it. "This matter, if not handled properly, I will leave a loose end," Young Bo insisted. Luo Yahua hesitated, yet found it difficult to refuse, exclaiming, "I've only just acquired it, and haven't had the chance to enjoy it for a few days." Young Bo transferred the funds and retrieved the jade dancer from Luo Yahua, delivering it to Captain Leong. Engrossed in his duties until the afternoon, Young Bo managed to consume a light meal before hastening to the hospital. He attempted to persuade his mother to return to their rented accommodation for some rest, but she refused, insisting instead that he should rest. Having endured an entire night without sleep, his eyes were bloodshot, and as fatigue began to envelop him during this pause, he ceased his pleas and retired alone to his rented quarters for a much-needed slumber. Upon awakening, he discovered that night had fallen, and glancing at the time revealed it was already past 8 o'clock. Initially intending to deliver dinner to his parents, he surmised it was now too late, and they must have already dined. Contemplating for a moment, he decided to call the restaurant downstairs and ordered a nourishing soup. After splashing water on his face and replacing his slippers with shoes, Young Bo felt an unexpected hardness beneath his feet, which suddenly reminded him of the ancient coin he had acquired amidst the earlier chaos. He quickly withdrew his foot and retrieved the coin. When he first obtained it, it had been caked in grime, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. However, after a day in his shoe, it had been polished to a significant extent. Previously unobservant, he now noticed the black smudges staining his white socks. The coin, resembling a spade, featured a round head, shoulders, and feet, akin to a circular cloth coin, known as a 3-hole cloth coin due to the circular holes at the head and each foot. Young Bo took a soft cloth and gently began to clean it for an extended period, finally revealing the 2 characters inscribed on the coin, Wu Yong. A surge of excitement washed over him as he marveled at the discovery. With a smile gracing his lips, he held the coin close to his eyes, and a radiant glow began to emanate from its center, intensifying in depth until it fully manifested. Young Bo, estimating the coin's thickness, felt his smile broaden even further. "This is a 3-hole cloth coin from the Warring States period," he exclaimed to himself. With renewed diligence, he continued to polish the coin until it was nearly spotless. At which point he secured it with a red string and placed it in his wallet to carry with him. Descending the stairs, he collected the soup that had been prepared and hailed a taxi to the hospital. Upon entering, Young Bo was taken aback to find his parents already sipping the soup. It was 9 o'clock, and according to their usual routine, they were about to retire for the night, with no custom of late-night snacks. "Xiaobo, what brings you here?" his mother inquired, urging him to join them. "This soup was brought by Xiaoxian, you must try some." Approaching, Young Bo observed that his parents were enjoying a fragrant sun ginger and carp soup. Curiously, he asked, "Mother, did you go out to buy this?" With a gentle smile, she replied, "No, it was brought by Xiaoxian, who mentioned she had made too much at home and wanted us to have a taste." Young Bo nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further comment. Though he was unfamiliar with the dynamics between nurses and patients, he found it peculiar that it was typically patients who offered gifts to nurses, not the reverse. Moreover, the privileges in the VIP ward were superior, and their family had never provided gifts to the nurses. Why would they send soup in return? Was it the same nurse from the morning? He inquired again. Indeed, Xiaoxian is truly a wonderful girl, whoever marries her will be blessed for life, his mother added. Young Bo sensed a hint of implication in his mother's words, yet he chose not to delve deeper. Instead, he lifted the insulated container he had brought, saying, "I just bought some soup, you can save this for breakfast." Yang's father lifted his head, noting that the temperature here was not low, and if left until tomorrow morning, it might spoil. "Please take this soup to the nurses' lounge, we have troubled them during this time." Young Bo glanced at the small refrigerator nearby, understanding his parents' intentions without saying much. He was still young and had no urgency to marry or have children. Upon entering the nurses' lounge, he found 2 nurses engaged in conversation. Feng Yu, who had been caring for his father, was absent, while the young girl from the morning was present. Young Bo knocked on the door, and upon seeing the nurses turn their heads, he smiled and said, "Sorry to intrude." He stepped in, lifting the thermos in his hand, and added, "My mother made some soup, I brought a little for you." Xiaoxian smiled, while the round-faced nurse stood up, grinning as she observed Young Bo. "You're not trying to pursue our Xiaoxian, are you?" Young Bo approached, lifting the lid of the thermos, releasing a fragrant aroma. The round-faced nurse eagerly approached, asking, "What kind of soup is this? It smells wonderful." "Walnut and lean meat soup with porridge," Young Bo explained, suddenly realizing his own hunger, though he refrained from saying more. "It's good for liver health and beauty," the plump nurse remarked, quickly fetching a bowl. Young Bo served her a portion before turning to Xiaoxian. "Would you like some too?" "Oh," Xiaoxian replied, also retrieving a bowl. "Did you cook this?" she asked suddenly. Young Bo chuckled but did not respond. He indeed could not cook, and he had mentioned his mother making the soup to avoid further explanation. However, the girl knew that his mother had been in the hospital and could not have cooked. "You look quite young, are you still in school? Pursuing our Xiaoxian isn't so easy," the round-faced nurse teased while sipping her soup. Young Bo smiled and replied, "I'm merely carrying out my mother's wishes." "Think what you will." Xiaoxian shot a glare at the round-faced nurse, exclaiming, "Oh, what nonsense." After they finished their soup, Young Bo collected the thermos. "It's getting late. You should rest. I'll walk you out," Xiaoxian offered. Young Bo was about to decline when she added, "I need to check the room anyway." The round-faced nurse chuckled knowingly. Once outside, Xiaoxian's face was still flushed, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. She shot another glance at Young Bo. "This is all your fault." Young Bo, feeling helpless, thanked her for caring for his parents during this busy time. "I appreciate it. It's just a small token of gratitude." Xiaoxian looked down at the red envelope in Young Bo's hand, her eyes widening in shock as she admonished. "What are you doing? Uncle Young treats me well, cooking soup for them is nothing. If you insist on giving that, I'll tell Uncle." Young-bo tucked away the envelope, feeling somewhat awkward. "Oh, I'm sorry, it's getting late, so I should head back." He awkwardly entered the elevator. Reflecting that he had offered the red envelope to avoid being indebted, but after being rejected, he thought it best to let it go. In this society, who could truly avoid owing favors? After returning home, he had dinner, washed up, and went to sleep once more. The following morning, after Young-bo completed his morning routine and tidied his room, he was about to deliver breakfast to his parents when the phone suddenly rang. "Young-bo, Jia Huiren has entered," exclaimed Boss Lu from the other end of the line. "Indeed, I have heard," replied Young-bo. "But did you know that Bogutang is up for transfer?" Boss Lu inquired again. Taken aback, Young-bo responded, "Transfer? Have you ever considered taking it over?" Boss Lu suggested. Upon arriving at Jiatang, Young-bo found Boss Lu and Chow Yuenda already seated in the hall, sipping tea while awaiting his arrival. Boss Lu pointed at the hurriedly approaching Young-bo and chuckled, "Yuenda, see, I told you he would come, yet you didn't believe me." Chow Yuenda, slender in stature, leaned against the side of his chair, making it seem as though it could accommodate two of him. "Young-bo, have you truly thought it through? Are you genuinely considering taking over?" Chow Yuenda directly questioned Young-bo, ignoring Boss Lu. "It would be a lie to say I don't want to take over." Young-bo had worked as an assistant in an antique shop for 2 years, often fantasizing about the day he might have his own store. He never expected that possibility could materialize so swiftly. Chow Yuenda set his cap down and leaned back, turning to Boss Lu. "Liang-yu, today's youth are far too focused on immediate gains, few can truly dedicate themselves to academia." Boss Lu chuckled in reproach, "You yourself have escaped from the ivory tower. Do you still expect the young to starve for knowledge?" Chow Yuenda retorted, "Weren't we all once starving for knowledge? That was then. Times have changed. No one would do that now." Boss Lu replied. He then pointed at Young-bo, saying, "Look at this young man, he is a fine prospect. If he could endure a few years running an antique shop, it would be no less valuable than remaining in the ivory tower. However, you must understand that staying in the ivory tower facilitates the cultivation of reputation. Over the years, why is it that our abilities are comparable, yet my renown surpasses yours? It is precisely because I have remained in the ivory tower," Chow Yuenda asserted. This statement rendered Boss Lu momentarily speechless, for it bore the truth despite their equal capabilities. Chow Yuenda, as a professor from a prestigious university, garnered more attention, while others could only refer to Lu Liangyu as a folk collector. A slight frown crossed Lu Liangyu's face as he turned to Young-bo, saying, "You decide what to do." Young-bo had not anticipated such disparities, however, to him. The notion of cultivating reputation in the ivory tower felt hollow. Moreover, to achieve prominence, one would likely need to wait a decade or two. And the academic path was fraught with challenges, publishing papers, maintaining a public image, and navigating through it all. Chow Yuenda looked at Young-bo and said, "Since you did not pursue an undergraduate degree, if you wish to study, I can recommend you to a slightly lesser university for 2 years. And then you can apply for my graduate program." Young-bo had never been keen on this route, and hearing Chow Yuenda's suggestion made him even less inclined. The thought of completing a 4-year curriculum in 2 years was daunting, and from Chow Yuenda's implication, it seemed that pursuing a graduate degree would also require passing a standardized examination, making the journey excessively long and fraught with uncertainties. After a moment of contemplation, Young-bo slightly bowed to Professor Chow Yuenda, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Professor Chow. It has been 2 years since I last attended school, and my mind has become rather unruly. It may not be so simple to pick up my studies again." Just as Chow Yuenda was about to offer further encouragement, he was interrupted by Lu Liangyu. "Young-bo is quite correct, learning can occur anywhere. Does the absence from school mean one no longer needs to read?" Changing the subject, Young-bo inquired, "By the way, how much would it cost to take over Jiatong?" Lu Liangyu paused briefly before responding, "I must admit, I had not considered this thoroughly. You should prepare yourself mentally, the sum required is likely substantial." Young-bo nodded, calculating that he currently possessed over 230,000. With the transfer fee estimated to be around 400 to 500,000, and considering the many items still in the shop, the overall cost would likely exceed 1 million. As Lu Liangyu spoke, he found himself momentarily stunned, aware of Yongbo's financial situation which, despite a few profitable transactions with him, fell significantly short of such a price. Turning to Yongbo, Lu Liangyu observed his astonishment and quickly waved his hand, saying, "Let us forget it. It is my fault for not thinking this through before calling you. This amount is indeed exorbitant." Chao Yuenda chuckled proudly, "Lu Liangyu, you truly are amusing. How could you engage in such a blunder?" Lu Liangyu, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "It was not my intention to scheme for that inkstone of yours. I simply did not consider the costs, as I instinctively felt you would be a perfect fit." Chao Yuenda, taken aback by this remark, asked Lu Liangyu, "What do you mean? What inkstone? What scheming?" Lu Liangyu explained, "Yongbo possesses a Gu Anyong's Longpan inkstone." Upon hearing this name, Chao Yuenda immediately understood, his eyes widening in astonishment. "What did you say? Gu Anyong's inkstone? Where is it? Quickly bring it out for us to admire." Yongbo, sitting nearby, felt somewhat exasperated as the two men engaged in their back and forth without allowing him a chance to speak. He reflected that his available funds should suffice. "What? You have already made a move? To whom did you sell it? How did this happen so quickly?" Lu Liangyu exclaimed, standing up in surprise and approaching Yongbo as if to grasp him by the neck. "I sold it to Luo Yahua to raise funds for medical expenses," Yongbo explained. Lu Liangyu smacked his thigh in frustration. "I was too reserved. Had I known, I would have spoken up sooner." Chao Yuenda laughed heartily, unabashedly pointing at him. "Reserved? If you are reserved, then no one would dare to be otherwise." After some conversation, the trio arrived at Jiatong. Yongbo stood outside, glancing around before finally entering. Upon entering, they found two individuals seated in the main hall, Li Ling and another middle-aged woman. Upon noticing Lu Liangyu and the others, Li Ling promptly stood up, greeting them, "Boss Lu, Professor Chao, good day." Turning to the middle-aged woman, he introduced, "And this is Boss Lu from Jiatong and Professor Chao Yuenda from Jinling University. They are both masters of appraisal." A middle-aged woman rose to her feet, nodding in this direction. Although she spoke little, everyone could surmise that she must be Jia Huairan's wife. Li Ling was somewhat taken aback upon seeing Boss Lu's arrival. Acting on his aunt's behalf, he was already under tremendous pressure dealing with the transfer of Jiatang, and now he was surprised that Boss Lu, who already owned a shop, wished to involve himself further. As they exchanged handshakes, Li Ling's expression grew complex upon reaching Yongbo. There were many matters he was unaware of. Yet to claim complete ignorance would be deceptive. He had heard that Yongbo seemed to be involved in this affair. "Hello." Yongbo smiled, extending his hand. Their relationship had always been amicable, but it was unexpected that their union felt so distant. "Dabo, have you joined Boss Lu?" Li Ling inquired with a smile. "No. He is the main character today," Lu Liangyu clarified. Li Ling was taken aback, his hand suspended midway in the air, leaving him momentarily stunned. He awkwardly retracted his hand, exclaiming, "Boss Lu, you truly jest. Could it be that Dabo is to take over Bogutang? How could that be possible?" Li Ling was well aware of Yongbo's circumstances and knew how frugally he lived to afford his father's medical expenses. He could hardly believe that Boss Lu would contact him about Yongbo taking over. Lu Liangyu chuckled, "Why is it impossible?" Li Ling was bewildered. He was unaware of many subsequent developments and did not realize that Yongbo had indeed profited significantly, managing to raise enough funds for medical care and even more. Hearing Lu's inquiry, he instinctively felt that Yongbo could indeed take over. But was this truly feasible? Li Ling turned to Yongbo, his smile tinged with awkwardness. "Dabo, is this really the case?" Yongbo regarded Li Ling, feeling a wave of sentimentality. However, their relationship had deteriorated beyond repair. "Yes. I do intend to take over Bogutang. Do you understand that the transfer fee for Bogutang is around 700,000 to 800,000? The inventory must also be transferred. Can you afford this?" Li Ling remained incredulous, struggling to accept such a notion. Yongbo paused briefly before responding, "Let us discuss the price directly." Li Ling's eyes widened in indignation. He felt as though he was being toyed with. Nevertheless, He was curious to see young Bo's expression once he negotiated a price and then failed to pay. Very well. Let us discuss. Li Ling replied without consulting his aunt, agreeing outright. Young Bo nodded and sat down. The news of Bogutang's transfer had likely just surfaced, and arriving early could secure an advantageous position, thus. They needed to act swiftly. The lease for Bogutang had been signed for 10 years, with 7 years remaining. The rent was paid annually. And this year's rent had already been settled, so there was no need for concern. The transfer fee stood at 700,000. And all various antiques and furnishings within the store were included, totaling 2,300,000, amounting to 3 million in total. Li Ling fixed his gaze on young Bo, expertly quoting a price that he must have long since arranged. Young Bo had spent 2 years in the antique shop, however. He was not well versed in pricing. Yet, he recalled that Boss Lu had previously estimated the transfer fee at 500,000. And he knew that this figure needed to be negotiated further. The price has risen considerably, and everyone is well aware of the transfer fee market on this street. As for the interior furnishings, I will undoubtedly renovate after taking over and will likely need to replace a significant number of items, making this price quite steep. Young Bo remarked. Dabo, we are acquaintances, and I will never deceive you. The Bogutang brand has been established on this street for over a decade, garnering considerable recognition. Just this brand alone holds a value of 200,000 to 300,000. This is intangible asset. Li Ling argued. Intangible asset. Young Bo chuckled derisively. As Jia Huairan had become a laughingstock within the industry for his involvement in counterfeiting. This so-called intangible asset might be closer to a negative value. Since this brand is included in the valuation, let's do this. You can remove the brand and I will replace it with another. Simply deduct 200,000 from the total price. Li Ling was taken aback, completely unprepared for young Bo's astute response. It was the middle-aged woman sitting beside them who spoke up. Li Ling, we must remove this brand. It is your uncle's hard-earned asset over many years. We cannot so easily leave it to them. Li Ling turned to his aunt, nodding helplessly. Feeling a surge of frustration as he knew he could not outright express that the brand had already lost its value. Lu Liangyu and Chao Yuenda exchanged surprised glances, not expecting young Bo to handle such negotiations with such finesse. Perhaps he truly was suited for running an antique shop after all. Li Ling regarded young Bo. How much can you offer? If it is too little, we need not continue our discussion. Young Bo disregarded this and stated, the transfer fee is 300,000. But the items within the shop cannot be valued in this manner, we need to verify and appraise them one by one. Li Ling looked towards his aunt, honestly reluctant to sell the antique shop, but she was insistent. With his uncle imprisoned, they would need to bribe officials to secure his early release. Which was the reason for his aunt's urgency to sell. 300,000 is far too low. Li Ling shook his head. Lu Liangyu cleared his throat, suggesting, let us do this, let us not discuss the transfer fee for now, as the differences between us are minimal. First, we should inventory the items in the shop. That is where the true value lies. Li Ling hesitated slightly but nodded in agreement. He was not entirely sure of the number of items in the shop. The figures of 2,300,000 were merely casual estimates on his part. Conducting an inventory was indeed a necessary step. The Bogutang contained an abundance of items that could not be counted quickly, and it required documenting the names and prices of each item. This was turning into a monumental task. Fortunately, Professor Chao Yuenda was well connected and always had access to manpower. A brief phone call, and within approximately 40 minutes, 2 men and a woman, 3 students, arrived. Chao Yuenda smiled at the trio, saying, I won't let you come here for nothing today. The taxi fare will be reimbursed by this boss, and you will receive your wages from him as well. If you feel wronged, I will help you collect your pay. Young Bo wore a wry smile. Professor Chao, please do not belittle the situation. I will cover the taxi fare and the wages. How does 300 for a day's work sound? 500. Chao Yuenda replied, spreading his fingers wide. I cannot work for free, there must be some commission, right? Upon hearing the words, everyone erupted into laughter. Professor Chao truly possessed a delightful wit. Subsequently, the 3 individuals, each accompanied by a recorder, commenced their independent evaluations. In truth, the value of antiques is not as fixed as that of typical commodities, it fluctuates significantly across different regions and markets. During their assessments, the trio predominantly referenced auction prices from the past 2 years, subsequently reducing the figures by 30%. Auctions often generate price bubbles, especially during large-scale events where fierce competition can lead to inflated final prices, while actual market transactions tend to yield lower figures. The graduate student trailing behind Youngbo initially appeared somewhat indifferent. However, as the pace quickened, he found himself increasingly tense, gazing at Youngbo with admiration. For Youngbo's speed surpassed even that of Professor Chow. With the assistance of his companions, the three worked collaboratively and, after more than 2 hours, completed the inventory of all items. Youngbo ultimately aggregated the data, estimating a total value of approximately 1.3 million. Naturally, he would not disclose this figure to Li Ling, yet he felt reassured as long as the final transaction did not exceed 1.6 million, he would be satisfied. Once again seated at the negotiating table, everyone adopted a more serious demeanor. Both parties produced their list of goods and commenced discussions item by item. This is a landscape painting by Tang Bohu, valued at 30,000. This piece is a replica worth merely 300. This fish pattern jar from the Tsisho kiln is valued at 50,000. Yet, this too is a counterfeit, virtually worthless. Amidst the clamor of debate, the prices gradually crystallized. Remarkably, the two engaged in discussions for over an hour, culminating in a total figure that astoundedly linked to 1.08 million. Youngbo was equally surprised, not having anticipated that his eloquence would yield such a low price. Li Ling immediately expressed his discontent, exclaiming, "This is impossible." Mr. Lu raised a hand to signal him. "Li Ling, there is nothing impossible about this. This figure is the result of your earlier discussions. The intent behind this is merely to illuminate the true value of these items. Of course, when Youngbo takes over, there will inevitably be an upward adjustment." Li Ling muttered, "This is far too low." He then turned to his aunt. While he was more adept at negotiations, he ultimately could not make the final decision. This matter required his aunt's counsel. The middle-aged woman possessed limited knowledge on the subject, yet her mind was sharp. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, "This price is exceedingly low. Our family's old Jia has been in this business for many years. Even if he hasn't achieved great success, he has certainly made a name for himself here. And many are eager to acquire these items." Lu Liangyu smiled. "Doesn't Madame Jia feel anxious? If Mr. Jia cannot redeem himself, what significance does it hold to acquire more money?" Madame Jia refrained from further comment, asserting, "The price you have offered is far too low. I have no desire to haggle. I will state a firm price of 2 million. Youngbo wore a gentle smile, and the figure of 2 million was already within his acceptable range. However, observing the demeanor of the other party, it seemed there was room for further negotiation. He spoke up, "Madame Jia, we have met twice, and we all express our deep regrets regarding Boss Jia's situation. Everyone wishes to contribute in any way possible to assist him. 1,800,000. Youngbo paused for a moment, and if Madame Jia agreed, they could sign the contract today, with cash in hand. Madame Jia hesitated slightly, gestured to stop Li Ling, and said, "All right." The task of drafting the contract was entrusted to professionals. A phone call later, a lawyer was present to draft the agreement, and upon signing, Youngbo transferred 1,800,000. Consequently, only over 500,000 remained in Youngbo's account, a significant reduction that made him feel a twinge of regret. Yet soon excitement took over. A soldier who does not aspire to become a general is not a good soldier, likewise. A clerk who does not aspire to become a boss is not a good clerk. Youngbo successfully transitioned from a clerk to the owner of an antique shop. He vividly recalled Li Ling's intense gaze fixed on him during the bank transfer. After obtaining the keys, Youngbo contacted a locksmith company to change all the locks. Lu Liangyu and Chao Yuenda congratulated him, and Youngbo returned the gesture. Chao Yuenda chuckled, "So, when will you settle the payment?" Youngbo was taken aback, noticing the 3 students who had come to assist sitting in the corner. He quickly replied, "Let us settle it now. I am committed to honest dealings." Boss Lu pointed at Youngbo and laughed, "You know the market well enough. How can you claim to be honest in this line of work? Are you unaware of how money is made in the antique business?" "Of course, that I understand." Youngbo chuckled. He handed cash to the 3 graduate students and then invited several people to dinner. During the meal, he did not forget to seek advice from Boss Lu. Previously, as a clerk, he was familiar with most matters concerning the antique shop, yet his perspective was limited and many aspects were clearer to the boss. Do not rush to open the shop first, you need to renovate. The previous sign must be changed, which requires a good name. The interior decoration style needs to be established and the safe upstairs. Boss Lu, indeed experienced, began to speak at length. When Young Bo was a clerk, he only needed to consider the boss's thoughts and whether a deal was made held little sway for him. Most negotiation work was not his responsibility. And he mainly served tea. Now, listening to Boss Lu's advice, Young Bo felt compelled to jot down notes. After Boss Lu finished speaking, Young Bo inquired, "How much will the renovation cost?" "About 200,000 to 300,000. Ah. Young Bo nearly leaped up in surprise. With his funds dwindling, the thought of such an expenditure filled him with dread. How could it be so much? The cost of renovation is largely due to the safe upstairs. You currently have no other place to store valuables, so it's best to invest in a good safe along with a set of surveillance equipment," Boss Lu explained. Young Bo nodded in agreement. The conversation proved to be immensely beneficial for him. He bid farewell to the crowd and called his mother before hastening towards the hospital. This time, Young Bo did not bring any soup. Upon his arrival at the hospital, he found that his father was not in the ward, which made him somewhat anxious. He hurried to the nurse's lounge and fortuitously encountered Xiaoxian. He quickly inquired, "Xiaoxian, where is my father?" To his surprise, as soon as he spoke, the lounge erupted in hushed giggles, with several young women bursting into laughter. Although Young Bo had never been in a romantic relationship, his emotional intelligence was sufficient to grasp the underlying implications of their laughter. His delivery of soup the night prior had likely given rise to rumors. "Uncle Young has gone for a stroll in the garden," replied Xiaoxian. Young Bo expressed his gratitude and swiftly made his way to the garden. From a distance, he spotted his parents supporting each other. He hesitated to approach, pondering how to address the matter or whether to remain silent altogether. After a moment's reflection, Young Bo resolved to keep this affair under wraps, as the stakes were too high. Success would be commendable, but failure would lead to his mother's incessant nagging. Before he could reach his parents, Young Bo received a call from Luo Yahua. "You should be free tonight, right?" "What's the matter?" "Young Master Yi is hosting a banquet to express his gratitude for everyone's assistance. As a key contributor, shouldn't you attend?" Young Bo frowned. His motivation was not to stand up for Yi Weilin, but rather a sense of obligation to Luo Yahua. Furthermore, he anticipated needing to consult with him again, as his father's surgery would require some time. If he could find a better doctor during this period, it would be fortuitous. "All right. Just let me know the time and place," Young Bo responded. "Oh, by the way, I've taken over an antique shop, the former Bogutang, you must be aware." "You managed to acquire that shop?" Luo Yahua exclaimed in surprise. "You wouldn't believe it. A friend of mine had been eyeing it for a long time and visited this afternoon, only to discover it had already been taken over." "I can't believe it's you." After meeting his parents, Young Bo inquired about their recent dietary habits and once again urged them not to be frugal, assuring them that he would cover the forthcoming expenses. His mother scrutinized him, squinting with a smile. "You needn't worry about the meals. I must say that Xiaoxian is quite remarkable, bringing soup and porridge in the evening, and she is quite lovely, not at all flirtatious. She is wonderful in every way." Young Bo pretended not to comprehend his mother's insinuation and nodded. "Indeed, she is quite diligent." "Oh, I say, my child," his mother exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. "Xiaoxian is not even from our ward, and besides, where do you see nurses delivering soup and porridge to patients?" Unable to evade the topic any longer, Young Bo explained, "Mother, I'm only 20 this year. Even if I were to marry, it would still be premature." His mother frowned. "No one is saying you should marry right away. You can just date for now. With more women than men these days, many will end up single if they don't find someone soon. You haven't been home for 2 years, but you wouldn't know that the young man downstairs, Xiaozhong, is already 27 or 28, cooped up at home playing video games, and he doesn't even have a girlfriend. His parents are beside themselves with worry." Young Bo felt a sense of helplessness. "Mom, please don't rush me. Do I seem like that kind of person?" Indeed, his mother replied emphatically. You have always been introverted, and your interactions with girls have been few. You haven't even been in a relationship, how can I not worry? Yongbo was at a loss for words and could only wave his hand dismissively. I have things to attend to tonight. I've already called the restaurant. They will deliver the prepared soup. Xiaobo, don't be in such a hurry. Aren't you busy tonight? As his mother waved, Yongbo had already dashed away. Yang's father, sitting on the steps and overhearing the conversation, couldn't help but chuckle. Don't be too anxious, give the child some time to think. He is still young and quite capable. Do you really need to worry about him finding a partner in the future? Have you not considered that if Xiaobo becomes successful, he might find someone even better? Yang's mother paused, feeling the validity of his words, yet she retorted, that's all uncertain. Am I supposed to harm him? Upon exiting the hospital, Yongbo chose not to dwell on the matter. At that moment, he was not preoccupied with romantic pursuits, the antique shop was about to open. And uncertainty loomed over its future. His focus was solely on establishing the business successfully. Upon returning to the antique store, Yongbo closed the door and began organizing. During the appraisal process, he discovered several areas where misjudgments had occurred, which he considered fortunate finds. Not long after, he took out a blue and white plum vase. This vase lacked a mark, and when appraised, it was valued as a piece from the Republic of China. However, Yongbo observed a brilliant luster and thick glaze, indicating it was actually produced during the Ming dynasty's Longqing period. Though it may not be a masterpiece, its value had multiplied several times. If calculated at the price of Republic porcelain, the vase would be worth merely 2,000 yuan, but as a Longqing piece, it could fetch at least 40 to 50,000. Yongbo felt a rush of excitement as he carefully stored the vase. Next, he picked up a calligraphy painting, which was well preserved and bore a red seal with the name Nan Yunshon Chiao. Yongbo was unfamiliar with this artist, who was ultimately appraised at 21,000 yuan. It was only later, after consulting Lu Liangyu, that he learned this painter had modest renown during the Qing dynasty. He was the great-grandson of Wen Zhengming, a famous Ming dynasty artist known as Wen Dian. The peculiarities of his name and title were rather intriguing. Nevertheless, even for an artist of such historical significance, the value of his works would certainly exceed this appraisal, potentially doubling or tripling. After tidying up and surveying the shop, Yongbo contemplated how to decorate the space. Just as the sound of a bell rang, he hurriedly freshened up and set off for the banquet venue. The Qinhuai River is a cradle of Jinling culture, a gathering place for prominent families since the Six Dynasties, bustling with merchants and intellectuals, then flourishing with Confucian scholarship, earning the reputation of the golden dust of the Six Dynasties. The banquet venue chosen by Yuelin was situated on a boat along the upper reaches of the Qinhuai River. When Yongbo arrived, the night had fallen, and the lights were aglow with crowds of tourists milling about. He quickly located the boat and boarded smoothly, fully aware of his position, and had arrived a bit earlier than expected. To his surprise, Luo Yahua and Yuelin were already seated at the table. Upon the arrival of Yongbo, Yuelin smiled and clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Yong. I have heard from Yahua that your contributions are indeed remarkable." Yongbo quickly waved his hand dismissively, replying, "I merely lent a hand. It is primarily thanks to young Master Ye's adept command and Brother Luo's coordination that we were able to vanquish such malevolent forces." Yuelin laughed heartily and gestured. "I bear no accolades. How can you say that when you have liberated the people of Jinling from harm?" Luo Yahua interjected. Hearing such flattery, Yuelin couldn't help but laugh, and the atmosphere within the gathering grew increasingly harmonious. Before long, Professor Chao Yuenda entered the boat, prompting everyone to rise in welcome. After exchanging pleasantries, Professor Chao took his seat at the second place, while Yongbo, aware of his position, took the last seat, speaking little and attentively listening to the conversations around him. The final arrival was a middle-aged man accompanied by Captain Liang and Yuan Yezi. It was only when Yongbo heard Luo Yahua call out that he discerned their identities. After the three settled back into their seats, Yuelin called for the dishes to be served, and Yongbo realized that all the guests had now arrived. Regardless of the others' cordial exchanges, Yongbo spoke sparingly, focusing on the dishes before him. Yuan Yezi, unable to contain herself, remarked, "Have you not eaten at all?" Yongbo nodded. "What of it?" Your eating manners are rather unrefined, Yuan Yezi emphasized. Yongbo paid her little heed, continuing to eat, which vexed Yuan Yezi to the point of stomping her foot in frustration. What did you do before? Are you still in school? She inquired again. Yongbo lifted his gaze. You are a police officer, yet you cannot arbitrarily inspect household registration records, can you? Yuan Yezi glared. How could that be? What nonsense are you spouting? Between Chao Yuenda and Yongbo sat Luo Yahua, who laughed while observing their exchange and asked, Is everything well with your father? He is currently recuperating and will undergo surgery in due time, Yongbo explained. Chao Yuenda nodded slightly. I have friends who are doctors. Do not hesitate to reach out if you need assistance. Yongbo promptly nodded, feeling pleasantly surprised. An additional avenue of support is always welcome. Meanwhile, Yuelin seemed to have overheard this exchange and inquired further. Yongbo offered a brief explanation, only to hear Yuelin wave his hand, saying, It's all minor matters. Leave the arrangements for the doctor to me. Shao Luo, take charge of this matter and ensure it is handled well. This was originally Luo Yao's initiative to help. And even with his good temper, he could only acquiesce with a resigned, all right. All right? Luo Yahua felt quite annoyed. For he had intended to assist Yongbo in finding a good doctor, and now Yuelin was stepping in to play the benefactor. Director Luo, however, smiled faintly and asked Yuelin, How is your father doing these days? Yuelin nodded. The old gentleman is in excellent health, eating well and sleeping soundly. Full of vigor at work. It is astonishing how someone in their 50s can still be so energetic. Director Luo chuckled awkwardly, noting that he was of a similar age to Yuelin's father, yet still 2 ranks below him, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Yuelin's remarks. Yuelin seemed oblivious as he extended his arm, revealing a fragrant sandalwood bracelet on his wrist. The old man has been rather enthusiastic lately, becoming enamored with these bracelets. Behold, this string I possess was pilfered from his room. Director Luo chuckled, playing with bracelets. Sandalwood, is it? Indeed, indeed. Yuelin nodded, glancing at Professor Chao Yuanda. What do you think of my bracelet, Professor Chao? Instead of taking the sandalwood bracelet, Professor Chao merely observed it, inhaling its aroma before nodding in approval. The fragrance is rich, the hue a deep shade, quite exquisite. Yuelin beamed. Professor Chao truly possesses great knowledge. This bracelet has indeed been consecrated by a master. Yongbo, seated nearby, suddenly realized why Professor Chao refrained from touching it. After consecration, the item should not be handled by anyone other than its owner. Professor Chao is remarkable. His expertise is truly commendable. The others echoed with vacuous flattery. Yongbo then noticed Director Luo retrieving a white jade guanyin statue from around his neck to show Professor Chao. Luo Yahua showcased his small leaf red sandalwood bracelet, exclaiming, Every time I dine with Professor Chao, I delight in the knowledge that he can assist in appraising my trinkets. I have prepared for this moment for quite some time. Yongbo observed Yuan Yesi extending her wrist to display a jade bracelet, her fair arm glistening like frost and snow. As she gracefully maneuvered past Yongbo, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Yongbo felt slightly intoxicated, realizing the unexpected benefits of dining with Professor Chao. Once everyone had appraised their items, Yuan Yesi, noticing Yongbo's hesitance, suddenly inquired, Why hasn't Xiaoyang brought an item? Does he not know that Professor Chao will assist with appraisals at the table? An awkward silence enveloped the gathering. Luo Yahua was the first to recover, laughing heartily. Yongbo is practically an expert in appraisal himself, why would he trouble Professor Chao? Professor Chao chimed in, Not just practically, I believe Yongbo's skills surpass those of many appraisal specialists. Yongbo glanced at Yuan Yezi, noticing her slightly flushed cheeks, and felt a twinge of regret. He chuckled inwardly, thinking girls can be quite sensitive. You flatter me, Professor. I did bring an item today. But seeing everyone else wearing theirs subtly around their necks and wrists, mine seemed rather conspicuous, which left me in doubt. Then why hesitate? Present it. Luo Yahua urged. Curiosity sparked among the group as they leaned in to see what Yongbo would reveal. He pulled out his wallet and extracted a shovel-shaped cloth coin. But instead of handing it to the others, he directly offered it to Professor Chao. Chao Yuanda caught it with one hand, teasing, Now that is subtle. Bringing it in a wallet is truly inventive. Laughter erupted, alleviating much of the previous awkwardness. The ancient coin, upon observation of its shape, undoubtedly belongs to the spring and autumn or warring states period. Previously, I had always believed that the older the coin, the more valuable it was. Hence, I accumulated quite a collection of knife coins and cloth coins, only to discover that the 100 yuan I spent on each could only fetch 70 yuan upon resale. When Yuelin encountered the cloth coin, he could not help but share his own embarrassing story. However, at this moment, his remark subtly implied that Yongbo's cloth coin was of little significance. Yuan Yeji, pondering how to put Yongbo in a difficult position, felt displeased at Yuelin's comment and retorted, "Though I may not possess extensive knowledge, I am aware that some coins hold value while others do not. Perhaps Yongbo's ancient coin is indeed a rare treasure." After speaking, Yuan Yeji glanced at Yongbo, who remained indifferent, engrossed in his food and drink, which only fueled her annoyance. Recently graduated and newly inducted into the police force, she was merely 2 years Yongbo's senior. Since joining the team, she had been treated like a little princess, but her strong-willed nature compelled her to take the initiative. Encountering someone younger like Yongbo, she felt an urge to protect him, yet he paid her no mind, leaving her frustrated. Yuelin was momentarily at a loss for words, but having known Yuan Yeji for quite some time, he dared not speak harshly. Finally, Chao Yuenda interjected, revealing that this cloth coin had a notable origin. Having been minted by the Xiao state during the Warring States period, specifically the Wuyang Wantel cloth coin. 50 treasures of ancient coins. Luo Yahua exclaimed. Even those unfamiliar with ancient coins recognized 50 treasures as a revered gem among collectors in the numismatic community. The crowd expressed their astonishment, with Yuelin rising in surprise, exclaiming, "Oh no way, brother Yang, are you trying to embarrass me?" Seeing Yongbo raise his hand to explain, Yuelin gestured to calm him, jokingly adding, "But you truly are impressive." Xiao Yuenda, smiling at Yongbo, affirmed his prowess, noting that there were only a handful of 3-hole cloth coins in the country. This particular ancient coin had recently been auctioned for over 3.5 million yuan, revealing Yongbo's hidden talents. Yongbo quickly responded, "Professor Chao, I only acquired it a couple of days ago and haven't had the chance to examine it in detail." Captain Leong, who had remained silent and inconspicuous, glanced at Yongbo and then at the ancient coin. He recalled that during the raid on the underground auction house, they had indeed recovered a bag of ancient coins. Could this coin have originated from that bag? After all, when they arrived at the scene, the coins had rolled out. With this thought, Captain Leong found himself unable to restrain his curiosity. If Yongbo had previously participated in the auction, he could hardly be considered a paragon of virtue. If he had secretly taken a coin, no one would be able to detect it. Xiao Yuenda passed the ancient coin around for everyone to examine, then turned to Yongbo, suggesting, "In a month's time, there will be a collectibles exchange event in the capital. With your possession of the 50 treasures ancient coin, you would certainly qualify to attend. I wonder if you would be willing to participate." Yongbo felt a surge of interest. Attending the industry exchange would undoubtedly broaden his horizons. However, he soon recalled that his father was about to undergo surgery, so he inquired, "May I ask when it is scheduled?" "My father's operation is imminent." No rush, the event is still a month away," Xiao Yuenda reassured him. The following day, Yongbo rose early, purchasing breakfast before heading straight to the hospital, as the gathering from the previous night had concluded rather early. He had discussed the renovation with Luo Yahua, requesting his assistance in hiring a professional construction team who was scheduled to conduct an on-site assessment during the day, necessitating Yongbo's prompt arrival. Upon reaching the hospital, Yongbo encountered his father's attending physician and hurried over to greet him, subsequently inquiring about his father's condition. Dr. Lu, a man in his 40s wearing gold-rimmed spectacles, informed him, "Your father's constitution is somewhat weakened, however, his recovery over the past few days has been satisfactory. It is crucial to avoid any anger or agitation on his part. Presently, he appears to be faring significantly better than I had anticipated. Initially, surgery was planned for a month later, but if his recovery continues to progress well, we may consider advancing the procedure. You must be prepared for this." Yongbo expressed his gratitude, saying, "But I truly appreciate your assistance. Given that cancer cells tend to proliferate swiftly, can we effectively control the situation with medication?" Dr. Lu candidly replied, "To be honest, maintaining control is challenging, which is why I advocate for an earlier surgery. Nonetheless, considering your father's frail condition, We have devised a plan that involves simultaneous monitoring and rehabilitation. Youngbo nodded appreciatively, stating, I am grateful for your dedication. Do you have time in the next couple of days? I have reserved a table at the Jinling Hotel. Before Youngbo could finish, Dr. Lu waved his hand dismissively, saying, there is no need for such formality. Treating your father will incur significant expenses, and I understand your difficulties. Rest assured, we will fulfill our responsibilities diligently. With that, Dr. Lu turned to leave. After delivering the meal and conversing briefly with his parents, Youngbo departed once more. A wave of guilt surged within him. When he had been financially constrained, he had always envisioned bringing his father in for treatment and remaining by his parents' side. Yet now, with wealth at his disposal, he found himself bereft of time. Without further contemplation, upon arriving at the store, Youngbo packed valuable items into boxes and transported them to his rented accommodation. When he returned to the antique shop, the renovation designer was already on site. Youngbo engaged in discussions regarding the interior design style, the safe on the upper floor, and the shop sign. The designer exhibited remarkable professionalism, offering numerous suggestions for various setups. Once the interior style was established, the designer pointed to the assorted decorations and remarked, Boss Young, it would be prudent to remove these bookshelves. It is not that I doubt the quality of our workers, but given the circumstances, should anything go missing or become damaged, it would be challenging to clarify. It is best to relocate them. Youngbo nodded in understanding, assuring, rest assured. These will certainly be removed. Regarding the sign, the designer inquired, have you settled on a name for the store? Will you be seeking a calligrapher to craft the sign? These decisions need to be finalized so we can coordinate with the advertising company effectively. Youngbo realized he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. He decided that there was no immediate rush for the sign, he would first tidy up the store and prepare the design plan before commencing the interior renovations. Very well. The designer responded succinctly, noting down Youngbo's replies before departing. After taking a few laps around the store and locking the door, Youngbo turned to find Guobopi lingering outside. Boss Guo? Youngbo inquired. Guopapi approached, surprised to find you working here. Hasn't Jia Huiren been apprehended? Has there been a change of ownership? Youngbo nodded, confirming the change. Guopapi hesitated slightly, inquiring about the new owner's salary. Do you regret leaving behind $1 million annual salary? Youngbo chuckled, realizing that Guopapi was unaware of his recent acquisition of the shop. It's not much, but the increase is significant. Guopapi smiled, is that so? As long as it has risen, you should be earning around 5,000 to 6,000, right? That is about right, Youngbo replied. Guopapi sighed dramatically, feigning concern, lamenting that with a higher educational qualification, the salary could have increased substantially. Youngbo followed suit, remarking that it is certainly much more than before. Guopapi's expression shifted slightly, Youngbo's constant emphasis on the higher salary made him uncomfortable. He had no desire to continue the conversation, saying, work hard and strive to open your own antique shop soon. Youngbo watched Guopapi depart, shaking his head and smiling. Lu Leonyu was enjoying tea when he spotted Youngbo entering and couldn't resist teasing him, hello, Boss Young. What brings you to this little shop? Youngbo sighed, Lu Leoj, are you mocking me? Lu Leonyu laughed, saying, don't add old to my name. Do I appear that old? Lugu, your place is still better, Youngbo replied as he settled into a seat. My side is about to undergo renovations, which might take some time. A little over a month, but if they work swiftly, it could be done in half a month. Lu Leonyu reclined in his chair, not bothering to rise, gesturing towards the teapot on the table, indicating that Youngbo should pour his own tea. Youngbo poured the tea, taking a hearty sip, the fragrant aroma lingering on his palate. However, during this renovation period, where will I place my items? Lu Leonyu chuckled, realizing this was indeed Youngbo's true concern. After a moment's contemplation, he added, I have an apartment near Shuanu Lake that I haven't occupied, you could store your items there. Youngbo was taken aback. Clearly, the residence by the lake was not simple or inexpensive. He hadn't expected Lu Leonyu to possess such wealth, it seemed the antique shop held great potential. Seeing the expression on Youngbo's face, Lu Leonyu teased, what is this? Are you considering purchasing a unit as well? Youngbo shrugged, lacking the funds. Lu Liongyu suddenly stood up, leaning towards Yongbo, stating, "You could bring that 3-whole cloth coin and we can negotiate an exchange." "How large is the apartment?" Yongbo hesitated but asked nonetheless. Lu Liongyu fixed his gaze on Yongbo, explaining that the building was lakeside, spanning 160 square meters, with 2 parking spaces. Valued at nearly 2,800,000. Furthermore, I would provide you with an additional 600,000 in cash. Yongbo's heart raced. Property prices were continually rising, while the appreciation of antique coins was relatively slow. However, antiques could be passed down as heirlooms, unlike houses. Coins could be liquidated at any time, yet repurchasing them was challenging. The pros and cons left Yongbo in a quandary. Lu Liongyu seduced. Imagine a residence by the lake, where each evening you could stroll by the water's edge. If your father recovers and is discharged from the hospital, he will need a place to convalesce. Can you truly allow him to return to his hometown? This struck a sensitive chord in Yongbo. He toiled diligently and practiced frugality for a singular purpose, his parents' well-being and his own comfort and dignity. After a moment's hesitation, Yongbo nodded, "Let us make the exchange." "Excellent," Lu Liongyu exclaimed with enthusiasm. "However, there is one more condition," Yongbo interjected. "Go on," Lu Liongyu replied, appearing somewhat serious. Yongbo smiled, "It's not a major issue. I simply need a sign for my shop." "You want someone to create a sign?" Lu Liongyu inquired. Yongbo nodded, "Precisely." A relaxed smile graced Lu Lionyu's face. "Why didn't you mention that sooner? You startled me." With a chuckle, he added, "Are you not aware that Chow Yuenda's calligraphy is quite exceptional?" Yongbo expressed surprise. "What level?" "He is a member of the National Calligraphers Association." Yongbo felt a pang of regret. "I could have approached him myself with the same result." Lu Liongyu laughed heartily. "Quickly hand over the 3-whole cloth currency, I will assist you with the transfer." "I didn't bring it." "I'll give it to you this afternoon," Yongbo replied helplessly. Lu Liongyu dismissed the matter with a smile. "Come on, I'll drive you to deliver the antiques." "Do you not trust my integrity?" They hired a moving company to pack and organize the items in the shop, especially wrapping each piece of porcelain with great care. Yongbo and Lu Liongyu supervised the entire process, ensuring everything was transported to the community. Upon entering the room, Yongbo realized Lu Liongyu was a man of substance. The interior was newly decorated, with the furniture covered, revealing no signs of habitation. The property and parking space are valued at 2,800,000. And I invested over 400,000 in renovations. Are you regretting it yet? Lu Liongyu laughed. Yongbo nodded, grinning, "It's quite splendid." Lu Liongyu chuckled heartily, feeling a sense of pride as he had already secured the 3-whole cloth currency from Yongbo. They moved the living room carpet aside, folding it into 2 layers, allowing the workers to bring in the items. In this manner, the carpet served as an excellent protective barrier. It was not until the afternoon that all items were finally moved in, as Yongbo had sold the original furniture in the shop. After completing the transfer paperwork, the two sought a restaurant to sit down. Exhausted, Yongbo collapsed onto the sofa, while Lu Liongyu sat there, sipping tea, unwilling to touch the dishes even when they arrived. Suddenly, Yongbo inquired, "Lu, if my shop opens, won't it affect your business? Is it truly wise for you to assist me so generously?" Lu Liongyu set down his cup and chuckled, "Do you think the antique business is particularly lucrative?" "Is it not?" Yongbo recalled the time at Guobopi's shop, where Guobopi earned hundreds of thousands in a year. "You only see the shop, not the world beyond it," Lu Liongyu remarked. Yongbo was puzzled, so Lu Liongyu explained, "Although it appears that everyone is running an antique shop, the actual profits remain opaque to outsiders. The success of an antique store cannot solely be gauged by foot traffic. Many shop owners rely on the customers who enter their stores to conduct business. While this can yield some profits, it seldom results in substantial income. Can one truly expect patrons to bring genuine artifacts to the antique shop? It is worth noting that many individuals prefer auction houses, where they are likely to receive higher prices. My experience teaches that one must venture out and cultivate friendships through exchanges with fellow collectors and continuous trading. One can broaden their horizons and uncover more opportunities." Yongbo nodded slightly, realizing that he was indeed unaware of these dynamics. Previously, He had observed Gwobopi frequently engaging in tea sessions and conversations with collectors in the store, and he had thought Gwobopi was neglecting his duties. In retrospect, perhaps those very discussions were the source of opportunities. By the way, you haven't had much on your plate recently, have you? Lu Liangyu inquired. Yongbo looked up. I need to oversee the renovation on site. That's trivial, there are specialized supervision companies for that. You just need to hire one, Lu Liangyu replied. Don't busy yourself with that. I plan to visit Guangling the day after tomorrow, come with me, and I'll show you around. Yongbo paused for a moment to Guangling. Yes. I have friends there who have asked me to help assess some items. It won't be a fruitless trip, there is money to be made, Lu Liangyu explained. After some contemplation, Yongbo nodded, all right, I'll accompany you. Finally, Yongbo managed to spend an entire day at the hospital with his parents. But he refrained from hastily informing them about the new house. He intended to surprise them once his father recovered and was discharged. Yongbo had persistently urged his mother to return home, but she was unwilling. Unable to change her mind, he resigned himself to her staying in the hospital room. Fortunately, the high-ranking official's ward was well equipped, and with the extra funds he had, he purchased some appliances, making their stay more comfortable. When Yongbo's mother had some free time, she would venture to the market to buy groceries, cooking soup and meals in the kitchen downstairs. Although her cooking was simple, it was undoubtedly cleaner and more hygienic. Yongbo was sent by his mother to deliver soup to Nurse Xiaoxian, only to be met with playful teasing. Guangling is a city renowned for its historical and cultural significance, holding an important place in history. During the Tang dynasty, it was famously said to be prosperous, with Guangling being a major town of wealth. After a 2-hour drive from Jinling, they arrived in the urban area of Guangling. Lu Liangyu navigated effortlessly, quickly turning into a narrow alley paved with blue bricks. The vehicle halted outside a courtyard of blue bricks, and Lu Liangyu pointed towards the alley. Just beyond there is the former residence of Zhu Ziqing, but first, we must attend to business. With that, Lu Liangyu dialed a number. Soon, a black wooden door swung open, and a middle-aged man emerged. Upon seeing Lu Liangyu, he smiled and exclaimed, Boss Lu, we've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Lu Liangyu approached, shook hands with him, and remarked, Old Wang, it's been a while. You look younger these days. Wang Qingmen shook his head. Your eyes cannot compete with your silver tongue. Lu Liangyu gestured towards Yongbo, introducing, this is Yongbo. Do not let his youth deceive you, he is quite formidable. Wang Qingmen shook hands with Yongbo, exclaiming, a pleasure to meet you. Turning around, Lu Liangyu said to Yongbo, let us go in for some tea. Yongbo followed the two inside, unfazed by their apparent condescension. After all, given their age, skepticism was entirely understandable. The courtyard was smaller than he had imagined, paved with tiles that, due to the passage of time, had become smooth and worn. A pomegranate tree stood within, laden with vibrant red fruit. The courtyard was clean and tidy, evoking a sense of the passage of time rather than decay. Upon entering the living room, they found a person already seated, leaning over a painting displayed on a tall square table, oblivious to the commotion caused by their arrival. Lu Liangyu gestured toward the table, indicating the painting. Wang Qingmen nodded eagerly, affirming it was indeed the artwork in question. Yongbo smiled, aware that his expertise in art appraisal was somewhat lacking. Having devoted little time to it, his interest lay rather in the deep red hardwood furniture that adorned the room. Since acquiring the house, he had been contemplating the arrangement of the study's writing desk, pondering whether antique-style furniture might be more fitting. Before Yongbo could scrutinize the interior layout further, the seated individual straightened and turned to face them, his brow furrowing. Old Wang, what does this mean? A hint of embarrassment crossed Wang's face as he replied, all you. This is Mr. Lu Liangyu from Jinling. There exists an unspoken rule within the industry that once an appraiser has been invited, one seldom seeks another to avoid conflicting opinions and potential disputes. Wang Qingmin had initially extended separate invitations, while Yuda was supposed to have come a few days earlier. However, due to prior commitments, their paths fortuitously crossed now. Upon Lu Liangyu's arrival, his demeanor remained largely unchanged, as if he were accustomed to such situations. Yuda, perhaps having heard of Lu Liangyu's reputation, appeared slightly more at ease and nodded towards him, hello. Lu Liangyu smiled in return, all you. Would you prefer to take a look first while we step aside? Yuda thought this might be preferable. Yet he understood that acquiescing could undermine his standing in the community, suggesting a lack of confidence and competence that might deter future invitations for appraisals. Mr. Lu. Let us proceed together. Yuda invited casually. Very well, Lu Liangyu replied, moving towards the painting. Yongbo chose not to approach, instead finding a chair to sit in. Noticing the smile on Wang Qingmin's face, he discerned that regardless of how coincidental the situation appeared, there was likely some orchestration on Wang's part, as all parties involved had contacted him prior to their arrival. Wang Qingmin could have easily coordinated the encounters. Nonetheless, since this matter bore little relevance to Yongbo, he remained seated, waiting for Yu and Lu to return to their tea and contemplation before stepping forward to examine the painting closely. The inscription in the lower right corner read, "The painting of the moonlight, for the appreciation of Mr. Tong, by the 75-year-old Jin Nong." The seal bore the inscription Jin Ji. Yongbo recognized the painting, suddenly recalling that this piece, the titled Painting of the Moonlight, was indeed the one from the Jinling Museum. Yongbo fixed his gaze upon the painting, noting that within the entire canvas, there was but a solitary full moon, its surface adorned with undulating shadows, while its outer edges radiated a spectrum of colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and violet. In most artworks, the moon serves merely as a supplementary element. However, in this piece, it stands as the sole protagonist, the rarity in the realm of traditional brush and ink creations. Given that the Jinling Museum possesses the authentic piece, it is reasonable to conclude that this painting can essentially be identified as a replica. Is further authentication truly necessary? Yongbo glanced towards Yu and Lu, observing their calm demeanor as they sat in their chairs, prompting him to smile gently. After all, cultivating one's composure is an art in itself. The moonlight painting gradually began to emanate delicate glimmers, which coalesced above the artwork, forming a luminous halo. Yongbo furrowed his brow. He had initially anticipated the halo to be rather thin, yet its thickness suggested that the painting likely dated back to the Qianlong era. Surprised, Yongbo turned his attention to the inscription, his mind awash with uncertainty. "What do you think of this painting, Mr. Yu?" Lu Liangyu inquired. After a brief contemplation, Yuda replied, "The Jinling Museum indeed possesses a moonlight painting, and this piece appears indistinguishable from that one. It is likely a copy." With this statement, Yuda chose not to elaborate further, as it was well understood that an artist rarely replicates their own work entirely unless engaged in the practice of imitation. Wang Qingmin wore a troubled expression. "Is it not possible for two identical paintings to exist? This piece has been passed down through my family for generations." The moonlight painting is also regarded as a representative masterpiece of Jin Nong, whose most distinguishing feature is his unique calligraphy, the fusion of standard and clerical script, known as lacquer writing. This painting bears an inscription, but the characters appear soft and feeble, seemingly imitative, Lu Liangyu elucidated. Wang Qingmin continued to scrutinize the artwork, insisting, "This painting has been in my family for 2 to 3 centuries. I have seen the piece at the Jinling Museum, and while it is indeed quite similar, could there not be another possibility? Is it conceivable that Mr. Jin Nong created 2 entirely identical paintings?" Yuda regarded Wang Qingmin with skepticism. What other possibilities could there be? One must understand that ancient artists were fundamentally different from modern ones. They would never paint multiple versions solely for profit. Some contemporary artists, upon winning accolades for a specific piece, might produce several identical works for sale, but such practices were unheard of in ancient times. Your painting can only be a copy, and there is no other alternative. You should relinquish this hope. Given the yellowing of the paper, this piece might very well be a replica from the Qing dynasty, but it is unlikely to fetch a significant sum. Yudo's words were direct and unyielding, leaving Wang Qingmin increasingly disheartened. He turned to Lu Liangyu. "Mr. Lu, do you think there could be any exceptional circumstances?" Lu Liangyu paused briefly. "Does Mr. Yu harbor alternative thoughts? What was Mr. Yu's family background?" Yongbo, who had remained silent until now, found himself overlooked by the others. "This painting has presumably been preserved due to Mr. Wang's family's status as landowners," Yuda interjected. Yongbo disregarded this and continued his inquiry. "Mr. Wang, are you aware of the details I seek?" Wang Qingmin shook his head. "After all these years, and without a family genealogy, it is impossible to ascertain. Furthermore, our family's prosperity began during my grandfather's lifetime, which coincided with the late Qing dynasty." "Mr. Wang," Could it be that your ancestors were friends of Jin Nong or perhaps his servants? Yongbo inquired. Mr. Wang was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, little brother? I believe this painting can genuinely be deemed authentic. Yongbo remarked, gesturing towards the artwork, adding, of course, it could also be considered not genuine. His statement left the three in bewilderment, unable to grasp the inherent contradiction in his words. Little brother, you mustn't speak carelessly. How could something be both true and false? Yude directed his gaze at Yongbo. Mr. Wang had completely overlooked Yongbo's name and had forgotten it entirely, pondering, indeed. How could something be both true and false? Lu Liongyu looked at Yongbo, yet remained silent, his curiosity piqued, eager to uncover what Yongbo had discovered. Yongbo chuckled softly, pointing at the moonlight painting, asking if anyone had closely examined it, for there were traces of alterations at the top of the artwork. Traces of alterations? Yongbo's remark piqued everyone's curiosity. Lu Liongyu glanced towards the indicated area and indeed noticed some hastily made strokes, seemingly attempting to conceal a mistake in the painting. Mr. Wang scrutinized it for a moment, seemingly convinced. But what does this signify? Yude furrowed his brow and questioned. Jin Nong, one of the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou, had already gained considerable fame during his lifetime. What do you think such a great artist would do if he produced a flawed painting in his later years? Yongbo inquired, pointing at the marks on the painting. He would tear it up. Mr. Wang replied. Under what circumstances would he choose not to tear it? Yongbo pressed further. The group fell silent. For Yongbo's implication was unmistakable. This painting was very likely a discarded work by Jin Nong, an artifact from his artistic process. Perhaps it was overlooked and taken by a servant, or perhaps a friend saw it and claimed it. Regardless of the scenario, it explained why the painting had been preserved. This also clarified the issue of the inscriptions on the painting, as Jin Nong would not inscribe his name on a discarded work. The inscriptions were evidently added later. Lu Liongyu turned to Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, you have consistently maintained that this painting is authentic. Have you conducted carbon-14 testing? Mr. Wang hesitated slightly before nodding, yes. The test results indicated that this painting likely dates back to around the Qianlong era. Yongbo gazed at the painting with quiet astonishment, pondering if his own eyes had undergone carbon-14 testing. Yude, appearing disgruntled, complained, Mr. Wang, that is rather unprincipled of you. Since the results were obtained, why did you not inform us sooner? Mr. Wang remained silent, his expression awkward. Perhaps he had hoped the appraiser would confirm the findings before revealing them, not anticipating the painting's potential to mislead, as most would never consider such complexities. Mr. Wang turned to Yongbo. Brother Yong, do you mean to say that this moonlight painting is indeed an authentic piece? Mr. Wang, this is a discarded draft. It is unclear who has adorned the painting with unnecessary inscriptions and seals. However, upon reflection, these embellishments have imparted a greater narrative to the artwork, as Yongbo elucidated. Wang Qingmin nodded in agreement and turned to Lu Liongyu, expressing gratitude for bringing such an expert into their midst. Yude let out a cold snort but refrained from speaking. Wang Qingmin smiled, noting that Yongbo was still young and had entered the field relatively late, which accounted for his lack of recognition outside. Oh, is that so? Truly remarkable. Wang Qingmin exclaimed, delighted to have received the answer he sought, and began to extol Yongbo's virtues. Yongbo, weary of the flattery, merely nodded and resumed surveying his surroundings. Before long, the conversation concluded, and Wang Qingmin presented red envelopes to the 3 men. Yongbo was somewhat taken aback but did not refuse. He squeezed the envelope, a smile spreading across his face. This journey had not been in vain. Once back in the car, Lu Liongyu inquired, what do you think of the authenticity of the moonlight painting? Yongbo, still reveling in the envelope, replied, Wang has long since made his plans. If he has conducted scientific tests, why would he seek an appraiser? He merely wishes to draw such speculations from us. I suspect he has already considered this and invited us merely for show. Mark my words. I believe this painting will soon be auctioned. Lu Liongyu looked at Yongbo in astonishment, exclaiming, you have seen through it. Had you not pointed it out, I would have genuinely regarded this painting as a forgery. Saying this, Lu Liongyu produced his envelope, filling its contents, 20,000 yuan, which was quite satisfactory. Yongbo, Lacking experience in such matters, squeezed his envelope but could not ascertain its weight. Ultimately, he tore it open and withdrew the red bills, 20,000 yuan. Holding the cash, Yongbo felt a wave of nostalgia, recalling that he had once earned merely over 20,000 in a year, now through a single appraisal. He had garnered the same amount with just a few words. The contrast was striking. No wonder Lu Liangyu had remarked that the real earnings are found out in the world. Subsequently, the two did not linger, driving directly back to Jinling. Yongbo began to care for his parents, delving into numerous professional books to further his studies, while the renovation of his home commenced. He visited Chao Yuenda to collect the sign he had prepared. 2 days swiftly passed, and on this day, it was once again time for the ghost market. Yongbo retired early that evening, and as the bell rang, he wasted no time in mounting his bicycle and hurrying over. At that moment, he truly appreciated the convenience of having a vehicle, though he lacked a driver's license, rendering the purchase somewhat futile. The ghost market was bustling with noise as Yongbo entered, his eyes scanning the various items on display. This time, he was quite familiar with the surroundings. Although the duration of his heightened perception was still limited, he took his time to select carefully, observing the dazzling array of porcelain, jade, and assorted trinkets. All the while quietly contemplating his choices. "Yongbo, you have arrived." Suddenly, he heard someone call from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to see Guobopi standing right behind him. Hadn't Boss Guo always been reluctant to visit the ghost market? Yongbo recalled how Guobopi had previously shunned this place. Though others may not grasp the underlying reasons, Yongbo comprehends them quite well. Guobopi finds little fortune in the ghost market. More often than not, he purchases inferior goods at exorbitant prices, leading to considerable financial losses that almost compel him to sever his own hands. It is no wonder that Madame Guo has confined him to his quarters. Guobopi grinned and asked, "Is that so? Have I ever uttered such words?" Yongbo chuckled softly, choosing not to reiterate. Then, Guobopi inquired, "Xiaoyang, do you recall the specific stall where you uncovered treasures last time at the Confucius Temple Bird and Flower Market? Shall we go there together later?" Yongbo was taken aback momentarily, then realized that Guobopi had ventured to the ghost market due to his own influence. After all, that day Lu Liangyu had exposed Yongbo's secrets, leading Guobopi to mistakenly believe that finding bargains at the ghost market was effortless. Yongbo waved his hand dismissively. "I've already mentioned it last time. I'm not certain I'll have the time later, we can discuss it then." His tone clearly conveyed a refusal, yet Guobopi, undeterred, persisted, "All right, I shall call you then." Yongbo reiterated his stance, "We'll see when the time comes." "No worries, I'll call you," Guobopi repeated once more. With a sense of resignation, Yongbo quickened his pace and distanced himself from Guobopi. Not far ahead, a commotion erupted as many gathered to observe, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Yongbo paid little heed, continuing to scrutinize the surroundings. The ghost market was rife with forgeries, a significant portion of the items lacking any technical merit. After surveying the area, Yongbo's hands remained empty. Noticing that the throng had not yet dissipated, he approached and stood at the periphery, straining to catch snippets of conversation amidst the crowd where words like bronze cauldron and heavy artifact echoed. Intrigued, Yongbo pushed through the throng, finding at its center a man who was striking a heavy cauldron, causing it to resonate with a low hum. "Everyone can take a look, I can only stay here for an hour. After that, I must take my leave." Yongbo's gaze was drawn upward, where he spotted a familiar and graceful figure. "What brings you here?" he inquired. Yuan Yeji brushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen over her forehead, equally surprised. "If you can come, why can't I?" Yongbo shook his head. "I meant to ask if you have a keen interest in this bronze cauldron." Yuan Yeji smiled. "What do you think I am interested in?" With that, she urged him, "Hurry, let us go see how this Shongsho cauldron fares." Realizing that Yuan Yeji was also here for work, Yongbo understood that the domestic trade of bronze artifacts was prohibited, and most bronze cauldrons appearing on the market were likely problematic. If this particular cauldron were authenticated as genuine, it would undoubtedly qualify as a first-class cultural relic. Yongbo nodded gently, scrutinizing the imposing cauldron before him, which stood half a meter tall, its belly round and two upright ears giving it a stability akin to a mountain. A three-legged round cauldron, a significant artifact from the Xia and Shang dynasties. The man continued to tap the cauldron. Yuan Yeji pulled Yongbo aside. What do you think? Yongbo replied softly, I'm not very optimistic. Yuan Yeji was taken aback by such a response. She had received a call from the bureau and had rushed over without the opportunity to change her attire. Her colleagues would soon arrive, yet Yongbo was claiming that the bronze tripod had issues, which left her in a state of hesitation. Let me take a look. A middle-aged man entered, followed closely by a man in his 30s, who appeared somewhat timid, shrinking back slightly. The middle-aged man, with a touch of grey at his temples, was dressed in a white shirt and bore the demeanor of a university professor. He made his way through the crowd, nodding at the boss before inspecting the piece closely. Yongbo, however, was captivated by the timid man behind him. Li Er. Upon hearing Yongbo's call, the man turned, a look of confusion crossing his face, which quickly morphed into recognition. Oh, it's you. How did things go that day? Yongbo scrutinized Li Er, realizing that the man was indeed cunning. His words seemed rather generic, suggesting he had likely forgotten their previous encounter, but Yongbo would not forget. It was this very man who had led him into the underground auction house. Li Er, it has been a while. I must thank you for guiding me to Mei Laosan the other day, Yongbo remarked. Li Er appeared to understand, saying, no need for formalities. So, did you gain anything that day? Fairly decent, Yongbo replied with a nod. Li Er leaned in closer and whispered, that place has been shut down. You probably already know. If you seek something similar next time, feel free to come to me. With that, Li Er handed over a business card. Under the dim light, Yongbo quickly scanned it, noting only a simple name and a phone number. After handing it over, Li Er shrank back again, his hands stuffed in his pockets, looking rather disreputable. The middle-aged man tapped the bronze tripod, listening intently before turning to Li Er, who hurried over to him. They exchanged a few quiet words before glancing at Yongbo. Yongbo leaned towards Yuan Yeji, quietly asking, have you made up your mind? What are we going to do next? Retreat? Initially, Yongbo had only given the bronze tripod a cursory glance, yet he could tell there was something amiss with it. If it were genuine, the seller would not be so brazenly presenting it to the public. After all, trafficking in first-class artifacts is a serious crime. More importantly, the aura emanating from the tripod was exceedingly weak, it was merely a high-quality imitation. Before Yuan Yeji could respond, Li Er grabbed Yongbo, who was about to turn away. Brother, do you know how to appraise bronze tripods? Yongbo glanced at him but did not respond directly, knowing that trading in bronze artifacts was illegal. It's all right, Li Er quickly clarified, gesturing towards the middle-aged man. That gentleman can handle such matters. Yongbo smiled and shook his head. If a transaction were to occur, the amount would undoubtedly be substantial. In a public setting, under the scrutiny of many, he doubted the other party could withstand such immense pressure. Li Er glanced towards the middle-aged man and, seeing his growing impatience, gritted his teeth and said, brother, did you notice? That man is Lu Dongxing. Yongbo was taken aback. Although his knowledge of external affairs was limited, he was well aware that Lu Dongxing was the owner of Shusheng Real Estate, the largest property development company in Jinling. Brother, do you understand? If you perform well today, you might just become Mr. Lu's appraiser, and a six-figure annual salary would be within reach. Li Er exclaimed passionately, reminiscent of a motivational speaker. Yongbo hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Yuan Yeji waved her hand, attempting to signal Yongbo to retreat, but it was too late. Lu Dongxing scrutinized Yongbo, then glanced at Li Er, his expression rife with skepticism. Li Er took a couple of steps closer, continuing to persuade Boss Lu. Do not be deceived by his youth, he has already made quite a name for himself in the antique business of Jinling. Boss Lu cast a glance at Yongbo, whispering, little brother, lend me your discerning eye, and you shall not be neglected afterward. Yongbo nodded slightly and turned his attention to the bronze ding. At that moment, a larger crowd gathered, the air filled with excitement as someone struck the bronze ding, shouting louder, the Xiong and Zhou bronze ding, that three-legged round cauldron. I will be leaving in 20 minutes. Yongbo gently shook his head, contemplating that this was likely the bronze ding from last week. However, before he could examine it further, a commotion erupted behind him. Police on the scene, everyone step aside. Upon hearing this, the owner was instantly startled. turning to look behind him, forgetting about the bronze ding as he attempted to flee. "Crouch down and do not move," a sharp voice rang out. And a light figure darted forward, swiftly bringing the escaping owner down to the ground. Lu Dongxing was shocked by this turn of events. But his extensive experience in business allowed him to quickly regain his composure. He turned to Li Er and asked, "How could there be police here?" Li Er was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the graceful girl who had just spoken with Young Bo now transformed into a police officer, and he could not help but exclaim, "I have no idea. It has been ages since the police appeared in the ghost market." Young Bo watched as Yuan Yeshi subdued the owner, but he refrained from approaching. In this line of work, associating too closely with the police was far from advantageous. He was certain that the vendors outside were already anxious to disperse, as most of the items they possessed were problematic and could not withstand scrutiny. If Young Bo drew too near to the police, it would jeopardize his future dealings in this area. After the individual was taken to the police station, Young Bo followed suit to provide a statement. By the time he emerged, daylight had already broken. Yuan Yeshi stood at the entrance of the police station, leaning against a white Jetta. "Get in. I'll give you a ride." Young Bo did not decline and took the passenger seat. Having spent a sleepless night, fatigue began to wash over him. Rubbing his face, he finally inquired, "Have they interrogated anyone? Any findings?" "This is a group of criminals operating in the area. Their bronze ding is indeed a high-quality counterfeit. After being cast, it was buried underground and soaked in sewage, allowing it to acquire its current appearance in just over a year," Yuan Yeshi explained, expertly starting the car while detailing the results of the interrogation. Young Bo nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed the simplest method for fabricating a bronze ding. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the situation was more complex than it appeared. What else could there be? Could they genuinely possess a bronze ding from the Shang and Zhou dynasties? Yuan Yeshi inquired. "It is certainly a possibility," Young Bo replied thoughtfully. "I believe the likelihood is quite substantial, as this bronze ding has been crafted exceptionally well." "Have you interrogated them regarding which domestic museum this piece was modeled after?" "I actually forgot about that. I'll give them a call," Yuan Yeshi responded. As they arrived outside the hospital, Young Bo opened the car door, and Yuan Yeshi suddenly remarked, "Isn't it a bit inappropriate for me to pass by the hospital without entering?" Young Bo waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. You're tired, you should head back and rest." Yuan Yeshi pondered for a moment, realizing it would be improper to go empty-handed, and asked, "Which room is my uncle in? I can visit if I have time." Although Young Bo initially felt a lack of familiarity and hesitated to allow her to visit, he suddenly recalled that his father had been hospitalized for quite some time without any relatives coming to see him. Perhaps it would be beneficial to have Yuan Yeshi visit. At the very least, it might brighten his father's spirits. Hence, he relented and provided her with the room number. Upon entering the ward, Young Bo immediately sensed a slight difference. Today, the atmosphere was not as tranquil as usual, as laughter and chatter echoed from within. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by a gathering of family members. He had no choice but to greet each of them in turns: aunt, a second aunt, a great aunt, third uncle. "It's wonderful to see you all." His eldest aunt, the straightforward countrywoman, couldn't help but voice her displeasure. "Oh, it's you, Xiaobo. Your father has been in the hospital for so long, and you never informed us. You've been away for over 2 years." Young Bo offered an awkward smile, explaining, "I arrived in quite a rush and didn't have time to notify anyone. I've been exceedingly busy during this period, it was my oversight." "Xiaobo, after 2 years. You've grown even more handsome," remarked his second aunt. Young Bo felt a flush on his cheeks. Such compliments were not particularly fitting. Yet he could only accept them gracefully, acknowledging that he hadn't changed much. His third uncle's wife was more pragmatic, directly asking Xiaobo, "Your mother mentioned that you arranged for this private room. How did you manage to secure such a single occupancy? And it even has an accompanying bed. Do you think you could help me obtain a room like this for my mother? She recently suffered a cerebral thrombosis, and the doctors advised her to maintain a quiet environment, but there are no quiet rooms in the hospital." Young Bo approached and noticed a plethora of gifts stacked outside the bed. The familial ties were evidently strong, and they were willing to assist one another. He had procured this room through a friend's assistance, stating, "I can only make a phone call to inquire if there are any available rooms. Whether they will accommodate us remains uncertain." Young Bo's response neither declined nor promised certainty, yet it undeniably elevated his standing in his third aunt's eyes. She nodded. "That's all right, just do what you can. If you need any financial assistance, do not hesitate to mention it. Whatever the expense, I will reimburse you." Young Bo nodded. "I will do my utmost." Young Bo was acutely aware that his call to Luo Yahua was likely to yield results, yet there remained a possibility of failure. Furthermore, if matters were resolved too effortlessly, it could create a misleading impression among his relatives back home, including those distantly connected, regarding whether he would assist them in the future. The collective gaze of the onlookers soon shifted back to Yang's father. His third uncle produced a card from his pocket, saying, "Brother-in-law, I advised you to go to the hospital long ago. Back then, you were reluctant to spend money. We have always lived frugally for the sake of the elderly and the children, but when it comes to health, treatment is imperative. I may not have much, but this card holds 100,000. Please use it for medical expenses, and if it falls short, I can borrow more later. We cannot abandon hope." His aunt then extracted a bundle of cash from her bag, adding, "Indeed, we cannot neglect treatment. Your family has faced difficulties these past 2 years. And while the eldest has not been diligent, thankfully, there is still the second child. Once the illness is treated, you can look forward to enjoying the fruits of Xiaobo's labor." His second aunt and younger aunt also contributed their share. Yang's mother, however, did not accept the money, though her eyes were already glistening with unshed tears. This past year, the family had scrimped and saved to afford Yang's father's treatment. They had contemplated seeking assistance from siblings, but each family had its own troubles. While pulling together 30 or 40,000 was feasible, summoning 70 or 80,000 was simply out of reach. Thus, Yang's father had resigned himself to a life of waiting for death at home until Young Bo's success brought newfound hope. Seeing Yang's mother decline the offer, his third uncle urged, "Sister, please accept it." "No, there's no need. Xiaobo has already prepared for the medical expenses. You all should take this money back." Yang's mother explained. "What? He has it all arranged?" The others were astonished. Just 2 years prior, Young Bo had underperformed in his college entrance examinations, and everyone had lamented the fate of this diligent child. Yet 2 years later, he was able to produce such a significant sum. His third uncle turned to Young Bo and asked, "Xiaobo, what do you do now?" Young Bo hesitated slightly, contemplating the question. He had resigned from his position at the antique shop and was now essentially working for himself, regarded as a self-employed individual. Self-employed? His third uncle expressed skepticism. "When did that become so lucrative?" "I run an antique shop and deal in antiques," Young Bo replied. "Antiques?" The room erupted in astonishment. Given the current popularity of treasure appraisal shows, the notion that antiques held value was well ingrained in the public consciousness. The realization that such items could manifest in their daily lives left them in awe. Running an antique shop? That must be quite profitable. His third aunt inquired with surprise. "Profits can be substantial, but losses can also be significant," Young Bo replied. His third uncle remained unconvinced, handing the card back to him. "Sister, please take this. Since Xiaobo is now in the business and earning money, that is his accomplishment. However, there are still considerable risks involved. Use this money wisely. Ensure you eat nutritious food, and do not focus solely on saving money at the expense of your health." Yang's mother remained hesitant. But Xiaobo had indeed prepared the money. "Rest assured, we have been eating well and sleeping soundly these past few days," he said, gesturing to his fuller figure. Just then, Li Xiaoxian stepped into the room, carrying a thermos. Upon noticing the crowd inside, she was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. "Auntie, we have guests." Yang's mother beamed with delight at the sight of her. "Xiaoxian, come in." As Xiaoxian entered, she spotted Young Bo standing at the edge of the gathering and offered him a subtle nod. Approaching the foot of the bed, she handed the thermos to Yang's mother. "Auntie, I've brought chicken soup for Uncle. Please take it, I must be on my way." "Don't rush off," Yang's mother replied, gesturing to several individuals to introduce them. This is my elder aunt, and this is my second aunt. After the introductions, she turned to the group. During these days in the hospital, Xiaobo has been busy outside, and we are grateful to this child, Xiaoxian, for taking care of him. Everyone's gaze turned towards Xiaoxian. With her exquisite features and charming demeanor clad in a white nurse's uniform, she appeared even more endearing. The crowd chuckled, understanding Yang's mother's intentions. The second aunt remarked, "This young lady is truly beautiful, and of just the right age, a perfect match." Though Xiaoxian had her own thoughts being a young girl, she felt her face flush at such public praise. "Auntie, I have patients waiting, so I must leave." As she hurried out, laughter filled the room. The second aunt turned to young Bo Xiaobo, quite impressive. "You've caught the eye of a young lady so quickly." Young Bo felt a sense of helplessness. He understood his mother's intentions all too well, having been subtly nudged about it more than once. Yet, he felt he was still quite young and not in a hurry regarding such matters. Yuan Yeji, carrying several boxes of nutritional supplements, walked through the hospital corridor, searching for the patient room. Spotting a young nurse who was blushing as she rushed past, she called out, "Excuse me. Could you tell me how to get to room 208? Just go straight ahead." The young nurse replied before hastily departing, leaving Yuan Yeji puzzled. Unbeknownst to her, the nurse paused a few steps later, glancing back in their direction. Upon entering the room, Yuan Yeji was momentarily stunned as she noticed a cluster of people gathered by the bed. Finally spotting Young Bo, she offered an awkward smile. "I am a friend of Young Bo, here to visit uncle." Young Bo was taken aback by Yuan Yeji's arrival. He stepped forward and introduced her to the group. "This is Yuan Yeji, a business associate of mine." Yang's mother gazed at the graceful young woman at the door, momentarily entranced. "Hello, my dear, thank you so much." Yuan Yeji smiled shyly, "Auntie, you are too kind." The crowded room made her feel uneasy, and the many scrutinizing gazes from Young Bo's relatives added to her discomfort, rendering her somewhat awkward. She placed the gift box at the foot of the bed and inquired, "I heard from Young Bo that uncle will be undergoing surgery soon. Have the doctors been arranged?" Xiaobo mentioned he has already taken care of it. "Thank you, dear," Yang's father replied. Upon hearing Yang's mother inquire, "My dear girl, what is your occupation?" Yuan Yeji sensed an odd glimmer in her gaze but responded candidly, "I am a police officer." Yang's mother widened her eyes, her expression subtly shifting. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere, Yuan Yeji hastily added, "Auntie, I need to discuss something with Young Bo." "It's nothing, dear girl, Xiaobo, why don't you accompany her outside?" Yang's mother urged. As Yuan Yeji exited the hospital room, she overheard murmurs behind her. "Being a police officer is perilous, nursing is far better. Nurses can care for the sick, while police officers tend to be assertive, and someone like Xiaobo may struggle to handle that. But being a police officer has its merits, the job is respectable, the salary is high, and it affords convenience. Nurses frequently interact with patients and can find themselves in unsavory situations." That nurse from earlier seemed quite young, this one appears older than Xiaobo. Upon seeing Young Bo emerge, Yuan Yeji nearly seized him by the throat, grasping his collar as she questioned, "What is the situation in your family? Do they think I'm here for matchmaking?" Young Bo brushed aside her arm. "What brings you here? Do not attempt to evade the topic. What have you told your family regarding this nurse and police matter? Are you truly being pressured into matchmaking at such a tender age?" Yuan Yeji asked, her curiosity piqued. "That is untrue, it is merely my mother overthinking things. Do not misunderstand, I am not interested in you." Young Bo retorted. "What did you say?" Yuan Yeji fumed, gripping his collar tightly and nearly lifting him off the ground, causing him to cough. "Humph, you seek your own demise, I am, after all, third in the sparring competition." Yuan Yeji declared with a hint of pride at Young Bo's disheveled state. Young Bo shot her a glance. "I recall you appearing quite ladylike during our previous encounters. This time, there has been quite a transformation. We were not well acquainted then." Yuan Yeji elucidated. "By the way, I almost forgot the important matter, the interrogation yielded results. As you anticipated, they indeed possess a template, and it is not a bronze tripod from any domestic museum." Young Bo immediately grasped the implication. "So they have their own bronze tripod. Indeed, they must be well organized." Yuan Yeji nodded. I am about to leave Jinling for an assignment. Wish me success in my endeavors. She tilted her face, eager for his well wishes. Yongbo chuckled, very well, I wish you swift success. How perfunctory. Yuan Yezi shook her head. Is there nothing else you wish to convey? Yongbo pondered for a moment, I am not your superior, I have nothing to impart. Observing Yuan Yezi's rising ire, he quickly amended, the only thing I must remind you is to prioritize your safety. Those who engage in such low-cost enterprises may not hesitate to endanger their lives. While you are still young. Enough of this maternal nagging. Yuan Yezi interrupted with a complaint. Without delving deeper, Yuan Yezi refrained from elaborating. And Yongbo chose not to inquire further, yet he understood that this matter was far from straightforward. Upon returning to the hospital room, the young's mother immediately approached. Who was that girl just now? Just a friend, the Yongbo replied. Come clean. How could a girl visit your father for no reason? Young's mother interrogated. Is it not possible for a friend to pay a visit? Yongbo responded with exasperation, never anticipating that his mother would overthink the presence of a girl by his side. Shaobo, you must refrain from frivolous entanglements while you are out, otherwise. Your father and I will not spare you. Yongbo hastily nodded, assuring her, rest easy, mother. After exchanging a few more words, he added, I'll take my uncle and the others out to eat first. Young's mother nodded, glancing at Young's father before saying, it's getting late, let us go now. No need. We should head back now, said the third uncle. Your brother-in-law will be hospitalized for quite a while, then there will be plenty of expenses. There's no need to eat out, we should take our leave. It's all right, uncle, we can't let a meal go to waste. Yongbo interjected, guiding them to the restaurant. Days passed in a flash, and Young's father was recuperating well. Yongbo sought out the doctor once more, who finally provided the date for the surgery 1 week later. Luo Yahua visited Young's father once, and during the visit, Yongbo casually mentioned his aunt. Luo Yahua waved his hand dismissively, it's a minor issue, next time, just give me a call if something like that comes up. The renovations for the antique shop had commenced, and Yongbo found himself visiting the site almost daily to oversee the progress, occasionally offering suggestions. He would sometimes buy a pack of cigarettes to distribute among the workers. Xiao Yuenda had also completed the signboard, which Yongbo delivered to the advertising company. He had prepared everything and was merely awaiting the shop's completion to open for business. One day, while Yongbo was still at the hospital, he received a surprising call from Yuan Yeji. The case has been solved, she announced. Congratulations. Yongbo responded with a smile. However, the bronze ding is still missing. No matter how we interrogate them, they appear quite confident and refuse to disclose the whereabouts of the bronze tripod. Yuan Yeji's frustration was palpable. Yongbo chuckled. If I were in their position, I wouldn't say anything either. The origins of that bronze ding are questionable, revealing it would only add more charges. No one is foolish. Do you have any way to locate it? Yuan Yeji inquired. Yongbo paused before shaking his head. I don't possess any supernatural insight. If it's buried underground or hidden elsewhere, it is impossible to locate. I suggest you continue your interrogations. Yuan Yeji did not press further, knowing full well that Yongbo had no other solutions. By the way, thank you for the nutritional supplements you sent last time. My father said they are far more effective than the store-bought ones. Yongbo smiled and asked, where did you procure them? They were brought back by my brother-in-law from Europe, they work wonders. That is splendid. Just wait for me to return, and I'll send you a few more boxes. Yuan Yeji did not decline the offer. Such behavior seems rather inappropriate. Your brother-in-law should have purchased it for your father. And it is rather unseemly for you to take it without permission. Please inform me where it can be procured, and I shall enlist someone to acquire it on my behalf. Yongbo, however, was reluctant to inconvenience others. It is of no concern. My father is in excellent health and does not consume supplements, leaving them to languish at home in vain. Yuan Yezi exuded a bold and generous spirit, a stark contrast to her delicate beauty reminiscent of a Jiangnan maiden, leading Yongbo to increasingly perceive her not as a mere girl, but rather as a robust woman. Each day, Yongbo traversed between the antique shop and the hospital, carrying with him tomes on the appreciation of porcelain and paintings, alongside numerous historical texts. Previously, He had been inclined towards reading unofficial histories, but now he found himself perusing a variety of miscellaneous historical literature as well. As the date of the surgery drew near, Yongbo could palpably sense a rising tension within the hospital ward. He, being of a rather somber disposition, attempted to offer words of solace, though they yielded little comfort. Fortunately, there was still Li Xiaoxian. Her charming demeanor and lively spirit could effortlessly evoke laughter from their parents, even through her playful antics. Yet, she had her own responsibilities, allowing her only brief visits during her free time. Thus, Yongbo resorted to calling upon relatives for support. Both of his parents had lost their elders early in life. Yet the siblings of his parents maintained a harmonious relationship. Despite the harvest season, his aunt from the countryside hastened to their side. Yongbo felt deeply touched and, in his hospitality, spared no effort. His third uncle, being a driver, arrived without delay, and since there was no time to purchase a vehicle, Yongbo opted to rent one, entrusting his uncle with the daily commutes between his newly acquired residence and the hospital. His third aunt's mother had also been admitted to the hospital, prompting their immediate arrival the previous day. Upon entering the community, they were taken aback by the surroundings. The complex was newly constructed, only 2 or 3 years old, boasting lush greenery, fountains, streams, and pavilions that distinguished it from others. His third aunt remarked, having observed the stringent security checks at the entrance, that the community felt quite exceptional. Then upon entering, it was indeed luxurious. Xiaobo, did you truly purchase a residence here? His third uncle scolded. Can Xiaobo speak falsely? If he says yes, then it must be so. Yongbo chuckled softly. No. It belongs to a friend. I am merely staying temporarily. My father is soon to undergo surgery, and afterward he will require time for recuperation. I am uneasy about returning home. The environment here is pleasant, and I can stroll by Shonwu Lake in the evenings. His third uncle nodded. Xiaobo, you are truly filial. Upon entering the room, his third aunt could not help but express her admiration, exclaiming how splendid it was and lamenting when she might acquire such a luxurious abode, believing it would render her life complete. His third uncle remained silent. The following day at the hospital, Yongbo was accosted by his mother in the corridor. Xiaobo, have you truly bought a house? Was her immediate inquiry. Yongbo was taken aback, glancing towards the ward. His uncle and aunt had ventured out to purchase groceries, arriving slightly earlier than he. He had just cautioned them the night before against revealing the surprise to his parents, yet here was his aunt divulging it at dawn. Yongbo pondered slightly. Previously, he had deceived his uncle and others under the pretext of borrowing a house merely because he felt that his rapid accumulation of wealth might arouse suspicion. However, now faced with his mother, he was reluctant to resort to falsehood. The house was acquired in exchange for an ancient coin. Only the transfer procedures have yet to be completed. I suppose I am merely borrowing it for now, so please do not mention it to others. It would not be wise for too many to know, Yongbo stated. Yang's mother, well aware of the virtue of discretion, could not help but inquire, what is its value? After a brief pause, Yongbo responded, including 2 parking spaces, approximately 280,000. Yang's mother opened her mouth and after a moment's thought, replied, let us keep this under wraps. Li Xiaoxian, holding a tray of medicine, stood at the corner, her cherry lips parting slightly as she leaned against the wall for a long while. As the date of the surgery approached, Yang's father grew increasingly anxious. The arrival of friends and relatives did little to ease his emotions, rather, it seemed to exacerbate his agitation. On the eve of the surgery, after escorting the relatives home, Yongbo returned to the hospital room only to find his father lying on his side in bed while his mother sat on the small sofa beside him, her head buried in tears. Yongbo had only stepped away for a brief moment, and he had not anticipated such a turn of events. He remained silent, quietly sitting beside her, and after a considerable time, when he noticed his mother's emotions began to stabilize, he finally spoke. Mom, what happened? This inquiry caused his mother to burst into tears once more. Your father keeps saying that your brother's current state is a result of my indulgence. Is it truly my fault? We raised both sons together, yet why is the elder one so disappointing? I sent it you who spoiled him. Which child dares to gamble away their father's life savings? Such a wretched, unfilial son, what more can be done for him? Yang's father yelled in response. After his outburst, he turned away again, lapsing into silence. Yongbo was momentarily at a loss for words and could only say, I cannot find him at the moment. But once Dad's surgery is over, I will return to Lishwe to bring him back, find him a job, and I will also cover his future house purchase. Yongbo understood his father's sentiments, vaguely surmising his thoughts. Despite the high probability of success for the surgery, he remained troubled about his eldest son. Indeed, no sooner had Yongbo finished speaking than his father turned back, hesitated for a moment, and then scolded, that wretched child. What business do you have with him? Understanding his father's frustration, the young boy replied, let us wait and see. Once I meet him, I will ask whether he intends to stay in our hometown or come to the city. Once he decides, that I will buy him a house. And then you can help him find a wife. Let him come to the city, he cannot remain in Lishwe where those bad companions are. He will never learn to improve. Yang's father insisted. Yongbo nodded, all right. After this exchange, the room fell into silence. Yang's father felt a sense of relief, while Yongbo was left with a feeling of bitterness and a heaviness in his heart. Stepping out of the hospital building and circling the flower bed, Yongbo could not help but lift his head, stifling the prickling sensation in his nose. Having spent 2 years in Jinling, he had only returned to Lishwe twice in the first year. In the second year, he had not returned at all. At that time, he deceived his parents, claiming he resided in a community, while in truth, he had been living in the shop all along. Throughout these 2 years, his parents had not visited him even once. During the festive seasons, they did not call him. Each month, he sent back a substantial portion of his salary, yet during this period, Yong Lang continuously requested pocket money from home, and astonishingly, Yang's mother even gave him the 200,000 that Yongbo had sent back. With a sniffle, Yongbo sighed, feeling resigned to his parents' indifference. He thought to himself that once he had his own place, it would be fine. He was already financially independent, and it was merely a matter of these few years. Yi Xiaoxian followed Yongbo out, and upon seeing him sitting on the garden steps, lost in thought while gazing at the sky illuminated by the moonlight, he appeared even more radiant. Reflecting on the conversations she had overheard earlier, she realized Yongbo was far more capable than she had initially perceived, managing to exchange an ancient coin for a property worth nearly 3 million. Such skills far surpassed those of his peers still in school. Can't sleep at this late hour. Yi Xiaoxian mastered her courage and approached him, determined to seize this opportunity. Yongbo turned his head slightly and nodded. He couldn't sleep as tomorrow he was to undergo surgery. Are you on duty today? Noticing Yongbo's amiable demeanor, Yi Xiaoxian felt a surge of joy. Her persistent efforts had finally borne fruit. Rest assured, the lead surgeon is a renowned expert in liver diseases, having successfully performed numerous early-stage liver cancer surgeries. Moreover, extensive preparations have been made this time, and Uncle Yong has had ample time to recuperate. The surgery will surely be successful. Yongbo gazed at the girl clad in her white nurse's uniform, her skin glowing under the moonlight, rendering her even more charming. He turned slightly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. Yi Xiaoxian chuckled, no need for formalities. By the way, I saw you on television last time. They mentioned you are an expert in artifact appraisal. That's truly impressive. She clasped her hands before her chest, looking at Yongbo with admiration. This was the first time Yongbo had experienced such admiration from a girl his age, and he felt a hint of shyness. It's nothing special. I merely get to examine those small items. That day, I was just assisting. That is still quite impressive. Yi Xiaoxian thought to herself, unconvinced by Yongbo's modesty. Could merely assisting lead to exchanging ancient coins for a house? Yongbo smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Meanwhile, Yang's mother watched him leave the hospital room and turned to Yang's father. Why are you telling him these things? Should Yongbo really be buying a house for the eldest? Though he didn't say much, do you think he has had it easy these past 2 years? Yang's father shifted slightly, grunting in response. If I don't say anything, how would he reveal his true worth? Look at him, first it was 200,000. Now 1 million, then he can still produce another 100,000 for pocket money. Just listen, 100,000 is merely living expenses, pocket money. Then, a house worth 2,800,000 appeared. He claimed it was acquired through some means, but do you truly believe that? Are you aware of his wealth? He speaks such words to deceive us. Mother Young was momentarily taken aback. No matter how much money he has, it was earned by him alone. And whether he chooses to give it to the eldest is entirely his affair. But by pressuring him like this, what will happen in the future? In 100 years, will Shobo still be able to look after the eldest? Father Young shook his head, indifferent to it all. We cannot control what lies ahead. Mother Young gazed blankly out the window, her eyes slightly reddening. What is happening? It is one thing for the eldest to be unambitious, but to also be unfilial. What use is such a son? What use is it? If raised well, it serves a purpose. If poorly, it becomes futile. Father Young was filled with anger. Alas! Shobo must be heartbroken. He is a benevolent child, and such matters, even if not mentioned, he would handle on his own in the future. However, in this manner, let us not allow him to harbor resentment. Mother Young lamented. Shobo is truly unfortunate. At such a tender age, he was abandoned at our doorstep. Old lady, why speak of these matters? Father Young interjected, growing anxious. What are you saying? Do you wish for him to hear this? Do you believe that if he hears it, your son will still be able to keep that house? Mother Young immediately fell silent, casting another glance towards the door, and upon realizing there was no disturbance outside, both of them finally exhaled in relief. Father Young sighed. I do not wish to act this way. Having raised him, how could I lack feelings? Yet, I cannot simply watch Young Lang be cast to the streets. Young Bo sat outside the operating room, softly comforting his mother. The lights in the operating room remained illuminated, and the surgery was still ongoing. Third uncle stood nearby, observing Mother Young's quiet tears, and could not help but advise, second sister, I have inquired. The surgeon is the best in the hospital and has performed this type of surgery many times before. Brother-in-law will surely recover. Mother Young nodded slightly. Yet her expression of worry showed no signs of diminishing. Young Bo reassured, Mom, rest assured, this surgery is not overly complex. Once the excision is complete, you can look forward to enjoying life. Mother Young nodded, anxiously glancing at the operating room. Young Bo checked the time and felt a surge of anxiety. Before entering the surgery, he had specifically asked the doctor, who assured him that if all went well, the operation would take only 3 hours. Yet, it had already been 3.5 hours, and the surgery was still not over. Young Bo dared not share this with his mother, internally restless. He could not show his worry, so he distanced himself slightly, pacing in the corridor. With a sudden click, the door to the operating room swung open, and Young Bo hurried over. Seeing Yi Xiaoxian emerge from the room, he could hardly contain his impatience and asked, how did the surgery go? Yi Xiaoxian, wearing a mask, replied, the surgery proceeded relatively smoothly. I came out to inform you, fearing you might be anxious. Mother Young sighed in relief upon hearing this. But Young Bo noticed a flicker in the corner of Yi Xiaoxian's eye and quickly pulled her aside. Due to Mrs. Young's frequent boasts, everyone merely assumed that the two were in a romantic relationship, thus paying little heed to the situation. What was truly happening? Young Bo's expression hardened as he inquired. The cancer cells have metastasized. A jolt of dread coursed through Young Bo's heart. He grasped Xiaoxian's arm tightly. Just 3 days prior, had the examination confirmed that the cancer had not spread. What could this possibly mean? Xiaoxian furrowed her brow and gasped. It was then that Young Bo realized his grip was rather rough. How could this have happened? Xiaoxian shook her head, indicating that the doctor was also unclear. He suggested that I come out to inform you, to help you brace yourselves for what lies ahead. Young Bo pondered briefly and understood Xiaoxian's rationale for not disclosing this to his mother. Mrs. Young would likely struggle to accept such distressing news. Thank you, he said earnestly. Xiaoxian shook her head, urging him not to mention it. I must head into the operating room now. As he watched Xiaoxian depart, Young Bo found himself at a loss for what to do next. After the liver cancer resection, subsequent treatments would be necessary to prevent recurrence, which was why such substantial surgical expenses were required. Yet, even with all that, the 5-year survival rate post-surgery remained a mere 60%. Given his father's condition, there was initially a 60% chance of surviving beyond 5 years, but with the metastasis, that probability had diminished significantly. Young Bo sank back into his seat. Mrs. Young quietly queried, what did the young lady say? It's nothing, he replied, shaking his head. Mrs. Young smiled gently, saying, once your father's surgery is complete, he won't stay long in the hospital, and you won't have as many opportunities to visit. I think that girl is quite wonderful. Especially since she genuinely cares for you. Where else could you find such a splendid young woman? Young Bo sighed, urging, Mom, please don't concern yourself with this matter. Mrs. Young chuckled, encouraging him to seize the opportunity. 5 hours had elapsed since the surgery commenced, and finally, Mrs. Young sensed something was amiss. Bo, didn't I ask you to inquire about the duration of the surgery? Young Bo felt a tightening in his chest, yet replied, Mom, the duration of surgery is not fixed, it varies based on each individual's anatomy and the complexity of the procedure. Rest assured. By your logic, are people's livers even different from one another? Mrs. Young seized upon the inconsistency in Young Bo's words. Young Bo hesitated slightly, assuring her, it's nothing, truly. You needn't worry. Mrs. Young's expression shifted. Bo, you never used to lie. Whenever you did, you would lower your head. Now, confess honestly. What did Shao Qian say? All eyes were drawn to them as Young Bo opened his mouth, struggling to find his voice. Young Lang. Suddenly, Auntie's exclamation pierced the air. The crowd turned to see Young Lang, one arm bound in white bandages, slung around his neck, his hair sleek and his clothes disheveled. Under the scrutiny of the onlookers, Young Lang felt a wave of nervousness. Mom, I came to check on Dad's surgery status. Mrs. Young glared at Young Lang, her heart aching at his disheveled appearance, tears welling in her eyes. Soft words formed on her lips but suddenly hardened. How dare you return? Even if your father were to perish, I wouldn't want you to inquire. Young Lang stood in the corridor, lost in thought. As his mother's scolding echoed in his ears, even if your father dies, you must not inquire. Even if he dies, you must not ask. Do not question. He turned to glance back, sniffed, and murmured, Shao Air, take good care of my parents. With that, he unexpectedly turned and walked away. Young's mother, in a state of panic and trembling, could scarcely believe that her son, usually as thick-skinned as a fortress, had been driven away by a single remark. Young Lang, come back. Yet, he appeared oblivious to her call, resolutely striding towards the exit. Uncle, please help chase after him. Young Bo, witnessing his mother's weakening form, quickly supported her and urged his uncle. As Young Bo aided his mother to sit down, he watched his uncle dash after Young Lang. Young's mother gazed vacantly in the direction Young Lang had departed, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. With a sudden click, the lights in the operating room extinguished, prompting everyone to turn their attention there. Young's mother hastily wiped away her tears and, with Young Bo's assistance, rose to her feet. The doctor emerged, and Young's mother hurried over. Doctor, how did the surgery go? The doctor, now graying and visibly fatigued, spoke in a subdued tone. The operation proceeded quite smoothly, however. Young's mother felt a momentary relief, but her heart sank at the word however. Doctor, is there a problem? The cancer cells have spread. These disseminated cells were too insidious to be detected in the early stages. Although I have removed that portion, the recovery may not be as straightforward as we had hoped, the doctor explained with a sigh. Recovery post-surgery? Young Bo inquired. Do you mean there is a significant chance of recurrence? Typically, post-operative care involves a combination of Eastern and Western methods to prevent this. However, once the cells have spread, I cannot reassess how extensively they have disseminated or if they have been eradicated. You must prepare yourselves mentally for some difficult realities. Though there remains a possibility of a favorable outcome, the doctor clarified before departing. The group stood in stunned silence as Young's mother turned to Young Bo. What does he mean? Somewhat pessimistic, Young Bo replied. A heavy quiet enveloped the room. Over the past year, Young Bo had tirelessly gathered funds for the surgery. And no one had anticipated such an outcome. Once the surgery concluded, they refrained from informing Young's father of the cancer spread. Despite the news, he remained in good spirits, only troubled by the fact that Young Lang had come and gone on the same day. Young Bo felt a weight lift from his heart. Although the doctor had mentioned lingering issues, he finally felt liberated from the obsessive burdens of the past year, ready to channel his energy into other pursuits. The renovation of the antique shop was still underway. Yongbo frequently visited to oversee the work, while Luo Yaohua, Chao Yuenda, and Lu Liangyu had all come to the hospital to check on old Yong, having provided substantial assistance. One day, as Yongbo exited the shop and was about to relax at Jiatang, he was taken aback by the sight of someone approaching. "Brother Yong, you came out from here. Isn't this place under renovation? Have you acquired this shop?" Li Er narrowed his eyes, having long coveted this storefront. However, during the time that Jia Huairan transferred it, he was not in Jinling. By the time he returned the next day, it had already been transferred to another party. He had heard whispers that the new proprietor bore the surname Yong. Could it be this person before him? Yongbo smiled, aware that such matters could not remain concealed for long, and thus he did not attempt to hide the truth, admitting that he had recently acquired the place. Li Er clasped his hands in salute, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Brother Yong. I truly did not expect this. Such a prime location will surely bring forth abundant wealth in the future." Yongbo smiled in response, "Then may your words bring me good fortune." After exchanging a few more trivial pleasantries, Li Er turned his attention back to Yongbo. "Brother Yong, not long ago, we were gathered by the bronze ding, but when the police arrived, Boss Lu and I retreated. You know, brother, Boss Lu's status is different. Even if he were apprehended, he would undoubtedly be released, but it would still be a loss of face. At that moment, I truly felt remiss for not having taken you along in our retreat." Li Er's face was awash with regret as he clasped his hands, seemingly sincere. Yongbo understood the underlying reasons. Boss Lu was immensely wealthy, and it was best not to involve him. In truth, this matter had little to do with him. "You are being too courteous. I simply did not manage to escape in time. It is not something to blame anyone for. Thankfully, that bronze ding was merely a forgery. And I only had to provide a simple statement before returning. It did not require much effort," Yongbo said with a smile. Li Er shook his head. "Had I not urged you to authenticate it, you might have already left." Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he looked up and said, "Brother Yong, tomorrow I will be taking Boss Lu to Taizhou for a business discussion. If you have the time, would you care to join us?" Initially inclined to decline, Yongbo reconsidered. Boss Lu was a billionaire, and the opportunity to accompany such an esteemed figure could not be trivial. Moreover, if he could cultivate a relationship with Boss Lu, would it not facilitate his future dealings in antiques? With this in mind, Yongbo nodded, "Certainly. It would be an honor to accompany both you and Boss Lu." Li Er beamed, "Brother Yong, your willingness to take over the antique shop shows your confidence in your abilities. I hope you will lend your discerning eye when the time comes." Yongbo took this as mere flattery, for with Boss Lu's stature, it would be expected to have an appraiser accompany them. After all, it was peculiar that an appraiser had not been present during their last outing. "Brother Li, you are too kind. I possess limited skills, I can only offer my support." Yongbo humbly replied before inquiring which appraiser usually accompanies a figure like Boss Lu when looking at items. "Typically, it would be Professor Chao," Li Er replied without reservation. Yongbo smiled, "That is even better." The following day, when Yongbo arrived at the designated time, it was not long before he spotted Chao Yuenda and Lu Dongxing approaching. Chao Yuenda was slender as a reed, while Lu Dongxing, though not overweight, had a round waist and a large head. The stark contrast between the two figures was amusing to behold. Upon noticing Yongbo, Chao Yuenda expressed surprise, "Xiaoyang, I did not expect to see you here." Yongbo nodded in acknowledgement and smiled, "I hope my sudden arrival doesn't startle you, Teacher Chao." Upon seeing Yongbo, Lu Dongxing recalled that this young man was indeed the one who had assisted him in appraising the bronze ding the other day. He chuckled. "So the friend Shaoli mentioned is you, Xiaoyang. Welcome, welcome." After shaking hands, Lu Dongxing expressed, "It's a pity we couldn't acquire that bronze ding the other day." Realizing his words might be misconstrued, he quickly added, "I merely wish to collect a piece of bronze, not to purchase any illicit items." Chao Yuenda waved his hand dismissively, "Oh Lu, no need to explain. If the police hadn't shown up that day, you would have certainly taken it home, right? And let us not forget, the person in front of you is neither a police officer nor a paragon of virtue. I bet that had the bronze piece been genuine, this lad would have acted faster than you." Yongbo chuckled, prompting Lu Dongxing to inquire, "Xiaoyang, was that bronze artifact truly a fake?" It has been authenticated as counterfeit. The police even traced the forgery to a specific location, Yongbo replied. Lu Dongxing appeared anxious. Xiaoyang, you're not being forthright. I wish to know, before we met that day, did you already realize it was a fake? Yongbo hesitated, his expression awkward, unsure how to articulate such a matter. Observing Yongbo's silence, Lu Dongxing shook his head in disappointment. I must admit, I thought it was genuine at the time. However, this at least attests to your expertise. Xiaoyang. Due to this small episode, Yongbo seamlessly integrated into the gathering, especially as Chao Yuanda subtly revealed some of Yongbo's accomplishments. Particularly his remarkable act of rescuing his father, which swiftly earned Yongbo Lu Dongxing's trust and admiration. A person of filial piety naturally possesses commendable character. With Yongbo's arrival, Li Er was pushed to the back of a vehicle, leaving Yongbo feeling somewhat guilty. Especially since it was Li Er who had brought him along. Li Er, however, seemed unconcerned and even offered him a few comforting words. Yongbo, filled with curiosity about the items they were about to see, refrained from asking too many questions. After a little over 2 hours, they arrived in Texing. And Yongbo's curiosity intensified. The vehicle gradually entered an upscale villa community, and Yongbo scrutinized his surroundings as they came to a stop. Lu Dongxing was the first to disembark, while Chao Yuanda held Yongbo back, whispering, "Observe more, speak less." Yongbo nodded. Understanding that he was still a minor presence in this gathering, his participation was merely a courtesy from others. Should any issues arise due to him, the repercussions would be considerable. An elderly man with white hair approached, prompting Li Er to rush over. "Elder Yu, I hope I have not disappointed you." The elder turned to Lu Dongxing, his face lighting up with surprise as he exclaimed, Thank you. I did not expect Boss Lu to honor us with your presence." Lu Dongxing stepped forward. "Mr. Yu, you are too kind." He led the group into the living room, where Yongbo noticed 3 teacups on the coffee table, and the air was filled with a faint scent of tobacco. Lu Dongxing then called out, "Aunt Wu, please change the tea." Upon hearing a response, Yu Min turned to the crowd and apologized, saying, "I sincerely apologize. My home has been bustling with guests these past few days. Although I have tried my utmost to stagger their visits, I cannot dictate everyone's schedule. At this moment, there are still a few guests in the collection room upstairs, and I must excuse myself for now. My apologies to Mr. Lu and Professor Chao." At this juncture, Mr. Lu refrained from elaborating further, stating, "Mr. Yu, please attend to your matters, we shall remain in the parlor for a while." With Yu Min's departure, Yongbo felt a slight sense of relief and inquired of Li Er, "Is he a private collector?" Professor Chao interjected, "You may not be familiar with Mr. Yu. He is a prominent collector within the province, possessing a vast array of items. However, unlike Mr. Lu, Mr. Yu does not own a business. So he primarily collects for the sake of collecting. This villa was acquired through his collection endeavors. Mr. Yu is nearing 80 this year, and none of his 4 children have taken up his mantle. With age, his descendants have become increasingly restless, and some of his treasures have even been sold off by his grandchildren. Consequently, he has resigned himself to this reality." Yongbo was astounded by this revelation, not realizing that one could sustain a collection to such an extent. Seemingly aware of Yongbo's thoughts, Professor Chao chuckled, "Do not emulate him, Mr. Yu's success stemmed from the advantageous circumstances of the 80s and 90s, where it was easier to unearth genuine artifacts, unlike today. I suggest that most who aspire to collect for the sake of collecting now face significant challenges. It is wiser to focus on establishing one's own business. For with a solid foundation, everything else becomes manageable." Before long, Mr. Yu returned downstairs with 2 guests, bidding them farewell before approaching the others, apologizing for the wait. Mr. Lu rose and shook his head, saying, "Mr. Yu, you are too modest. You have always been an exemplar in our collecting pursuits. Given your busy schedule, might you take a moment to rest? Shall we ascend later?" Mr. Yu hesitated briefly but ultimately declined, stating, "Let us proceed upstairs. There are still many guests to expect today." The group followed Mr. Yu upstairs, and as they climbed the stairs, he paused several times to catch his breath. Yongbo, unable to bear the sight, urged, "Mr. Yu, why not have one of your descendants greet the guest downstairs while you remain in the collection room? Climbing stairs is manageable for a day or 2, but over time, how can you endure?" With a sigh filled with sorrow and resignation, Mr. Yu responded, "Let it be. Let it be." Yongbo hesitated, wanting to speak further but ultimately refrained, recognizing that family matters are best left to family, for the saying goes, "A wise child doubts their neighbor." Upon entering the room filled with treasures, Yongbo was awestruck. Each piece was displayed behind glass cases, and the upstairs rooms were interconnected, resembling a miniature historical museum. He did not follow closely behind Mr. Lu, suspecting that, given Mr. Lu's wealth and character, he would gravitate toward opulent items. With so many artifacts before him, Yongbo couldn't help but feel a surge of desire, contemplating the possibility of bringing a few pieces home. Indeed, before Yongbo could take more than a few steps, Lu Dongxing called out, "Professor Chao, Brother Yong, come help me examine this piece of cloison." Yongbo and Professor Chao walked over, and what met their eyes was a gold vase adorned with the theme of celestial beings celebrating longevity. Cloison, also known as copper-based enamel, is crafted by shaping soft flat copper wires into intricate patterns that are then soldered onto a copper base, followed by filling the patterns with enamel glaze and firing them. Through the glass cover, it was difficult to ascertain the authenticity. Li Er, acting as the intermediary, understood that such delicate matters should be handled by him to avoid offending anyone. "Old Yu, do you think we could possibly remove this cover?" Yu Min shook his head, explaining that it was not a matter of distrust but rather a concern that an influx of requests from numerous visitors could potentially damage the items within. Therefore, the cover could only be lifted for items that one was certain about purchasing. This was merely an excuse, but none dared to voice their discontent. The azure glaze, reminiscent of glass, radiated a soft luminescence. Chao Yuanda circled the gold vase twice and nodded at Lu Dongxing. Seeing Chao Yuanda's approval, Lu Dongxing, but without inquiring about the price, declared, "Let us unveil this piece of cloison immediately." Yongbo observed the shifting brilliance before his eyes, gradually converging at the neck of the gold vase. The halo appeared substantial, suggesting it dated back to the Yongzheng or Qianlong period. However, Yongbo was suddenly taken aback as he noticed that the halo was not an intact whole but rather a fragmented assembly. Such a phenomenon had never occurred previously. "Stop!" Yongbo exclaimed, halting Lu Dongxing's attempt to take the key and unlock it. Ignoring the puzzled gazes from Lu Dongxing and the others, Yongbo turned to Yu Min. "Old Yu, does this mean that once opened, we are obligated to purchase the items inside?" Yu Min nodded, affirming, "That is correct." With a slight bow of his head, Yongbo inquired further, "Are the items within the glass cover clearly priced, or is there room for negotiation?" "Clearly priced," Yu Min replied, gesturing towards a small tag beneath the glass cover. Yongbo lowered his gaze and saw that the price displayed was 4 million, significantly lower than the market value. He turned to Li Er, "Didn't you clarify these matters beforehand?" "Little Young, those details were communicated earlier, but you were not present at the time. Which is why you are unaware," Li Er explained. Chao Yuanda interjected, asking, "Do you have any other questions?" Yongbo shook his head, sensing that something was amiss. "Something feels off." Chao Yuanda paused, acknowledging the weight of Yongbo's observations, especially given Yongbo's recent display of commendable expertise. Yet, he found Yongbo's rationale somewhat tenuous. "Young man, you are still quite young and likely have not encountered many artifacts. This cloison was purchased by me 20 years ago for $3,000, back then it was 1985, and you are probably just born." Yu Min chuckled. Yongbo frowned. He despised it when others used age and experience to assert dominance, leaning on their years to belittle others, truly an instance of ageism. Lu Dongxing's ability to expand his business naturally does not imply that he is impervious to suggestions. He glanced at Yongbo, "Brother Yong, is it merely an instinctive feeling that something is amiss?" Yongbo nodded in silence, feeling somewhat rash. The cloison had been appraised by Chao Yuanda, and his public descent had evidently disregarded Chao's dignity. Turning to Chao Yuanda, Yongbo offered an apologetic smile. Chao Yuanda frowned, seemingly oblivious to Yongbo's gesture. "How about this, you all examine the other items first, and if, by the end, Boss Lu still feels inclined, we can revisit this one," proposed Yu Min. This suggestion received Lu Dongxing's approval. "Mr. Yu, does that mean as long as we remain in the collection room, no outsiders will intrude?" Lu inquired. "Rest assured, there will be no disturbances from outsiders," Yu Min assured. Subsequently, the group dispersed. Having experienced previous doubts, Yongbo began to inspect other porcelain pieces. A few glass cases in the collection room were already empty, yet the porcelain items were not lacking. After scrutinizing several pieces without discovering any issues, Yongbo found himself in a state of hesitation. What had transpired earlier? Startled by a voice from behind, Yongbo turned to find Xiao Yuanda standing close. It was intuition, Yongbo replied. Xiao Yuanda shook his head. I do not believe it. You are not the type to act recklessly. Do you not trust me? Yongbo glanced at the distance, noting that Yumin, due to his physical condition, would not be following closely behind. The other two had also drifted away. And Yongbo nodded, whispering, I noticed several fine cracks on that cloison. Xiao Yuanda furrowed his brow. Isn't it quite normal for porcelain to have cracks? Upon uttering this, Xiao Yuanda suddenly realized, do you suspect it? Yongbo nodded, it is merely a suspicion. Xiao Yuanda acknowledged, then we must remain vigilant. I am grateful to you for your insight. The two did not engage in further conversation, having exchanged the necessary information before parting ways. Yongbo examined 2 paintings and 2 porcelain pieces, finding no issues. However, he sensed that the items here were not as straightforward as he had presumed. Given Yumin's earlier remarks about the influx of visitors, Yongbo began to grasp certain implications. Some items had been sold, leaving spaces vacant, while others could be added. It was improbable that Yumin had an unlimited supply of items, thus, the newly introduced pieces were likely to harbor problems. Even some of the originally collected items might have issues. Once again, Yongbo was summoned, this time to inspect a pastel floral pattern plate. Xiao Yuanda indeed produced a magnifying glass, yet Yongbo observed that the optical circle was intact but quite thin. Contrary to the label indicating it was from the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty. Xiao Yuanda shook his head without further comment, while Lu Dongxing appeared somewhat disheartened. Both items he had selected revealed flaws. Turning to Yumin, Lu noticed him poised to speak yet hesitating. Xiao Yuanda, understanding the unspoken sentiment, was unafraid of offending Yumin. This piece was from the Guangxu era, significantly inferior to the Qianlong porcelain, and the price disparity was not merely a matter of degree. Although Lu Dongxing had examined numerous artifacts, he was by no means a fool. He nodded slightly and made his way toward the cloison piece he had previously admired. I still wish to acquire this one, he insisted, pointing at the cloison beneath the glass dome, displaying a hint of stubbornness. Yongbo harbored doubts. It seemed that for quite a while, Lu had not considered any other items, his mind likely fixated on this particular piece. Xiao Yuanda furrowed his brow, eager to verify his suspicions. He brought the magnifying glass to the glass surface, scrutinizing it carefully. Yumin remained motionless, startled by Xiao's action, but quickly regained his composure. For under the magnifying glass, the patterns on the cloison became increasingly distinct, without a hint of flaw. Xiao Yuanda stood upright, directing his gaze toward Yongbo. Yong did not speak but retrieved his own magnifying glass from his pocket, placing it on the surface. My lens has a significantly higher magnification, he explained. Yumin was taken aback, and soon he beheld the scene revealed by the magnifying glass. Delicate, thread-like cracks emerged beneath the lens. This cloison has issues, Lu Dongxing exclaimed. Yumin, standing at a distance, changed color slightly, forcing a smile as he remarked, these cracks are likely a result of the firing process, after all. Many ceramics exhibit crazing, and Guware is particularly celebrated for its cracks. However, this statement felt somewhat superfluous. Even Lu Dongxing, who had yet to grasp the current situation, began to understand that these cracks posed a significant problem, possibly the very reason Yongbo had alerted him earlier. Professor Xiao, what is this? Lu Dongxing inquired. Xiao Yuanda gestured toward Yongbo, indicating he discovered it first. Let him explain. Yongbo, feeling somewhat helpless, refrained from pushing the matter further. I am aware of a particular restoration technique that could produce such an effect. Yumin tightened his brow, neither offering an explanation nor engaging in debate. Yongbo chose not to elaborate further. Lu Dongxing cast a sidelong glance at Yumin and opted not to pursue the matter. Very well, let us examine other items, he declared. Yumin glanced at Yongbo, shaking his head slightly without uttering a word. After taking a few steps, Yongbo suddenly asked, Mr. Lu, are you interested in ceramics? Do you have a specific target in mind? Lu Dongxing shook his head, admitting he did not have any particular goal. He welcomed recommendations for fine pieces, I actually have a couple of suggestions, Yongbo replied with a smile. He led Lu Dongxing a few steps further, stopping beside a porcelain panel painting. This is a porcelain panel painting by Wang Yeting, depicting a landscape in pastel colors. Lu Dongxing examined it closely, frowning slightly. When did porcelain panel paintings become worth over $1 million? Yongbo then realized that Lu was unfamiliar with Wang Yeting. Wang Yeting was one of the 8 friends of Zhu Shun, renowned for his expertise in porcelain panel painting. The 8 friends represented the pinnacle of porcelain panel art during the late Qing and early Republic eras and during their lifetimes. Their creations had been eagerly sought after by collectors. Zhao Yuanda approached, casually providing clarification. Professor Zhao, you should take a look as well. Yongbo invited. Knowing that Lu Dongxing was not entirely confident in him, Zhao Yuanda nodded, sure, I am curious to see your discerning eye. Zhao Yuanda examined the items with a magnifying glass. After a brief moment, he stood upright, acknowledging the quality of a particular piece. Lu Dongxing, who had come to shop, waved his hand decisively, indicating, I'll take this one. Li Er, standing beside him, finally played his part, diligently noting down the identification numbers of the porcelain paintings. This piece was Sha Tao's lotus painting. Yongbo pointed to another artwork, prompting Zhao Yuanda to step forward once more for appraisal, and nodding in affirmation. Lu Dongxing gestured to Li Er, who continued to jot down notes. After 2 pieces were identified, Yongbo ceased to speak, realizing that each recommendation required Zhao Yuanda's validation, which made it appear as though Zhao Yuanda was merely assisting him. Having overlooked this earlier, he now felt compelled to refrain from further suggestions. Is that all? Lu Dongxing, buoyed by the 2 acquisitions, inquired upon noticing Yongbo's silence. That's all, I didn't find much else appealing, Yongbo explained. Zhao Yuanda remarked. There's no need to be coy, feel free to recommend openly. Yet Yongbo shook his head, insisting there were no more suitable pieces. Lu Dongxing turned to Zhao Yuanda, asking, Professor Zhao, could you recommend a few pieces for me? Despite Zhao Yuanda's earlier misjudgment regarding a cloison item, Lu Dongxing dismissed it, recognizing Zhao Yuanda's expertise. The restoration of that cloison was so skillful that the cracks were virtually undetectable, in his view. Yongbo's ability to spot them was merely due to his youth and keen eyesight. Zhao Yuanda did not decline and accompanied Lu Dongxing to inspect further. Ming Dynasty Honggu Red Glazed Plum Vase. Qing Dynasty Kongxi Floral and Bird Family Rose Bowl. The mere mention of the names of the 2 porcelain pieces sent a shiver through Yongbo. He had noticed their price tags, which were significantly above market value, prompting his initial reluctance, yet here was Zhao Yuanda recommending them. Zhao Yuanda felt a sense of frustration. He had been Lu Dongxing's appraiser for some time, always the sole authority present. Regardless of the circumstances, his word was final. With Yongbo's arrival, it was evident that his authority had been somewhat undermined. Although he sensed Yongbo's restraint in not speaking excessively, he felt compelled to defend his own position and respond to the challenge to his authority. Both pieces were valued at several million, albeit slightly above market price. They were genuine artifacts. Lu Dongxing examined the 2 items and then turned to Yongbo, saying, Brother Yong, come over and lend your discerning eye. The room fell into stunned silence. Li Er, who had been poised to write in his notebook, was taken aback and quickly closed it. While it was essential to consider Zhao Yuanda's feelings, Lu Dongxing was his patron, someone willing to spend, and thus he needed to align himself with Lu Dongxing's momentum. Zhao Yuanda stood in shock for a moment, realizing with astonishment that he had perhaps overestimated his standing in the presence of a billionaire like Lu Dongxing. It seemed he need not consider the feelings of an appraiser like himself at all. Oh, Professor Zhao, my lack of faith in your abilities is not the issue, rather. I simply believe that Brother Yong possesses commendable skills and would benefit from his assistance, explained Lu Dongxing. Zhao Yuanda nodded in acknowledgement, appreciating that Lu had taken his feelings into account, providing him with an opportunity to relent. Indeed, Yongbo's expertise is quite impressive. Yongbo found himself in a dilemma. As he approached, he was about to speak but was interrupted by Zhao Yuanda. Yongbo, please take a closer look. My eyesight is failing with age, and I cannot afford another mishap in repairs. Upon catching Zhao's subtle signal, Yongbo ceased his hesitation and turned his attention to the task at hand. Before long, Yongbo stood up, affirming that everything appeared satisfactory. Lu Dongxing exhaled in relief, expressing, this visit has finally yielded some results. Li Er then began to take notes. Yongbo exchanged a glance with Chao Yuanda, both feeling discomfort by Lu Dongxing's earlier reaction. In Yongbo's perspective, even within a professional arrangement, there ought to exist some camaraderie, yet Lu Dongxing's behavior shattered that illusion, revealing their relationship as merely a stark transaction devoid of warmth. Subsequently, Yongbo distanced himself, refraining from suggesting any further items, while Lu Dongxing seemed uninterested in spending more. The 4 items already totaled approximately 17 to 18 million, and he was content. Moments later, Yongbo paused beside a wooden box, gazing at the bright yellow silk inside, which housed a piece of Hatian jade depicting Guanyin. Upon checking the price, he noted it was 35,000, quite reasonable. Yongbo sought out Yumin for the key. Q approached slowly, scrutinizing the item for a moment without detecting any anomalies. However, he hesitated to hand over the key promptly. My young friend, you are undoubtedly an astute individual with discerning taste. Yumin, whose hair was graying due to age, often spoke in measured tones. This Hatian jade Guanyin is indeed a rare treasure. Yongbo initially feared that he might have disrupted Yu's business, anticipating a price hike. Yet to his surprise, Liu did not mention it, truly an astute negotiator. Had Yu intended to threaten Yongbo, he certainly would have publicized the matter. And since he remained silent, Yongbo too would refrain from discussing it further upon returning home. As Yongbo returned to the vehicle with the wooden box, the 3 of them were already seated inside. Upon seeing the box Yongbo held, Lu Dongxing could not suppress a chuckle. I was wondering why you were delayed. Brother Yang, I thought perhaps old Yu had extended you some favors, and it appears he indeed has. Outside, Lu ceased to use formal titles. As Yumin's actions regarding the cloison had been rather disreputable, enticing with low prices without disclosing the underlying issues. Yongbo raised the box, stating, my father is unwell. I thought to gift him this jade Guanyin in hopes of his swift recovery. Let me take a look. Lu Dongxing reached for the wooden box, extracting the jade Guanyin. After examining it for a considerable time, as the vehicle traveled some distance, Lu finally remarked, the material of this jade Guanyin is rather ordinary. I wonder if you noticed that the jade quality can only be classified as average Hatian jade, lacking in translucency. Yongbo nodded, realizing that his finances were limited, and purchasing this item would nearly exhaust his budget. He believed in the power of devotion. The quality of the material was not necessarily inferior, and the efficacy of his wishes would not be diminished. Upon hearing Yongbo's remark, Chao Yuanda could not help but glance back. Having known each other for some time, he was certain that, given Yongbo's character, he would not buy this jade artifact without good reason. In the front passenger seat, Lu Dongxing took out a large Hitian jade statue of Guanyin from his pocket. What do you think of this, Xiao Yang? Is it not far superior to what you possess? This was brought back from Xinjiang by a friend over a decade ago. Yongbo nodded in agreement, recognizing it as exquisite matte and fat white jade. Chao Yuanda cast a fleeting glance at the wooden box Yongbo was tightly clutching. I rather think you are more enamored with the box than the jade Guanyin itself. Lu Dongxing, unable to contain his curiosity, leaned over to inspect the wooden box in Yongbo's arms. Is there anything peculiar about this box? He inquired, reaching out to take it. As soon as the box was in his grasp, he felt its weight, which surprised him. He scrutinized the box closely. The square wooden box possessed a rustic charm, its surface coated in a thick layer of lacquer adorned with intricate figures. Due to the passage of time, these engravings had darkened, their details obscured and difficult to discern. Lu Dongxing weighed the box again, finding it comparable to common lacquerware. Chao Yuanda reached out, exclaiming, let me take a look. As the vehicle accelerated on the highway, the trees outside blurred by, and the escort car behind seemed to vanish, albeit always lingering at a distance. Chao Yuanda set the box down, puzzled, sensing that the artistic style did not resemble traditional Chinese craftsmanship. Yongbo reclaimed the box, asking, Professor Chao, how did you deduce that I was more interested in the box than the jade pendant? Because your demeanor towards the two is markedly different. Chao Yuanda pointed at Yongbo's current posture, chuckling. Yongbo paused briefly before realizing that even when he handed the jade Guanyin to Lu Dongxing, he had kept the lacquer box cradled close, while the jade pendant dangled casually in his hand, indicating a lack of concern. With a subtle smile, he produced the wooden box and continued, fortunately, and none of you recognize it, this lacquer box is not Chinese, but Japanese. Japanese? Lu Dongxing exclaimed with surprise. Turning to take the lacquer box once more, this time with greater caution. Have you noticed the engravings on the box? The creature depicted is not Chinese but represents a Japanese Weikai known as the Wet Woman. Yongbo elaborated, explaining that the engraving illustrated a tale involving the Wet Woman, the swift-moving amphibious monster with the head of a human female and the body of a gigantic serpent. It was said that one could see the Wet Woman grooming her long, flowing hair by the riverbanks. The story depicted in the image narrates how the Wet Woman, accompanied by a child, lured unsuspecting individuals. When a kind-hearted person approached to assist the Wet Woman with the child would ensnare them, becoming increasingly heavy, preventing their escape. Meanwhile, the Wet Woman would use her long, powerful tongue to drain the blood of her victim. At first, Yongbo was not captivated by the intricate decorations, but rather by the luminous aura emanating from the box, which was remarkably more substantial than the jade guanyin. Upon closer inspection, Yongbo discovered the discrepancies in the adornments. Throughout the entire process, Chao Yuenda had never contemplated that this lacquer box could possibly be of Japanese origin. It was only after Yongbo elucidated the matter that he comprehended the provenance of the designs. Yongbo pointed to a subtle seal on the lacquer box, noting that it bore a stamp, though its identity remained uncertain. Chao Yuenda chuckled, saying that this is easily resolved. I will photograph the seal and send it to an old friend, surely someone will recognize it. Yongbo handed over the lacquer box, and Chao Yuenda took a picture with his phone. Instead of hastily sending it, he made a phone call to ensure that the recipient could receive the image before transmitting it. After a prolonged wait with no response, Chao Yuenda grew a bit anxious. Yet he reassured Yongbo, suggesting that perhaps the low resolution of the image was the issue and he needed to verify. Shortly after his remark, his phone rang. Colonel Sagan. Who might that be? Upon hearing the explanation from the other end, Chao Yuenda was taken aback. He switched to speaker mode so that those in the vehicle could hear. Colonel Sagan was the official painter during the Ashikaga shogunate and the progenitor of the Kano school. Existing works by Colonel Sagan are exceedingly rare. Where did you acquire this seal? It does not appear to be from a painting. The person on the other end was equally astonished, for the mere existence of a seal implied that a work of art must exist. It is from a lacquer box. What? A lacquer box? Old Chao, take out a coin and gently scrape the painted lines on the box. Scraping the lines. Despite his skepticism, Chao Yuenda complied. However, after a couple of gentle scrapes, he was stunned to find that the patterns on the lacquer box gleamed with a golden and silver luster. How can it shine? What is happening? Chao Yuenda inquired of his phone. This is a piece from the shogunate's official collection. It was used by the shogunate. Yongbo was equally astonished. He had initially assumed that this Japanese lacquer box might be of greater value than the jade guanyin within it, but now it appeared that its worth exceeded expectations significantly. Lu Dongxing exclaimed, it seems the greatest gain from this venture is not mine, but yours. As he spoke, Lu Dongxing felt a twinge of regret. At the moment when Yongbo posed his recommendation, he should have foreseen this outcome, however. He had not taken it seriously and had not expected Yongbo to possess such discerning insight. Chao Yuenda ended the call and gazed at the lacquer box in Yongbo's hands, reflecting on how unexpected it was for this box to have such a remarkable history. Congratulations. Congratulations. The atmosphere in the car had grown somewhat subdued, yet Lu Dongxing generously expressed his well wishes. Given his financial standing, he bore no envy towards Yongbo's lacquer box. He merely felt that finding such a treasure would be immensely gratifying. Congratulations. Li Er, the driver, chimed in with a smile. Just before disembarking, Lu Dongxing suddenly asked, Brother Yong, would you consider parting with this lacquer box? I offer 500,000. Yongbo hesitated to refuse outright, gesturing towards a nearby shop. Boss Lu, do you see that establishment undergoing renovations? It is the new property I have acquired recently. I have managed to liquidate most of my assets, and this shop will soon be opening, yet I find myself in need of a centerpiece. Lu Dongxing immediately grasped Yongbo's implication. My dear brother, you are truly remarkable to have secured a shop at such a young age. I wish you prosperous business endeavors. After disembarking the vehicle with Chao Yuenda, and as the car drove away, Chao Yuenda remarked, I shall strive to avoid such appraisal tasks in the future. This incident was indeed a lesson I nearly misjudged. Yongbo quickly reassured him, misjudgments are a common occurrence, this was merely an anomaly. Chow Yuenda waved his hand dismissively. No need for further persuasion. There are additional reasons, my position may soon be reassigned. Reassigned? Aren't you a professor? Are you transitioning to another role? Yongbo asked in astonishment. I am going to the National Cultural Heritage Administration, Chow Yuenda explained. I will be responsible for the Museum and Social Cultural Relics Department. Overseeing operations. Discussions have already taken place and I should assume my role shortly. Though Yongbo was unsure of the exact significance of the appointment. It was evident that overseeing a department likely indicated a promotion. Congratulations. Soon you shall no longer be referred to as Professor Chow, but rather as Director Chow. Chow Yuenda gestured for silence. Do not speak of this publicly, the paperwork has yet to be finalized. Understood. Understood. Yongbo nodded, genuinely pleased for his friend. Suddenly, the sound of firecrackers crackled in the air. Amid the congratulations from Luo Yahua, Lu Liongyu, and Chow Yuenda, Yongbo forcefully waved, allowing a crimson satin cloth to fall away, revealing the plaque inscribed with the elegant characters of Shi Tang in a graceful script. After exchanging a few congratulatory remarks, Luo Yahua impatiently interjected, all right, enough with the pleasantries. Our well wishes are already inscribed upon your sign. She essentially signifies to recover lost treasures. Yongbo chuckled wryly. Must you express it so bluntly? Very well, let us discuss something of substance. Previously, I urged you to present the Japanese lacquer box you acquired recently. You mentioned waiting until the opening, and now that the shop has commenced operations, surely this treasured piece can finally be revealed. Luo Yahua asserted. Yongbo, no longer inclined to resist, declared, come, let us retrieve it. The shop had been newly renovated, utilizing environmentally friendly materials, then after merely 2 days of airing out, Yongbo moved all items back in time for the opening. The entire process felt somewhat rushed, yet after careful consideration, he chose to proceed as such. Once the lacquer box was unveiled, Luo Yahua exclaimed in disbelief at the unfairness of it all. Chow Yuenda pulled Yongbo aside, speaking softly. Do you recall our previous conversation? Yongbo paused. Have you secured your plans to go to the capital? Chow Yuenda nodded. That matter is settled. But I was referring to something else. Yongbo contemplated for a moment, yet could not recall. What matter? You had a 3-hole cloth coin in your possession. I had invited you to the exchange meeting in the capital, and you mentioned considering it. Have you forgotten? Chow Yuenda inquired. Yongbo suddenly recalled that he had exchanged the 3-hole cloth currency with Boss Lu later on. He had not given it much thought since then. Without the 3-hole cloth currency, could he still participate? Don't you have the box? He asked. Upon returning to check, he discovered that Kanno Masanobu was a renowned Japanese painter, and this lacquer box must be considered a rare item. Chow Yuenda remarked. Yongbo did not hesitate, thinking it was for the best. I will bring the lacquer box over. How long until then? Chow Yuenda estimated it would be about half a month, and promised to call him 2 days in advance. After making arrangements, Yongbo turned to look at Luo Yahua and his companion, who were engrossed in conversation. The opening of the antique shop was not as bustling as other stores. In fact, there were not many people gathered around. The entrance remained quiet for quite some time before anyone finally walked in. Yongbo instinctively stood up to greet the newcomer, but upon seeing the person, he suddenly realized he was now the owner and no longer needed to stand up to welcome guests. Moreover, the individual before him did not require such formalities. So you've opened. Guobopi sauntered in with a swagger, hands clasped behind his back. He surveyed the surroundings and noticed Lu Liongyu, the owner, was also present. Lu glanced at Guo and nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the lacquer box before him. Guo appeared somewhat awkward, but upon seeing Yongbo, he couldn't help but smile. You are here too. I suppose it's not any more comfortable for you than before. Yongbo chuckled softly, though it was certainly not worse than before. Guobopi's expression darkened. Yongbo, you worked for me for 2 years, how have I wronged you? Did you truly think the conditions were so poor? He continued. 5 days of a year, living in the attic, and I covered all your utilities. Have I treated you badly? No one responded to him. But young Bo could no longer contain himself and retorted, 5 days off. Others enjoy weekends off and 5 days of annual leave. Your 5 days is the total for the entire year. You allowed me to stay in the attic because you needed me to watch the shop at night. It was freezing in winter and sweltering in summer with no air conditioning. I had to buy my own fan, and do you remember what you said? Young Bo looked at Gbopi. You stated that electricity would incur charges, and if I used the fan, I would be responsible for all future electricity costs. Is this your so-called kindness? Gbopi's expression shifted, feeling humiliated by a mere apprentice's reprimand. Boss Lu, do you not care about how your employee treats customers? Lu Lianyu looked up as if just realizing the situation. Oh. Of course I care. Young Bo, you have every right to scold him. Keep going. Gbopi stood there, wide-eyed, glaring at young Bo. Go ahead, keep scolding. No matter how well you do, you are still just an employee. When the day comes that you become the owner of an antique shop, then perhaps you can speak to me like this. For now, you are just a lowly assistant. And thus, you have no right to say such things. Young Bo found the situation quite amusing. However, at that moment, he lacked any inclination to argue. When he first witnessed Gbopi refusing to turn on the air conditioning even when the outdoor temperature soared to 40 degrees, all to save a single kilowatt of electricity, he realized just how miserly Gbopi had become. Lu Lianyu, listening to their conversation, couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia as he recalled the time young Bo had rushed to his shop in the early hours to sell a replica June-glazed fish basket. Back then, he perceived young Bo as a prodigal scion of a family of collectors, but upon learning that he was scavenging for bargains to save his father, he felt a stirring sense of compassion. Now, merely gathering fragments of their dialogue, he could surmise the hardships young Bo had endured during that period. It was indeed remarkable that he had come this far. Xiao Yuenda sat silently in his chair, lost in thought. Luo Yaohua, unable to contain himself, turned to Gbopi and asked, did you come here today with the intention of inviting young Bo back to your shop? Gbopi stared at Luo Yaohua, realization dawning upon him. Aren't you the one who wanted to hire young Bo for a salary of $1 million? What happened? Have you decided against it? Have you discovered his superficial charm beneath which lies a flawed character? Or have you simply grown weary of your previous preferences? Upon hearing this, Luo Yaohua sprang to his feet, stretching his limbs, which startled Gbopi into retreating nervously. Don't do anything rash. I'll call the police, Gbopi exclaimed, pointing at Luo Yaohua in fear, only to stumble backward and fall clumsily to the ground. Luo Yaohua, witnessing Gbopi's comical misfortune, erupted into laughter. What happened to you, Gboboss? At the sound of a familiar voice behind him, Gbopi turned around in alarm, only to find Liling stepping over the threshold, which brought him a sense of relief. Liling, please tell your uncle not to rent the shop to them. They are unscrupulous in their pursuit of their goals. Liling frowned. Tell my uncle not to rent it to them. Does Gboboss intend to rent it himself? Gbopi hesitated, exclaiming, even if I wouldn't rent it, I cannot allow such people to take it. Your uncle has ended up in prison under dubious circumstances, and who knows if someone is behind that. He glanced at Lu Lianyu, acknowledging that while he might not match Lu Lianyu's expertise in appraisal, he was confident that he possessed superior integrity. Liling merely cast a glance at Gbopi. If you cannot rent it, to whom will this shop be transferred? With that, he turned to young Bo, extending his congratulations. Congratulations, young boss. Young Bo furrowed his brow, sighing inwardly. The friendship between them had ultimately reached its conclusion. Thank you. Gbopi's eyes widened in disbelief. Liling, what did you just call him? He is merely an employee of this shop, just an employee. Liling shot Gbopi a disdainful look. He is not merely an employee, he is the owner. It is young Bo who has taken over this shop. Gbopi's mouth opened in shock, his face flashing crimson. How could this be possible? How could he afford to rent this shop? It's inconceivable. Why is it inconceivable? Luo Yaohua turned to Gbopi and said, you previously asked me why, despite an annual salary of $1 million, we could not hire young Bo. The reason is that this fellow has opened an antique shop. Do you see the lacquer box in my hand? Luo Yaohua raised the lacquer box and smiled. This piece has been appraised at $5 million. It is a recent find of young Bo's. Given this, do you really think he cannot afford to rent a shop? Guobopi stared blankly at the lacquer box, then glanced at Lu Liongyu and Chao Yuenda. He desperately wanted to believe that he was being deceived, yet reality told him otherwise. Yongbo had indeed prospered. He cast a fleeting glance at Yongbo, no longer daring to say anything further, and turned to leave in dejection. Li Ling watched Guobopi depart, unable to suppress his frown. Boss Yang, I am straightforward and speak my mind, Li Ling said as he turned to Yongbo. Were you present at the underground auction that day? Yongbo pondered for a moment, recognizing that this was not a secret. Even if he remained silent, the other party could easily find out. Yes, I was there that day. Do you have any connections with the police? Li Ling inquired further. Yongbo frowned and replied, no, that was my second visit. I later assisted the police in appraising cultural relics, but that was due to a recommendation from an acquaintance. Li Ling fell silent for a moment. Do you have any channels to persuade the court for a lenient sentence? Yongbo opened his mouth in surprise, looking at Li Ling. The reason Mrs. Jia was so eager to sell the antique shop was to save Jia Huairan. Now, after so many days, if she was still seeking help, it indicated that her efforts had been in vain. I do not possess such influence, Yongbo said, not even glancing at Luo Yahua as he directly refused. Well, very well. Li Ling responded and turned to leave. Feeling rather cool, aren't you? Luo Yahua remarked with a smile, watching Li Ling's retreating figure. With no transactions throughout the day, Yongbo had treated Luo Yahua and the others to lunch, resulting in a net loss for the day. However, he remained unperturbed, fully aware that such circumstances were entirely normal. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yongbo's mother expressed her grievances about his recent infrequent visits. What have you been up to lately? You haven't come during the day. And Miss Xian runs several errands daily without seeing you. Yongbo felt somewhat helpless. He believed the timing was not yet right to disclose that he had opened a shop. He could only explain, I've had considerable expenses lately, with no income coming in. So I've been helping out at a friend's antique shop. His mother nodded, sighing softly, indeed, that's a valid reason. But how have you considered the matter regarding Miss Xian? Yongbo grew increasingly exasperated. He had thought that by shifting the topic, his mother would follow suit. But she remained steadfast on this issue. We are still quite young, I sent it too early to be contemplating such matters. Yongbo replied. It is not too early. Your cousin in the countryside married at 20, and look, he is only 1 year older than you, he already has children. His mother cited an example. Yongbo waved his hand, let us not discuss this today. By the way, it has been over 10 days since the surgery. Has the doctor mentioned when you will be discharged? Approximately another 10 days, his mother replied. As they were engaged in conversation, the ward door swung open and Xiao Xian entered, carrying a thermos. Auntie, today I made blackfish soup. Blackfish aids in wound healing. Xiao Xian looked up and finally noticed Yongbo sitting beside her. Brother Debo. You are here. Yongbo felt a sense of resignation. He had hoped that Li Ling would no longer use that name and that the nickname Debo would fade away. But to his surprise, Xiao Xian continued to call him that. Xiao Xian, are you aware that the name Debo carries a hint of mockery? Yongbo suddenly inquired. Xiao Xian was momentarily taken aback, mentally cursing, yet her face wore a genuine smile. Mockery. Brother Debo, that is your name, just as I am Xiao Xian and you are Debo. What mockery could there be in that? Yongbo regarded her with a look of helplessness, utterly perplexed as to whether his thoughts were too impure or if she was simply too innocent. Yang's parents exchanged glances and stifled smiles. By the way, Brother Debo, as an expert in cultural relics appraisal, I have a request for your assistance. Xiao Xian said. What request? I will certainly help if I can. Yongbo replied. My brother-in-law wishes to exchange for a larger house but is reluctant to sell the old one. He has a treasured heirloom that he has been seeking an expert to appraise. You are the first person I thought of. Yi Xiao Xian explained. Yongbo nodded, considering the matter straightforward. He can bring the heirloom to my place, I can take a look. Yi Xiao Xian hesitated slightly, as if she had something more to say. Yang's mother interjected, you shouldn't be lazy, accompany Xiao Xian on this trip. Yongbo's attempt to maintain a facade was swiftly quashed by his mother's words. And he had no choice but to agree. When are you free? We can go together. I have the day off tomorrow, let's go in the afternoon. Yi Xiaoxian exclaimed excitedly. Yongbo nodded, all right, tomorrow it is. In truth, Yongbo was reluctant to take the initiative. He believed such matters were best approached passively. Especially considering his youth, which made him susceptible to being underestimated. If he were to conduct the appraisal at his shop, others would see that he already owned an antique store, significantly enhancing their trust in him. However, it seemed that this plan would be difficult to realize. The following day, Yongbo spent the morning at the antique shop devoid of any leads. He then took a vehicle to the agreed-upon location. The sun shone fiercely, and Yi Xiaoxian stood under an umbrella, scanning the distance. Yi Xiaoli, from the community's reception room, opened the window and called out to her sister, Xiaoxian. Stop standing around outside like a fool, come in, it's cooler in here with the air conditioning. Yi Xiaoxian shook her head, I'll wait a bit longer. He should be arriving soon. Yi Xiaoli, shaking her head, stepped out of the reception room and grasped Yi Xiaoxian's arm. Are you foolish? Just call him to confirm the time. When he is almost here, you can go out to wait for him. Yi Xiaoxian was pulled into the reception room by her sister, and as the cool breeze enveloped her, she felt slightly dazed. Isn't this inappropriate? I sent you this how your hospital prepares for higher-level inspections. Would you rather just wait aimlessly all day? Yi Xiaoli playfully poked her sister's forehead with her slender finger. You silly girl, even if you like him, you shouldn't chase after him, you need to maintain an air of aloofness. You've already mentioned that he is from a county town, so his background is likely quite ordinary. Moreover, his father has been gravely ill, although he has recovered now. The prognosis for liver cancer often does not extend beyond 5 years. In this light, I must assert that his qualifications are rather mediocre. And he truly seems unworthy of you. Yi Xiaoxian's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she retorted, but he is quite remarkable. He is an appraiser. Exceptionally skilled in evaluating antiques. Furthermore, his father's health has improved, and he is unlikely to be hospitalized again. Yi Xiaoli, feeling a sense of frustration, replied, Xiaoxian. How can you not grasp my point? His humble origins limit the heights he can aspire to in the future. You mention he is assisting friends with their antique shop. Yet if there is no significant advancement, it is likely he will be confined to this role indefinitely. Sister, your perspective is flawed. Yi Xiaoxian countered. Enough with the argument. Let's allow our parents to weigh in on this, Yi Xiaoli said firmly. Your job is commendable, working in a high-ranking hospital where you encounter individuals of substantial status. Why would you fixate on a poor boy without any family background? I truly cannot comprehend your choice. Yi Xiaoli waved her hand dismissively, signaling Xiaoxian to refrain from further discussion. Feeling a sense of helplessness, Yi Xiaoxian found it difficult to explain that Yongbo was indeed well off. Just then, she spotted Yongbo alighting from a taxi and eagerly waved, calling out, over here. This way. As Yongbo approached, he noticed Yi Xiaoxian rushing out from the reception area, followed closely by a striking young woman who bore a resemblance to her sister, Yi Xiaoli. Yi Xiaoxian gestured toward Yongbo, introducing him, this is Yongbo. She then pointed to her sister and added, this is my sister, Yi Xiaoli. Yongbo extended his hand for a brief shake, greeting her, hello. Yi Xiaoli scrutinized Yongbo, noting his unremarkable appearance. Save for a pair of expressive eyes that sparkled with vitality. Her initial impression was rather disappointing, and considering his modest background, she could only assign him a score of 3 out of 10, slightly below average. Without indulging in excessive small talk, the trio proceeded into the residential complex. Along the way, Yi Xiaoli subtly probed into Yongbo's past, and he, lacking any significant embellishments, presented his history as rather unremarkable, which only served to further diminish Yi Xiaoli's impression of him. Upon entering the living room, Yongbo encountered a couple in their 50s, whom Yi Xiaoxian introduced as her parents. He promptly greeted them as uncle and aunt. Yi Xiaoli's father wore a stern expression, remaining silent while scrutinizing Yongbo intently. In contrast, Yi Xiaoli's mother was warm and inviting, urging Yongbo to sit and offering him tea, saying with a smile, you must be thirsty after your journey, please. Have some tea. Yongbo expressed his gratitude, replying, I'm all right, thank you. At that moment, he realized he was so nervous that his palms were sweating. As he had never before faced such a situation, this was akin to a prospective son-in-law meeting the parents. He had not anticipated this scenario and felt momentarily flustered. However, he quickly composed himself, reminding himself that he had not yet considered matters of romance, as his career was only just beginning and required his utmost dedication. With this thought, his anxiety began to dissipate. As he surely inquired about his background, the young boy maintained an air of calmness which unexpectedly earned him a measure of respect from her mother. The doorbell rang, and Yi Xiaoshen hurried to answer, calling out a brother-in-law. Young Bo turned his head and was greeted by the sight of a young man entering, followed closely by a middle-aged man in his 40s. Young Bo was taken aback. The young man was tall and handsome. But it was the middle-aged man behind him that truly astonished Young Bo. It was Yuda, someone he had met once in Guangling. Considering that Yi Xiaoshuan's brother-in-law also bore the surname Yu, Young Bo furrowed his brow. Could they be father and son? Ye's father and mother rose in unison to greet Yuda, their demeanor markedly warmer than before, while Yi Xiaoshen offered Young Bo a slight, apologetic smile. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yu Mingwei suggested, "Uncle Da, please have a seat and enjoy some tea." Yuda nodded, his attitude nonchalant. Young Bo reflected on the response, thinking that perhaps he had been too approachable, failing to adopt the aloof demeanor of Yuda, which led the Yi family to underestimate him. However, he was merely here to return a favor to Yi Xiaoshen and would not dwell too much on other matters. As Yu Mingwei approached the sofa, he finally noticed the young man seated there. Without needing to think further, he recognized him as the appraiser invited by Yi Xiaoshen. Though he was surprised by the youthfulness of the individual, could he truly be competent in appraisals? He harbored doubts. Yu Mingwei, having graduated from university and secured a position in the Jinling City Finance Bureau, felt a strong sense of superiority over his peers, especially when faced with someone younger who had merely completed high school and might potentially become a relative. His sense of superiority surged. "Who might you be?" Yu Mingwei inquired, fixing his gaze on Young Bo. "I am Young Bo," came the response. Yi surely seemed to anticipate her husband's demeanor and quickly interjected, clarifying the situation. Young Bo had not expected the other party to confront him upon arrival, and after a brief pause, he chose to disregard him and addressed Yuda directly, "Mr. Yu, I didn't expect to see you so soon." Yuda maintained his smile, replying, "Oh, young brother Young, I didn't foresee our paths crossing this time. Had I known, I might not have come." Young Bo stood to greet him, and as they shook hands, the atmosphere was amicable. This scenario left Yu Mingwei with a lump in his throat. He had intended to assert dominance over Young Bo to remind him that there were always greater talents. But he had not anticipated Yudo's cordiality. The slap he had prepared to deliver had fallen flat, leaving him feeling rather sour. Yi Xiaoli's eyes widened in disbelief. It was astonishing to see how the uncle Yu Mingwei often boasted about treated Young Bo with such respect. The Yi family was visibly startled, observing the warm exchange between Young Bo and Yuda. The room fell silent until Yuda turned to Ye's father and the others, questioning, "Everyone, please take a seat. What seems to be the matter?" "And nothing," Ye's father waved his hand dismissively and beckoned to Yi Xiaoli, "Xiaoli, please serve the tea." Yi Xiaoli glanced at Young Bo, responding with a sigh before turning to fetch a cup. Yuda sensed the awkward atmosphere and could surmise the underlying reasons. After all, he too had once underestimated Young Bo due to his youth. It was merely the subsequent performance of Young Bo that captivated him. The magnificence of such a painting was undeniably evident. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Yuda, the latter humbly remarked, "Brother Young, your skills are so elevated that had I known, I would not have made this journey from Guangling, which took over 2 hours." Before Young Bo could respond, Yu Mingwei sensed an underlying implication in his words and hastily clarified, "Uncle Da, I sincerely apologize. Young Bo was invited by my sister without prior notice. So the family is still unaware?" Young Bo smiled gently, dismissing the remark. However, Yuda shook his head, recognizing that Yu Mingwei's words were a blatant attempt to belittle Young Bo. Did he believe that such disparagement would elevate his own standing? Appraisal is a technical endeavor, ultimately determined by the abilities of both parties. Should he lack the requisite skill, then Yu Mingwei's statement would merely be a farce. Yuda waved his hand, suggesting, "Let us first examine your item." Nodding in agreement, Yu Mingwei hurried into the inner room and soon returned, presenting a Buddhist altar and statue. He placed the altar at the center of the tea table and gestured to Yuda, saying, "This has been passed down through generations, kindly assist in verifying its authenticity." Yuda remained still, directing his attention to Yongbo. "Brother Yong, would you care to go first?" Yongbo quickly waved his hand, insisting, "No, please, you go ahead." Yuda did not press further but leaned in to inspect the piece. The altar, singed by incense, had turned completely black. And the copper statue of the bodhisattva revealed faint traces of gilding. This bodhisattva was styled with an elaborate high bun, adorned with a crown, featuring a square face, plump cheeks, and eyes that gazed down upon the multitude, exuding a serene and beautiful countenance. After observing for a considerable time, Yuda finally set the statue down and glanced at Yongbo. The gilding had been entirely worn away, making the possibility of forgery exceedingly slim. The paramount concern now was the dating of the piece. Yongbo, exercising caution, scrutinized it for a while longer. Once he returned it, a radiant light began to swirl before him, gradually coalescing at the statue's chest, thickening until the aura stabilized. Yongbo discerned it to be from the Mid-Ming dynasty. Just as he was about to conclude his assessment, a sudden flash of light appeared, astonishing Yongbo as he observed that the altar too had formed a halo. Its thickness was comparable to that of the statue, and as the aura stabilized, it was revealed to date from the late Ming dynasty. Astonished, Yongbo set down the statue and lifted the altar. Upon grasping it, he noticed its weight was significantly greater than that of a typical altar. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a dent on the side, revealing a bright yellow material within. Yuda paid no mind to Yongbo's actions. Upon seeing him return to his seat, he inquired, "What do you think?" "A great opening," Yongbo replied. Yuda nodded. "Mingwei, you are indeed fortunate. This copper bodhisattva statue is a remarkable piece from the Ming dynasty, of considerable value." After a long wait, Yu Mingwei finally received such a gratifying verdict. And the entire family could not contain their joy. Yishioli even playfully nudged her sister, unable to restrain her excitement. According to the customary routine seen in appraisal shows, this would be the moment to inquire about the price. Yu Mingwei, adhering to tradition, had risen early to travel to Guangling, bringing back Yuda for this very final step. "Uncle Dad, since this statue of Buddha is from the Ming dynasty, it should be quite valuable, correct?" A smile adorned Yu Mingwei's face. Upon hearing this, Yuda fell momentarily silent. For he was aware that Yu Mingwei sought to authenticate the statue in hopes of purchasing a home. The statue had indeed been authenticated, yet he remained reticent. With Yuda's silence, Yu Mingwei's smile faltered. "Uncle Dad, please speak candidly. Is it truly worth a significant sum? Could it be worth several million?" Yuda found himself in a dilemma, bemused by the situation. Shouldn't one speculate with caution in such instances? Perhaps the recent surge in the antique market had led many to develop a misconception to believing that artifacts should be valued in the millions. However, the reality was that most items in the market were worth only a few thousand to tens of thousands. "Brother Yong, would you care to appraise it?" Yuda inquired. Yongbo, initially inclined to remain detached, found himself drawn into the conversation by Yuda's invitation. He felt no need to consider Yu Mingwei's expression and stated plainly, "Ming dynasty bronze Buddha statues are not that valuable, this one is likely worth around 200,000. Yu Mingwei was taken aback, unable to grasp the startling revelation, and incredulously asked, "How could that be possible?" Yuda frowned. He was not fond of the current atmosphere but reiterated, "That is the price. Antiques are not as valuable as you might imagine." Yu Mingwei sank into the sofa, his expression vacant, struggling to accept this truth, as the figure was far removed from his anticipated valuation, given that property prices in the city had soared to nearly 20,000 per square meter. Purchasing a home would require at least 170 to 180,000, with a down payment of 30%, nearing 50 to 60,000. He had envisioned using the Buddha statue to secure a home, but now it seemed he would only be able to afford a property in the suburbs for the down payment. Yishioli's heart ached as she hastily inquired, "What if it were to go to auction? How much could it fetch there?" Yuda shook his head, acknowledging that the couple harbored overly optimistic expectations, rendering them momentarily incredulous. "I assure you, you may consult any auction house's official website to find a Mid-Ming dynasty Buddha statue, which typically hovers around 150 to 160,000. This particular piece has a slightly higher value due to its excellent condition and accompanying niche." You may certainly auction it, but I can confidently tell you that after auction fees, you might not even receive 20,000. Sitting anxiously beside them, Ria's mother interjected, Mr. Could you assist my daughter and son-in-law in finding a buyer? If it must be 20,000, so be it. Mom, he surely protested. Unwilling to part with the statue. Young Bo remained silent, caught in a moment of hesitation. Yi Xiaoxian, seated beside him, whispered, Young Bo, please offer some advice. Hearing her soft, dulcet voice soften Young Bo's heart, for Yi Xiaoxian had cared for his parents for so long. In truth, there may be a solution. Young Bo finally spoke. This statement captured everyone's attention instantly. What solution do you propose? Yi Xiaoli hastily inquired. For this pertained to the matter of her and her husband's new home, making her concern quite imperative. Yuda also turned his gaze. Surprised that Young Bo had found a solution at this juncture, his heart torn between disbelief and a hint of anticipation. Yu Mingwei wore a tense expression. Utterly astonished that it was Young Bo who ultimately stepped forward. Without hesitation, Young Bo pointed towards the altar, declaring that this altar surpasses the statue in value. It merely remains unnoticed by everyone. What? Yuda exclaimed, taken aback, and promptly moved to inspect the altar. Yu Mingwei held his tongue. Perhaps too prideful to ask Young Bo, his eyes fixated on Yuda. Once Yuda stood upright, he eagerly asked, Uncle Da, what do you think? Yuda nodded. Genuinely surprised, indeed, Brother Yang possesses remarkable insight. This altar is crafted from gold and threaded Nanmo wood and is worth far more than the statue. Yi Xiaoli gasped. Is that true? Upon seeing Yuda nod once more, the Yi family erupted in cheers. Young Bo observed the scene before him with a faint smile. Initially having prepared an alternative plan, had he not revealed the secret of the altar, he intended to have Li He acquire Yu Mingwei's statue. At that point, offering a price of 250,000, he could persuade Yu Mingwei to part with the altar as well, making his success quite plausible. Thus, he could later invest a few more thousand to reclaim both the altar and the statue, a fortunate acquisition indeed. However, at the last moment, Young Bo abandoned this notion. Considering Yi Xiaoxian's care for her parents, he relinquished his plan, realizing that the Yi family required this more than he did. Yi Xiaoli rushed over, grasping Young Bo's hand. Thank you so much. For the first time, I feel that Xiaoxian has excellent taste. Yu Mingwei approached, his demeanor gentle. After a moment of hesitation, he slightly bowed. Thank you sincerely. Yi father, initially stunned, smiled broadly, his joy radiant as an aged chrysanthemum. Young Bo declined the Yi family's invitation to dinner. And Yuda likewise refrained from staying, driving Young Bo a short distance and, before parting, handed him a business card, reflecting. You may not be the most gifted young person I have encountered, but your meticulousness and dedication more than compensate for any lack of innate talent. Young Bo did not possess a business card but instead wrote down his contact information and shop address, handing it over with a smile. Thank you. I recently opened a shop, do come by when you have time. Excellent. Yuda replied, pleasantly surprised, I did not expect you to have opened a store already. How swift. Upon returning to the hospital, Young Bo intended to question his mother, yet she was the first to ask, did you meet Xiaoxuan's parents? What were your impressions? Young Bo looked at his mother, so this was all your planning. Proudly, his mother replied, not entirely. Last time Xiaoxian mentioned her brother-in-law appraising antiques, I recommended you. I suspected this was also the girl's intention and thought it best that you meet her parents while visiting. I never imagined you would actually meet them. With that, young mother burst into laughter, clearly delighted. Young Bo sighed, I'm still young, there is no rush. His mother shook her head, nonsense, you are not so young anymore. You must stop saying that. It is often said that those who claim to be mature are, in fact, quite juvenile. Conversely, those who admit their immaturity often possess true maturity. These statements should be interpreted in reverse. Upon hearing his mother utter such profound words for the first time, Young Bo was momentarily taken aback. He then sought out his attending physician, who informed him that his recovery was progressing exceptionally well and suggested a follow-up in a week, indicating that he would likely be ready for discharge by then. However, the doctor added, if he didn't mind the expense, a 2-week stay would be even better. Young Bo nodded in agreement, deciding on the latter option. Once the hospital arrangements were settled, Young Bo received a call from Yi Xiaoxian. Thank you so much for today. Her voice was laced with joy. It was nothing, I should be thanking you for taking care of my parents during this time, the young boy replied. By the way, my parents, sister, and brother-in-law have arrived at the hospital. They would like to visit Uncle Young and Auntie. Is it a good time? Asked Xiaoxian. Surprised. Yongbo paused for a moment, but recalling the benefits his guidance had provided them, he set aside his astonishment. Sure, I'm heading back to the ward now. You can come over. The precious golden silk Nanmu wood is exceedingly rare, historically regarded as a royal tribute reserved solely for the emperor's use. Although the small golden silk Nanmu Buddhist shrine may not be grand, its antiquated design would still command a value of at least 700,000 to 800,000. Thus, when combined with the other factors, the total worth exceeds $1 million, explaining their eagerness to express gratitude. Upon his arrival, the ward was filled with laughter and cheer. The Yi family greeted him warmly, having even brought dinner with them. They stayed until after 7 o'clock, helping to tidy up before departing. Ye's mother, ever warm and inviting, said, Yang, do come visit us sometime. Yu Mingwei added, brother, feel free to reach out if you need anything. Yongbo accepted these insincere promises and informed his parents of his discharge date, swiftly making his exit before his mother could utter a word. The next day, upon returning home, the Yongbo settled into the hall of the Shitang, book in hand and a cup of tea brewed, enjoying a leisurely moment. Just as the clock approached 10, he heard footsteps outside. Having grown accustomed to visitors, he remained seated, glancing up to see that it was Yishioli and Yu Mingwei. Yongbo, is this the shop you help your friend with? It appears quite spacious. Yishioli remarked, surveying the surroundings as if searching for something. Yongbo nodded, yes. It's this way. Where's the owner? She inquired. The owner is quite busy and rarely comes by, he replied, frowning slightly as if he were being interrogated. This shop isn't yours, is it? Yishioli suddenly asked. Realizing the implication, Yongbo quickly responded, no, how could this possibly be my antique shop? The rent alone for such a location is beyond my means. Indeed, Yishioli conceded, her delicate features brightening as she lifted her chin, exuding an air of haughty elegance. Yu Mingwei took a seat and expressed his gratitude. I truly appreciate your help yesterday. I had almost lost hope of securing a home. Yongbo waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality. Yu Mingwei hesitated briefly before producing an envelope and offering it to Yongbo, saying, just a token of appreciation, please accept it. Yongbo cast a glance and noticed the envelope was bulging, presumably containing around 20,000 yuan. He shook his head, feeling it unnecessary for such courtesy. His intention was solely to express gratitude to Xiaoxian for caring for his parents. Naturally, Yongbo had no intention of accepting the red envelope. He regarded it with disdain, having anticipated a bank card with a higher sum instead. However, upon reflection, he surmised that the giver might be reluctant to part with too much. Yongbo declined the red envelope, which left Yu Mingwei somewhat disheartened. The carefully prepared words he had in mind now eluded him. Yishioli, sensing the urgency, approached and interjected, he has a favor to ask of you. Yongbo took a sip of tea, harboring a vague suspicion, yet still inquired, what matter is it? Recently, a new property development on the outskirts of the city was set to launch, and if it were to go to auction, they would miss the opportunity. Thus, they hoped he could assist in finding a buyer. With her forthright nature, he surely recognized her husband's hesitance and understood his tendency to be overly concerned with appearances. Yongbo nodded, understood, I will notify you once there is a response. Yu Mingwei felt that Yongbo's reply was rather perfunctory and harbored some dissatisfaction. However, before he could voice his concerns, he surely responded, all right. Is the boss around? Yongbo lifted his teacup, only to see 5 or 6 burly men swaggering towards them. Each man was clad in short-sleeved shirts, their muscular arms adorned with tattoos. Which of you is the boss? A bald, muscular man approached, his gaze fixated on Yu Mingwei. In the hall, there were only 3 individuals, the Yongbo, youthful in appearance, the Yishioli, a woman, and Yu Mingwei, who was of the appropriate age. Upon noticing the man's attention, Yu Mingwei quickly recoiled, not me, not me. The bald man then turned his gaze to Yishioli, his eyes lighting up, so. Is that a beauty? Yishioli, possessing an alluring figure and pristine features, particularly radiant after a year of marriage, couldn't help but frown at the comment. Young Bo felt increasingly uncomfortable. Encountering such behavior just days after opening the business was disconcerting, and he could not stand by while the man harassed heAccidentally. "What business do you have with the boss?" he inquired. Only then did the bald man notice Young Bo, realizing that his youthful appearance was quite misleading. Upon observing Young Bo's seated position, he grasped the situation. "You are the boss." His companions erupted into laughter. "A mere lad like you runs an antique shop. If this is the extent of your enterprise, you must be incurring significant losses." Young Bo frowned. "I am not the owner, but I am currently in charge." "Who are you?" The bald man scrutinized Young Bo. "Your boss must be quite trusting to leave you here alone. Brothers, come over and teach him some rules." As he spoke, the bald man rested his foot on a chair, declaring, "It's not easy for brothers to navigate this life. One must have a bit of spending money for cigarettes and drinks each month to enjoy life." With that, he fixed Young Bo with a penetrating stare, leaning in closer. A strong scent of stale smoke wafting towards him. Young Bo surveyed the scene, frowning. "A cigarette and drink money. How much?" The bald man extended a hand, fingers played. heAccidentally's eyes widened. 5,000 yuan. Young Bo shot her a glance and admonished, "I did not permit you to speak. Refrain from butting in." heAccidentally's face flashed crimson as she opened her mouth, intent on protesting, yet was promptly silenced by Mingwei. Young Bo turned his head away. Well aware that in any realm, the rules must be adhered to, yet the price demanded was exorbitantly steep. The bald Ballyman coldly smiled and cast a glance at heAccidentally, suggesting that if the price was deemed too high, alternative means could be employed. Young Bo furrowed his brow. He had intended to resolve this matter himself, but the utterance of such words from the other party compelled him to abandon his discretion. At this juncture, he refrained from issuing threats and instead retrieved his phone, stating, "Allow me to consult with the boss." "By all means." The Ballyman appeared unperturbed. These street-housed establishments with various backgrounds, some more formidable than others. The newly opened she-hole was not genuinely there to collect money but rather to gauge the situation. Young Bo swiftly dialed the number. "Brother Luo, are you at work? There are individuals here demanding payment for cigarettes and alcohol, 5,000 a month. What do you suggest?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yahua grasped the gravity of the situation. "What? Those little rascals are attempting to stir up trouble." Anger simmered within him. "You need not concern yourself with this matter, just rest easy." With that, he hung up. Young Bo placed his phone down. The bald man inquired, "What is the verdict?" The boss said to wait, "He will come to handle it," Young Bo replied. Silence enveloped the room. Young Bo remained reticent. While heAccidentally and Mingwei appeared visibly anxious, unaccustomed to such dealings, especially with the 5 Ballymen fixated on heAccidentally. heAccidentally tugged at Young Bo, urging him to speak privately, but he shook his head and firmly stated, "Remain calm. This matter is best left to the boss. It does not concern us." Yet, heAccidentally remained uneasy and murmured, "Who is your boss? Is he reliable?" Rest assured, Young Bo maintained his composure. The bald man observed Young Bo's tranquil demeanor and could not help but remark, "You are remarkably calm. Do you have a strong backing?" Young Bo smiled lightly, replying, "Every creature treads its own path. We each serve our own masters. Let them worry about these matters." The bald man regarded Young Bo with newfound respect, acknowledging, "You are quite perceptive at such a young age. Everything hinges on negotiation and balance." Just as the bald man was about to elaborate further, his phone rang. Yes. Rest assured, we just arrived and have not laid a finger on anything. Restore the situation. But we haven't touched a thing. Oh, yes. He ended the call, casting an amused glance at Young Bo and giving a thumbs up. "Brother, impressive. No wonder you remain so composed." Young Bo chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm just curious. You clearly reported no details, so how did they know I had my foot on the chair?" The bald man inquired, puzzled. Young Bo remained silent, simply gesturing towards the wall. Following Young Bo's indication, the bald man noticed a camera nestled in the corner. "That camera feeds directly to the city bureau," Young Bo explained. The atmosphere within the room was enveloped in an eerie silence, as everyone was taken aback by the unexpected exchange. In this modest antique shop, the presence of a surveillance camera that could connect directly to the municipal bureau raised questions about its underlying significance. The imposing bald man remained taciturn. Directing a command to an associate, "Remove your shirt and clean the chair." The man, momentarily startled, quickly complied, tearing off his shirt to reveal his muscular physique, and efficiently wiped down the chair. Their arrival was swift, and their departure was equally rapid. He surely observed as they left, feeling as though the brief encounter had unfolded like a scene from a film. Previously, she had perceived Young Bo's role in the shop as lacking promise, however. Witnessing a camera linked to the municipal bureau made her reconsider, could it be that his friends possessed influential connections? Yu Mingwei passed his lips, yearning for Young Bo to speak on his behalf, yet pride held him back. In that moment, all his sense of superiority crumbled. The couple did not linger for long, departing with a red envelope in hand. Once back in the car, Yu Mingwei, somewhat resigned, raised the envelope, which remained unbestowed. Seated in the passenger seat, he surely sighed softly, "Did you not realize? He is reluctant to associate with us." Yu Mingwei, feeling uneasy, retorted, "What? He is unwilling to connect with us. He is merely from a small county." At this juncture, his words faltered. If yesterday's events had revealed Young Bo's capabilities, today they had witnessed the formidable influence he wielded. Direct communication with the municipal bureau indicated a background far from trivial. He surely turned to Yu Mingwei, noting his hesitance. "Were you contemplating asking him for a favor?" Yu Mingwei dismissed the notion, asserting, "What favor could I possibly need from him? My skills are sufficiently refined to requiring no connections." He then added, "By the way, isn't he involved with your sister? They will be family in the future." Could that be the reason he declined the red envelope? He surely shook her head, acknowledging Yu Mingwei's persistent air of intellectual superiority. He believed that merit alone would lead to advancement, yet over the past 2 years, he had gradually come to realize the necessity of humility in gift-giving, even refraining from voicing a simple request earlier. "Were you not present yesterday? Do you truly believe they are already together?" He surely countered. "They should be, I suppose. I didn't notice yesterday," Yu Mingwei replied. "That is merely your wishful thinking. Do you not understand? Until now, they have hardly exchanged many words. It has always been my sister making the effort. That fellow has yet to agree to a relationship." He surely expressed her frustration, feeling incensed that her sister, possessing both beauty and a respectable background, had pursued Young Bo, who continued to hesitate. "Really?" Yu Mingwei exclaimed in surprise. "If that's the case, does it mean he will not assist us?" He surely frowned, surprised that at this moment, he was more concerned with his own housing situation than with Xiao Shen's affairs. Young Bo bid farewell to 2 groups of visitors, and at last tranquility enveloped the space. Since the inception of the Picked Relics Hall, no transactions had materialized, yet he remained unperturbed. Such was the norm. He placed a call to Boss Lu, discussing the matter of the Buddhist altar and statues, to which Lu Liongyu expressed his capability to acquire both pieces. During the midday hours, he visited the hospital, assisting his mother in helping Yang's father gradually regain his mobility. As the wound healed, the forthcoming recovery promised to be significantly swifter. In the warm afternoon, after a brief walk, Yang's father, perspiring, leaned against the wall and sat down. He looked up at Young Bo and inquired, "Little Bo, have you been busy lately?" "Quite busy," Young Bo replied. "Oh," Yang's father acknowledged, then continued, "What has Young Lang been up to these days? Do you know?" Young Bo hesitated momentarily. "I've attempted to reach him by phone recently, but he hasn't answered. My connections in Lishui are rather limited, making inquiries difficult. I plan to return once you are discharged and bring him back." "No need, I will take care of that when I return," Yang's father said. "By the way, what about the house you mentioned earlier?" he suddenly asked. Young Bo frowned. With the remaining sum of 1 million, he found himself slightly short of purchasing a modest apartment in the city, and he also needed to retain some liquid funds as a safety net. He had not anticipated his father's urgency. "Rest assured, I will manage everything before he arrives," Young Bo assured him. Yang's father nodded, supporting him back home. Young Bo did not linger and returned to the shop. In the afternoon, while immersed in a book, the man in his 30s entered. Young Bo looked up to find the newcomer carrying a bulging snakeskin bag, its surface marred and even caked with dirt, suggesting it contained a substantial number of objects. Yongbo furrowed his brow. Typically, antique shops were reluctant to accept such items, as they often stemmed from tomb raiding, posing considerable risk. Generally, individuals like this would not step into a shop. He was puzzled by this unusual occurrence. "Boss, are you going to take it or not?" the man, seemingly aware of Yongbo's hesitation, inquired directly. "Let us step outside to discuss," Yongbo replied. He locked the door and led the man to a nameless alley. Fixing his gaze upon the man, he asked, "What should I call you?" "You are quite bold." The man, with an ordinary appearance and equally plain clothing, grinned and said, "People call me silly bold, you can just call me Asheo." Yongbo regarded him thoughtfully. "You are not foolish at all." Asheo, not disputing this, placed the snakeskin bag on the ground, squatted down, and shielded it with his body before carefully extracting the contents. Inside were 2 porcelain pieces, an iron sword, a metallic rabbit, and a small stone sculpture. The porcelain items, both from folk kilns, were of exquisite quality, though despite their earthy patina, their craftsmanship was mediocre, rendering them unsellable at high prices. Yongbo cast a glance and moved on, a flicker of expectation igniting within him, for these 2 items were undoubtedly genuine funeral offerings. The metallic rabbit gleamed dully with a silvery sheen, its surface slightly darkened due to oxidation, and its delicate form suggested it was likely intended as a paperweight. Yongbo pointed to the silver rabbit and remarked, "This serves as a paperweight, crafted quite well. You could take it back, melt it down, and create a few pieces of silver jewelry." Asheo, having taken a good look, replied, "Since I've already brought it, naturally, it must be sold." The iron sword was covered in rust, its blade rather thin. After a cursory glance, Yongbo dismissed it, settling his gaze on the stone sculpture instead. The sculpture stood at approximately 20 centimeters tall, depicting Ananda, the cousin of the Buddha, who had been his devoted disciple for over 2 decades after renouncing worldly life. Ananda was known for his exceptional memory, and this statue of him was robust and well-proportioned, with a dignified and full visage, skillfully carved with precision. When Yongbo looked closely, he was taken aback, as the patina had thickened over time, suggesting it could date back to the Tang dynasty. After a moment's hesitation, he pointed to the stone sculpture and the silver rabbit. "I'll take these 2, name your price." Asheo smiled and replied, "For both, just 100,000 will do." Yongbo estimated the stone sculpture to be worth slightly more, likely between 80 to 100,000, though it could fetch a bit more, but not by much. As for the silver rabbit, despite being made of silver, its rough craftsmanship rendered it nearly worthless, merely good for a trinket. 20,000. Yongbo countered. "Boss, that's not fair." Asheo was no fool. He scrutinized Yongbo before suggesting, "How about this? I'll keep it simple. Offer a reasonable price, and I'll agree." 40,000. Yongbo replied decisively. "All right." Asheo acquiesced, pushing the silver rabbit and the stone sculpture towards Yongbo. He accepted the 2 items but did not return to the shop. Instead, he took them home. At that moment, Yongbo realized his storage space was rather limited. After all, the antiques he encountered were not all guaranteed to have legitimate origins, and given the circumstances he faced today, he required a secure place of his own. Moreover, with his father soon to be discharged from the hospital, and knowing his father's tendency to favor his eldest son with gifts, Yongbo was even less inclined to keep items at home. The following day, Yongbo visited the antique shop, leisurely brewed some tea, and after taking a sip, he called Yishioli, asking her to bring the Buddha shrine and statue to Jia Hall. Yishioli, already at work, promptly contacted Yumingwei, and both took leave to hastily retrieve the items and rush over. As Yongbo heard hurried, chaotic footsteps, he looked up to see Yishioli and her husband, along with her parents, all arriving together. "Shaobo, thank you so much," Ye's mother exclaimed. "Last time, you refused to have a meal at our home, but this time, you mustn't decline." Yongbo smiled politely, thinking to decline again but ultimately said, "Auntie, we haven't even delivered the Buddha yet, it's premature to express thanks." "Not at all." Ye's mother beamed brightly. "With your presence, the success is assured." Yongbo frowned. He had merely introduced them to a channel for selling. If they hoped to achieve a high price through this, they were mistaken. Even if Yongbo were to sell it himself, Lu Liongyi would not simply offer a high price without reason. "And I can only serve as a bridge for you. How the conversation unfolds next is beyond my purview," Yongbo remarked. With this statement, young Bo distanced himself, leaving Ye's mother feeling embarrassed, while the expressions of Yu Mingwei and others also turned sour. The reason they approached him was precisely to have young Bo accompany them, lending his voice to their cause, yet his words clearly conveyed a refusal. Ye's mother, having spoken too boldly, found herself at a loss and could only awkwardly respond, "If that is the case, then we shall proceed on our own." Young Bo nodded, exited the door and walked eastward along the street. It was approximately 300 to 400 meters until he arrived. In business negotiations, it is not unusual for one to demand exorbitant prices, yet one must not lose face in the process. "Well, thank you very much." Yi surely expressed her gratitude, and the family departed, seemingly oblivious to young Bo's well-intentioned reminder. Once they were in the car, Yu Mingwei could no longer contain his frustration and complained. "How can this person be so inconsiderate? We are not refusing him a red envelope, he couldn't even make an appearance. If I had known, I wouldn't have given him a red envelope yesterday." "Did you actually give him the red envelope?" He surely retorted, "What are you complaining about? You need to understand that our family does not share a deep bond with him. To be honest, you owe this to my sister. If she hadn't diligently cared for his father, do you think he would have kindly mentioned the altar matter that day? Had it been me, I would have certainly paid to bring the altar and the statue home. Why would I mention it and invite trouble upon myself? How can one conduct themselves in such a manner? This is simply wrong." Yu Mingwei countered weakly. "Wrong?" Yi surely chuckled, "Which law does that violate? Do you have a specific statute? He is under no obligation to assist us, merely introducing a good buyer is already commendable. Do you believe that our Yi family shares a connection with young Bo, but he does not have a rapport with the buyer?" As Yi surely spoke, she became increasingly agitated, considering the situation from another's perspective. What could he accomplish if he were present? If the price is inflated, the buyer he introduces suffers. If the price is lowered, we feel at a loss. In either scenario, he finds himself in an awkward position. When I came here, I specifically inquired with colleagues. In the antique trade, helping someone authenticate antiques usually entails a 5% commission, while introducing business can command a 5 to 10% commission. Altogether, that amounts to at least a 10% commission. Do you, Yu Mingwei, have the willingness to part with such sums?" Yu Mingwei's face turned a shade of green and white as he was taken aback by Yi Shirley's words, while Ye's mother exclaimed in astonishment, "How could it be so much? 10% on 1 million equates to 100,000. Yi Shirley shook her head in resignation. "Let us not cast blame. We should consider how to proceed from here." The car fell into an unexpected silence, with everyone choosing to remain quiet. After bidding farewell to the family, young Bo did not dwell on the encounter, as he had always felt they were somewhat arrogant, especially in his presence, often looking down on him. As noon approached, young Bo received a call from Lu Liongyu. "Have you secured the appointment?" Young Bo inquired. "Indeed, the Buddha has been invited, however. That young man claims you are to become his future brother-in-law. I wonder if there is any truth to it?" Lu Liongyu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Young Bo frowned, taken aback by Yu Mingwei's audacity. "Do not expect any favors from me. If you truly extended me a courtesy with that statement, then it is not in your character." Lu Liongyu chuckled heartily. "I told you so. If that were the case, you would not keep it a secret. You would have come forward yourself instead of relying on him to hint at it." "How much did it cost?" Young Bo asked. 930,000. Lu Liongyu replied. Her spirits buoyed. "I owe you my gratitude. I have made a modest profit this time." Young Bo smiled but refrained from commenting further. Given that price, it was indeed a profit, as appraisers generally adhere to the principle of conservative valuation, estimating based on a lower range rather than the highest market price. This practice ensures that when the owner of the treasure sells the antique, they do not undercut the appraised value. If the appraisal is overly optimistic and the sale falls short, the appraiser's integrity may be called into question. This understanding lingered subtly among them, everyone recognized it. Yet none dared to voice it. The golden silk Nanmu wood is rare, and a Buddha altar made from it is even more scarce. If it were to go to auction, this single piece could fetch over $1 million. "Shall I treat you to dinner tonight?" Lu Liongyu asked. Yongbo shook his head, declining. No, but I will be visiting the hospital this evening. He preferred not to conflate the meal with the transaction, and Lu Liongyu, understanding his sentiment, chose not to press the matter further. In the afternoon, the foolish fellow from yesterday entered the shop again, this time not carrying a burlap sack but cradling a box. The box was a brocade one, red on the outside with bright yellow silk lining, containing a large white glazed bowl. Upon entering, the man did not greet anyone. Instead, he immediately opened the box and presented the bowl before Yongbo. Boss, what do you think of this piece? Yongbo did not examine the white glazed bowl but scrutinized the man for a moment. With a square face and a cropped hairstyle, his sharp features and bright eyes were in stark contrast to his nickname, which seemed utterly unfitting. I've always wondered, why do they call you foolish too? Yongbo inquired with curiosity. With a hearty laugh, the man responded, I've been slow-witted since childhood, always a step behind others. After mingling for so many years, I remain in a small city, and my peers often say I am too foolish, never aiming for big profits. Eventually, they began calling me foolish too. Yongbo chuckled. Contentment with modest wealth is indeed a blessing. Yes, indeed. It is best to be content with modest prosperity. Many clever individuals trip over their own cleverness. Even if they accumulate vast riches, what good does it do them? Foolish too reflected. Yongbo nodded thoughtfully, turning his gaze to the white glazed bowl, and casually remarked, if you cherish modest wealth, then why venture into the big city? The bowl, with its open rim and deep belly, tapered inward at the base, featuring a shallow, subtle foot. The body was thin yet sturdy, coated entirely in white glaze, with a plain exterior devoid of ornamentation. Intricate carvings of a flowering plant with curled leaves adorned the inner wall of the bowl. This was a carved flower bowl from the Ding kiln of the Northern Song dynasty. Yongbo tentatively concluded but noticed that the other party remained silent. He turned to see Asho sitting expressionless on the chair, not uttering a word. What is the matter? Oh. Asho paused for a moment and turned to look over, inquiring, what is up? Yongbo shook his head, replying, it's nothing, as I just asked you a question earlier. And you haven't responded yet. Yongbo's gaze fixated on the carved bowl before him. Its once pristine white glaze now displaying an ivory hue with subtle hints of yellow. This color, devoid of fiery brilliance, was not glaring but rather soothing to behold. Asho chuckled, I've already mentioned it, some clever individuals, in their own self-importance, still end up failing. Hence, I'm here. Yongbo's attention remained on the Ding kiln bowl, his heart skipping a bit as he turned to see Asho smiling back at him. After a thorough inspection, Yongbo found no flaws but still felt uneasy. A radiant glow began to emanate around the bowl, gradually coalescing until, in a moment, a thin layer of luminescence enveloped it, astonishingly dating back to the Republic of China. Meanwhile, beneath the foot of the bowl, a strand of light formed, distinct from the upper glow. This revelation left Yongbo astounded. Boss, what do you think of this bowl? Asho inquired. Yongbo nodded, acknowledging its quality. It was indeed a fine piece from the Ding kiln, particularly notable for its carving technique. The outlines of the patterns were etched with a carving knife, followed by fine lines beside the contours, creating a distinctive dual-line effect with slanted carvings that were quite unique. So, what price can you offer? Asho asked. Yongbo shook his head, explaining, this exquisite carved bowl from the Ding kiln holds significant value, the actual owner of the shop is currently absent, and I cannot make a decision lightly. Asho paused, clearly taken aback by Yongbo's unexpected reluctance. How about this, you scrape off a layer of powder from the foot and have it tested. Later, you can present the results to the owner, and if they approve, you can reach out to me. Yongbo nodded, agreeing to the proposal. He noted down the contact information, collected the powder, and watched as Asho departed, plunging into contemplation. Was the other party targeting him? A high-quality imitation from the Republic of China, with a layer of Northern Song Ding kiln powder affixed to the foot, seemed excessive if intended to confront him, considering he was merely a humble antique shop owner. If there were indeed intentions to challenge him, who could it be? After much reflection, Yongbo realized he had not offended anyone. Could it be Jia Huairan? Yet, Jia Huairan had no brothers. Yongbo's father was recovering swiftly, now able to walk independently, while his mother finally found relief, having time to visit the market for groceries and prepare meals in the small kitchen. Yi Xiaoxian continued to bring soup and porridge regularly, but since Young S' mother started cooking, she no longer allowed Yi Xiaoxian to bring food from home. Furthermore, after preparing lunch, Young S' mother insisted that Yi Xiaoxian join her for the meal. Colleagues in the nurse's office often discussed this, remarking on Yi Xiaoxian's good fortune in finding a suitable family. However, Yi Xiaoxian frequently felt distressed about this, as she was acutely aware that Yongbo seemed to subtly reject her goodwill, leaving her uncertain of his feelings. Yang's mother was aware of the situation, and after futile attempts at persuasion, she surprisingly adopted Yi Xiaoxian as her goddaughter. It was only at the hospital that Yongbo learned of this development. "Mother, aren't you delaying her?" Yongbo frowned and advised. Yang's mother, with an air of justification, replied, "She is a goddaughter, not a daughter-in-law. How can that be a delay? If she marries someone else in the future, I will still have to contribute a part of the wedding gift. To save that expense, you must work hard." With Yang's father's health improving, his mother was in high spirits, even displaying a sense of humor. Yongbo, feeling utterly exasperated, left shortly after. Yongbo went out for drinks with Luo Yahua, who arrived promptly. While drinking, Yongbo lamented the situation, to which Luo Yahua burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What a delightful dilemma. Now that you mention it, I believe I have seen that girl at the hospital. She is quite beautiful, innocent, and charming. If it weren't for the fact that I am much older, would such a matter even concern you?" Yongbo poured Luo Yahua another glass of wine, confessing, "I don't know what is going on, I simply don't have the mental bandwidth to ponder those matters now. My sole focus is on making money." Luo Yahua raised his glass, then set it down, jokingly suggesting, "You're not overwhelmed by pressure, contemplating a monastic life or coming out, are you? Go away." Yongbo waved dismissively. "Don't overthink it, you are still young, and opportunities abound in the future." Luo Yahua chuckled. "What treasures have you come across recently?" Luo Yahua inquired. Yongbo shook his head. "I haven't received anything particularly noteworthy lately, business at the antique shop is rather lackluster." Luo Yahua raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. "How about joining me on a little excursion?" Yongbo, puzzled, asked, "You are going out? Aren't you supposed to be working?" "I've realized that I'm truly not suited for a bureaucratic career. A couple of years ago, I was persistently pleading with my family's patriarch to release me, and he finally acquiesced. When I mentioned being busy recently, it was because I was arranging a job transfer. Now, I'm working in the human resources department of a state-owned enterprise, in nearly half a step out of the system." Luo Yahua exclaimed with excitement. Yongbo was speechless. Many aspire to enter such positions but cannot, yet here was Luo Yahua preparing to step out. "Where are you headed? Don't go too far." "Shangxi," Luo Yahua replied. "I sent you that too far?" Yongbo questioned. "We'll fly it LL quick. This is a rare opportunity. Chong'an is one of the 4 great ancient capitals, having served as the capital for an astounding 100 years. This city conceals vast cultural relics." Upon landing, the two took a taxi directly to the hotel. "Have you been here before?" Yongbo had not broached the specifics of the trip with Luo Yahua, who also remained taciturn, both understanding without words. "I've visited several times, this place has many attractions. Each time I came, I would always visit the terracotta army, dreaming of when I could unearth them myself, thereby ensuring my financial security for life," Luo Yahua mused while reclining on the bed. Yongbo chuckled at that point. "You could simply open a museum and count your money daily. Alas, I wonder if those artifacts would fetch a good price," Luo Yahua mused. "You truly dare to dream. Are you already considering selling the terracotta army?" Yongbo remarked. After finishing their lunch, the two did not rush back but instead ventured to the antique market on Zhuke Road. Upon arriving at the entrance, Luo Yahua suddenly halted, turning to say, "Brother, I am counting on you. The old man has decreed that if I cannot establish myself in these 2 years, I shall have to return. The pressure is indeed immense." "Well, then, do your best," Yongbo replied with a smile. As they entered the antique market, Yongbo noticed something distinctly different: ancient pottery, Tangsankai, bronze artifacts, and even some white and green porcelain, items that were rare in Jinling yet abundant here. The two did not rush into the shops. instead meandering among the stalls on the periphery. This was Yongbo's first encounter with Tang San Kai. The collection of cultural relics is often highly regional to Tang San Kai. A product of the Tang dynasty, primarily emerged from the north, where the economic and political centers of the time lay, serving as burial goods for the nobility. While genuine pieces from the south are exceedingly rare. After browsing several stores, Yongbo spotted numerous Tang San Kai pieces, but authentic ones were scarce. Even those that claimed authenticity were often incomplete. Luo Yahua, not far off, soon discovered a Tang San Kai piece and beckoned Yongbo over. Yongbo examined it closely. It was a Tang San Kai horse, standing no more than 30 centimeters tall, adorned in yellow, green, and white. The horse appeared somewhat gaunt, lacking in vigor, with its head bowed and eyes cast downwards. Upon inspecting the glaze, Yongbo noted the absence of luster, and the overall fluidity was lacking. The horse's leg muscles appeared rigid, leading Yongbo to suspect that this Tang San Kai horse might indeed have issues. As the surrounding crowd began to form, Yongbo was astonished to realize that this was, in fact, a genuine piece. Acquire it. Let us not dwell on the price, he urged, whispering his encouragement. Luo Yahua nodded, knowing that as long as Yongbo approved, he would personally handle the negotiations. After some time negotiating with the vendor, Luo Yahua finally secured the Tang San Kai horse for 3,000 yuan. Returning with the piece, he appeared incredulous, asking, "Why does this seem to me like it is of mediocre craftsmanship?" Yongbo confirmed that indeed it is of average quality. "But why did you insist I purchase it? Surely this cannot be a replica." Luo Yahua exclaimed, holding the Tang San Kai with surprise. "This is indeed Tang San Kai, crafted during the Tang dynasty, albeit not from its peak, but rather from its twilight, as the chaos of war led to the decline of this art form," Yongbo explained. Luo Yahua shook his head, expressing a hint of regret. "Well, it is a bit disappointing, but I suppose it's a fortunate find nonetheless. It's certainly better than nothing. I have yet to make any discoveries." Yongbo continued on, searching with intent. He moved slowly, meticulously examining every porcelain and pottery piece, secretly hoping to find a Tang San Kai to take home, though he understood that such fortune required a stroke of luck. Meanwhile, Luo Yahua, cradling the Tang San Kai horse, continued to sift through the offerings nearby, murmuring to himself. Just as Yongbo was engrossed in his search, Luo Yahua suddenly approached him, pointing to a large urn, about 40 centimeters tall, saying, "I believe we should just purchase this one instead." Yongbo glanced over. The urn had a flared rim, tapering towards a narrower base, its flat bottom giving it a slightly pointed appearance. Yet, such a design still managed to support the entirety of the urn standing upright. Yongbo initially intended to retort, but suddenly, the brilliant light surged forth like a flowing river, gradually coalescing. In a brief moment, the radiance of the orb surpassed anything Yongbo had previously encountered, leaving him utterly speechless. Luo Yahua, oblivious to the spectacle, continued, at the large urn. "You can catch turtles in it. When you take it home, it can hold rice. And not even a mouse can escape." Yongbo snapped back to reality, still shaken within. This was an unprecedented circumstance for him. As he examined the urn closely, he noticed faint engravings on each side, reminiscent of a fish, albeit rudimentary in execution. He looked up at the vendor and inquired, "How much for the large urn?" Luo Yahua, taken aback, whispered, "I was merely jesting." Yongbo smiled, appearing somewhat naive. The urn exuded an ancient elegance, indeed a splendid choice for storing rice at home. The vendor, amused, replied, "Well, little brother, you have quite the imagination. If you truly desire it, you can take it for 300. "All right." Yongbo did not haggle. He promptly agreed, retrieving his wallet and handing over the money. The vendor was momentarily stunned, realizing only after Yongbo had walked away just how swiftly the transaction had transpired. Luo Yahua, trailing behind Yongbo, noticed his unusually brisk pace and exclaimed, "Slow down. Why the rush? Are you afraid the vendor might chase after you?" "Indeed, that is exactly what I'm worried about," Yongbo candidly admitted. Luo Yahua was astonished, exclaiming, "What is the origin of this urn? Can it possibly be more valuable than my Tang San Kai?" The urn, lacking glaze and smoothness, was typically associated with ancient pottery, which generally held little worth. "Let us discuss it back at the hotel," Yongbo said, clutching the urn as he hurried back. Despite attracting a multitude of curious glances along the way, no one approached to inquire. Even experts in appraisal would likely refrain from engaging, as such situations merely piqued curiosity. No one could ascertain the authenticity of an antique at a glance except for young Bo. Once in his room, he placed the urn on the carpet. Exhilaration overtaking him, he had struck gold. What purpose does this large urn serve? Luo Yahua asked, placing a Tang San Kai horse on the coffee table. You can't possibly intend to use it for rice, can you? It doesn't match your home as decor. Young Bo retorted. If you were to place the Tang San Kai in the bedroom, I would indeed use the urn for rice. The Tang San Kai, being a burial item, was typically avoided in the bedroom. Luo Yahua quickly shook his head. How could it ever be placed in the bedroom? Then how might I use this? It is a funerary urn. Young Bo clarified. Dispose of it at once. Such a vile object should not even enter your room. Luo Yahua exclaimed in shock. A funerary urn, crafted from clay in ancient times, served as a coffin, then placing the Tang San Kai horse in a bedroom was deemed inauspicious. Likewise, the urn Young Bo had procured was even more ill-fated. Luo Yahua vehemently opposed it, and Young Bo himself felt a twinge of revulsion. Yet the immense value of the urn compelled him to endure. Soon, Luo Yahua, realizing Young Bo's resolute stance, curiously inquired, from which era does this funerary urn originate? Young Bo paused for a moment before responding, it belongs to the Yongshao culture. Luo Yahua was momentarily taken aback. What? The Han dynasty. Before Young Bo had a chance to repeat himself, Luo Yahua's eyes widened in astonishment. The Yongshao culture. Young Bo nodded, surmising that this unshaped coffin dates back approximately 5,000 years to the Yongshao culture of the 3rd millennium BC. Luo Yahua was enveloped in a profound sense of shock. The widespread use of porcelain truly began in the Tang dynasty. Generally speaking, ancient porcelain was not exceedingly valuable, yet its origins could be traced back to the Neolithic era. Such Yongshao pottery commanded an unquantifiable worth in the marketplace. Initially, Luo Yahua had perceived the pottery Young Bo had acquired as rather rudimentary, but upon closer inspection, it revealed a brilliant luster, a robust body, and the inner walls bore no fewer than 4 fish pattern designs, forming a harmonious symmetry. Such pottery would undoubtedly have been regarded as exquisite in its time. Luo Yahua approached directly and embraced the urn, asking playfully, "Are you interested in parting with it?" Young Bo jested in response, "Now that I've grown fond of it, it's not so easy to let go." Luo Yahua scrutinized the piece once more, shaking his head with a wry smile, lamenting the missed opportunity. "This was indeed a treasure I helped you select. Right, I should truly thank you. Allow me to treat you tonight." Young Bo replied with a grin. "The room isn't secure. Let us deposit it in the bank's safe," suggested Luo Yahua. Checking the time, the Young Bo noted it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. "Let us hurry and make a reservation." As the two exited while cradling the pottery, onlookers turned their heads in curiosity. Even the attractive hotel receptionist watched them leave. Once outside, the Young Bo suddenly realized, "Let us use the hotel's vehicle for safety." Upon arriving at the bank, they deposited the urn into the safety deposit box. Young Bo snapped a few photographs and sent them to Chow Yuenda, seeking his expertise in identifying the specific branch of the Yongshao culture to which the urn belonged. To his surprise, just minutes after sending the images, Chow Yuenda called. "Young Bo, where are you right now?" "I'm outside. What is the matter?" Young Bo replied. "I meant, in which city are you located?" Chow Yuenda reiterated. "Chong'an." Young Bo felt a twinge of unease, as he hadn't seen Chow Yuenda in the past few days, leading him to suspect that his companion had been traveling for work. "I'm also in Chong'an. You need to bring the urn here immediately. I'll enlist a few colleagues to assist with the identification." Chow Yuenda's voice was tinged with urgency and excitement. "Didn't you say you were on a business trip? How are you in Chong'an?" Young Bo questioned. "I've begun to take over some responsibilities and I'm currently surveying the Chong'an Museum," Chow Yuenda explained impatiently, urging, "Hurry and bring it over." After hanging up, the Young Bo reluctantly retrieved the urn and turned to Luo Yahua. "Is it a bother? Should we go tonight or tomorrow?" "Tomorrow morning," Luo Yahua responded. "Very well, let us make our way there now." The two swiftly arrived at a hotel near the Chong'an Museum. where they were greeted by Chow Yuenda, who wasted no time in ushering them into a conference room. Today, a lengthy meeting was held here. And I was taken by surprise when I saw your message just before its conclusion. I brought you over, as there are many experts present who should be able to clarify matters swiftly, Chow Yuenda remarked, gesturing towards the more than 10 specialists in the conference room with a smile. Yongbo reluctantly placed the pottery in the center of the conference table and slightly bowed to the experts, expressing his gratitude for their assistance. No need for formality. Not at all, the experts replied courteously. Yongbo and Luo Yahua sat nearby, waiting as the experts meticulously examined the artifact. Approximately half an hour later, after everyone had finished their assessments, the debate ensued. Yongbo and Luo Yahua, disinterested in the discussions, engaged in idle chatter for another half hour until a conclusion was reached. This fish pattern-colored pottery jar belongs to the Yongshao culture, Chow Yuenda explained. Yongbo felt a twinge of joy, but was surprised when Chow Yuenda pointed to a white-haired gentleman beside him, saying, "This is Director Wu from the Chong'an Museum. He wishes to speak with you." Luo Yahua glanced at the time and interjected, "My apologies, but the bank is about to close. We have an appointment, and we must leave immediately. Let's discuss this tomorrow." Yongbo discreetly gave Luo Yahua a thumbs up, feeling embarrassed but recognizing the urgency. "Director Wu, we shall converse next time," he said, and without waiting for further words, the two hurried out. Luo Yahua held his forehead, exclaiming how thrilling it was. "I understand that feeling. When one acquires something valuable, the last thing one wants is to encounter those few persistent museum directors who may pressure you for donations." Yongbo nodded in agreement. "Indeed. It was fortunate that you reacted swiftly." Since he wished to express his gratitude, Luo Yahua looked at him with a mischievous grin. "I will not part with my treasures," Yongbo firmly retorted, unwilling to be misled. Luo Yahua shook his head in response. After securely storing the fish pattern pottery jar, Yongbo finally called Chow Yuenda. "Brother Chow, I sincerely hope I did not put you in an awkward position earlier." Chow Yuenda chuckled. "You two slipped away quickly. I had no issue. But he insisted on an introduction, and I felt rude to refuse. However, Old Wu later complained to me that he originally had no plans to make a purchase due to insufficient museum funds. He hadn't even proposed a leasing option before you made your exit." "Leasing?" Yongbo inquired, then shook his head. "There are too many instances of borrowed items that never return, best to avoid that." "I share your sentiment." Chow Yuenda laughed. Just then, Yongbo heard another voice across the table, realizing that Director Wu might be present nearby, thankfully not speaking ill of anyone. It seemed Director Wu had finally seized the phone. "Xiaoyang, please don't misunderstand, I merely wish to discuss the matter. Even if you take it home, it is likely to be kept in private collection, but if it were in the museum, many more people could appreciate it." Yongbo chuckled lightly. "Director Wu, I have a few matters to attend to, let us continue this conversation tomorrow." With that, Yongbo hung up the phone, aware that he was not so altruistic. The following day, Yongbo was roused from sleep by Luo Yahua's insistence. "Hurry, get dressed and wash up, we must head downstairs immediately." Luo Yahua's voice was somewhat urgent and tense, leaving Yongbo momentarily bewildered. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "They'll be here to pick us up shortly," Luo Yahua replied. Yongbo hesitated for a moment. Who else could it be? What is the purpose of your visit here?" As he spoke, Luo Yahua had already dressed, even rushing barefoot into the bathroom. Yongbo quickly came to his senses, hastily putting on his clothes and following him inside. The two of them descended the stairs with their bags in hand. Following the instructions given, Luo Yahua turned left and right until they arrived at a park. Just as they stood still, the car approached. After confirming the code, they entered the vehicle. "My apologies for the inconvenience." The occupants wore sunglasses, and in the midst of their conversation, produced two eye masks. Without hesitation, Luo Yahua accepted one, and Yongbo followed suit. This was Yongbo's first experience of such a scenario. He felt a tinge of fear, but more so curiosity and anticipation. Unlike the previous occasion in Jinling, when he had been brought along by Li Air merely to fulfill a quota, this time felt different. A couple of days prior, he had treated Lee Air to a meal and given him a red envelope as a token of gratitude for the assistance he had offered in the past. He felt it necessary to show some appreciation, considering it was his profession and should not be done without reward. As young Bo pondered this, Luo Yahua pulled him back, reassuring him, "Don't be nervous, it's quite safe. This isn't my first time here, and I'm quite familiar with them." At that moment, the car took a turn, prompting young Bo to nod, suddenly realizing that the other party could not see his gesture. He thus remarked, "It's all fine. I'm just a bit excited. I hope we won't be disappointed when we arrive." The car made another turn, causing young Bo to lean slightly. He noticed they were making quite a few turns, likely to disorient the passengers before proceeding. True to his instincts, after about 10 minutes, the vehicle began to drive smoothly. And young Bo felt it ascending. Perhaps the trading venue was situated on a hill. When the car halted, they found themselves in a courtyard. The two removed their eye masks, and soon figures clad in black delivered masks to them, which they donned. The courtyard was enclosed by high walls, and they refrained from deliberately looking outside to avoid raising suspicion, obediently following the figures in black into the venue. Young Bo held tightly onto his bag, which contained 1 million in cash, his entire fortune. Luo Yahua carried a similar bag. For larger transactions, the bank transfer would be necessary. Upon their arrival, no one else was present, and they found a spot to sit. Shortly after, a beautiful woman in a chipao served them fragrant tea. Young Bo, somewhat taken aback, whispered, "Why does this feel more like a club?" The room was adorned in an antique style, exuding an air of elegance. Luo Yahua nodded, "Indeed, it's a club." With this confirmation, young Bo felt a sense of calm wash over him. Given the considerable power of the other party, it was likely to be quite secure. Subsequently, individuals began to arrive intermittently. With masks on, no one could recognize each other, and conversation was sparse. Before long, a masked host took the stage, delivering a welcoming speech and explaining the auction rules. The auction commenced. The first item is the painting "The Recluse and His Neighbors" by Shatao. Those interested may step forward for a closer look. Luo Yahua whispered below, urging to seize the opportunity quickly, as the items here are scarce, typically numbering only a dozen or 20 at a time. Young Bo, somewhat astonished, glanced up at the painting on the stage and nodded in agreement. Shatao was a renowned painter from the early Qing dynasty, and this piece would merely serve as an opening act, with more impressive offerings to follow. Both young Bo and his companion understood that acquiring this painting held little significance, thus they refrained from approaching it. Ultimately, Shatao's work was sold for an astounding price of 380,000. The second item was a bronze vessel adorned with the Taotai motif from the Shang dynasty. A sense of excitement surged through the room, as genuine bronze artifacts are a rare sight, especially in the southern regions, compounded by the fact that the public trade of bronze items predating the Qin and Han dynasties is prohibited in the country. Without hesitation, young Bo followed the crowd to take a closer look. The vessel appeared somewhat coarse, embellished with slightly protruding patterns of 8 banana leaves around the neck. Above them, cloud and thunder motifs provided a backdrop, while the lower section featured a coiled serpent design, and the abdomen and foot bore intricate beast face patterns, complemented by dense cloud and thunder motifs. The detailed and exquisite decorations exuded a solemn and mysterious aura befitting ceremonial vessels, offering a visually pure and beautiful experience. Young Bo felt a radiant glow before him, the halo forming. Indeed, this bronze vessel was undoubtedly authentic. Once seated, Luo Yahua quietly inquired, "What do you think?" Young Bo gently nodded in approval. Luo Yahua glanced ahead and sighed, "Yet, it remains beyond our means." The ensuing competition proved to be fierce, escalating from 1.3 million directly to 2 million, then doubling to 4 million, causing an abrupt silence to envelop the room. The subsequent bidding gradually calmed. Yet the item ultimately sold for a staggering 5.6 million. For the next few items, both young Bo and Luo Yahua found themselves without the means to participate, as the prices soared beyond their reach, rendering their available funds ineffective. Young Bo looked at Luo Yahua, questioning whether they had come to this high-end auction merely to embarrass themselves. Luo Yahua shook his head, suggesting they wait a while longer, as the prices could not remain excessively high, and there would be some smaller items displayed after the auction. Young Bo nodded, relieved that they might not return empty-handed. As the auction prices continued to rise, when the final pair of chain long period red glazed balls came up, the price had already ascended to 16 million. With the gavel's fall, the host cheerfully remarked, "Thank you all for your support and participation. Next, we will present some smaller items for your consideration. For those who successfully bid on items, please proceed to the back for settlement." Yongbo and his companion had not purchased anything, remaining in place to observe as an array of smaller items were brought forth. Although referred to as small items, this was not solely due to their lower prices, they were indeed diminutive in nature. The collection included Hatian jade jadeite ring and snuff bottles, each vibrant and visually appealing. Yongbo approached, leisurely examining each piece without haste. Luo Yahua stepped forward, seizing a snuff bottle, exclaiming, "This one is quite remarkable." Yongbo cast a glance and indeed found the piece to be exquisite. The pastel porcelain, with its even glaze, was adorned with wax plum and magpie motifs, symbolizing the joyous arrival of early spring, a promising omen. Luo Yahua confirmed his interest, glancing at the adjacent price tag, 18,000. A figure neither exorbitant nor trivial, yet sufficient given his fondness for it. As Yongbo circled around, he was drawn to a golden toad. Diminutive in size yet perfectly crafted, its back dotted with lifelike golden bumps. He reached for it, only to find another hand extending simultaneously, causing both to pause in surprise. They retracted their hands, and Yongbo turned to regard the other party, noticing the grey hair of the elder who was equally assessing him. Neither spoke first, as they were both unwilling to relinquish their interest. After a moment of silence, the elder finally broke the tension, suggesting that a young man ought to show respect to his elders. Yongbo smiled gently, acknowledging that honoring the elderly and cherishing the young is a virtue. Yet he believed that following the principle of first come, first served is also a societal norm. Sometimes, adhering to the rules is more appropriate. The elder chuckled heartily but did not yield, remarking that the golden toad was worth over 100,000. And that it was challenging for a young man to earn money, thus he should graciously concede it to him. Yongbo was resolute, recognizing that it was equally difficult for the elder to save a lifetime's worth of money. Being young, he had the chance to recover from a misstep, unlike the elder. Their exchange grew more pointed, neither willing to give way. The elder, feeling a twinge of urgency, suggested that instead of contention, he could offer a little more privately for the toad. Yongbo glanced back at the golden toad, initially indifferent but now realizing it dated only from the late Qing dynasty. He shook his head and declared, "Let us bid." The elder did not object, recognizing that this was the only course of action. They approached the auctioneer, who appeared slightly taken aback, as such occurrences were rare after the conclusion of an auction. However, he quickly collected himself, stating that since both parties requested it, he would not elaborate further. The starting bid for the golden toad was set at 130,000. With the hope that their amicability would remain intact, the auctioneer uttered a few pleasantries before announcing, "Let the bidding commence." 300,000. Yongbo exclaimed without waiting for the elder to respond, directly doubling the initial offer. The elder was momentarily stunned, caught off guard by such a figure, perhaps never having envisioned it. The auctioneer nudged the elder, inquiring if he was all right. The elder sighed, conceding, "It seems the youth indeed possesses greater audacity than I. I shall withdraw." With that, the elder turned and departed without further ado. Yongbo emerged victorious, elated, while Luo Yahua, who had witnessed the entire episode, could not help but exclaim, "What a prodigal." After securing the golden toad and settling the sum of 300,000 backstage, the auction event concluded with remarkable swiftness. Even as he was blindfolded and transported back to the hotel, Yongbo struggled to comprehend the rapidity of it all. Luo Yahua rolled his eyes, remarking that if one could master 30 to 50 million, such auctions would never conclude so quickly. "Then perhaps it's best I refrain," Yongbo replied. Luo Yahua placed the snuff bottle on the coffee table, his gaze fixated on the golden toad in Yongbo's possession. "What is so peculiar about this toad?" he inquired. "Peculiar? What peculiarity could there be?" Yongbo cast a glance and handed over the golden toad. Luo Yahua did not accept it, saying, "How can I believe you when you speak like that? Just because you appear calm does not mean I will have no doubts. Initially, the base price was merely 130,000, yet you have suddenly doubled it and offered 300,000. Do you truly expect me to believe there is no trickery involved?" Yongbo smiled faintly, acknowledging that I was too impulsive, that I should have taken my time. Perhaps then I wouldn't have to spend so much. Enough of this nonsense, quickly bring the golden toad here so I can examine it. Upon seeing Yongbo reclaim the golden toad, Luo Yahua hurriedly stopped him. You just said you didn't want it. Luo Yahua took the golden toad. Inspecting it from various angles, perplexed, what is so special about this toad? Yongbo pointed to one of its hind legs, saying, look, can you move it? Luo Yahua attempted to twist it but found it immovable. He flipped the golden toad over, indicating that the leg was part of the body and could not be moved. Yongbo chuckled, pressing down on the toad's body and pulling forcefully. With a crack, the entire leg retracted by half. Immediately, the golden toad opened its mouth, and a long, vibrant tongue extended out from which a small ball tumbled and fell. Luo Yahua was startled, exclaiming, what is happening? Yongbo was taken aback as well. Despite his anticipation, he had not expected such a mechanism to exist. The golden toad was covered in a layer of gold foil concealing the mechanism in its hind leg, which many had overlooked. Though Luo Yahua had received Yongbo's hint, he still hesitated to apply force. It was easy to imagine that others would be even more reluctant. Yongbo pondered briefly before his gaze shifted to the small ball that the toad had expelled. Luhai plays with the golden toad, step by step reeling in wealth. Luo Yahua finally grasped the situation, exclaiming, we are struck with fortune. It truly emits a white light. It is said that the golden toad often releases a beam of white light from the well at night, soaring into the heavens. Those with wisdom can ascend to paradise by this light. Luhai was able to achieve immortality through it. If I do not seek immortality, can I not attain wealth? Yongbo picked up the white ball, discovering it was soft and wrapped in fine threads. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a silkworm cocoon. There was a small hole on the cocoon, left by a silkworm transforming into a moth. Peering through the hole, Yongbo astonishingly found a piece of paper inside. Luo Yahua, enjoying his manipulation of the golden toad's hind leg, remarked on the ingenuity of ancient people to create such a toy. Yongbo looked down to see Luo Yahua returning the toad's leg, at which point the toad's tongue swiftly retracted, closing its mouth. He felt a bit speechless, wondering if they could refrain from such childish antics. Luo Yahua shook his head, declaring, this is not childish, this is research. Yongbo ignored him, turning to find a pair of nail scissors and began to carefully cut along the small hole of the cocoon. Soon, he had opened the cocoon sufficiently to reveal a slip of paper. Extracting the paper and unfolding it, Luo Yahua had already positioned himself behind Yongbo. And before Yongbo could fully comprehend, he exclaimed in astonishment, this is a treasure map. Yongbo fixed his gaze on the paper, which unfolded to a size no larger than a palm. It bore a topographical illustration, with a faint red dot marking a location on the map. The age of the document had caused the ink to fade, rendering it somewhat unclear. As he scrutinized the entire sheet, he found no accompanying textual explanation, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Luo Yahua took the map and remarked that it truly resembled a treasure map, otherwise, it would not have been concealed so meticulously. Do you know where this is? Yongbo inquired. Luo Yahua shook his head, admitting ignorance of the location, yet expressed hope that possessing the map might eventually lead them to their destination. Although the treasure map was now in hand, the absence of any clues gradually dulled Yongbo's initial excitement. A sudden thought struck him regarding the masked elderly man from whom he had purchased the golden toad. Might that individual have knowledge about the toad or the treasure map? Luo Yahua returned the treasure map, suggesting he take a closer look, as something about it seemed vaguely familiar. However, the mountain depicted did not resemble any famous peaks. Take your time researching it. Once you find it, I will assist you in unearthing the treasure, and we can split the spoils 80-20, he proposed. Yongbo pointed to the treasure map, suggesting that a 50-50 split would be more equitable if Luo Yahua were to discover its location. Luo Yahua chuckled, expressing skepticism about the aimless search, remarking that it might take a lifetime without success. I won't be fooled. The hotel cuisine lacked distinctive features, prompting the two to venture into the streets in search of local delicacies. To their surprise, they encountered Chow Yuenda and Director Wu. Director Wu approached them directly, exclaiming, oh, at last, I have caught up with you two. Why did you hang up so quickly? I was indeed a bit busy, Luo Yahua defended himself, unfazed. Director Wu waved his hand, insisting, "Come, follow me. Since you are in Chang'an, as your host, that I must treat you." Yongbo quickly interjected, "No. There's no need to trouble you, we're fine with something casual." Director Wu looked at Yongbo with a smile, teasing, "What is this? Are you afraid of being beholden to me?" Yongbo candidly nodded, "Indeed, that is a concern." Director Wu widened his eyes in mock surprise, stating he had encountered many who were straightforward, but none as unabashed as Yongbo. Chao Yuenda, standing nearby, burst into laughter. "It's fine. Director Wu isn't that kind of person, I assure you. He won't be trying to acquire that fish pattern pottery jar from you, nor will he be suggesting a leasing contract." Upon arriving at the hotel, the group took their seats, and Director Wu initiated the conversation. "Little Young, 6 years ago, the National Cultural Heritage Administration issued a document encompassing 64 artifacts that are prohibited from leaving the country. The first on the list is the painted stockfish stone axe ceramic jar, which belongs to the Neolithic Yongshao culture." Yongbo looked up, unsure of the implication. "I merely wish to caution you, do not attempt to take it out of the country. This piece undoubtedly qualifies as a first-class artifact, and one might even consider it a national treasure. Please be diligent in safeguarding it," Director Wu advised earnestly. Yongbo nodded, affirming that I will ensure its safekeeping. "What brings you both to Chang'an?" Chao Yuenda inquired with a smile. "Was he specifically here for that piece of pottery?" "We certainly did not come here merely for a casual treasure hunt. We acquired the pottery at the antique market," Yongbo remarked. Luo Yahua nodded, expressing that the she-hole had little business, and Yongbo often complained to him. He never expected that after bringing Yongbo to Chang'an for a leisurely visit, he would stumble upon such a significant find. An unexpected discovery at the antique market. How could that be? Chao Yuenda found it hard to believe and insisted, "You must be truthful." "Indeed, it was purchased at the antique market," Yongbo confirmed. Chao Yuenda exchanged incredulous glances with Director Wu, both astonished. Yet they knew Yongbo would not deceive them in such matters. Subsequently, the conversation shifted away from this topic, and they began to share amusing anecdotes from the industry. Yongbo, knowing little, could only listen. In the afternoon, he sought out a shipping company, signed a contract, and arranged for the transportation of the ceramic urn to Jinling before boarding the flight with the golden toad. Luo Yahua decided to stay behind to visit an elder, and Yongbo did not pry further. Luo Yahua reassured him, "Rest assured, I will not disclose anything about the golden toad. Besides, I did not memorize the map. So finding the treasure location is now your responsibility." It was evident that Luo Yahua regarded the treasure map as a mere jest, and Yongbo did not take it too seriously, for the map bore no textual explanations. Locating the treasure would undoubtedly be as challenging as finding a needle in a haystack. Upon returning home, Yongbo remained vigilant about the shipping process. By the following afternoon, the shipment finally arrived. After inspecting it thoroughly and finding no issues, he promptly placed the fish pattern ceramic jar into the bank safe deposit box. Days swiftly passed, and the business at she-hole finally began to stabilize, with 1 or 2 clients visiting for transactions each day. Yongbo acquired 2 commendable items while also selling 2, resulting in a net profit exceeding 200,000, which allowed his bank savings to surpass 1 million once more. With Yang's father recovering well, he was set to be discharged from the hospital. Yongbo made several trips to complete the necessary discharge procedures. The medical expenses for this round of treatment were not excessive, although he had budgeted for 850,000, everything went smoothly. And with a stay in a VIP ward, the cost amounted to just over 700,000. Yongbo handed his mother 110,000, leaving over 30,000 unmentioned, which he chose to ignore. Relatives visited again, and several cousins accompanied them, creating a somewhat noisy atmosphere in the hospital room. His cousin, Zheng Yuanshon, worked in marketing at a real estate company and was doing well, considered a semi-successful individual. Just 4 or 5 years his senior. He always exuded an air of superiority in his speech and actions. "Xiaobo, I've heard about your situation. To be honest, I'm quite astonished that you've come this far. You lack formal education, skills, and even your eloquence is merely average. Yet you managed to make a living through artifact appraisal, which is truly remarkable." Yongbo felt awkward listening to this but refrained from elaborating, simply nodding in agreement. "Indeed. It has not been easy. However, the fact that you can earn hundreds of thousands in medical expenses through this indicates that you have successfully established yourself in this field. The future will only bring further advancements. During such times, one must never become complacent or arrogant. Instead, one should strive for progress, aspiring to learn from more esteemed experts in the field, with the goal of gaining entry into the Jinling Cultural Relics Collection Committee, ideally securing a position of some authority. As young Bo listened to Zhen Yuansheng's planned trajectory, he abruptly questioned whether he was lacking in ambition. Yet, he quickly realized that what the other was suggesting bore little relevance to him, or none of it seemed suitable. Nevertheless, young Bo nodded in acknowledgement. After a considerable pause, Zhen Yuansheng finally expressed fatigue, returning to young Bo. I heard from your parents that you have recently been assisting a friend with an antique shop. Could you possibly take charge of acquiring some items? Young Bo, initially feeling drowsy, was suddenly invigorated by this inquiry. He could indeed procure items, but it was crucial to assess their quality and authenticity. Rest assured. Zhen Yuansheng chuckled. Young Bo nodded, yet felt perplexed. He was well aware of his relatives' situations and had not heard of any family possessing antiques. Yang's mother chimed in, Xiao Bo, your brother Yuansheng is well educated and quick-witted. You should learn from him. Young Bo responded with a non-committal "oh." Chapter 79, Betrayal from within. Yang's father's discharge from the hospital was a significant event. Despite some dissatisfaction regarding the transaction concerning the Buddhist altar, the Yi family still paid a visit. They stayed briefly, leaving gifts before departing. Yi Shaoxian, as a goddaughter, was naturally present. She managed to stop by for a short while during her work break. Upon seeing Yi Shaoxian, Zhen Yuansheng's eyes lit up. Once she left, he hurriedly inquired of Yang's mother, "Aunt, who is that young lady?" Yang's mother, visibly displeased, was abruptly pulled aside by Zhen Yuansheng's mother, who scolded him. That is the girl your aunt has found for Xiao Bo. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhen Yuansheng glanced at young Bo. Noting his attire, a mere 200 yuan's worth of street market goods, and his ordinary appearance. How could someone like him, dressed so simply, possibly attract such a beautiful girlfriend? It truly was a case of flowers blooming amidst cow dung. Xiao Bo, is that your girlfriend? Zhen Yuansheng inquired. Young Bo chose to ignore him and turned to his father, saying, Dad, all the paperwork has been completed, let us depart. Yang's father nodded affirmatively. All right, let us go. Zhen Yuansheng shot young Bo a glance, feeling irritated, but choosing to suppress his frustration, he contemplated the matters that lay ahead. Young Bo's friends had initially intended to visit, but given the overwhelming number of guests on the day of his discharge, he felt it best to decline. Nevertheless, Luo Yahua assisted by arranging for 2 cars to be brought over. Upon returning to their home by Xuanwu Lake, it was the first time Yang's parents had arrived, and they were naturally curious, taking in their surroundings with astonishment. Zhen Yuansheng surveyed the room, calculating its dimensions and reflecting on the prime location near Xuanwu Lake. He considered how a house like this would require him to toil for the better part of his life. Despite hearing from Yang's mother that this was a residence borrowed from a friend, Zhen Yuansheng remained skeptical. Which friend would lend out a newly renovated house, especially to someone with a sick family member? A liver cancer patient, even after undergoing surgery, may not have a long life ahead. Who would be willing to lend a house to such a person? Contemplating this, Zhen Yuansheng's estimation of young Bo's assets deepened, instilling him with greater confidence in his plans. Assisting a friend in running an antique shop is not the same as owning one, yet one can still acquire a property valued at 2 to 3 million. Who would believe there are no ulterior motives involved? Young Bo did not dwell on these thoughts for long. At noon, he ordered meals at the hotel and warmly entertained his relatives, only seeing them off around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. An aunt grasped Yang's mother's hand, proclaiming, Your little Bo has truly prospered. Yuansheng is his brother, you must look after him. Yang's mother nodded eagerly, affirming that they were family and there was no need for formalities. Bo is a sincere person, would he not care for Yuansheng? Young Bo stood silently by, not interjecting. After bidding farewell to his relatives and returning home, Yang's mother surveyed the furnishings with palpable excitement, marveling at the prospect of residing in such a grand house. Young Bo smiled, saying, if things progress well, perhaps we could buy a villa in the suburbs. His mother was greatly pleased, taking another look around before pointing to a locked room and inquiring, why is that room always locked? Yongbo glanced over and replied, "Oh, that's the study. There are a few items inside, and with so many people today, I was worried the children might accidentally break something, so I locked it." Yang's father, standing nearby, sighed heavily, lamenting that even their relatives could not be trusted. Who else could they rely on? He felt concern for his son Yonglang, who had been missing for some time, uncertain of his living situation. "I cannot find peace here," he muttered. Yongbo was taken aback for a moment. Though he understood his father's meaning, he made no promises and turned away. Yang's mother, watching her husband leave, could not contain her anger. "What do you mean by this? It was acceptable before the surgery, but now that he has been discharged, you continue this way. You are driving little Bo away." Yang's father retorted. "Let him drift away if he must. As long as he buys the promised house, we have over 300,000 that we can manage. If I cannot depend on my own son, who else can I turn to?" Yang's mother, pointing at him, was so furious her lips trembled, unable to articulate her thoughts. Yongbo had disclosed the ownership of the house to her, yet she had kept it hidden from Yang's father. It seemed her secrecy had been wise. If her husband were to learn the truth, he would undoubtedly demand the home. The following day, Yongbo sat in the shop reading when Zheng Yuanshun entered with a man. Dressed in a tailored suit, Zheng Yuanshun radiated vitality as he introduced the individual behind him. "Little Bo, this is my colleague Shaokai, who has a penchant for collecting and possesses quite an array of items. He mentioned wanting your assistance in evaluating some of his treasures." Shaokai, of a similar age to Zheng Yuanshun and somewhat plump, nodded at Yongbo. Having heard much about his impressive cousin. "It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Yongbo rose, smiling, "You are too kind. Please, have a seat." He invited the two to sit and poured them each a cup of tea he had prepared, saying, "Enjoy." Zheng Yuanshun, with no hesitation, took a sip and pushed a box he had brought over to Yongbo. "Take a look at this, we can discuss further afterward." Yongbo nodded and opened the box, revealing a pair of Guangzhou porcelain bowls inside. Without even taking them out, he immediately noticed their glaring sheen. These were far from antiques, but rather freshly purchased new porcelain from Jingdajan. He closed the box and looked up at the two individuals. Zheng Yuanshun wore a broad smile. Gesturing towards Yongbo, "Shaobo, shall we step inside for a moment?" Yongbo furrowed his brow but did not refuse. And the two moved to a corner of the hall. "Shaobo, you are helping someone manage their shop, aren't you? After all, it's not your own store. People often say that misjudging antiques is quite common. Why not accept that pair of porcelain bowls?" Zheng Yuanshun's excitement was palpable. "I've inquired. And that pair of Guangzhou bowls dates back to the Qianlong era. They are worth around 160,000 to 170,000. I won't ask for much, just 130,000 from you, and the remainder is yours to keep. What do you think?" Yongbo widened his eyes in disbelief, taken aback by Zheng Yuanshun's audacious suggestion, which implied an attempt to benefit at his expense. Yet, this shop was indeed his, could he possibly deceive himself? Resolutely rejecting the proposal, Yongbo replied tactfully, "Those bowls clearly appear to be new ceramics, you must have purchased them from a supermarket, right?" "Shaobo, you truly have a discerning eye," Zheng Yuanshun praised. Yongbo, feeling helpless, candidly stated, "With such quality, how could I possibly overlook that? If I were to make such a mistake, wouldn't I risk my job?" Zheng Yuanshun nodded. "I understand. Should I go to a flea market to buy replicas then?" "I shall do that right away." "No, there is no need for that. I will not accept them," Yongbo declared. Zheng Yuanshun was taken aback, quickly realizing, "You don't wish to proceed?" Yongbo affirmed, "This matter is simply unacceptable." Zheng Yuanshun regarded Yongbo intently before turning to leave without further comment. At noon, Yongbo returned briefly to his residence, placing the items from his study into the safe at Shi Hall, feeling a sense of relief. He could not furthermore after the hospitalization. The relationship between him and his father had deteriorated to such a degree. He was willing to spend money for his father's medical treatment and endure hardships to save up. Yet he always felt uncomfortable about providing financial support to Yonglang. If it weren't for the fact that his parents had treated him well throughout his life, he might even feel as if he were adopted. There was always a barrier between himself and his parents. a lack of intimacy that contrasted sharply with their relationship with young Lang. For instance, when it came to the $200,000 for medical expenses. They would entrust the money to young Lang but would never hand it directly to him. For reasons unknown, this feeling lingered in young Bo's mind. Nevertheless, he would not complain, for they were, after all, his parents. Suddenly, his phone rang, startling him momentarily. He noticed it was his father's number. Had there been something he had not mentioned during their earlier meeting? "Bo, do you have time this afternoon?" his father inquired. Young Bo hesitated slightly, uncertain of the intent behind the question, but eventually replied that "I am free this afternoon." It is as follows: "Your cousin Zeng Yuanshon recommended the new property in Yulin Jiayuan to me. I checked the map and the location is quite suitable. It is in the suburbs yet close to the city center, and the price is reasonable. Shall we go and have a look this afternoon?" Yang's father suggested. Young Bo furrowed his brow, as he had not paid much attention to this property. However, his father's urgent desire to purchase a home filled him with sorrow. "All right. Wait for me at the entrance of the community, I will take a taxi to pick you up." Young Bo hailed a cab. Once again contemplating his need for a car, yet he lacked a driver's license and his funds were dwindling. The thought of buying a vehicle seemed increasingly implausible. Despite the property being in the suburbs, the recent conclusion of the Olympics had caused a surge in housing prices. If the prices escalated too high, he would need to liquidate some assets to gather the necessary funds for the purchase. Yulin Jiayuan is located in the southern part of the city. With only a 20-minute drive to the city center and proximity to a subway station, which indeed marks it as a favorable location. After Young Bo and his parents alighted from the vehicle, they entered the sales office where Zeng Yuanshon was already waiting and quickly approached them. "Aunt, Uncle Xiaobo, you've arrived." Yang's father nodded and remarked, "Yuanshon, the environment here seems quite pleasant." Zeng Yuanshon eagerly responded, "It is indeed very nice. With the mountains and rivers nearby and close to the subway station. Allow me to show you the property, you will see for yourselves." Yang's father followed without even taking a seat. Then they heard Zeng Yuanshon begin to describe the development. "We are currently in the third phase of construction. The first phase has been completed, the second is underway, and there are plans for a kindergarten, primary school, and community hospital, all of which have been approved. A commercial center is also in the works." Young Bo had little interest in the development's amenities and instead picked up a brochure from the front desk to examine. The average price per square meter was 13,000, with variations based on floor and location. A two-bedroom apartment of 100 square meters would cost 1,300,000, while a three-bedroom unit could reach as high as 1,600,000. Young Bo glanced at the prices, preferring to avoid complications or prolonged negotiations, thus opting for a full cash payment. This meant he would need to sell several antiques to raise the required funds. Sitting on the sofa in the lobby, sipping tea, he waited for a considerable time until Zeng Yuanshon finally returned with Yang's parents. "How was it?" Young Bo inquired. Yang's father nodded, "Very good. It will be convenient for the children to attend school, the market is nearby, and the hospital is not far either. This community is quite impressive." Yang's mother also nodded in satisfaction, affirming that indeed it is quite nice. "Uncle, you need not worry, would I deceive you?" Zeng Yuanshon chuckled. "What do you think of the property I just recommended?" "It is splendid, spacious, and comfortable." Yang's father nodded again. Young Bo remained silent, sensing something was amiss. Zeng Yuanshon turned to Young Bo, "Xiaobo, I have recommended the property, now it is up to you to make it happen. Let's see if you can deliver." Young Bo glanced at his mother, noticing her lowered head and silence, and he had a vague understanding. "Which property are you referring to?" "Our company has developed a picturesque villa area by the lakeside, featuring a single residence of over 400 square meters. Given your current financial stability, residing in a modest 120 square meter home, shouldn't your uncle and aunt, along with Langu, occupy a larger abode?" Zeng Yuanshon remarked with a smile. Young Bo frowned and cast a glance at Zeng Yuanshon, who had just made an unreasonable request earlier that morning. Initially, he thought Zeng merely wished to sell a house for commission, but now, in collusion with old Young, it was evident they aimed to provoke him. "There is no need. I cannot afford it," Young Bo replied leisurely. "But isn't it possible to take out a loan?" Young's father interjected. Young Bo picked up his mobile phone from the tea table. You all continue your discussion. Once you reach an agreement, I can borrow money for the down payment. As for the remaining installments, I am powerless. With that, young Bo said no more and stood up to leave. He flipped the table, leaving Yang's father blushing. Yet he understood that this wasn't the time for confrontation, quickly rising to his feet. Xiaobo, don't go, let's discuss this further. Young Bo glanced at the time. Dad. I have an appointment this afternoon, and time is limited. Since the house has been chosen, I will certainly pay the down payment. Yang's father, eyes wide with urgency, pressed. What about the rest of the money? I only have this much, the place I currently reside in is borrowed. How can I possibly repay a loan? Should I end up living under a bridge? Young Bo had been suppressing his anger, but at this moment he could no longer contain it. He directed his ire at Yang's father. Young Lang is your son, and so am I. Why must I take out a loan to buy him a house? He is my elder brother and has never given me a single penny. Why should I give him money? If he were a fool or physically disabled, I would support him without complaint, but he is thriving or living more lavishly than I am. Why should I pay for his villa? Young Bo's voice rang out, drawing attention from everyone in the hall. Yang's father felt his face flush with shame, aware that his actions would surely invite criticism. Yet he could not claim Young Bo was not his biological son, so he could only gesture for quiet. Xiaobo, let us lower our voices. If this house is too expensive, we need not buy it, a smaller high-rise will suffice. Zhen Yuanshon was also taken aback. He had urged Yang's father to purchase the villa, believing Young Bo's temperament was calm enough to avoid conflict. He never anticipated such a sudden outburst. As Young Bo's anger subsided, he recognized the importance of timely decisions regarding the house, and early separation would be beneficial. He returned to his seat. Which one shall we buy? Yang's father looked at Zhen Yuanshon. Yuanshon, you take the lead. Zhen Yuanshon, still recovering from the shock, initially feared Young Bo would hold him accountable. However, seeing Young Bo calm down, he smiled. Uncle. The room I had my eye on is in Building 6 of Phase 3, on the 8th floor. Young Bo nodded. This was his bottom line. He glanced at his father, feeling a sense of helplessness. Some people will never realize that the more they demand, the more they will ultimately lose. How much is it? Young Bo inquired. 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, 120 square meters, with a total price of 1,600,000. Zhen Yuanshon quoted a figure. Then added, of course, you are my cousin. I would never let you suffer a loss. I can offer you a discount of 3 points, amounting to 48,000 yuan. What do you think? Young Bo furrowed his brow, having observed in the promotional brochure that the current promotional activities offered discounts of up to 5 points. Clearly, Zhen Yuanshon was not being truthful. Young Bo glanced at the brochure on the table, and Zhen Yuanshon's eyelid twitched, nearly causing him to believe he was about to be exposed. Unexpectedly, Young Bo did not seem to notice and instead turned to his father. Dad, are you sure you want to purchase this unit? Yang's father nodded affirmatively. This is the one. Young Bo replied, all right then. A smile of satisfaction spread across Zhen Yuanshon's face as he realized he was making an additional 2 points on this deal. Once the contract was signed, it would be easy to persuade them further. Zhen Yuanshon stood up to prepare the contract, while Young Bo took out his phone and said to his parents, I'm going to borrow some money. Yang's father was filled with joy and anticipation, while Yang's mother frowned and sighed repeatedly. Upon seeing Young Bo leave, Yang's mother pulled on Yang's father. Aren't you afraid of retribution for your actions? Yang's father snorted. I raised him. This is merely repaying his upbringing. I will not concern myself with what he asks for in the future. Surely, I can spare this little amount. Yang's mother looked at him, her face filled with sorrow and indignation. One day, you will regret this. Let us discuss regrets when that day arrives. Yang's father retorted coldly. Young Bo dialed Lu Liangyu's number, exchanged a few pleasantries, and was about to broach the topic of borrowing money when he noticed a group of people walking in from outside. The leader, wearing a hard hat, addressed the others. I understand the deadline is tight, but please ensure safety during the construction. As he spoke, the leader suddenly halted, glancing towards the sales hall, where he noticed a young man with a phone. You all carry on, I must greet an acquaintance, he said, leaving the group to approach the young man. Young Bo had no time to borrow money and hung up the phone. Young Boss Young, what brings you here? Lu Dongxing inquired with a smile. Young Bo extended his hand for a handshake. Do you think I should only appear in the antique market? Lu Dongxing shook his head with a laugh. At your age, you should be out enjoying life. It's quite normal not to be confined to the antique market. I'm here to buy a house, the young boy replied, gesturing outside. Given your attire, this community must be developed by Shusheng, right? Lu Dongxing laughed heartily. What a coincidence. I've been too busy these past days and was actually intending to visit Shitang to discuss something with you. I didn't expect to run into you here. Young Bo, puzzled, asked, what is the matter? Lu Dongxing shook his head. Nothing major. How about this? Are you free tomorrow morning? I'm a bit busy at the moment. Young Bo nodded. I have to go to Beijing tomorrow afternoon, so I'll wait for you at Shitang tomorrow morning. Great. Lu Dongxing agreed, then waved to the marketing manager, who had been waiting nearby. Xiao, which building did Mr. Young decide on? Manager Xiao appeared to be in his late 20s, yet he conducted himself with remarkable professionalism. Upon encountering the esteemed boss and Young Bo, he quickly grasped the situation. Promptly acquiring Young Bo's housing information, he was thus able to respond with certainty. It was apartment 802 on the 8th floor of building 6 in phase 3. Lu Dongxing nodded, acknowledging that Mr. Young was a high-caliber talent, and it was indeed an honor for us to have him in our community. How much for this unit? Less than 1.6 million. Manager Xiao replied without hesitation. I propose this if phase 1 has already been delivered, but 2 additional units remain available. We shall reserve one for Mr. Young at a discounted price of 30. With a flourish, Lu Dongxing gestured, effectively presenting the discount. Manager Xiao was momentarily taken aback, speechless. Young Bo quickly interjected, Mr. Lu, there's no need for such courtesy, I will pay the actual price. Do not be modest, it's merely a token of goodwill. I am quite busy, so please accept it. Lu Dongxing insisted, glancing at his watch. Xiao, do you understand? Yes. Manager Xiao responded promptly. With a wave, Lu Dongxing took his leave. Manager Xiao's demeanor towards Young Bo was exceedingly respectful. Mr. Young, please follow me. I will show you the locations of the remaining 2 units in phase 1. Zheng Yuanshon emerged, related, holding the steel-worm contract. Xiao Bo, the contract is printed. Let us sign it now. Despite the manager's presence, Zheng Yuanshon paid no heed, for even a manager would not unceremoniously seize a subordinate's deal. Observing Zheng Yuanshon's excitement, Manager Xiao found it somewhat amusing. Yuanshon, you need not concern yourself with this transaction, I shall take care of it. The smile on Zheng Yuanshon's face vanished instantly. Manager Xiao, what is the meaning of this? Are you attempting to take the deal? Manager Xiao shook his head. Yuanshon, do not misunderstand. This is not an attempt to seize your deal. This is inappropriate, isn't it? Zheng Yuanshon looked incredulously at Manager Xiao. Each sales contract comes with a commission. Will Manager Xiao truly attempt to take such a small deal? Please do not interrupt me. Manager Xiao's tone turned serious. I must inform you that this is not an attempt to take your deal, it is the chairman's decision. You must amend the contract to reflect a unit in Building 3, 10th floor. Zheng Yuanshon was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. The chairman was seizing a deal for a unit in phase 1 that had already been delivered. But Manager Xiao, there are no units left in phase 1. Zheng Yuanshon ventured cautiously. There are. Those are reserved units. We must sign the contract with Mr. Young now. Remember, the contract amount is to be at a 30 discount. Manager Xiao instructed. After being reprimanded, Zheng Yuanshon instinctively turned to revise the contract, but upon hearing the mention of a 30 discount, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. 30%? Yes, indeed, 30%. Young's father stood nearby, having witnessed the entire exchange, hesitant to approach. Upon hearing Manager Xiao mention the discount again, his mind burst, leaving him momentarily at a loss for thoughts. Has Young Bo truly reached this juncture? Is he capable of securing such a significant concession from the real estate mogul? Young's father was left in a state of bewilderment, questioning whether his actions had indeed been justified. Early in the morning, Mr. and Mrs. Young hurried to the furniture city. Their new home, a finely decorated property, was ready for occupancy, and all that remained was to purchase furniture. This anticipation filled them with excitement. Yongbo organized his belongings, having already made arrangements with Chao Yuenda to head to the capital that afternoon. Once seated in the shop, he finally found a moment of tranquility. He initially thought that purchasing the house would deplete his savings of over $1 million, but unexpectedly, a single remark from Lu Dongxing reduced the price by a third, bringing it down to 480,000, saving Yongbo at least 500,000 yuan. With this surplus, he could now consider buying a car. Moreover, with his parents soon to move out, Yongbo sensed their urgency, as if they were eager to leave. While he pondered this, the wind chime jingled, signaling the entrance of a visitor. Yongbo had installed the chime at the store's entrance. It would ring whenever someone entered. "Boss Yong, how's business lately?" Li Ling inquired as he stepped inside. Yongbo looked up and smiled. "The business is average, there's not much profit to be had, just enough to get by." Li Ling chuckled. "Boss Yong, you have quite the sense of humor." As he spoke, Li Ling placed a box on the table, mentioning the recent rumors that Boss Yong had struck it rich in Chang'an. Yongbo was momentarily taken aback, assuming Li Ling was misinformed. And he responded with a playful deflection, "Struck it rich in Chang'an. I don't possess such capabilities." Li Ling laughed. "I heard it was a Neolithic fish pattern painted pottery jar. And even the National Museum is keen to find you. However, it seems those whispers may be unfounded." Li Ling spoke slowly. Yet there was an undeniable weight to his words, especially since the truth of these matters was difficult for Yongbo to discern. Nevertheless, his attention was not solely on this topic. He was curious as to how such a clandestine matter had become public knowledge. It was plausible that the bustling crowd on that day had contributed to the spread of rumors. "Oh, a Neolithic fish pattern pottery jar? I would truly love to possess one. Even if it was sought after by the National Museum, it would bring prestige," Yongbo remarked with a smile. Li Ling chuckled and pushed the box closer. "Boss Yong, please take a look for me." Yongbo lifted the lid to discover a red-glazed, lotus-patterned olive vase nestled inside. The vase, shaped like an olive, embodied the virtues of integrity and purity through its intricate design. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and the inscription made during the Yongzheng reign of the Qing dynasty was elegantly rendered, displaying vigor and precision. Intrigued, Yongbo commented, "You must have acquired quite a few treasures recently." As he spoke, a brilliant light flickered before his eyes, and he soon found himself entranced. The olive vase exhibited two distinct halos, one thin and the other thick. After a brief moment of contemplation, he realized it was yet another piece of spliced porcelain. Noticing that Li Ling remained silent, Yongbo glanced up to find him staring vacantly at the corner of the room, his expression somber. Having learned the art of appraisal from Jia Huaran since childhood, Li Ling had spent more time in the shop than at home, developing a deep attachment. Yet, with the sudden change in ownership and Jia Huaran's imprisonment, Li Ling found it difficult to accept these rapid transformations. "Are you all right?" Yongbo inquired gently. Li Ling shook his head, invigorated, then turned to Yongbo. "What do you think, Boss Yang?" Yongbo speculated that the olive bottle must have been left by Jia Huairan. After all, the skill required to repair and piece together such an artifact from the latter part of the porcelain is undoubtedly intricate. Thus, he merely pushed the box back and remarked, "Li Ling, I cannot comprehend this olive bottle." Li Ling furrowed his brow. "You cannot comprehend it. Look here," he said, taking out the olive bottle and pointing to the foot. "Do you not recognize this base? The 6 characters are written with a bold and upright stroke. Their structure is square and even, a characteristic of the Yongzheng imperial kil's mark." Yongbo waved his hand. "There is no need for debate on this matter. Such discussions yield no benefit for anyone." Li Ling hesitated slightly, sighed. "Very well then." After a moment of silence, he suddenly said, "It has been a while since we ventured out together. I have recently contacted a collector in Yancheng who wishes to part with several pieces of porcelain. Are you interested in accompanying me?" Yongbo pondered for a moment. "When?" "Tomorrow morning," Li Ling urged eagerly. "Tomorrow might not be feasible," Yongbo replied, feeling apprehensive. Ever since Jia Huairan was apprehended, their communication had diminished significantly. He was even unaware of what his counterpart was currently engaged in. I must head to the capital this afternoon and may be there for several days. I sincerely apologize. Li Ling's face fell with disappointment. That is truly unfortunate. Is your trip to the capital so crucial? A journey to Yancheng might yield a substantial profit. Though your father's health has improved. You still need to buy a house and prepare for marriage. It's wise to start early. Yongbo chuckled softly. Buying a house and marrying is still a ways off. Moreover, my trip to the capital has been planned for some time. Let us discuss this upon my return. Li Ling nodded, refraining from further comment, then left with the box in hand. Yongbo watched Li Ling's departing figure, pondering the craftsmanship required to forge the olive bottle. His heart filled with confusion. If Jia Huairan possessed such skill, why would he resort to such risky actions? As Li Ling exited the she hall, a sense of dejection enveloped him. He had studied authentication under his uncle from a young age. When Yongbo first arrived, he had always played the role of a mentor, yet now Yongbo had established an antique shop while he remained in obscurity, which weighed heavily on his heart. In terms of authentication skills, he was no less capable than Yongbo, and perhaps even more proficient. Yongbo merely stumbled upon luck in his ventures. As for family background, his uncle owned an antique shop, granting him a stronger foothold in this field than Yongbo, who hailed from a small county. Now, the disparity between them had widened. Falling behind even once could lead to a series of setbacks, which left him feeling utterly dissatisfied. Li Ling turned into a narrow alley, opened the car door and took a seat in the back, nodding at the burly man. Uncle Lei. Uncle Lei noticed the box in Li Ling's hand and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Did he not confiscate it? Li Ling shook his head. No confiscation. Did he provide any reasoning? Uncle Lei inquired, somewhat vexed. He had painstakingly acquired this olive bottle from the boss, only to find it ineffective. Was that cunning little fox truly so astute? I inquired, but he said nothing, Li Ling replied. Uncle Lei nodded. It seems we must devise another plan. As he spoke, Uncle Lei turned to Li Ling and said, your uncle has entered, as have my sworn brothers, but do not fear. I have investigated this matter thoroughly. And the crux of the issue lies with that cunning little fox. I have tested him twice, and he is exceedingly astute. Therefore, we must remain patient and proceed methodically, ensuring that we strike decisively when the time comes. Li Ling nodded earnestly, understood. Yongbo received a call from his mother, informing him that his father had returned to Lishui to find Yonglang. He paid little heed to this, as customers had arrived at his shop, including the anticipated Lu Dongxing. Yongbo poured tea and exchanged pleasantries with Lu Dongxing. Lu was remarkably straightforward in his conversation. After a brief chat, he stated, I know you are soon to board a flight to Beijing, so I shall not delay you further. Let me be forthright, I wish to hire you as my personal appraiser. Personal appraiser. Yongbo was momentarily taken aback. He was aware that affluent collectors often had appraisers by their side but never anticipated such an opportunity would come his way. Lu Dongxing nodded, indeed, a personal appraiser. However, there is no need for you to worry excessively, you may continue with your usual activities. I will only contact you when I require your expertise in appraisal. Typically, I attend the Hong Kong auctions twice a year, then domestically, I frequent 3 or 4 auction houses for their spring and autumn sales. Altogether, this would amount to a little over half a month of your time annually. Additionally, there are occasional valuable finds during my business trips that I would like you to appraise. Yongbo nodded lightly. It seemed that this role as an appraiser would indeed be rather relaxed. Seeing Yongbo's interest, Lu Dongxing continued, as for compensation, it will be calculated daily at 100,000, the same rate as Professor Chao, though he has now relocated to Beijing and is less accessible. Yongbo pondered this and found no reasonable grounds to decline. Such generous remuneration was indeed rare. He replied, all right. Lu Dongxing was elated and signaled to his secretary to bring forth a contract. Here is the contract for you to review. If everything is satisfactory, we shall finalize the agreement. Yongbo smiled, no need to look it over, I trust that Mr. Lu would not deceive me. Nevertheless, he perused it briefly, noting the contract's duration of 1 year, and then signed with satisfaction. Lu Dongxing departed soon after, but the back-to-back visits had made Yongbo's schedule quite tight. Suddenly, His phone rang and he answered it. "Where are you?" Luo Yahua inquired. "I am at the shop," Yongbo replied. "Just wait, I will come to you shortly," Luo Yahua said urgently. Yongbo glanced at the time and quickly interjected, "There's no need to come, I must rush to the airport for my flight to Beijing." "What a coincidence." Luo Yahua nearly swore, then added, "All right, wait for me in Beijing, I will head there this afternoon." After hanging up, Yongbo grabbed his suitcase. Disregarding the need to tidy up, locked the door, and hailed a taxi straight to the airport. Once aboard the plane, he suddenly remembered his intention to bring the Japanese lacquer box, but it was too late, the box was secured in the shop safe. And there was no possibility of returning to retrieve it. Upon arriving at the airport, Yongbo sought out Chow Yuenda and mentioned his oversight of forgetting to bring the paint box. Chow Yuenda, with a resigned expression, replied, "If you didn't bring it, you didn't bring it, it's no great loss." Having just arrived in the capital, Chow Yuenda had no intention of purchasing a residence and was residing in a modest two-bedroom apartment rented by his workplace. Yongbo, respecting his privacy, refrained from imposing. Just then, Luo Yahua arrived, and the three of them dined together. Suddenly, Yongbo remarked, "Brother Chow, I've been hearing a lot of buzz about the fish pattern ceramic pot I possess. Some even say that the National Museum intends to reclaim it." "How absurd." Chow Yuenda chuckled. "You need not be so cautious in probing me, as I did not disclose this matter. The gathering was rather crowded, and I might have been thoughtless. It would have been better to have fewer people linger after the meeting." Yongbo shook his head, acknowledging that in a crowd, gossip was inevitable. "I am aware that the museum is indeed seeking to reclaim the fish pattern ceramic pot," Chow Yuenda continued. Yongbo's anxiety spiked. "On what grounds? Do they intend to reclaim it directly?" "There is nothing illegal about this ceramic pot." Chow Yuenda gestured for calm. "Allow me to explain. They have not yet approached you, correct? When they initially contacted me, I vehemently opposed it. Later, I informed them that you would be arriving in the capital soon, which is why they refrained from pursuing you." Yongbo was momentarily taken aback. "Laogu, let us leave at once, this capital truly is a den of danger." Luo Yahua laughed heartily. "Why the haste? The fish pattern ceramic pot rightfully belongs to you. They are merely masquerading under the guise of collection. As long as you maintain your silence and deny their claims, they cannot impose upon you." Yongbo turned to Chow Yuenda, uncertain of the accuracy of this assertion. Chow Yuenda nodded. "Do you think they can easily persuade you? It is precisely because they understand the slim chances of reclaiming it that they are waiting for you." Yongbo sighed in relief. "Thank goodness." The exchange meeting was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and Yongbo felt no need to have arrived so early, however. He was reluctant to stay in Jinling, so he decided to come earlier to explore the area. The night passed without incident, and Yongbo rose early, dragging Luo Yahua with him to Lulakang. Originating from the Qing dynasty, Lulakang was a lodging area for scholars from various regions who came to the capital for the imperial examinations, which led to a proliferation of shops selling writing supplies. Over time, antique and art shops were also drawn to this area. Yongbo and Luo Yahua navigated through the bustling crowd, entering shop after shop to browse. Some venerable antique stores boasted rich histories, with their displayed antiques bearing clear price tags. Finding a bargain was a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, the duo remained spirited. Luo Yahua, an aficionado of the four treasures of the study, frequently boasted of his exquisite calligraphy, which Yongbo regarded with skepticism. They visited 3 shops, the Yuexuan for brushes, Riedage for ink, and Kingmage for paper and inkstones, completing their collection. To Yongbo's surprise, Luo Yahua began to grind ink and practice his calligraphy on the spot. With each stroke, his brush danced across the paper, captivating the surrounding crowd and eliciting a chorus of applause. Luo Yahua, visibly pleased, acknowledged the spectators with a gracious bow. "Thank you all for your kind words." Yongbo was filled with curiosity. He never expected that the person he had long believed to be a mediocre student was, in fact, an academic prodigy. As Luo Yahua gathered his writing tools, he feigned the intention of splashing the remaining ink towards Yongbo, exclaiming, "You are the true mediocre student. At least I graduated from the prestigious Capital University, reciting 1,000-character classic and surnames at the age of 3. And practicing calligraphy for over a decade. This skill is no mere boast." Young Bo was astonished, realizing that Luo Yahua had more than just a shadowy past. He had assumed that his proudest accomplishment was charming the girls in kindergarten. Luo Yahua shook his head, advising, "You should learn from me. You ought to dabble in calligraphy and musical instruments, as these skills will certainly aid you in winning the hearts of young ladies." No sooner had Luo Yahua finished speaking than two blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign girls approached, pointing at the ink and brush in his hand while holding a camera, seemingly eager to capture a photograph with him. Luo Yahua's excitement grew as he winked at Young Bo. His proficiency in English allowed him to converse with the girls, one of whom helped him grind ink while the other took pictures. Luo Yahua inscribed 2 lines on the paper, "One world, one dream," a slogan from the recently concluded Olympic Games. The girl grinding the ink was filled with enthusiasm, exchanging a few words with him. Luo Yahua, appearing somewhat helpless, stepped aside as the girl picked up the brush, striking a pose that was merely for the sake of the photograph. After several shots, the other girl joined in, mimicking the same pose. Young Bo stood to the side, observing their incorrect grip on the brush but refraining from saying anything. After a lengthy photo session, the two girls finally took a picture with Luo Yahua. Once they departed, Young Bo could no longer contain his laughter at exclaiming, "Is this what it means to charm the ladies? Is this your fortune? I can't believe those two did not afford you any dignity." Luo Yahua wore a disgruntled expression, retorting, "What is wrong? At least I had girls posing with me, why don't you give it a try?" Young Bo shook his head, saying, "All right, enough of that. Hurry up and tidy your things, let us continue our exploration." As they wandered through the numerous shops in Lulakang, Luo Yahua suggested they indulge in roasted duck for lunch, to which Young Bo readily agreed. The people of Jinling have a penchant for duck, leading to a plethora of roasted duck restaurants dotting the streets. However, the capital's reputation for its roasted duck eclipsed that of Jinling. While making their way, they encountered a blockage ahead, accompanied by a commotion. Young Bo glanced over and exclaimed, "Oh, it's those two girls from this morning." Luo Yahua quickly assessed the situation, declaring, "It seems they are attempting to extort." Young Bo hesitated, not one to meddle in affairs, and it appeared that Luo Yahua had no intention of intervening either. Yet, as the arguing girls spotted Luo Yahua, they waved enthusiastically, calling out, "Darling! Darling!" Even those who did not understand English recognized the term of endearment. The crowd's attention swiftly shifted, leaving the two with no means of escape. With a reluctant resolve, Luo Yahua dragged Young Bo forward, whispering, "Brother, I need your help." Young Bo remained composed as he navigated through the crowd, noticing scattered shards of porcelain on the ground. Nearby stood a middle-aged man in his 40s, his face and neck flushed, seemingly sunburned, and his clothing stained with mud. Upon seeing Young Bo and his companion, the man hastily turned to Luo Yahua, lamenting, "Are you with these two? You must help me explain. This brush pot is a treasured heirloom of my family. My elderly mother, over 80, is gravely ill in bed. I was counting on selling this brush pot to afford her medical treatment." The man's voice trembled with emotion, and given that the two young women were foreigners, the onlookers quickly sided with him, directing whispers and gestures toward the girls. Such scenarios often reek of deceit, yet one could not entirely dismiss the possibility of genuine misfortune. Young Bo turned to Luo Yahua and suggested, "You should inquire about their side of the story." After a couple of questions, it became apparent that the two girls were still grappling with the gravity of the situation. They soon clarified that they had been walking backward and inadvertently bumped into the man, resulting in the brush pot's shattering. Young Bo furrowed his brow. This was indeed troublesome. Nevertheless, he crouched down to inspect the porcelain shards more closely. The middle-aged man continued his explanation. "This brush pot hails from the official kills of the Qianlong Emperor, and it holds significant value. My mother's health hinges on it." Luo Yahua relayed a few words to the girls, who then appeared flustered and hurriedly pleaded with the man. Even if the middle-aged man were to forgive them, the crowd would not let the girls escape unscathed. Their carelessness was evident. How could they have walked backward? While the collision itself might be inconsequential, the brush pot was of considerable worth, not to be confused with mere imitation porcelain. "Look at the cracks on this pot. The texture speaks volumes. It is certainly not a new piece." Young Bo examined a shard more closely and realized something was amiss. The surface of the porcelain was pristine, yet the interior was yellowed, making it impossible for it to be from the Qianlong era. Moreover, The halo of light surrounding it suggested it had undergone superficial alterations to appear new. Casually picking up a piece of porcelain, he addressed the middle-aged man. "Are you a worker from the construction site?" The man nodded, affirming, "Yes, I work at a construction site. I lack education and understanding. But it is common knowledge that one must compensate for what they have broken, regardless of the workplace." Young Bo frowned, merely seeking to ascertain the man's circumstances and verify the claim of his ailing mother. Having experienced the anguish of a gravely ill family member, he genuinely wished to assist. Initially, he intended to explore ways to offer the man some relief, but the man's deft diversion raised suspicions. He hardly resembled a typical laborer. It appeared he might be a professional con artist. Deciding to probe further, young Bo raised the porcelain shard, stating, "I believe this porcelain was found at the construction site. We should contact the authorities." The moment the words left his lips, the middle-aged man's reaction was vehement. "No, we cannot involve the police." Even the onlookers echoed his sentiment, questioning why one would resort to the police for such a matter. Are not those police officers merely favoring foreigners? Young Bo disregarded the onlookers, directing his attention to the other party. "How do you wish to handle this?" he inquired. "Compensation," the middle-aged man replied. "I only require 80,000 yuan. And I shall not pursue this matter further." Young Bo discerned that the man was merely attempting to extort money and sighed inwardly, shaking his head. "Your demands are unreasonable. We both know the era in which this porcelain was crafted. With the recent conclusion of the Olympic Games, a multitude of international guests remain in the capital. Surely, you are aware of the negative consequences of targeting foreign visitors." "I care not for that, I want compensation," the middle-aged man insisted. The two young women, upon hearing Luo Yahua translate the compensation amount exceeding $10,000, grew anxious and exchanged hurried words, though young Bo could not comprehend them, as his grasp of English had long since faded. The gathered crowd began to admonish young Bo, questioning his allegiance to his own country. "Why are you siding with foreigners?" they clamored. "Indeed, you must report this to the police. What connection do you have with that foreign woman, that you protect her so?" Listening to the murmurs, young Bo furrowed his brow, reluctant to engage in further discussion. He bent down to retrieve a shard of porcelain at the base of a brush holder, upon which a signature was inscribed. "Let us examine this inscription for any discrepancies." The middle-aged man's expression shifted as he recognized the porcelain's most glaring flaw. The crowd, oblivious to the details, was at a loss for words. It was Luo Yahua who spoke up. "The inscription reads made during the Qianlong reign of the Great Qing, but it is erroneous. The character for made should be in traditional script, yet this is written in simplified form." The crowd suddenly understood, returning their gazes toward the middle-aged man, who had begun to step away, attempting to escape the throng. "Seize him. He is a fraud, deceiving international guests." A commotion ensued, but ultimately, the man managed to evade capture, with some individuals shouting encouragement as they inadvertently aided his escape. Having exposed the deceit, young Bo deemed it futile to pursue further violence and allowed the man to flee. The two young women approached him, awkwardly expressing their gratitude. "Thank you." Young Bo replied with a smile, "You are most welcome." It was then that he learned the two young women hailed from America. The freckled girl was named Lina, while the other, the striking beauty, was called Cheryl. They expressed profound appreciation for young Bo's assistance in resolving their predicament and insisted on treating him and Luo Yahua to a meal. Luo Yahua had already made reservations at a renowned Peking duck restaurant, and accommodating the two additional guests was no issue. The quartet entered the establishment together. The young women raved about the exquisite duck, continuously exclaiming its deliciousness. Young Bo struggled to engage in conversation, while Luo Yahua kept the dialogue lively, eliciting peals of laughter. After their meal, the young women took care of the bill. They planned to visit the Great Wall next and invited young Bo and Luo Yahua to join them. But young Bo politely declined, much to Cheryl's disappointment. Before departing, Lina presented Luo Yahua with a necklace crafted from seashells, while Cheryl gifted young Bo a charming little metal sphere. Each accepted their gifts graciously and, in turn, offered the ink, paper, and brushes they had purchased earlier as tokens of appreciation. Luo Yahua reluctantly bid farewell to the two individuals, his expression suddenly shifting. He lamented, "What a loss. I was just about to follow them, why did you stop me?" Young Bo, wearing a nonchalant expression, replied, "Then you should have followed them, shouldn't you?" Luo Yahua paused. Perplexed by Young Bo's earlier action, "What did you mean by pulling me back?" Young Bo rolled his eyes. "I merely nudged you to reconsider. There was no ulterior motive." Luo Yahua shook his head, fiddling with a shell in his hand. "How is it that the value of these two small items differs so greatly?" Young Bo weighed the hollow metal ball in his hand, chuckling. Luo Yahua glanced at the intricate metal sphere, noticing its numerous small perforations, and could not help but inquire, "What is this?" Without a word, Young Bo brought the metal ball closer to Luo Yahua's nose. Startled, Luo Yahua exclaimed, "It has a fragrance." "What on earth is this?" "Is it incense?" Young Bo, somewhat pleased with himself, replied, "This is an aromatherapy ball. The holes are designed to release the scent, and crucially, this ball dates back to the late Qing dynasty." Luo Yahua cried out in frustration, "This is unfair. Why do you get something so valuable while I receive mere handmade shells?" Young Bo raised an eyebrow. "Have you not noticed that Lina has a fondness for you? Look. The gift she gave you was taken from around her neck, indicating its significance to her, while Cheryl merely grabbed something from her bag without thought. She was creating an opportunity for Lina, yet you failed to seize it." Young Bo shook his head with a sigh. Luo Yahua, now agitated, retorted, "Get lost. It was your influence." After a while of wondering, Luo Yahua managed to calm himself and extended a hand towards Young Bo. "Show me the aromatherapy ball." Young Bo cradled the ball protectively, refusing to part with it. "You aren't developing feelings for Cheryl, are you? Clutching her gift like a treasure?" Luo Yahua teased. Young Bo shot him a glance. "Don't try to provoke me, it won't work." Ultimately, Luo Yahua's efforts to retrieve the ball were in vain. After Young Bo discreetly lifted the lid of the aromatherapy ball, he devised a plan. Subsequently, the two resumed their shopping for ink and paper, with Luo Yahua frequently presenting antiques for Young Bo to evaluate. Young Bo meticulously analyzed each piece, pointing out their merits and flaws. Yet his curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to ask, "Have you always been into collecting?" Luo Yahua chuckled, "I am not a collector. I am merely an antique dealer. I purchase antiques and consign them to familiar auction houses for profit. Naturally, I keep the exceptional pieces, such as the aromatherapy ball you hold." Young Bo shook his head. "Don't be unreasonable, that is not yours. I'm just curious, what secrets does it hold?" Luo Yahua could not help but inquire. "Tomorrow, you will find out." With that, Luo Yahua led Young Bo into an art gallery, where he acquired 3 pieces from promising young artists. Despite his initial reservations, Young Bo was persuaded by Luo Yahua to spend several thousand to purchase 2 pieces. They then returned to the hotel, with Luo Yahua chattering incessantly along the way. In the evening, Young Bo visited the residence of Chow Yuenda for a brief sojourn, while Luo Yahua, having exited the hotel, seemed to have vanished into thin air. The following day, as Young Bo stepped out of the hotel, intending to summon Luo Yahua for their upcoming symposium, he was greeted by the sound of a car horn. Upon looking up, he beheld Luo Yahua leaning against the car window, waving at him. As he approached, Young Bo was astonished to discover that the vehicle was a Mercedes. "How did you come to drive such an exquisite car?" Young Bo inquired with curiosity. "Did you not notice the address on the invitation?" Luo Yahua replied. "That is a renowned upscale clubhouse in the suburbs. While we may not wish to flaunt our status, we certainly cannot afford to embarrass ourselves." Young Bo was somewhat perplexed but chose not to press the matter further. Upon their arrival at the parking lot, they indeed encountered a plethora of luxurious cars. Yet there were also many ordinary vehicles. Young Bo did not perceive a significant distinction. The two presented their invitation and entered the hall, which was already bustling with attendees. Chow Yuenda had arrived and, upon spotting Young Bo, beckoned him over, introducing him with pride. "This is a young friend I made in Jinling. Possessing a remarkable intuition and commendable appraisal skills, hence I brought him along to broaden his horizons." As he spoke, Chow Yuenda continued to introduce Young Bo to others. "This is Professor Chong, this is Professor Li, and that is Professor Hong." Young Bo promptly greeted each one. "Good day, Professor Chong." "Good day, Professor Li." "Good day, Professor Hong." Good. Everyone chimed in, praising him. Young Bo understood that such gatherings were often filled with mutual flattery. and that a significant portion of one's reputation within these circles was cultivated through such occasions. To thrive in this environment, one must make a notable impression. However, as the conversations unfolded, young Bo found himself at a loss, as the discussions revolved around anecdotes and experiences of various individuals, of which he had no knowledge, leaving him to sit idly by, merely listening. Fortunately, the duration of this phase was not extensive. Luo Yahua soon approached him and whispered, "The program is about to commence." "Program?" Young Bo queried, bewildered. Luo Yahua chuckled, "I learned about it yesterday. This is an internal exchange meeting where many collectors will present notable replicas or peculiar antiques. Those fortunate enough to receive an invitation are certainly distinguished." Indeed, the clubhouse was as opulent and lavish as Luo Yahua had described, adorned in splendid decor with a resplendent ambience. Inside the hall, only a few dozen individuals were present, gathered in small clusters. In the center stood a long table, starkly empty, lending the room a somewhat desolate and scattered feel. Just as Luo Yahua and Young Bo had finished their conversation, they heard the sound of a loudspeaker. Turning to see a round-faced elder on a makeshift stage, microphone in hand, Luo Yahua introduced, "That is Mr. Kai." Young Bo was taken aback. Was this the same Mr. Kai who had established a private museum? Luo Yahua nodded. In the past 2 years, the antique market has flourished, and he stands at the forefront of this industry, enjoying considerable visibility. Young Bo nodded in agreement. Mr. Kai, microphone in hand and a smile gracing his face, began by welcoming all the friends who had traveled from afar, expressing heartfelt gratitude for their efforts. Applause erupted from the audience. "A few days ago, several friends encouraged me to take on the role of host. Lao Chao called me, suggesting that I merely step onto the stage to say a few words and help with the narrative. At that moment, I inquired of Lao Chao why he himself was not taking the stage. Mr. Kai, microphone in hand, unexpectedly began to share a few jokes, and after all these years, Lao Chao finally admitted he was not photogenic. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to search for Chao Yuenda, bursting into laughter. Chao Yuenda, with a resigned smile, pointed toward the front. Indeed, he was not photogenic, being rather slender. Mr. Kai continued with a few more light-hearted remarks, stating that this was primarily attended by old friends, along with some new faces. Then he hoped everyone would gain something from the exchanges. Everyone had brought along numerous delightful items, so let us invite the attendants to present these treasures. Young Bo turned to see a group of attendants approaching, each carrying trays or wooden boxes. These items were displayed on a long table without any protective measures. Young Bo was somewhat taken aback to observe that everyone had retreated to a corner to don gloves and wield magnifying glasses, as if they were about to embark on not merely an appraisal but rather a sumptuous feast for the senses. Luo Yahua tugged at Young Bo, urging him, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry over and showcase your prowess." With a gentle smile, Young Bo complied and walked over. As he approached, Young Bo noticed that while everyone's movements appeared casual, their hands were remarkably careful, particularly when it came to the porcelain pieces. Standing in a corner, he found himself before a famille rose garlic head vase. Famille rose porcelain is of considerable value, and typically, such an item would attract a crowd of admirers. Yet in this instance, it was rather unremarkable, with only Young Bo and Luo Yahua standing nearby. Luo Yahua pointed to the vase and asked, "Can you take a guess as to whether this garlic head vase is genuine or not?" Young Bo glanced at the small plaque below, which labeled it as a Qing Dynasty Joqing famille rose garlic head vase, and he chuckled, "I suspect it is a replica." Luo Yahua, puzzled, asked, "Why is that?" Young Bo elaborated, "This famille rose piece lacks any distinguishing features. To be included in this, it must possess exceptional qualities. Thus, there is only one possibility: it is a counterfeit. And a rather skillful one at that," he explained while examining the garlic head vase. Although Luo Yahua was somewhat knowledgeable in appraisal, he wasn't without his limitations. As Young Bo held the vase, he too began to assess it. The blue and white 6-character mark from the Qing Dynasty Joqing period appeared to be meticulously crafted, and the structure seemed sound. The base was thick, the glaze smooth, and the colors rich. The turquoise glaze on the mouth and base was not overly deep, suggesting no immediate issues. But where, then, could the discrepancies lie? "Young man, your discerning eye is commendable." An elderly gentleman approached. It was Mr. Kai, the very host from earlier. Luo Yaohua, embarrassed by the compliment, waved his hand, saying, "I am but a novice, unable to discern any flaws. There is no merit in my observation." Mr. Kai, somewhat astonished, remarked, "Not perceiving any issues does not equate to there being none. Why must you presume this porcelain piece must have flaws?" Luo Yaohua hesitated for a moment before pulling Yongbo out, asserting that if there was a problem, then indeed there must be one. Mr. Kai cast a glance at Yongbo, as if suddenly recalling something, and remarked with a smile, "So the fish pattern is in your possession?" At that moment, Yongbo dreaded any mention of the fish pattern pottery, yet he was aware that Mr. Kai was well acquainted with Chow Yuenda and must have already inquired about it. He could only respond resignedly, "I suppose in the future everyone might just refer to me as the fish pattern pottery, as that would certainly enhance my distinctiveness." Mr. Kai laughed heartily. "Young man, you do not wear such a reluctant expression. Your ability to acquire the fish pattern pottery speaks volumes about your talent, and it will certainly help others recognize you. You will come to understand this in due time." With that, Mr. Kai pointed at the garlic head jar behind Yongbo. "Let me take a look." He picked up the pastel garlic head jar and examined it closely. Luo Yaohua tugged at Yongbo. "I can't shake the feeling that everyone seems to already know." Yongbo understood he was referring to the fish pattern pottery and nodded, acknowledging that the previous day had been too ostentatious, and many had already caught wind of it. After a while, Mr. Kai finally raised his head. His brows furrowed in apparent confusion. "Is there an issue with this pastel piece?" Luo Yaohua also turned to Yongbo, both perplexed. "What is going on?" Chow Yuenda seemed to have noticed the commotion and approached. Luo Yaohua pointed at the pastel garlic head jar. "Professor Chow, could you take a look and determine whether this jar is genuine or not?" Chow Yuenda, taken aback, responded, "Old Kai cannot discern it either." Mr. Kai hesitated slightly but then spoke. "This young man claims there is a problem with the pastel garlic head jar, yet I fail to see it. It is indeed strange." Chow Yuenda glanced at Yongbo, intrigued. "Is there such a rarity? Let me see." He took the pastel garlic head jar for examination. Unbeknownst to them, a crowd had gathered behind them, and a stout, middle-aged man with a round face laughed. "Old Kai, have you had a look? What do you think?" Mr. Kai pointed at the man and chuckled. "Your inquiry jogs my memory. This piece of porcelain is indeed from you, isn't it?" The stout man nodded, grinning. "I spent 300,000 to acquire it, but I learned the hard way. I brought it today not for any ulterior motive, but simply to pose a challenge for everyone." Mr. Kai playfully chastised the man. "Oh, you are quite mischievous. However, you shall not stump us. With differing opinions emerging among us, it is certain that someone will be correct, thus your conundrum shall find resolution." The stout man appeared surprised. "Who could it be?" Mr. Kai pointed at Yongbo. "There, it is this young man." The middle-aged man chuckled. "This Qing dynasty Joqing garlic head jar is not so simple. Can such a young lad truly discern its authenticity?" Yongbo smiled lightly. "Youth has no bearing on one's ability to discern." Mr. Kai, noticing the banter between the two, swiftly intervened. "Since old Chow is also examining it, let us wait and see what he concludes." Just then, Chow Yuenda stood upright, turned, and after a moment of contemplation, stated, "I too find no issues." After speaking, he turned his gaze towards Yongbo, who possessed considerable expertise in appraisal. Since Lu Fati had already acknowledged the issue, it was best for him to speak candidly. Yongbo glanced at Lu Fati, noting his lack of reaction, and began to elucidate. "This garlic-shaped vase is, in fact, an official kiln piece. Its authenticity is not in question, but there are certain chronological discrepancies." Upon hearing Yongbo's words, everyone turned to Lu Fati, noticing his look of astonishment, which confirmed Yongbo's assertion. This garlic vase was likely produced during the late Gongxu period, a time of corruption within the Qing court and widespread suffering among the populace. Remarkably, the Qing court invested substantial funds into replicating Gongxian Qianlong porcelain, which led to a portion of high-quality porcelain achieving standards reminiscent of the Gongxian Qianlong eras. If I am not mistaken, this vase, marked as a Qing dynasty Joqing piece, is indeed one of those Guangxu replicas distinguished by its exquisite craftsmanship, making it difficult to discern. Yongbo picked up the garlic vase and continued his explanation. Everyone's attention shifted back to Lu Fati, who had momentarily suppressed his look of astonishment. Initially, they assumed Yongbo had misjudged However, Lu Fati burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Remarkable. I had no idea when I purchased it. Recently, while having another piece examined, I brought this one along, only to learn that it was produced during the Guangxu period. I had thought I would be the one to reveal this mystery at the end, but it turns out this young brother has keen insight." Mr. Kai could not help but chuckle, saying, "Oh, you truly have mischievous intentions, aiming to outsmart us old fellows." Lu Fati quickly replied, "I dare not." Laughter erupted among the group. Once the mirth subsided, Lu Fati turned to Yongbo and inquired, "How did you discern this?" Yongbo pointed at a detail in the colorful garlic vase, stating, "It was evident from the color of the garment depicted. The vivid, pure blue hue of this material differs significantly from the light blue used in the Zhejiang materials of the Kangxi and Qianlong periods." Upon hearing Yongbo's explanation, the crowd followed his gaze. The figure in the painting was indeed small, and the color was merely suggested with a few strokes. Such meticulous observation left everyone exchanging glances. Chao Yuenda, recognizing the detail, looked at Yongbo in astonishment, remarking on the meticulousness of his observation. "No need to feel overly concerned, given more time. Everyone would likely notice it," he added. Though this comment seemed to undermine Yongbo, it inadvertently shifted the focus away from him. Upon reflection, the others acknowledged the truth in Chao Yuenda's words, though Yongbo had not taken long to make his observation. Thanks to Chao Yuenda's remark, the group offered Yongbo a few compliments before dispersing. Chao Yuenda turned to Yongbo, saying, "I have watched your growth over time, you are indeed exceptional." Yongbo waved his hand, attributing his success to Chao Yuenda's assistance. Consequently, Lu Fati regarded Yongbo with newfound appreciation. People tend to respect those with talent. After exchanging a few more words, Yongbo and Luo Yahua continued onward, encountering replicas of Shang and Zhou bronze vessels, Western horn jade rings, Tang Dynasty white porcelain, and even imitations of the 12 zodiac animal heads. Luo Yahua paused before an unusual antique, unable to contain his curiosity, and asked, "What is this?" Yongbo glanced over and noticed a small bamboo tube, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter and 4 to 5 centimeters in height, resting before him. A small partition bisected the tube, dividing it into two equal halves. Due to the passage of time, the bamboo had begun to decay, adorned with dark mole spots. Curiosity piqued, Yongbo speculated, it resembles a mandarin duck hot pot, albeit in bamboo form. Could it possibly be a bamboo tube for rice? One half filled with rice and the other with vegetables, offering a delightful fragrance from the bamboo. Luo Yahua chuckled at this imaginative notion. Yongbo was somewhat astonished by the creative leap the two had made. However, his attention was swiftly drawn to a nearby note, which bore a line of text, "If you cannot guess, the answer is on the reverse. Please return it after reading." Luo Yahua, having spotted the words, burst into laughter, remarking, "This treasure owner is quite amusing, surely they are not trying to fool us." Despite his words, he quickly snatched the paper and flipped it over. Upon reading, Luo Yahua's face flashed crimson, his expression turning peculiar. Yongbo took the paper from him, noting the inscription, "Unearthed from the Ming tombs, a soap box. One side for soap, the other for essential oils. After washing your face with soap, apply essential oils for moisturizing." Yongbo felt a wave of shock wash over him. A soap box, the essential oils, this revelation was astounding. Luo Yahua could no longer contain his laughter, exclaiming, "So the people of the Ming dynasty used soap for washing their faces. I had always assumed that ancient people had greasy faces and could not cleanse themselves." Yongbo shook his head, countering, "That reflects your limited perspective. Rice washing water can effectively remove oil from the face, as recorded in the Sheshuo Xinyu during the Jin dynasty. Wang Dan mistakenly used a cleansing bin in water meant for washing hands as a snack, leading to laughter, indicating that ancient people maintained a degree of cleanliness." As he spoke, Yongbo found himself chuckling as well. Indeed, the existence of such small items, often overlooked, was astonishing when one realized they were used by ancient individuals. The two continued forward, enjoying the engaging exchange. Yongbo had initially expected the gathering to be rather dull. Luo Yahua soon stood before a pair of shoes, crafted from cowhide with round-headed iron nails protruding from the soles, complete with laces on the upper. Holding down the explanatory note, he turned to Yongbo and said, "Let us not look just yet, let us guess which dynasty these sneakers belong to. I wager they are from the Qing dynasty." With that, Luo Yahua cast a self-satisfied glance at Yongbo, convinced of his accuracy. Yongbo paused, observing the fashionable design of the shoes, and speculated. They are from the Yuan dynasty, as Genghis Khan extended his reach into Europe. Might these shoes have been introduced from the West? Luo Yahua chuckled, lifting the explanatory note only to find two large characters on the reverse, Southern Song. Both were taken aback, their expressions stunned. While they had surmised that such footwear must have emerged quite early, they had never anticipated the Southern Song. Could it be that these shoes were invented for the game of Kuju during that era? Luo Yahua inquired. Yongbo, somewhat dazed, replied, perhaps. The two engaged in a discussion about the comfort of Southern Song sneakers as they completed their exploration. The items brought by the crowd were rather few. Xiao Yuenda wished for Yongbo to bring over the Japanese lacquer box, primarily out of curiosity to let everyone have a glimpse. However, Yongbo forgot to bring it. When the two met Xiao Yuenda, he was still discussing this matter. Upon seeing Yongbo, he chuckled, if you had brought the lacquer box, I assure you, more than 80% of the people in this hall would be able to identify it. Yongbo shook his head, acknowledging that he too could not identify many of the items in the hall. By the way, did you bring your fish pattern pottery jar? Yongbo inquired, noticing the speaker standing beside Xiao Yuenda. The individual was of short stature but spoke with great authority. It was none other than Professor Chong from earlier. Xiao Yuenda suddenly laughed. Didn't you recognize him? This is Director Chong. Yongbo paused for a moment, recalling a phone call he had received a couple of days ago from someone claiming to be Director Chong, the director of the National Museum. He truly did not expect to encounter him here. Hello, Professor Chong, Yongbo said awkwardly. Director Chong chuckled, I'm not that great. You just keep postponing things. Making excuses. It's clear you are unwilling to donate, and no one is going to force you, why do you avoid it? Yongbo smiled sheepishly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Director Chong waved his hand, it's no big deal. However, I am curious, did you really not bring any items this time? He brought a small metal ball. Luo Yahua interjected, also curious. Yongbo had been mentioning a revelation today, yet nothing had occurred thus far, leading Luo to speculate that Yongbo intended to showcase something at this exchange meeting. Director Chong's comment provided him with an opportunity. A metal ball? Everyone turned their curious gazes toward Yongbo. He produced the aromatic ball, explaining, it's merely an aromatic ball. Or this is an incense burner, right? Director Chong, well versed in such matters, recognized it immediately as an ancient device used for burning incense to scent bedding. Yongbo smiled as he opened the aromatic ball, revealing a concentric circular ring within, filled with incense. As Yongbo moved his hand, the concentric ring swayed while maintaining a balanced state. However, the attendees were all knowledgeable and had seen their share of aromatic balls, they understood the principle behind the balance of the concentric ring. Lu Pengzi approached, unable to restrain his curiosity, and finally asked, this aromatic ball seems rather ordinary, what is so special about it? Yongbo chuckled, don't rush, just wait a moment. He then turned to Luo Yahua, saying, pass me a lighter. Luo handed it over, and Yongbo weighed the metallic lighter in his hand. The incense within the burner was prepared by him. He took a cylindrical incense stick, lit it with a lighter, and placed it inside the ring before closing the aromatic ball, instructing everyone, please wait a moment. He then placed the aromatic ball on the table. The crowd was filled with curiosity, unsure of what Yongbo was up to. Lu Pengzi watched as faint wisps of smoke began to escape from the seams. Unable to contain his thoughts, he remarked, your incense is quite mediocre. Yongbo shook his head, the focus isn't on the incense. Could it be the smoke? Director Chong speculated, yet he swiftly dismissed the notion, declaring it impossible. This was not a boson furnace, and from the external design, it should be incapable of forming any shape. Yongbo refrained from further explanation, for the incense ball was already enveloped in swirling smoke. A fragrance he had meticulously prepared to generate a substantial amount of smoke in a short span. As the smoke thickened, it ascended from the hollow of the incense ball, curling and rising until it reached a certain height, where it gradually faded and dissipated. Initially, the onlookers believed it was merely smoke, however, it began to coalesce, gradually forming a mountain and water, becoming increasingly discernible. Soon, pavilions and towers emerged on the mountain, transitioning from clarity to a gradual fading, with the lower halves of the structures well defined while the upper portions remained somewhat indistinct. Everyone was left in utter astonishment. It was only when the smoke cleared that the crowd realized the spectacle had drawn many spectators. How could this be possible? Lu Pengzi asked incredulously. What a marvel! Truly astonishing! Zhao Yuenda exclaimed. What a tremendous loss! Luo Yahua lamented, hanging his head and stamping his foot, pondering why the value disparity was so vast when they had received gifts together just yesterday. Director Chong stepped forward, suggesting, if the fish pattern pottery jar is non-negotiable, perhaps this one could be. Yongbo quickly shook his head. Director Chong, please do not jest. Is this still an incense burner? An onlooker couldn't help but inquire. Yongbo opened the incense bowl once more, revealing that the circular ring was already covered in ashes and quite warm. When he tilted it, the ashes remained stubbornly inside. With no other option, Yongbo picked up the other half of the bowl and presented it to the crowd. Previously, when he lit the incense, he had only showcased the half with the ring, though now, revealing the other half, unveiled the secret. The interior was uneven, riddled with cavities of varying lengths, which could indeed create the spectacle of pavilions and towers, leaving everyone astounded. What a remarkable object! How is it that history books do not record this? Director Chong pondered. One cannot peruse every volume, perhaps it is documented in some obscure text, Zhao Yuenda replied with a smile. However, boson furnaces are typically shrouded in mist. I have yet to see one that produces such a wondrous sight. Director Chong sighed, Xiaoyang, I regret my decisions. How about I observe this piece for 2 days? Lu Pengzi interjected, do not let him have it. Be wary of him returning to have you sign a rental contract, placing it in the National Museum, then expecting you to retrieve it without being vilified by the entire nation. Thus, you should entrust the incense bowl to me. I assure you it will fetch a handsome price in Hong Kong. Zhao Yuenda clapped Lu Pengzi on the shoulder, scolding him, you criticize old Chong. Yet your idea is even more absurd, or would that not invite scorn? Yongbo quickly waved his hands, expressing gratitude for their goodwill. This incense bowl I intend to cherish as a family heirloom. It is neither for loan nor sale. After considerable effort, Yongbo finally extricated himself from the crowd, and the exchange meeting came to a halt due to the incense bowl he had brought. As they drove away from the club, Luo Yahua placed both hands on the steering wheel, glancing at Yongbo. Tell me, wouldn't it be rather delightful if I were to give you a beating and abscond with the fragrance bowl? Yongbo raised his gaze to meet Luo Yahua's, realizing it was too late to respond. Chapter 89. The plan. Yongbo had initially believed that his journey to the capital would conclude here, but Luo Yahua had brought him to the entrance of a club. Just then, a call from Zhao Yuenda invited him to join for dinner. Aware of Yongbo's aspirations to progress in this field, Luo Yahua stated without hesitation, you should go, take me along as well. Yongbo looked at Luo Yahua, surprised. I thought you didn't enjoy mingling with these antiquarians. Dislike it or not, I must attend. If I wish to thrive in this industry, establishing a wide network is fundamental. While I may not need to know every renowned appraiser in the country, I should at least be acquainted with half of them. Luo Yahua replied. Yongbo turned to him, having always assumed Luo Yahua was merely jesting and would soon lose interest. However, the seriousness in his tone suggested a commitment to this path. Are you planning to open an auction house? Yongbo dismissed the notions of an antique shop or pawn shop, deeming them too trivial. Luo Yahua nodded, you've guessed it correctly. Typically, Yongbo would have thought him to be joking, yet now he sensed the gravity of Luo Yahua's intentions. Why haven't I seen any preparations? Yongbo couldn't help but inquire. Driving, Luo Yahua did not turn his head. You wouldn't be aware, I have already secured the startup funds, which have long since been credited to my account. During this period, I've been immersing myself in the industry to gain a deeper understanding. Yongbo was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this dream-driven youth was entirely different from his previous perceptions. He had only witnessed Luo Yahua's reckless demeanor, akin to a wastrel, never considering that it might just be a facade. How could a true wastrel assume a significant role at such a young age? He had seen Luo Yahua disregard his family's plans for a public position to plunge into the trade. Yet he had never contemplated that Luo Yahua was driven by dreams and ambitions to forge his own path. If Luo Yahua was so determined, then what about himself? What was he truly meant to pursue? Luo Yahua turned his head. We are almost there. What troubles you? Yongbo shook his head. It's nothing, just pondering a few matters. Upon arriving at the private dining room, the Chow Yuenda and the others had already been seated for some time. Spotting Yongbo's entrance, Mr. Kai bellowed, "For your tardiness. You must drink 3 cups as penance." Yongbo glanced at the table, noticing the moutai on the table. Having never consumed alcohol before, he feared that fulfilling the demand of 3 cups might be beyond his capability. Luo Yahua, seasoned in the trials of alcohol, raised his glass without hesitation, downing 3 cups in rapid succession, prompting cheers from those present. Luo Yahua gestured towards Yongbo and explained to the crowd, "Yang Yong is still quite young. His tolerance for liquor may be lacking. Allow me to take his place for these 3 cups." Yongbo, unable to suppress his gratitude, looked at Luo Yahua, realizing that true heroes reveal themselves in times of peril. However, Old Kai was quite insistent. We all know that Yang Yang is too young. It is understandable that he cannot drink. How about this, let him drink just half a cup. Faced with no alternative, Yongbo stepped forward, expressing his gratitude to Mr. Kai for sparing him. With that, he downed the drink in one gulp. The fiery liquor coursed down his throat like a blazing inferno, prompting an involuntary wince. Laughter erupted among the group. In the realm of drinking, Yongbo was slightly outmatched, but fortunately, the focus of the gathering soon shifted away from the drinking itself. Chow Yuenda facilitated introductions among the attendees, and the conversation quickly transitioned to the exchange meeting. The peculiar artifacts that Yongbo had been curious about became mere fodder for laughter, overshadowed by the excitement surrounding the emergence of new porcelain and replicas. Mr. Kai even showcased a piece of porcelain right there, illustrating his point. The glaze was uniform, the colors vivid, appearing more authentic than the genuine article. As Yongbo listened to the discussions, he felt he was gaining substantial insights. Previously, his limited exposure had left him feeling somewhat ungrounded. However, through the analysis shared by others and his own observations, he began to grasp certain aspects of appraisal knowledge more comprehensively. Mr. Kai seemed unwilling to let Yongbo off easily, turning to Director Chong and remarking, "This clever lad, Yongbo, is quite slippery. Old Chong, do you not have a bit of tenacity?" Director Chong shook his head with a smile. "Old Kai, you should not provoke me like this. Am I so easily fooled? The youth have their own perspectives, then we must respect that. If every fine object were to be surrendered to the state, would that not dampen the enthusiasm of collectors nationwide?" Lupengzi nodded in agreement, stating that, "I have always held Director Chong in high esteem." "Why?" "Because he speaks with fairness." Mr. Kai feigned anger. "Are you implying that my words lack fairness?" Lupengzi quickly denied it. "Mr. Kai, I did not mean that at all." Mr. Kai paused, slightly taken aback. "Look at how distant you've become. You never used to address me this way." Lupengzi chuckled. "If someone were to demand that I surrender my collection, I would become quite irate and distant." The group burst into hearty laughter. Yongbo found the assembly of individuals rather amusing, far more engaging than the rigid old antiquarians he had envisioned. Lupengzi turned to Yongbo. "You've certainly made a name for yourself. When will we have the chance to collaborate?" Yongbo recognized Lupengzi as a rarity in their circle. Primarily making his living through business ventures, yet possessing remarkable discernment that had earned him a place among them. With Lupengzi's invitation, it was evident he sought to deal in antiques. Yongbo replied with a smile, "Absolutely. I look forward to potential collaboration in the future." Lupengzi feigned a woeful expression. "Look at this. When I mentioned the possibility of collaboration, you took it literally. I meant that it would be even better if we could collaborate right now." Yongbo laughed heartily, aware that everyone was in good spirits. He then pulled Luo Yahua aside. "Brother Luo, I have an acquaintance who would be worth your time to meet. Perhaps there may indeed be a chance for collaboration in the future." Lupengzi immediately widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Shao Luo, after sitting here for so long, are you still unaware of what you do?" Luo Yahua felt a wave of surprise wash over him. He had been pondering how to introduce himself, and Yongbo had come to his rescue. He quickly explained, "My current occupation is quite similar to yours, but I plan to establish an auction house in Jinling by mid-next year. I am still in the preparatory stages and hope to invite everyone to support me when the time comes." You are quite ambitious, Lu Pengzi remarked with a smile. Indeed. You have aspirations. Everyone was generous with their compliments, acknowledging the close relationship between auctioneering and appraisal, suggesting that there might indeed be an opportunity for collaboration in the future. Yongbo, preoccupied with thoughts of the business back home, hurriedly returned to Jinling after a brief visit to the Forbidden City in the capital. Luo Yahua did not linger either, and after paying his respects to the elders, he too made his way back home. Upon returning, Yongbo felt a strange emptiness in his room. At first, he did not notice, but after washing his hands and surveying the surroundings, he realized that the atmosphere seemed devoid of life. The arrangements were exactly as they had been before he left. He quickly opened the bedroom door and found it tidy. Just as he was about to dial a number on his phone, he received a call. Xiaobo, your father and I have moved out, his mother said. Yongbo was taken aback, recalling that before he left, his father had gone back to their hometown to find Yonglang, who had come along. Are you living in Yulen? He asked. Yes, your father brought Xiaolang over, and we have set up the furniture. The fully furnished house has been airing out for several months, so we can move in right away, his mother replied. Yongbo fell silent. He had anticipated this outcome but did not expect it to progress so swiftly. His parents, it seemed, could not wait for his return and had hastily moved out. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, was Yonglang truly his brother while he himself was not? He dismissed the notion and continued on. On his way to Shi Hall the next morning, Yongbo encountered Guobopi, whose round face broke into a cheerful grin. Boss Yang. It's been a while since we last met. You are indeed a busy person. Thank you for your concern, Boss Guo. Shi Hall has been thriving lately. And business is fair, Yongbo replied. Guobopi chuckled. The shop has opened in 2 days. Who could be making money during that time? Then I won't trouble you with my concerns, Yongbo said, feeling much of his resentment towards Guobopi had dissipated. However, Guobopi was relentless. Boss Yang. There is an exchange meeting in Jinling exclusively for renowned collectors and appraisers. I, in my humble capacity, have obtained an invitation. I wonder if you would be interested. Perhaps I could graciously escort you there. Yongbo glanced at the bright red invitation and shook his head. There is no need to trouble yourself. After speaking, he opened the shop door and stepped inside, only to find a red printed paper underfoot. Bending down to pick it up, he discovered it was identical to Guobopi's invitation. Yongbo smiled softly, having just participated in the exchange meeting in the capital. He held little expectation for the local gathering. He exited the shop and tossed the invitation into the trash bin outside. Guobopi gazed vacantly at Yongbo. Until he witnessed the invitation he had stepped on being nonchalantly discarded into the trash, akin to a delicate blade piercing his heart. After a couple of days without opening the shop, Yongbo busied himself with tidying up, boiling water, brewing tea, and immersing himself in books. As everything seemed to revert to the leisurely pace of his previous days, Li Er entered, exclaiming, Boss Yang, you appear quite relaxed. Yongbo rose to greet him, saying, Welcome. I have eagerly awaited your esteemed presence. The radiant smile on Yongbo's face was genuinely due to the fact that Li Er's visits always brought him fortune. The first time introduced him to the underground auction, and the second time connected him with Lu Dongxing. He was curious about what surprise this visit might hold. Li Er, not one to hold back, sat down, took a sip of tea, and candidly stated, This time, I hope Brother Yong can accompany me to Dangshan. Dangshan? Yongbo momentarily paused, then recalled the famous Dangshan Pass, a region where 4 provinces converge, boasting convenient transportation. Are you perhaps longing for some pears? Yongbo inquired with a smile. Li Er waved his hand, his expression suddenly serious, and replied that the pear harvest season is approaching. But there are certain matters I must address beforehand to alert you. I am not entirely clear about the specific situation there, so we must prioritize safety. Yongbo hesitated at Li Er's words, yet quickly suppressed any thoughts of retreat. Every venture carries risk, could he truly shy away from it? Very well. I shall rely on you for guidance during this trip. Yongbo clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Li Er shook his head, saying, I fear I may not be able to look after you. This operation is overseen by Boss Lu, who will bring his own team. Yongbo's heart raced, realizing that this was Lu Dongxing testing his willingness through Li Er. If he was inclined to assist, he would naturally join the expedition. If not, there would be no awkwardness in their meeting. The fact that Boss Lou was leading the group alleviated his concerns. Young Bo's face brightened with relief. Li Air departed, satisfied. But Young Bo fell into contemplation. Lu Dongxing, the head of the largest real estate company in Jinling, should be occupied with business at such a time, yet he seemed to be wandering in the antique trade, appearing somewhat unprofessional. Could it be that the antique business was more lucrative? Young Bo did not dwell on this thought but focused instead on the forthcoming journey to Dangshan and the circumstances it might entail. Boss Yang, what an imposing presence you have. A figure entered from outside, the long-absent Yuan Yezi. Young Bo smiled gently, thinking, how could I ever compare to the grace of Miss Yuan? Yuan Yezi appeared pleased, yet she did not hold back her teasing. When did you become so silver-tongued? Dressed in a white shirt with her black pants neatly rolled up, she exuded a sharp and refreshing demeanor. Young Bo regarded Yuan Yezi, saying, it has been quite some time since we last met. You must not be here solely for my company, right? Yuan Yezi took a seat, noticing the previously used teacup on the table, and couldn't help but frown slightly. Why can't I come to see you for no reason? Young Bo pointed out, in all our encounters, you have always had matters to discuss. Yuan Yezi chuckled. Then let us assume I have business this time. With that, she fell silent, her gaze lowered as she began to fidget with her fingers. Young Bo, accustomed to the artifice of feigned indifference, chose not to engage and instead immersed himself in his book. After a considerable time, Yuan Yezi could no longer contain herself and remarked, it has been quite a while, and not even a cup of tea has been offered. What manner of hospitality is this? Young Bo chuckled lightly, we are quite familiar now, you could easily pour yourself a cup. Despite her initial reticence, Yuan Yezi eventually articulated her purpose. We have received new intelligence indicating that a significant number of counterfeit bronze tripods have recently emerged in the market, with their origin traced back to Dangshan. Young Bo was taken aback. What? In Dangshan? Yuan Yezi, somewhat puzzled, inquired, what is it? I assumed you were unaware of Dangshan's location. Young Bo waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, I merely had mention of Dangshan recently. I simply find it less than ideal as a base of operations, considering that bronze tripods are predominantly unearthed in the Central Plains, making a location in Hunan more plausible. He reasoned that this was merely a ruse to mislead, especially since transport would be more convenient. The fact that both were converging on Dangshan led Young Bo to sense that this expedition might be more significant than it initially appeared. He decided not to linger in the shop and intended to return home to prepare. Upon exiting the elevator, Young Bo looked up to see a lovely young woman standing before him. Xiao Xian, what brings you here? He asked as he opened the door, then corrected himself. You should have called me beforehand, I could have come to fetch you. You must have waited outside for quite some time. Yi Xiao Xian followed him inside. I haven't been here long, just a little wait. I knocked, but no one answered. Did my mother not inform you? They have moved to Yuling Jiuyuan, Young Bo said, handing her a cup of tea. Your godmother has moved? Yi Xiao Xian asked, astonished. Yes, it happened just a couple of days ago. I thought you were already aware. Young Bo replied, having seen his mother and Xiao Xian close at the hospital and assuming they kept in touch since uncle was discharged. I've spoken with my godmother a few times, but she always seemed rushed, hastily ending the calls, Yi Xiao Xian explained. I happen to have a day off today, so I thought I would come and visit. Young Bo nodded, understanding his mother's intentions to strengthen the ties between their families through their god relationship, aiming to create better conditions for their interactions. However, now that they lived apart, that aspiration seemed increasingly unattainable, and it was evident that his mother had not given it much thought. Indeed, Young Bo nodded, only to realize that they had little in common to discuss, leading to an uncomfortable silence. Yi Xiao Xian, sensing the awkwardness, inquired, have you been busy with work lately? Not particularly, it's manageable. Though I have been traveling for work a bit more, Young Bo replied. How is your work going? He asked in return. After exchanging a few mundane pleasantries about work and life, their conversation quickly waned. Yi Xiao Xian felt anxious but maintained her composure, eventually expressing her desire to take her leave. Young Bo escorted her to the door. Take care. Feel free to visit again when you have time, but do call ahead. I might be on a business trip. Yi Xiaoxian nodded, acknowledging that her abruptness today was rather unwarranted. Had it not been for Yongbo's early arrival, she would have been left waiting outside the door all day. As she exited the neighborhood, her heart continued to race. It was only when a car approached that she snapped back to reality, calling out sister before settling into the passenger seat. Yi Xiaoli removed her sunglasses and turned to look, only to find Yi Xiaoxian silently nodding, her demeanor muted. Observing this, Yi Xiaoli surmised the outcome. Was his standard truly so elevated? With such commendable qualities standing before him, how could he not even spare a glance? Sister, Yi Xiaoxian exclaimed, please. Let us just go home. Then home it is. Yi Xiaoli pressed the accelerator, and the car swiftly departed. Dashangshan, historically known as Xioi, is a confluence of 4 provinces and 7 counties, situated not far from the ancient capital of Shangqiu, and served as a vital hub during the Northern Song Dynasty's Beijing era. Yongbo and his companions journeyed for over 3 hours, finally arriving at Dashangshan at noon. The lush green orchard spread out in harmonious rows, and as a gentle breeze swept through, the waves of verdant foliage shimmered beautifully. After checking into a hotel and freshening up, they strolled to a nearby restaurant for a meal. Seated at the table, Lu Dongxing handed the menu to Yongbo, who waved it away, stating, I am unfamiliar with this area, it would be best to order a few local specialties. Lu Dongxing took back the menu with a smile, saying, I visited this area a few times, and the local flavors are quite similar. However, there are indeed a few distinctive dishes. Without consulting the menu, he confidently ordered a portion of steamed fish with mushrooms, one of the roasted chicken from Fuliji, a serving of mushroom chicken from Hongkanjiu, and a clay pot chicken. As for the remaining side dishes and soup, you may choose as you wish. Li Er chuckled. Boss Lu has traveled extensively over the years, and wherever he goes, he finds exquisite food. Following him will surely make life more enjoyable. Lu Dongxing laughed heartily. I have few hobbies, collecting and gastronomy are among them. Tomorrow morning, I shall take you to the alleys where true culinary delights await. After 3 hours in the car, Yongbo felt little fatigue. A hearty meal had already alleviated much of his weariness. After dining, Lu Dongxing waved for everyone to return to their rooms to rest, suggesting they reconvene in the evening. Yongbo refrained from probing further. If something was to be done at night that could not be addressed during the day, it was best left unspoken. After showering, Yongbo lay in bed, his mind restless. His phone vibrated. Glancing at the screen, he answered. I have just arrived in Dashangshan. Where are you? The voice on the other end was somewhat brusque. Yongbo frowned, regretting his initial candor. He should never have disclosed his whereabouts. Though he felt secure now, he feared that stepping outside might lead to being whisked away by bodyguards. Young Lady Yuan, it is crucial that you understand one thing. We are currently in a partnership, and you cannot address me in such a condescending tone. Yongbo replied. Are you accusing us of clandestine dealings while expecting sympathy? Yuan Yezi retorted sharply. Since learning that Yongbo was Lu Dongxing's appraiser, she had developed a prejudice against him, viewing Lu Dongxing as nothing more than a prominent antiquities dealer. Yongbo furrowed his brow and remarked, please be mindful of your language. If you persist in this manner, I believe our collaboration may come to an end. He could hear the heavy panting from the microphone on the other end before Yuan Yezi responded with a smile. Very well, do report on the current situation. Everything is fine, I am currently asleep. Good afternoon. With that, Yongbo abruptly ended the call. He was uncertain whether the matters Yuan Yezi and Lu Dongxing were fixated on were the same. He remained in a state of observation, waiting for clarity before making any decisions. Yuan Yezi paused for a moment, then violently threw her phone onto the bed, exclaiming, what are you pulling? I sent him merely an antiquities dealer. Humph. I have no interest in your insider information. Leaning against the headboard, Yongbo gazed out the window as the sky gradually darkened, eventually succumbing to slumber. Upon awakening, Yongbo found everyone seated in the dining room awaiting his arrival. Having indulged too much at lunch, he opted not to eat again. The group quickly finished their meals and began to rise. Lu Dongxing pulled Yongbo aside with a grin, saying, this time, we will be relying on you. Even if it involves unearthed treasures, there is still a possibility of forgery. The trading environment may be somewhat dim, so prepare yourself mentally. Yongbo was taken aback. Are we not allowed to use flashlights? Absolutely not. At that moment, Yongbo found himself wanting to exclaim, "This is splendid." With a mix of apprehension, he climbed into the vehicle alongside Lu Dongxing and the others. Yongbo refrained from contacting Yuan Yezi, nor did she reach out to him. It seemed that their communication had come to a halt, yet he had a vague sense that they would meet again in Danshan. Although the name suggests mountains, Danshan was actually a flat expanse devoid of peaks, and the vehicle moved slowly as if it was circling around. After a considerable time, a ringing sound broke the silence. Li Er answered the call. "Old Lu, I have placed my trust in you, yet we are still going in circles. When will you make your appearance?" Li Er erupted with frustration upon answering. The voice on the other end replied, "Shaoli, please do not be angry. Let us maintain a cordial atmosphere. We are all here for the sake of profit, and safety is paramount. The authorities have been tightening their scrutiny lately, and our brethren are hesitant to act too boldly. You know how it is in our line of work, it is akin to being a mouse, and everything must prioritize safety. Enough with the idle chatter. When will you arrive? Where are you?" Li Er impatiently interrupted. "Very well, make your way to the outskirts of Jolly Village, I shall await you there." The vehicle finally began to move, racing through the pitch-black night. Upon stopping, Yongbo alighted from the car, finding himself enveloped in darkness, unable to discern distances. Only perceiving a vague outline. The headlights dimmed, and the engine fell silent. "Shaoli!" came a low call from the opposite side. Li Er quickly lowered his voice in response. A shadowy figure approached, reeking of earth, and shook hands with Li Er, exclaiming, "It has been tough." Li Er smiled, replying, "As long as the goods you provide are satisfactory, then no hardship is too great. Rest assured, they have just emerged and are still warm." Old Lu remarked. With that, he gestured for the group to follow him into a nearby pear orchard. Beneath the pear tree, standing nearly a person and a half in height, a dark figure loomed. The group moved with great caution, yet their presence stirred a guard dog into a frenzied bark, prompting a chorus of nearby canines to join in. Their steps faltered momentarily, halting their advance. A sharp reprimand echoed in their ears, the dog whimpered twice, then fell silent, allowing the group to proceed. Upon reaching a small wooden cabin, the sixth member of the group finally paused. He gestured towards the cabin and opened the door, at which point a bodyguard followed closely behind. When he signaled that all was well, Li Er, Yongbo, and Lu Dongxing entered in succession. The interior of the cabin was cramped, accommodating only a few individuals. A dimly lit yellow candle flickered at its center. The sixth member explained, "There is no electricity here, then we rarely use flashlights. We should avoid light exposure as much as possible, for it could jeopardize our transaction." Yongbo nodded, realizing that the conditions were far better than he had anticipated. He had envisioned an outdoor exchange. The sixth member cast a glance at Lu Dongxing, recognizing him as the leader of the group. Radiating a commanding presence, he must surely be the significant investor. Yet, he refrained from asking further questions. Before them lay an array of miscellaneous items. Some seemingly hastily cleaned and brought forth, still caked in mud. Yongbo furrowed his brow, pondering whether this was a deliberate guise or merely a product of haste. A broken blue and white porcelain vase caught his eye, its fracture starkly new, clearly damaged during transport. He felt a twinge of regret and turned his attention to the other artifacts. "What do you think of this bronze ding?" the sixth member asked, noticing Lu Dongxing leaning in to inspect the objects and promptly pointing to a nearby ding. The bronze vessel was mottled with green rust, its exterior encased in a layer of dirt, immediately captivating Lu Dongxing's attention. He had always held a deep affection for bronze artifacts. It was precisely through a bronze piece that he had met Yongbo at the ghost market. Thus, upon seeing the bronze vessel, he disregarded all else. Yongbo meticulously selected over 10 pieces of bronze, albeit all minor items, which were relatively well preserved. He noted the apparent honesty of the seller, as none of the smaller items contained any forgeries. Lu Dongxing beckoned Yongbo over. "Come and take a look at this ding, how does it fare?" Yongbo approached, tapping the bronze ding and listening intently to its resonant echo, then circled around it. He soon discovered that this ding bore a striking resemblance to a counterfeit he had encountered at the night market, in terms of both size and decorative patterns. Crucially, This ding was inscribed with characters in traditional Chinese. He could recognize the two characters Tong Ding, but then he noted that during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, traditional characters were not in use, implying that this ding might be a later imitation. A glimmer of insight illuminated Yongbo's mind. The faint halo surrounding the ding indicated it was no more than 20 years old. Moreover, its surface appeared as though it had been unearthed recently, making the prospect of crafting a forgery within such a brief time frame rather remarkable. Stepping back, Yongbo shook his head, declaring, "This significant artifact is beyond my comprehension." Ru Dongxing appeared somewhat astonished, as if he believed that the bronze ding was indeed genuine. Nevertheless, he chose to trust Yongbo, shaking his head and remaining silent beside him. Yongbo, after a meticulous selection process, soon realized that there were hardly any valuable items to be found. Even the pieces he had chosen were merely the best among the unworthy. It was at this moment that he comprehended that Ru Dongxing had come precisely for that bronze ding. Since it could not be taken, did his selections hold any significance? With this thought, Yongbo hastened his pace, emerging shortly after gesturing towards a pile of carefully chosen items, indicating that they could proceed with their discussions. He refrained from participating in the negotiations, relishing the competitive banter between Li Er and Lao Lu, which was both exhilarating and stimulating. Yongbo surveyed the room, where the flickering candlelight cast a dim glow. A small wooden table stood to the side, adorned with a teapot, teacups, and a bowl with remnants of noodles, alongside scattered chopsticks. Approaching the table, Yongbo picked up a glass and poured himself a cup of water, yet he hesitated to drink it. Testing the temperature with his hand, he discovered the water was cool, and he promptly expressed his dissatisfaction. "Do you not even have hot water here?" Lao Lu glanced back, recognizing Yongbo as the appraiser of their group, and thus spoke courteously, "You are quite amusing, my friend. That is an old cup used by the elder. Do you not find it unclean?" Yongbo inspected the bottom of the cup, noticing it was indeed somewhat stained and the glass itself appeared murky. Ru Dongxing interjected, "There is water in the vehicle, you can wait until later to drink." Yongbo pinched the cup, pouring the water out, exclaiming, "Oh, why is this cup so filthy?" "It has seen many years," Lao Lu explained. "To be honest, when I was short on funds, I acquired this cup from a burial site, and it has served me faithfully ever since. Over a decade has passed, and it has yet to break." Upon hearing Lao Lu's explanation, a sense of unease washed over the others. Chapter 93, A Significant Discovery. Lao Lu, drinking from the funerary cup, elicited an eerie sensation among the group. Only someone who disrespects the spirits would dare to pursue such a profession as tomb raiding. Even Li Er, upon hearing this, felt his confidence wane during negotiations, taking a step back, ultimately conceding to a purchase. Although the bronze ding was not sold, Lao Lu's spirits were high. "Young man, please dispose of this filthy cup for me, I shall procure a new one later." Yongbo nodded in agreement. It was then that Ru Dongxing ventured to ask, "Lao Lu, to speak candidly, your bronze ding appears rather impressive. It seems to lack the style of the Xia, Shang, or Zhou dynasties. Could it be a later imitation? May I inquire about its origin?" Ru Dongxing's question was indeed bold. After the transaction, he still wished to know from which grave it had been excavated. Was he not courting trouble? Lao Lu looked up at him, shaking his head. "I cannot disclose that." Ru Dongxing felt a twinge of disappointment but dismissed it. Yongbo recalled Ru Dongxing's earlier remark about the ding resembling an imitation from a later dynasty. Which dynasty could it possibly be? He could not conjure an answer, as the items were transferred to the trunk and they settled into the car. Yongbo still held the glass cup in his hand. Ru Dongxing, sitting beside him, chuckled, "Are you still thirsty? Shall I fetch you a bottle of water?" Yongbo, realizing the implication, shook his head. "I am not thirsty." Li Er turned his head and urged, "Why don't you hurry up and dispose of that cup? That old man is filthy, and you have seen the dark spots on the bowl. This glass cup has yellowed and is quite dirty as well." The driver surprisingly assisted Yongbo by rolling down half of the window, leaving Yongbo both amused and exasperated. "Mr. Lu, let us take a look first," Yongbo said, handing the cup to Ru Dongxing. Though Ru Dongxing displayed a hint of disdain, he understood that Yongbo would not have acted so readily had he not discovered something amiss. Even so, he took 2 sheets of paper and wrapped the cup. The dim lighting inside the vehicle aided the driver's safety, and Ru Dongxing illuminated the cup with a flashlight. The cap was of a conventional shape, wider at the top and narrower at the bottom, comfortable to hold, and devoid of any ornamentation, showcasing a simple design. However, as the beam of light fell upon it, Lu Dongxing quickly noticed something unusual. The cap sparkled brilliantly, yet inside the glass he discerned numerous cotton-like particles, a phenomenon not present in contemporary craftsmanship. Such impurities would not appear in glass, only natural crystal could exhibit such traits. Subsequently, Lu Dongxing slid the cap against the car window, producing a sharp sound. Upon retrieving the cap, he found it intact, but when the flashlight shone on the glass, an obvious scratch became visible. "Is this not a glass cap?" Lu Dongxing gazed at Yongbo, his face a mask of astonishment. Yongbo nodded. Indeed, it was not glass. Witnessing Lu Dongxing's reaction and hearing their words, Li Er could not help but inquire, could it possibly be made of crystal? "It is indeed made of crystal." Yongbo pointed to the crystal cap. Li Er appeared somewhat stunned, exclaiming, "But this is simply unbelievable. Is it true?" As he spoke, he turned to take the crystal cap, examining it meticulously. Lu Dongxing looked at Yongbo in admiration, thinking, "I am truly impressed." Yongbo returned to the room with the crystal cap, believing that it ought to be shared equally among the three of them. However, Lu Dongxing declined, as this was something Yongbo had discovered purely by his own discernment, and he was happy to do him a favor. Li Er felt it inappropriate to say more. Yongbo refrained from explaining the age of the crystal cap, and they did not press for details. At that moment, gazing at the thick halo surrounding the crystal cap, Yongbo could hardly contain his excitement. It was indeed a crystal cap from the Warring States period. The fact that such a crystal cap existed during that era was almost beyond belief. Yet the evidence lay before them. After thoroughly washing the crystal cap several times and disinfecting it, Yongbo carefully put it away. Next, he began researching on the computer. The 9 tripod cauldrons had vanished since the Qin dynasty, and the inscriptions on the pre-Qin 9 tripod cauldrons could not possibly be in traditional characters, as they would have been mere replicas. The Wuzhou era under Empress Wu Zetian involved the casting of the 9 tripod cauldrons, named after the 9 provinces, which could naturally be excluded. Finally, there was Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty, a foolish ruler who also cast the 9 tripod cauldrons, among which one was a Tongding. Yongbo recalled Lu Dongxing's last question, why had he asked that? The next morning, after completing his morning routine, Yongbo went out for breakfast and found Lu Dongxing in his pajamas, inviting him to eat. Yongbo hesitated to inquire until breakfast had concluded, at which point he asked, "Are we not returning today?" Lu Dongxing waved his hand dismissively. "Are you anxious, Boss Yang? Regardless, you are being compensated by the day. Does your shop earn this much in a single day? There is no need for haste." Yongbo smiled faintly, refraining from elaborating. After all, his daily wage was a handsome sum of 100,000, so there was no cause for concern. To his surprise, Lu Dongxing then led everyone on a shopping excursion. He seemed quite familiar with the area, wandering through streets and alleys, recounting anecdotes associated with various signs. After an afternoon of exploration, they settled in an old establishment for a bowl of spicy soup, where Lu Dongxing appeared utterly content. Yongbo said little, merely observing the surroundings with a watchful eye on the crowd. Lu Dongxing's uncharacteristic demeanor puzzled him, and a nagging sense of unease crept in, suggesting that something was amiss. Upon returning to the hotel, no one mentioned the prospect of returning home, and it appeared Lu Dongxing was disinclined to do so. Yongbo continued to wait. The following day unfolded in a similar fashion. That evening, as Yongbo prepared to retire, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he saw it was Yuan Yezi calling. He chose not to answer, allowing the call to end, only for Yuan Yezi to ring again shortly thereafter. "Are you not sleeping at this late hour?" Yongbo asked. "Are you in the mood for sleep?" Yuan Yezi's voice came through. "We've discovered over a dozen counterfeit bronze tripods at the Wangmao store." "More than a dozen?" "Large bronze tripods." Yongbo was taken aback. Such a quantity was indeed substantial, as each piece required a considerable amount of metal, and trading large quantities of metal privately posed significant challenges. "Yes, large bronze tripods," Yuan Yezi affirmed. Suddenly, Yongbo recalled the information he had previously researched and quickly inquired, "Can you ascertain the origin of these bronze tripods? Are they identical to the batch that had previously gone missing?" If we could determine that, would I need to call you? Yuan Yezi retorted sharply. Aren't you in Dangshan? Come over and help take a look. She added. No need, I prefer not to go, a young boy replied, ending the call, lost in contemplation. However, his musings were abruptly interrupted by a series of loud knocks at the door. Upon opening it, he found Lu Dongxing standing outside. Brother Yong, he exclaimed. I just received a call about a significant discovery of bronze tripods at the Wangmao store and thought to invite you along. Shall we go together? Yong Bo was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lu Dongxing's visit, let alone so soon. It seemed that the call had not been exclusively for him. Without hesitation, he responded, all right, let us go at once. After changing his attire, he followed Lu Dongxing, increasingly intrigued. Lu Dongxing's interest in the bronze tripods was evident. Yet Yong Bo couldn't help but wonder what his true intentions were in waiting here. Was he merely anticipating this news? This thought swirled in Yong Bo's mind, leaving him momentarily dizzy. How did Lu Dongxing come by this information? Could he be certain that there was indeed a counterfeiting operation nearby? Li Er settled into the passenger seat, exclaiming about the tenacity of the police in Jinling at such a late hour. It was indeed impressive that they had pursued the case of the counterfeit bronze ding all the way here, especially since they had been unable to crack it last time. Yong Bo, prompted by Li Er's comment, recalled that they had been present at the ghost market during the appraisal of the bronze ding. The very person apprehended was Yuan Yezi, and it felt as though they had returned to square one. Lu Dongxing chuckled, noting the coincidence that they had all been present at the previous case and had even been taken for questioning. Are we essentially walking into our own trap by returning now? He mused. Li Er shook his head with a smile, remarking that regardless of how many counterfeit bronze dings existed, their total value would only amount to a few hundred million, hardly a fraction of Lu's fortune. If it were us, it might be plausible, but if anyone were to falsely accuse you, Lu, it would indeed be a grand fuss. Yong Bo nodded in agreement, adding, only small fry like us would be capable of such a counterfeit. Lu Dongxing smiled but chose not to elaborate further. The group was unfamiliar with the location of Wangmao store, but fortunately, the navigation system proved useful, and after over half an hour, they arrived at the scene. It was an open area on the outskirts of a village, surrounded by dilapidated walls, where villagers peered in, watching the illuminated excavation within. A kilometer away, the village was dotted with lights and the persistent barking of dogs filled the air. The area was cordoned off by armed police, and after confirming their presence, Yong Bo and his companions were permitted to enter. Upon entering, they observed individuals vigorously digging with shovels and picks, while shouts of "Be careful! Be careful!" echoed across the site. A crane was stationed at the edge of the area, due to the uncertainty surrounding the authenticity of the bronze dings. They refrained from using an excavator, but the crane was deemed suitable for transporting the artifacts. Yong Bo soon spotted two bronze dings already placed nearby, and then, before him stood the striking figure of Yuan Yezi. Weren't you supposed to stay away? Yuan Yezi clearly had no intention of letting Yong Bo off easily. Yong Bo gestured toward Lu Dongxing, saying that the boss is here, so I can't afford to be lazy. Yuan Yezi shot him a glare before turning to Lu Dongxing. It has been a while, Boss Lu. How have you been? Lu Dongxing glanced at Yong Bo, fully aware that Yuan Yezi's frosty demeanor was due to Yong Bo's presence. Thanks to your lady's good fortune, everything has been quite well lately. He then pointed toward the two bronze dings in the corner, asking, might we take a closer look? Yuan Yezi nodded, gesturing towards Yong Bo. You may go, but he must stay. Lu Dongxing flashed a smile at Yong Bo and shrugged as he departed. Yong Bo turned to Yuan Yezi, questioning, is this really necessary? Yuan Yezi's expression grew serious. What capacity do you intend to participate in this matter? Yong Bo hesitated momentarily before realizing the underlying tension due to their previous collaboration. Yuan Yezi was evidently displeased. He opted to shift the conversation, asking, how did you discover this place? First, answer my question. Yuan Yezi insisted. In the capacity of an artifact appraiser, I can assist you with basic evaluations. Yong Bo replied after a moment's contemplation. Fortunately, Yuan Yezi did not persist and spoke up, as someone has anonymously reported that many years ago, this place was used to forge bronze wares, raising suspicions that it may have once been a small workshop. Most importantly, A recent batch of counterfeit bronze artifacts seems to have been unearthed in this vicinity, though many have kept this information under wraps. Enough to draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. Yongbo did not anticipate that the matter would be so straightforward. Devoid of the urgency he had imagined in contending against dark forces, the bronze tripod had simply appeared before him. Even though he could not approach it, Yongbo, aided by the aura, discerned that these bronze artifacts were cast during the Song dynasty, likely from the era of Emperor Huizong of Song, specifically the 9 tripods. After exchanging thoughts with Yuan Yezi, both felt the situation was astonishing, as if someone had laid a path for them to follow, ultimately leading to a significant revelation. As dawn broke and the sky lightened, the crowd that had gathered to witness the spectacle had long since dispersed. 6 bronze tripods had been unearthed. Though not as numerous as Yuan Yezi's more than 10, they stood in a formidable line. A night had passed, ample time for experts from Jinling to arrive. The first to arrive was Master Feng. He circled the bronze tripods with a magnifying glass, and after completing his inspection, he turned to Yongbo and inquired, "What is your perspective?" Yongbo pondered briefly. After the Jinkang incident, the 9 tripods ordered to be cast by Emperor Huizong mysteriously vanished, and their whereabouts remain unknown. From the inscriptions, these 6 bronze tripods appeared to be penned by Kai Jing, and both the decorations and external features aligned with historical records. "I believe there is an 80 to 90% probability this is indeed the case," Master Feng asserted. Those knowledgeable in the field could grasp some nuances as Yuan Yezi pulled Yongbo aside, asking, "What does Kai Jing have to do with this?" Yongbo pointed at the 6 tripods and explained, "Only one of the inscriptions on the original 9 was penned by Emperor Huizong himself. The others were written by Kai Jing." Yuan Yezi nodded. "Can we not conclude that these are indeed bronze tripods from the era of Emperor Huizong?" "I must report this immediately." Yongbo contemplated. "I am waiting for the other 2. Once they are found to corroborate, we can confirm this matter. Do not give me vague responses, I need a direct answer. Can you assure me that these bronze tripods were indeed cast during the reign of Emperor Huizong?" Yuan Yezi exclaimed anxiously. Yongbo was startled by her urgency and, unable to suppress a smile at her distress, replied, "Master Feng has already stated an 80 to 90% certainty. Can there be any significant error?" After saying this, Yongbo turned his gaze back to the site. There should have been 9 tripods, yet only 6 were present, with 3 still missing. The area had been thoroughly excavated, yet the other 3 had yet to reveal themselves. Upon receiving news, Yuan Yezi hurriedly departed, as she was conducting a cross-province investigation and needed to secure results swiftly. Lingering too long with local authorities could prove troublesome. Just after 8 o'clock, several vehicles blocked the entrance to the factory, and the occupants requested to meet with the person in charge. Yuan Yezi furrowed her brow. This operation was under her command merely because she happened to take over the case. In truth, her rank was not high, and she was not adept at handling external disputes, which compelled her to enlist Yongbo to accompany her. The visitor, a man in his 50s with a receding hairline partially concealed by a few strands of hair, frowned upon seeing Yuan Yezi and Yongbo approach. Yet smiled as he extended his hand, greeting them with, "Hello, comrades." Yuan Yezi halted a meter away, saluted, and disregarded the outstretched hand. The man, embarrassed, introduced himself. "I am Yu Weidong, the Deputy Director of the Chicheng Cultural Relics Bureau. I would like to inquire whether your party has obtained approval from the higher authorities for the archaeological work conducted within our jurisdiction." Yuan Yezi frowned, replying, "I am Yuan Yezi. We are investigating a case and have already contacted the Chicheng police, who have dispatched personnel to assist with maintaining order at the scene." Yu Weidong grinned, stating, "We are brother cities, after all. However, from the commotion inside, it does not appear to be an investigation. We received reports from nearby villagers, which prompted our visit." Yuan Yezi's expression hardened. "We are indeed conducting an investigation." Yu Weidong nodded. "Officer Yuan, I understand. How about this? We must respond to the report we received and handle the situation on site. Could you please make an exception and allow us to enter briefly for an inspection?" Yuan Yezi reiterated, "Director Yu, my explanation has been quite clear. This matter pertains to a counterfeit antique case from Jinling. This is a crime scene, not what you perceive as an archaeological site." Yu Weidong had anticipated that the 2 young individuals would be easier to manipulate, but was taken aback by their resolute stance, his expression inevitably growing troubled. Observing this, Yongbo quickly placed a hand on Yu Weidong's shoulder and led him aside. Director Yu, she has a stubborn temperament. I find it hard to address her as a colleague. Surprised by Young Bo's gesture, Yu Weidong soon regarded him as a Jinling officer. Indeed, such stubbornness. It's just a matter of stepping in for a moment. Young Bo smiled gently, saying, Director Yu, we are all part of the same system. To be frank, the chances of you forcefully entering today are quite slim. I fully understand the responsibilities of local management. It would be far more convenient for you to report this to your superiors and let them handle the communication, wouldn't it? With his irritation dissipated, Yu Weidong recognized that this was the only viable option. After parting ways with Yu Weidong, Young Bo turned to Yuan Yezi, advising, as for the physical evidence, gather it as swiftly as possible. If communication has indeed been made with the higher-ups, the Onhui Provincial Museum is likely to be quite anxious. Yuan Yezi, curious, inquired, how did you manage that? One played the role of the stern face while the other acted as the mild one, and naturally making it work. Young Bo replied, oh, you must have been speaking ill of me behind my back. Yuan Yezi retorted angrily. Ultimately, no significant discoveries were made at the scene. After reporting, Yuan Yezi quickly organized the transportation of physical evidence back. In reality, this approach was inappropriate, but when it came to disputes over cultural relics between two provinces, Jinling would not harbor any fear. After all, possessing the 9 tripod cauldrons held the power to suppress fate, and acquiring the 9 tripods was a tremendous honor. Even if the case could not be solved, it would pose no issue. Bringing the 9 tripods back would be a commendable achievement. 6 bronze tripods were successively loaded onto the vehicle, and Yuan Yezi needed to personally escort the transport. She turned to Young Bo and inquired, shall we set off now? Young Bo shook his head, never mind, I will stay back and search a bit more. It feels as if something is missing with 3 tripods unaccounted for. Lu Dongxing was in high spirits, for it was his first encounter with so many bronze tripods, and he was truly astounded, having previously had little exposure. He realized how limited his perspective had been. I too feel profoundly enriched, Young Bo remarked with a hint of reflection. Without further discourse, the group exited and boarded the vehicle, which soon set off, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. At that moment, Onhui province had yet to register their movements. According to Yuan Yezi's proposed route, they were to enter Jiangsu province from the southeast of Dangshan, and once they crossed the checkpoint, the journey would become straightforward. As the vehicle advanced, Young Bo suddenly raised his hand and commanded, stop. We must return to the village. Lu Dongxing frowned, what is the matter? Now that we have discovered 6 tripods, where could the remaining 3 possibly be? It stands to reason that all 9 bronze tripods should be together. Young Bo exclaimed. Thus, I suspect that someone may have uncovered this secret even before Yuan Yezi. Make a U-turn. Lu Dongxing also came to the realization. The vehicle turned back, and Young Bo noticed that 2 cars were already parked outside the abandoned factory gate. Cautiously, they did not approach for a closer inspection and instead directed the vehicle into the village. Upon entering the village, they were greeted by a cacophony of voices. Young Bo glanced up and urgently instructed, get out. Let us disembark here. The vehicle halted, yet Young Bo did not rush. He paused for a moment before stepping out and walking towards the commotion. Excuse me, Elder, could you direct me to Wangma's shop? Young Bo queried the disputing individuals. An elderly man scrutinized Young Bo for a moment and replied, what brings you to Wangma's shop? In rural areas, privacy is a rarity. Everyone is aware of each other's relatives, especially since Young Bo's vehicle had likely caught attention already. Young Bo smiled and said, surely. You've heard about the events occurring outside the village. I've come to acquire a few tripods. Although it's claimed to be a replica base, there remains some research value. The elder immediately understood, oh, you wish to collect tripods. Young Bo nodded, indeed, I hope to discreetly acquire 2. Please, do not spread the word. Or I will take you to my home, I have a tripod that looks quite impressive. A young man stepped forward. No. Come to my house, my tripod is clearer and more beautiful. Another chimed in. Young Bo chuckled, recognizing that none were foolish. The commotion outside had undoubtedly alerted the relevant authorities. Rumors had previously circulated about the appearance of bronze tripods at Wangma's shop, but the police had merely conducted cursory investigations. This time, however, it would likely be far more complicated. If the households with bronze tripods did not sell them swiftly, they would surely be confiscated as cultural relics upon police discovery. Yongbo waved his hand. Everyone, please do not rush. How many tripods are there in the village? It seems every household possesses one. Altogether, there are 8.5. The elder replied, tapping his pipe against a tree twice. Do you think you could take a few more? 8.5. Yongbo was taken aback, yet he eagerly exclaimed, Elder, please show me. If there truly are so many with research value, I shall report to my boss and strive to acquire as many as possible. Yongbo was treating the bronze cauldron as if it were a roast duck, intent on taking it as he pleased. Li Er glanced at Lu Dongxing. Fearing that Lu might grow weary of Yongbo's presumptuousness, however, he was relieved to see Lu Dongxing smiling as he followed Yongbo ahead. The old man halted before a dilapidated tile-roofed house and turned to say, They say there are 8.5 because this household has a damaged bronze cauldron. The others can still be sold, but they are the only ones with such a piece. With a brief explanation, the old man pushed the door open. Yongbo felt no discontent, rather, he was inwardly stirred, for while others might shun a damaged cauldron, he was different. He recalled vividly that one of the 9 cauldrons cast by Emperor Huizong of Song had already been broken at that time. The old man, wishing to assist the family, called out as Yongbo stepped inside. Upon entering, he discovered the reason for their plight. The home was barren, shrouded in darkness. With an odd odor wafting through the air. Li Si. Li Si. The old man called. Yongbo and Lu Dongxing looked towards Li Er, who appeared embarrassed, replying, I have no younger brother. At that moment, a faint response emerged from within, and a rotund figure rolled into view. Upon closer inspection, they realized the individual was a man with his lower half amputated, resting atop a skateboard. Yongbo regarded the filthy figure, a wave of disgust initially washing over him, which was swiftly replaced by profound sympathy. The old man explained, Li Si had an accident 5 years ago, his wife and children left him. Now he struggles to get by and is unable to do anything. Turning to Li Si, he continued, This gentleman wished to see your large cauldron. Where have you placed it? Li Si, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, spoke in a low voice, People come to see my broken cauldron. I had someone help me move it to the back of the house last year, I can take you there. Yongbo felt a sense of urgency, asking, Is it covered? Exposed to the elements, it will surely rust. Exposed to the elements? What of it? Ever since my father unearthed it over a decade ago, I have treasured it, but to what end? In the past, people were curious enough to visit, but in recent years, no one has come. Nor has anyone expressed a desire to purchase it. Yongbo felt helpless, recognizing the man's hardships. To have preserved it for over 10 years was no small feat. Circling around the house, they arrived at the back, where several poplar trees stood, beneath which lay a cauldron. The cauldron was indeed damaged, its walls crumbling, with a significant piece having fallen away, lost to time. Leaves had settled inside the cauldron, and it was marked by rust, green streaks staining the ground beneath it. Yongbo approached briskly, carefully examining the patterns on the cauldron's walls, which, although encased in rust, still bore clarity. On the side, in regular script, was inscribed Precious Cauldron. A surge of joy filled Yongbo's heart as a radiant light flickered before him, gradually coalescing at the midpoint of the bronze cauldron, its thickness increasing until a beam of light shot forth, entering his eyes. In that instant, Yongbo was certain this was indeed the bronze cauldron forged by Emperor Huizong of Song. Yongbo rose to his feet as Lu Dongxing approached, taking him aside. Yongbo, perplexed, wondered about the situation. What do you think of this thing? Lu Dongxing inquired. Yongbo did not hold back, affirming its authenticity and undeniable value despite its damage. Its historical significance surpassed that of other things. Lu Dongxing, puzzled, questioned how a damaged piece could hold greater value. This thing was not merely broken now. It has been damaged since the reign of Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty, a fact well documented in historical texts. Thus, locating this thing holds immense importance in validating the authenticity of other bronze things, Yongbo explained, concerned that Lu Dongxing might doubt him. He continued, After casting the 9 things, Emperor Huizong Shaoji relocated them to the Palace of 9 Perfections. The following day, he performed sacrificial rites there. However, As he approached the northern ding, it unexpectedly shattered, spilling water everywhere. Zhao Ji was left stunned. Kai Jing immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Your Majesty. The northern ding's fracture signifies impending turmoil in the Liao kingdom. We can seize the opportunity to vanquish them, and the great song shall unify the realm." Nodding thoughtfully, Lu Dongxing asked, "What are your plans? What will you do after purchasing it?" Yongbo was momentarily taken aback, soon realizing that Lu Dongxing likely had other intentions. "Mr. Lu, you are in charge. You may handle the purchase as you see fit." Lu Dongxing accepted without hesitation, stating, "I intend to buy it and hand it over to the police in Jinling, and subsequently have them donate it to a museum. What do you think?" Yongbo, although not aligned with this plan, felt it inappropriate to voice his objections at that moment and simply nodded, agreeing that it was a good idea to proceed as Mr. Lu suggested. Lu Dongxing smiled, reassuring him, "Rest assured, your commission will be duly compensated." The next order of business was negotiating the price. In Li Si's circumstances, he would accept even 10,000, but for a wealthy man like Lu Dongxing, that such figures were mere numbers. "Li Si, this ding is worth 1 million. Do you think you can accept that?" Li Si stood there, dumbfounded, until the old man gave him a gentle nudge, urging him to respond. Li Si nodded vigorously, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much." Lu Dongxing waved him off, saying, "No need for thanks. Subsequent payment arrangements would be handled by others." Yongbo quickly guided the old man towards the next location. Time was of the essence, as the local Cultural Relics Bureau would soon begin their inspections. However, it would take them a while to arrive. The second establishment was more imposing, featuring high walls and an elegantly designed two-story villa. The old man knocked on the door, explaining their purpose, and was soon greeted by a middle-aged, portly man. With an air of arrogance, the man addressed the old man, "Uncle Wu, you must clarify that I won't part with this ding for less than 2 million. The one sold at the previous shop fetched 150,000 recently." Yongbo stepped forward, suggesting, "The price is negotiable. Let us first examine the item." The middle-aged man relented, and the group proceeded to the backyard, where they quickly encountered a complete bronze ding. Yongbo approached and noticed the inscription reading "Wind Cauldron." Without a second glance, he turned and walked outside. "Sir, let us hasten. What was the name of that family at the village entrance? Do they not possess one as well?" The old man appeared somewhat bewildered, surprised that they were done so quickly. The middle-aged man, visibly anxious, questioned, "What does this mean?" Yongbo, of course, could not elucidate. The Wind Cauldron had already been taken by Yuan Yezi, then it was undoubtedly a counterfeit. He replied, "There are a total of 8 cauldrons. It is impossible for me to acquire them all. I wish to examine them first and select 2. The middle-aged man retorted, "Since you are choosing multiple, do not return later." Yongbo turned to leave, having no intention of returning at all. The third location was the young man they had encountered at the village entrance. He greeted them warmly, but Yongbo wished to linger no longer and made a beeline for the bronze cauldron. Moments later, he departed. The fourth and fifth locations yielded no results. It was not until the 6th house that Yongbo finally made a discovery. Yet the owner of the bronze cauldron was a ruffian in his 30s named Molien, who was unmarried. Molien threw a tantrum, declaring, "This cauldron will not leave my possession for less than 10 million. They do not even think about it. In our Wangma shop, we have thousands of patrons, and you shall find it impossible to enter or exit." He continued, "Do not mistake my words for idle threats. I speak with utmost sincerity. Anyone who dares to take what belongs to me, I will pursue to annihilate their entire family." Yongbo surveyed the situation, his brow furrowed. The previous 4 houses had yielded nothing, and no one could have anticipated that the genuine article would be found in the hands of such a rogue. Lu Dongxing patted Yongbo on the shoulder, saying, "You should proceed to the next house. I will handle this matter. You lack the experience to manage such situations." Yongbo considered briefly, then replied, "Very well, I shall continue my search and leave this to Mr. Lu." He and the old man exited and proceeded to the next location. The old man sighed, lamenting that Molien's father was a kind-hearted individual who greeted everyone warmly. Yet his son had turned out so poorly. Alas, he is a scoundrel, but there are no other fine cauldrons in the village. Why must it be his? The old man also sensed Yongbo's unease. The notion of inspecting before making a decision was merely a ruse. Otherwise, they would not be so eager to secure Molien's bronze cauldron. Yongbo chuckled, noting that while ordinary people might see little difference, he sought to gather more items. Let us visit the next 2 houses and hope to acquire another piece. The old man did not press further, and they proceeded to 2 more locations. Finding nothing of value, perplexed, Yongbo turned to the old man and asked, "Are there truly no more in our village?" The old man confirmed, "Currently, there are only 8.5. Yongbo grasped the implication of the old man's words. Previously, there may have been more. At one point, there were 11 in total. But 3 were sold earlier this year. Yongbo realized, understanding that the last genuine piece must be one of those 3. Recalling the transaction from the first night they arrived, there must have been a counterfeit among them, leaving one of the remaining 2 as authentic. The 2 men returned to Molien's residence, where they found Molien sitting obediently in a chair, too fearful to move. Yongbo noticed a bruise at the corner of Molien's mouth but chose not to inquire further. "Have we reached a deal?" he asked. "It has been resolved." "What about your end?" Lu Dongxing inquired. "It's already been sold," Yongbo replied, shaking his head. "Time is too tight, we cannot afford to deliberate further. We must hasten to remove these 2 tripods. Lu Dongxing pulled Yongbo aside and whispered, "The provincial exit is now under inspection. There are significant objections regarding the cross-province investigation in Jinling, and negotiations are underway to reclaim the bronze tripods. Transporting these 2 tripods back has become a dilemma." Yongbo understood that Lu Dongxing intended to take the items, which meant they would have to resort to cunning deception. Lu Dongxing paused, puzzled. "What do you mean by deception?" Yongbo replied nonchalantly, "We could purchase 2 large trucks of pears at a high price. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, Shusheng Real Estate ought to provide some benefits for its employees. The boss even personally traveled to the renowned pear-producing region of Daxing to procure Daxing pears." A smile spread across Lu Dongxing's face. "That's a splendid idea. Indeed, it could be smuggled out without raising any suspicion. The next step involved coordination. The vehicles would require time to arrive." Lu Dongxing discreetly offered the old man a red envelope, requesting assistance in finding several strong men to aid in the high-priced pear acquisition. Yongbo also contributed by weighing the pears and calculating prices, while Lu Dongxing supervised, standing to the side and occasionally smoking. As night fell, the family returned with the harvested pears, the middle-aged men laboriously transporting them, drenched in sweat. Observing Lu Dongxing puffing away, one of them couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss." Yongbo sensed Lu Dongxing flinch slightly, ash falling from his cigarette. Lu Dongxing hesitated, then turned to look. "Do I resemble a member of the mafia?" The middle-aged man, a bit awkward, waved his hands. No. "I just think you bear a striking resemblance to a former boss of mine, very imposing." Yongbo interjected, "Which boss could be so imposing as to resemble Lu Dongxing?" The middle-aged man rubbed his hands together. "It's been 10 years, but you should remember that factory outside the village, the one that produced imitation bronzeware. I worked there back then. Though it was laborious, it was profitable. Alas, it soon went bankrupt." "Oh," Yongbo replied, not probing further. "All right, this weighs 876 pounds. Feel free to verify." The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. "No need to check, I trust the boss." The group worked tirelessly until after 11 o'clock at night. Neglecting rest, then hurried back to Jinling. The 2 tripods cost 2 million, while the combined price of the pears reached around 300,000 to 400,000. Marking a significant investment for Lu Dongxing. The vehicle passed the checkpoint without incident, largely due to Yuan Yezi drawing most of the scrutiny. Upon reaching Jinling, they unloaded the pears and handed the 2 tripods over to the police. This left only one of the 9 tripods of Emperor Song Huizong remaining. The cultural relic authorities from Anhui and Jiangsu provinces continued to negotiate, embroiled in a dispute over the ownership of the artifacts. Yongbo chose not to involve himself in these matters, returning home to wash up and retire for the night. The next morning, Yongbo discovered a bank message on his phone indicating a deposit of 600,000 yuan. According to the agreement between him and Lu Dongxing, 10,000 was to be counted daily, totaling 30,000 over 3 days, combined with a batch of miscellaneous items and 2 bronze tripods, which nearly amounted to a 10% commission. However, Yongbo did not feel overly elated. He understood that the small transaction volume was the reason for his modest gain. Once the transaction price exceeded 100 million, the commission would diminish. Nevertheless, the unexpected income brought him joy, alleviating his immediate financial concerns. After rising, washing up, and having breakfast, Yongbo retrieved a crystal cup from his suitcase. The crystal, with its exquisite transparency and high hardness, had been discovered long ago. Yet a piece of this size was truly rare. Especially in ancient times, crystal could not be synthetic, it could only be carved from a natural stone, making this cup all the more extraordinary. Yongbo was certain that this was a crystal cup from the Warring States period. He meticulously prepared a cleaning solution and submerged the crystal cup in a basin. After 10 minutes, he gently wiped it with a soft cloth, allowing the dust to fall away, revealing the crystal's pristine brilliance. A final rinse with clean water showcased the cup's original splendor, clear and radiant. One could only wonder if Lu Dongxing felt a twinge of regret when he relinquished such a treasure, which could be considered a national artifact. Unable to contain his excitement, Yongbo deposited the fish-patterned pottery jar in the bank, which was of equal significance if not greater value in the market. He secured the crystal cup in a safe before leisurely beginning to tidy up his belongings and headed to the lost and found hall. Passing by an antique shop, he noticed an elderly beggar and generously offered him a banknote. The beggar expressed his gratitude profusely, yet at that moment, Yongbo felt far removed from the spirit of selflessness he had exhibited when he once shared a box of fried rice. Recalling that sweltering afternoon, he realized he had not seen the beggar since. Upon entering and taking a seat, Yongbo organized the items on his desk, and Yuan Yeji arrived. Clad in a training uniform with her hair tied back, she entered with a girl of similar age. Boss Yang, it seems you have finally opened for business today," Yuan Yeji teased. Yongbo gestured towards a chair at the table, inviting her to sit. "Why so formal?" Yuan Yeji shot him a glare before introducing her companion. "This is my colleague, Shaolin. We are here today because we have some matters to discuss with you. Please feel free to ask any questions, I'm at your service." Yongbo replied, his playful demeanor fading as he recognized the gravity of their visit. "We have a total of 8 tripods, and we've consulted domestic experts for authentication. The results are they are indeed 8 of the 9 tripods cast during the reign of Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty." Yuan Yeji adjusted her expression and inquired, "And you, Boss Yang, have appeared at the scene of the incident on 2 occasions. I sent that a bit too coincidental." Yongbo furrowed his brows yet proceeded to explain the intricacies of the situation with due diligence. Yuan Yeji cast a glance at Shaolin, signaling her, and elaborated. "This matter pertains to a large-scale counterfeit case involving bronze tripods that occurred a decade ago. At that time, there were at least a dozen cases of counterfeit Song Huizong bronze tripods across the country, with the total amount involved reaching 50 million. This scandal sent shockwaves through various sectors of society. The Ministry of Public Security even issued a nationwide warrant, however, all the individuals involved vanished without a trace. The recent case has evoked our suspicions, and now with the mysterious letter that has surfaced alongside the authentic bronze tripod unearthed, Boss Yang has become significantly involved in this affair. I wonder if you could assist us in deducing its implications." Yongbo was taken aback by the connection to events from 10 years prior. Though he harbored his own suspicions, he refrained from elaborating. "Officer Yuan, you jest.